Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The hero exhaled, closing his eyes, and said that even after 10 years, he still didn't understand why he was so stupid. He imagined comics in a phone, asking if the fantasy world wasn't an outlet for introverts and other social outcasts, since that's what happened in manhwas and light novels. The guy remembered sitting in front of the screen with a happy look, and asked to listen carefully. He grew up on Earth as an ordinary otaku who was content with reading manhwas and watching anime. With a displeased look, he continued, why were they treating him like some kind of loser? Didn't they think they were so wrong? The guy squatted and said nothing. Then he stood up, leaning on one knee, and said that while they were alive, they talked so much, well, it was their fate anyway. Putting his hand on his hip, Hansu exclaimed that it was finally the devil's turn, he would end this quickly. On the door was an image of a skull with glowing eyes. This world is ruled by the strongest, a real utopia for barbarians. He is the chosen hero who administers justice. Of course, it was not he who came up with his name. The locals themselves chose him and called him to this world. They gave him such a nickname. The guy pushed the door with his foot, thinking that now he will be called a legendary hero who saved humanity from the devil. The hero stopped at the throne. The demon smiled, saying that he finally got here. Looking at him, Hansu clarified, is he a devil? The monster raised his hand, shouting that of course, he stands at the top of the demon hierarchy, the Lord of Darkness in this world. With a predatory smile, he introduced himself as the devil Petinar. Holding the sword, Hansu smiled and said that apparently, this will be an entertaining performance. All these 10 years he fought boring fakes and now, finally, got to the original. He furrowed his brows and shouted that this was his ticket to Earth. Petinar had a shining orb in his palm. He said that he liked the sparkle in his eyes and his desire to win. He accepted the challenge of humanity. The boy waved his hand and said that before they started fighting, he wanted to ask something. Holding the sword, the hero asked why he just sat and watched his servants die, and for 10 years at that. Red-eyed frowned. He looked straight at the boy on the carpet and said that it was a shame. All this time he sent the strongest servants to him to take revenge. They all died. The demon's voice was heard in the room with columns, who said that this is why he sent even stronger ones, and the boy objected that he killed them too. Petinar said with a displeased look that he was brave. Did he think that he was just lucky? Hansu confidently clutched the weapon and said that if he had come to the duel from the very beginning, he would not have made it here. Presenting the weapons and artifacts, the hero said that during these 10 years he lost many servants and even his property. While he only became stronger, he was his best sponsor. The demon angrily waved his hand, shouting, what a meaningless assumption. How could he know the politics of demons? If he does not know, he should better keep quiet. His fingers tightly held the hilt, and the hero thought that he did not understand his words. All 10 years he was tormented by doubts that he would not be able to solve all the issues. But now that he was here, he should not have any problems. Swinging the sword, the guy thought that he would get out of this wild world at all costs. The monster's eyes glowed red. A bright purple flash appeared, and Hansu thought that he would return to the life of an otaku on Earth. Purple rays shook the demon's castle. Petinar was driven into a crack in the wall. Hansu thought that he was not lying when he said that he suffered all these 10 years. The demon frowned and said that he was brave. His mighty power arose from anger for the lost comrades. He imagined smiling characters. Hansu gritted his teeth and said no. With a frown, he continued that this was the result of preparation. Petinar closed his eyes and said with a smile that this is how it is. His hand hung down. He said that anyway it was a wonderful fight. The guy was left standing next to the body of the enemy. He looked shocked, asking, is this the end? And now let him fight properly, and that nothing like this will happen? Smiling widely, the guy laughed. He looked up, triumphantly shouting to the deities of the fantasy world that as agreed, he destroyed the devil, now let him go to Earth. Tears were running down the boy's cheeks. He thought that he was sorry for the time he had wasted on this useless devil and his minions. Well, now that he would return to Earth, he would be respectful to his parents, he would be able to find his love, play games, eat delicious food and see the Olympics, and most importantly, he imagined the toilet and thought that he would finally be able to use a comfortable toilet. Bare feet touched the floor behind him. Someone turned to the hero, asking if he had enjoyed the adventure? Hansu turned around abruptly. He saw a silhouette surrounded by a glow and thought, who is it? Pointing his finger, the hero asked incredulously, she has a strange energy, is it a hidden boss? To which he heard that it was unlikely. The stranger spread her hands and said that she had been trying to follow his journey for 10 years. That's what he said, the goddess of this world. The boy looked away. Surrounded by a glow, the girl said that the path of a true hero is not easy, but he did not give up his hopes and dreams, because he had those who could support him in difficult times. She introduced the hero's comrades and said that he learned what love and friendship are, developed and finally defeated the terrible devil. She pointed her finger at the card and said that she congratulated him from the bottom of her heart, and now they will look at his grades. Hansu froze, closing his eyes. And then he stared in shock at the window that appeared and asked again. She said grades. The girl asked him to carefully check his report card. In front of him was a plate with information about the hero. His combat power is S, his achievements are A-, his reputation is D+, his character is F, and the note said why he killed all his comrades. The hero once again paid attention to the note. He looked extremely discouraged. He remembered the girl on the floor and thought that the swordswoman was dead. Weapons were stuck into the bodies of his comrades. The fairy queen and the sage were dead. The man lay face down with a sword in his back. The king of mercenaries was dead. Gritting his teeth, the hero looked away and thought that before killing the devil Petinar, he considered his comrades as an obstacle on the way to the goal. He remembered how he killed them with a wild look and said that was why he suddenly attacked and killed. Clenching his fist, Hansu angrily shouted, "What do you mean innocent? All these 10 years they oppressed him, and this injustice was endless." He imagined how his comrades maliciously surrounded him and said that they interfered in all his personal affairs. Under the guise of training they mocked him and neglected human rights. He remembered the naked girl holding the cloth and said that she was a crazy woman. Holding the towels, she swung the weapon, and he continued that due to her own carelessness she went out naked, and then began to swing the sword. It was fair retribution. The girl who raised her finger said that he failed the test. Possessing great power, he should be aware of his responsibility, and his character does not correspond to the theme that he possesses. The brunette waved his hands, asking discontentedly what it meant when he heard that in the name of order and peace in the world, they were returning him to the first day of the test. A purple seal appeared on the floor under the hero. He asked again, did she mean that he would have to hang out in this dump again, where there was not even a toilet with a flush? The seal shone, and the guy disappeared, but he heard his cry that he should meet his dead comrades again. The thought alone gave him goosebumps. His items were also lying on the floor. Hansu flew, clutching his head, and heard a voice that the administration wished him further success and victory. He would be assigned an instructor. He learned that he was awarded the status of an amateur hero. People surrounded the guy sitting in the center of the seal. This was a retake, day 1. Hansu was extremely shocked, saying that they must be joking. The girls turned to their classmates, who were saying that it would be cool to drop out of school and go to a fantasy world. The guy holding a comic book was heard saying that he wanted to save a beautiful princess from the clutches of a terrible demon king and marry her. The second said that only one, he would go on an adventure with several beauties. An explosion appeared behind the guy when he said that adventures are boring, and the story was science did not teach them anything. It is possible to invent nuclear weapons and rule the whole world. The guy with glasses introduced a magician and said that someone who only has 30 points in all technical subjects can invent nuclear weapons. If this is a fantasy world, then wouldn't it be better to use the forbidden magic of the 10th circle? The boy clenched his fist when he heard that she would destroy anything with one blow and said that magic is nonsense. A military feat is the real truth of the night world. Both boys approached and asked Hansu what he thought. He froze in surprise with the phone in his hands, thinking what he would like to do if he got into a fantasy world. On the screen was an image of a toilet. The surprised hero was surrounded by a bright glow. After 10 years, this was his last conversation with his friends before he moved to another world. The phone in a yellow case fell. Shocked Hansu sat on the floor in the same place as 10 years ago. He looked at the symbols on the floor and thought that there could be no mistake. A magic circle that moved. No, kidnapped heroes. His hands were raised up. The guy held his chest. His eyes bulged in shock, thinking that he returned to the very beginning. All his equipment, even his muscular physique was gone. Nothing remained except the memories accumulated over these 10 years. He remembered the image of the girl who said that he failed. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hansu thought that this was no joke. 3,650 days, 87,600 hours, 10 years, a whole 10 years. He imagined the smiling girls, thinking that this was enough time to get married, have children and send them to elementary school, during which time he could graduate from high school and become a university graduate. Imagining his comrades, he grabbed his head, thinking that every day he tried only to get into his world, and meekly endured the humiliation and insult of these damn teammates. The hero's eyes widened when he heard a greeting. The blonde put her hands together cutely, and he recognized Lenovo. Hansu turned around in displeasure, thinking that if you think about it, when he first came here, the first person to talk to him was her. The cute smiling girl asked, had he already come to his senses? The hero answered irritably, no. He turned away with a frown and thought that she was an archaeologist, and the organizer of the summoning ritual that brought him here. Lenovo opened the curtain, saying that he was probably confused about being summoned so suddenly, but she asked him to quickly pull himself together. Pointing to the scenery outside the window, the blonde said that this was a fantasy, a world different from the one he was born and raised in. Red flags were flying on the towers. Hansu crossed his arms and said that they would sum it up. The demon Lord Petinar had awakened. Humanity was on the brink of crisis. A great disaster was approaching. The girl looked at the dissatisfied guy, who continued that was why they sent the respected hero and asked him to save him. Was that what she wanted to say? Waving her hand, the girl said that this was an impressive power of the mind. The hero made her speech perfectly. He thought with dissatisfaction that it should not be any other way. With tears he imagined the defeated demon and thought that it would be better if he went through all this, knocked down this Petinar and reached the epilogue. The blonde said that she completely forgot to introduce herself. Sweetly touching her chest, she introduced herself as Lenouville and said that during one of the expeditions to search for ancient legends, she received a prophecy and therefore called him. From the language of the ancients, Lenouville is translated as truth. Hansu blushed, contentedly thinking that now, after 10 years, he sees right through her. So there he was only a teenager. So he lost his head from her appearance. The blonde was surprised when she heard how he asked not to smile so much. It angers and not to pretend to be nice. Frowningly pointing his finger, the hero said that she pulled a calm and living person out of his usual environment. And now they are also asking for help. Have fun? The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that she wanted to smile just from the look of his face. That he shouldn't throw words about the truth, if he couldn't even justify his name. He grinned when the girl apologized and thought that now she had a proper appearance to continue the conversation. A knight appeared from behind and told the hero that his majesty was waiting for him. He smiled slyly, saying that he was waiting too. The knight and the girl looked at him in surprise. Looking sideways, Hansu clarified what they were surprised about. He pointed his finger at the knight and asked, "Think carefully, how many heroes there were in this world who could challenge the devil?" He said that he was the only one. Raising his finger, the brunette said that that's right, there was only one hero, there was no one else, and without him, this world would end. The characters were shocked to hear the question. What did they understand now? Hansu smiled wickedly, saying that if he wanted to see him, then he should tell the king not to betray him and come here quickly. Opening her mouth in surprise, the girl heard that if they had any objections, they should catch their own demon lord. A question was heard in the room with the pillar. What were they worth? His time was precious. The knight said that he would tell him and return. Smiling widely, Hansu thought, how could they have such an amazing statement? Perhaps they were speechless. He pouted questioningly, hearing the words that he should calm down. A figure of a girl appeared behind her, who said that there is an old proverb. No one will bow their head before a hidden treasure. Those who bowed will rise, while those who rose will fall down. And nobility and modesty, simple qualities that a hero should have. Turning around, Hansu thought that this environment had changed somehow. Hadn't he met this woman last time? Looking at the stranger suspiciously, he asked who she was. The girl had a white mask on her face. She said that she was a professor. With a smile, touching her chest, the pink-haired girl explained that she was sent to him because he received an unsatisfactory grade for behavior. She will try to do her best so that he can become a worthy hero. Hansu's mouth opened in shock, hearing that she even has a special qualification. Professor Moral arrived in fantasy. The guy looked dissatisfied while she said that the heroes who successfully passed the exam did not even know about the existence of professors, so it is not surprising that he was so dumbfounded. Then in case of failure, they retake the exam without their intervention. In case of intervention of instructors, they are so rare that they can be counted on the fingers. Hansu smirked, saying that one of them was about him, and thought that she was sent to this world to interfere in his affairs. The professor put her hand on her hip, and the boy thought that not only would he have to go through all this again, but he was also being followed. He clenched his teeth angrily. Standing in front of him, he shouted, asking why, since he had heroically defeated the demon lord, he had perfectly fulfilled his purpose. The boy opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that this was the problem. The demon laughed at the boy. The voice said that he had always made the same mistakes and should have been defeated in the battle with the demon king. Hansu, with red eyes, held a sword in his hand. The voice said that, however, he had easily defeated him. Moral extended her finger and said that, as they say, failure breeds success, but he also could not analyze his actions, since he had not tasted defeat. Hansu frowned, thinking what it meant, so that's it. Looking at the girl with displeasure, he asked if she came here to grumble because he didn't reflect on his actions. She confirmed. Imagining a river, she said that correct. Good people are like water, they never argue and bring benefit to all existence. The image of the girl began to disappear. She continued that she expected him to become an endless sea for his comrades. And so, this is where the theory ends, the practice begins. She will come tomorrow at the same time, let him work hard. The guy grabbed his head, thinking that maybe this devil would be easier to deal with. Lenouville looked at the guy who thought that his comrades gave him a headache, and asked if he was sick. Why did he suddenly grab his head? The girl said with a worried look that transfer magic has not been fully researched yet. They do not know if there will be any unknown side effects. If something is wrong, let him definitely tell them. Hansu looked at her with displeasure, thinking that even if he tells, it will not make things easier. He remembered the image of the professor and thought, the teaching staff is something like a group of professors who raise a hero. He imagined the girl who was holding a bag with a phone, and how he trains with a sword, and thought that when a student is taken away from school or courses and forced to study all day, people from the ordinary world are called heroes and try to raise them. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Hansu thought that he did not know the purpose of this organization, But they clearly do not feel hostility towards him, otherwise he would not be standing here now. They easily returned him to the past after he defeated the demons. If they are unhappy, they can easily kill him. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, while the guy thought that he had no other way to survive, so for now he decided to cooperate with them. A smile appeared on his face. He thought that until he had a backup plan. The blonde looked questioningly, while Hansu thought that it was useless to be angry at her and blame her for all the troubles. Anyway, their relationship now is the same as in the first round. Getting to his feet, the boy asked Lenovo to take him to the king, and thought that first of all, this is a fight for the king's influence. The heroes followed the knight. Hansu thought that he was not a citizen of their kingdom and was not obliged to obey the kidnappers. He would fight for his just human rights. Resolutely looking ahead, the brunette thought that if he died, he would not be able to return to Earth, so there was nothing left but to find mutual understanding with this incompetent king, who only does what he does, sits on the throne and issues decrees. The knight walking in front asked the hero to be selective in his words in front of his majesty. He turned suspiciously, and the boy thought, "What is he doing?" and then his thoughts came out. Awkwardly arching his eyebrows, Hansu asked what he was looking at. Did he want to hit? He closed his eyes and said that really their only hope is a hero who can defeat the demon king. So even if he does something wrong, will he dare? The man smiled widely, talking about how brave he is. Hansu turned around abruptly, recognizing that voice. The man pounced on him, promising to hit him like he wanted. A movement passed near his face. The guy closed his eyes and thought why he was here. He was too relaxed. Now that he was in this body, he would not be able to resist him. Lenovo closed her eyes and shouted at Mr. Alex, asking if he had decided to kill their hero. The man looked at her with a smirk. This is the commander-in-chief of the kingdom. Alex crossed his arms and said that this was just a test of courage. He did not die. Hansu rubbed his hit cheek in displeasure and thought that he did not like this. These barbarians kidnap innocent people and then mock them. He remembered the man who had mocked him earlier and thought that they were summoning him, giving him the title of hero, and using him as a toy or a hound that could be thrown away. Hansu took out a pen and thought that this time would be different. His eye was glowing red and the boy mentally addressed the moral teacher, saying that this was self-defense. Hansu crouched down next to the man. His eyes widened in surprise. The brunette quickly moved forward, clutching the pen. Then he turned around, thinking that it seemed like his body couldn't keep up with the technique. But he was a hero with 10 years of experience. There was a wound on the man's legs. The boy thought he was confident in his ability to inflict damage. Alex got angry and cursed. Hansu winked and threw the pen up and said that it was a pity. He would have made a good eunuch. He remembered the man mocking him earlier and thought that he first met him in training during the first playthrough. The man smiled happily. Under the pretext of practicing, he constantly beat him like a worthless dog. Hansu gripped his pen in displeasure, thinking that although he was his fencing teacher, Lenovo got angry and shouted at him to apologize to their hero immediately. The man tried to object. Then a wide smile appeared on his lips and he asked what was such a thin physique and also attempted to kill him. That was interesting. The dissatisfied guy trembled when he heard him agree. Alex pointed his finger, saying that if he could defeat him, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Kingdom, then he would kneel down and apologize, swearing on the honor of a knight. Hansu imagined this picture and thought that he was lying. He would not apologize until his death. Showing 2 fingers, he asked, he swears on both balls. Turning away, the hero touched his chin, thinking that he didn't know if it was that bad. Maybe this was some kind of divine revelation, a chance to release all the stress accumulated during the first playthrough. Looking at his palm, the brunette thought that it was absolutely clear that he had lost all the skills he had acquired the first time, but that didn't make him weaker. Clenching his fist, he continued to think that he also didn't know what the teaching staff was like. They wanted to say that all his 10 years of experience were wasted. A determined smile appeared on his face, and the hero thought that this was ridiculous. Words were heard in the castle building that His Majesty was demanding an audience with the hero. The guy thought that no, he had never demanded. The doors opened. Hansu was standing on the red carpet in front of the throne. The king with a round face and a beard was looking at him. The hero looked displeased, thinking that he still looked like a dumpling. He imagined a young man with a sword in his hand and thought that in his youth he was a brave warrior who had been in many battles, but somehow turned into a dumpling with a crown. The nobles looked askance at the hero, who thought that there were a lot of people here that he didn't like. The boy glanced sideways at the guard, who said that he was standing in front of His Majesty the king. Hansu remembered how he fell to his knees, thinking that during the first playthrough he greeted the king very politely, although no one appreciated it, maybe because he already knew what would happen in the future? Looking at the old man on the throne, he thought that now he didn't feel the need to show himself in a good light in front of this dumpling. The figure of death appeared next to the king. Hansu thought that he would be killed soon anyway. The boy remembered Moral, who asked him to lead him modestly and become a deep and endless sea. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought, well, modesty is on the agenda today. The brunette imagined a huge wave approaching the city and thought that by becoming a sea, he would flood everything completely. Hansu bowed and introduced himself, thanking for the warm welcome. The nobles standing nearby whispered that his movement corresponded to manners. They thought he was just an ill-mannered savage. His manners were even better than those of the son of one of the nobles. The dissatisfied guy bowed his head, thinking that he did not do the 10 years spent in the fantasy world because he liked it. During this time he simply had to learn all the etiquette and culture. The satisfied king's cheeks turned pink. Lenovo blushed happily, hearing the words of praise, and replied that it was a great honor. The king pointed his hand and asked the hero if he saw his abilities. Hansu touched the system window, thinking what it meant. He wanted to confirm his status. Nothing new so far, everything was developing exactly the same as during the first playthrough. The system window showed that he was a human, level 1, hero specialization, 500% experience bonus, skills, courage translator, satisfactory condition. The brunette looked thoughtfully at the system window, thinking that if everything was repeated, there would be no changes in the skills, plus with increasing mastery the skill rank would grow, and its effectiveness would also increase. The translator skill was also given as the main one during the first playthrough. The girl looked questioningly at the hero, who was thinking that there were also changes in property and Class F murder. He imagined how quickly he was moving and thought that this was the effect of the courage test conducted by Alex. The guy smiled slightly. Clenching his fist, he thought that from the level to the skills, absolutely everything was reset completely. The king sitting on the throne heard that he could see everything. His specialty was a hero, level 1, and asked if it was possible to know his special talent. Showing, Hansu replied that the experience bonus was 500%. The king opened his mouth in shock. The guy glanced to the side, thinking that now there was quite a violent reaction. Really, it was impossible to do without it. He imagined a diagram with a long green arrow and thought that this meant that regardless of talents, he would develop 5 times faster than others. He imagined little men chopping wood, and thought that if you repeat any action for 1 hour, it would be equivalent to 5 hours. The brunette closed his eyes, exhaling, and thought that the special talent of a legendary hero. Lenovo circled around, admiringly saying that this was very impressive. She was not flattering him, it was true. The guy opened one eye, hearing how he was called the chosen hero. The king said with a gloomy expression that their country, which was near the land of the devil, was in crisis. He must strike at the demons by increasing his abilities. He imagined the demon and his assistants, and said that he must destroy this king. The dissatisfied hero looked away, thinking that he did not want to. Why him? How much they would pay him? He blamed the demons for everything. He imagined the fat king, thinking that it was not them. All the problems of this country were elsewhere. There was no need to put all the blame on the demon lord. You just need to look at what was happening around. A useless dumpling king. The guy closed his eyes, imagining himself on the waves, and told himself that he needed to be humble first. Now he was a deep sea. Then, waving his hand, calmly asked, what kind of support would he give him? The king arched his eyebrows. Hansu and the others were discouraged to hear that he had summoned a hero in order to save humanity. This was the highest support. Lightning seemed to pierce the guy floating on the waves with words. What else can he do? With the most pathetic face, Hansu said that then he refuses. Let them look for another hero. The king opened his mouth in surprise. The nobles frowned. Lenovo covered her mouth with her hands. Hansu spread his arms and replied, the crisis of the state is none of his business. Pointing his finger at the king, he continued that the king does not know how to treat heroes. He should beg him on his knees, not order him, right? Covering one eye, the boy disrespectfully addressed the king, saying that he is not even a citizen of his state. The fat man became furious. The noble standing behind him shouted, how dare he speak to his majesty like that? A pen flew at his forehead. It was Hansu who threw it, causing the girl to open her mouth in shock. The boy looked at his palm, thinking that the throw was not the same as before. If he concentrated, he would have hit his eye right away. The knights grabbed their spears. Hansu turned around, stuck out his tongue and said that if they can kill him, then let them. The people in armor replied that he was crazy. The spear was pointed at the hero. Words were heard that if the king was killed, a prince would take his place. If there was no prince, a princess would take his place. And if there was no princess, then one of his distant relatives would take the king's place. The boy took a step. He came close to the spear. With a sly, confident smile, he asked if the hero was killed, who would replace him. The king gritted his teeth. A question was heard, who would then deal with the demon king? The guards pointed their spears at the hero, while he was thinking that modesty meant nothing to these barbarians. If this was simply left like this, these pigs would continue to use him. He imagined a dog on a leash, thinking discontentedly, isn't this the same as dragging a dog to the hunting grounds and letting it off the chain without a single command? Do they consider this the best support? As he imagined Petinar, Hansu thought that even the demon lord seemed like a conscientious gentleman compared to him. He never left him empty-handed. He remembered holding the silver chain mail of the monster he had defeated, and thought that every time he defeated his subordinates, he would give him a reward. Sometimes the spoils were so much that he felt embarrassed. He grabbed his head, imagining a calculator and accounts, and thought that if you calculate like that, what should a hero eat? The boy looked at the knight standing before him and thought that they would not be able to kill him, and even if someone dared, he did not care what happened to this world. Hansu smirked, thinking that if he died in this land, there was no guarantee that he would be resurrected. He smiled widely and wickedly and asked if His Majesty had anything else to say. The king glared at him furiously. He grabbed the armrest of the throne, telling the hero that he was called here to protect their country. Lenovo looked worried, and it was said that he ordered all the nobles and merchants to buy magic catalysts, and Lenovo called the hero to their land. Hansu raised his eyebrows indifferently, asking, "So what?" Opening his mouth wide, the king shouted that he was the property of their kingdom. The brunette was taken aback. He waved his hand, saying that when a fisherman caught a fish, he could call it his catch, but he was not a fish, but a hero, the property of the kingdom. That was ridiculous. With a wild look, he shouted that maybe he should officially announce this to the world, then what would happen to the precious kingdom? The veins on the king's forehead stood out. The queen frowned. The princes looked displeased. One of the nobles slapped his forehead. Hansu raised a finger. Raising his hand, he slyly shouted that he would go to the country that would revere him as a hero, let them do whatever they wanted, even if they caught him or locked him up, it was useless, he would not lift a finger. He presented the fragments of the coat of arms and said that the moment all of humanity learned of such treatment, they would lose all hope and their country would come to an end, and this applies to everyone who supported this ridiculous king. The nobles standing behind the warriors winced. The king grabbed his head. Hansu turned his gaze to him, hearing the question, what kind of support did he want? A sly smile appeared on his lips. Waving his hand, he began to list clothes, housing, high-quality food, equipment, potions, a map of the area, room service. He raised his little finger, introducing the woman. The dumpling king was dejectedly silent. Hansu raised his hands, happily addressing the king, who indignantly asked, did he still have anything left? Connecting his fingers in a coin gesture, Hansu asked for money. The coins seemed to hit the dumpling head of the king. The guy imagined himself running with a sword and shield and thought that playing a game that he had already completed was pretty boring, so why not take a more fun path, using cheats? Clouds floated above the bright castle. Moral grabbed her head, saying that she did not think that he would be able to do something else in one day. He heard such a proverb, pigs living at someone else's expense grunt incessantly, no matter how much you give them, it is still not enough. Hansu sat on the bed, hearing that the king who provided him with financial support would demand from him accordingly, greed would destroy him. Raising his palm, the boy asked if this was too much, and was told that it was better to have a bad deal than to have serious complaints. The girl crossed her arms, saying that even if he won, there would definitely be times when he would have to suffer losses. With her hands on her hips, she turned away, saying that if she had more time, she would be there to stop him, but she was so busy with the influx of students. The girl imagined a wheat field, saying that the owner of the mill thought that the wheat was growing only for him, a Hansu student. They were not the only candidate for the role of the hero. The boy looked amazed to hear that there were already quite a few graduates. He imagined the planet, hearing that they were returned to Earth peacefully. The boy carried an old man on his back across the road. Moral continued that they help those in difficult situations and live happily. She disappeared, leaving a bright spark, ending that she hoped that he would try his best too. Hansu touched his head in dismay, thinking that he, the owner of the mill, was not the only person who came to this world. He imagined a watering can watering a tree, and thought that meant there were other candidates, each with their own practice room where they were raised as heroes. Hansu leaned back on the bed, thinking that an educational institution the size of an entire world, meant for one person, how stupid was he to think that, he had no sense of reality. The boy looked up at the question, was something gnawing at him? Lenovo leaned towards him, worried. Her chest was right in front of his reddened face. Hansu waved his pillow, driving her away, and shouted what he told him not to start the conversation so suddenly. The girl sat on the bed, and the confused guy thought that since yesterday she has not left his side, not counting the time for sleep, in the past, being in such a situation, his heart would jump out of his chest, but because of what Professor Moral said, one way or another, it makes him worry. The blonde turned around when the guy asked if he was definitely the only hero summoned to this land, and confirmed. The hero imagined a huge demon and thought that she said that she was too busy with the flow of students, which means that even now there are many people fighting against the demon lord, but in this world, he is the only hero. Hansu thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking, are these parallel worlds? He imagined rows of heroes and planets, and thought that the number of exactly the same worlds corresponds to the number of students, like an offline role-playing game where he is the only one enjoying the gameplay. Clutching his head, he turned away, thinking that the situation has become even more delirious. Clenching his fist firmly, the hero decided that he needed to forget about this and think about how to quickly return to Earth. She said that the graduates had been returned and were now living a happy life. There must be some way for him to return too. Waving his hand, Hansu called Lenovo. She asked where he was going. With a sly smile, the guy turned around and replied that he was receiving long-awaited support. He should enjoy it to the fullest, right? The king raised his finger, saying that he had one condition. The day before, as he promised, he opened his treasury and provided the hero with financial support. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he trusted her with controlling expenses. Hansu silently looked ahead, thinking that nothing could be done about it. He himself would have done the same in the place of the Dumpling King. People were walking along the street of the kingdom. Lenovo pointed her finger at the colored ball in admiration, asking if it would be okay if they bought it. She had wanted one for a long time. Discouraged, Hansu thought that the king must have chosen the wrong observer. The price tag was 200,000. As he left, he waved his hand, making the girl happy that he allowed her to buy, and thought that it wasn't his money. There were various items on the table. This place is the center of trade for the entire kingdom. There are many things of excellent quality here. However, due to the very high rent, the prices here are very high. He imagined scrolls and weapons, and thought that all goods with the word magic in their names were incredibly expensive. The guy imagined gadgets and technology, thinking that they could be compared to the advanced technology goods on Earth. Hansu turned his gaze to the girl who said that she bought it. In her palms was a colorful magic ball. The guy glanced sideways at the surprised passers-by. The hero walked forward and said that if she was finished, they should go faster. He imagined how happily he walked with a basket and thought that during the first playthrough, he walked along the streets in his school uniform, which attracted unnecessary attention. He did not want to repeat this experience. There was a dress in the window. Lenovo looked forward in surprise. Then her face changed to admiration, and she said that it suited the hero very well. Hansu was wearing a suit with a blue cloak and hat. The girl hesitated. Hansu closed his eyes and said that there was no need to lie. He himself knew that this was just a fashion disaster. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. He continued that it was all for the sake of shopping. He walked proudly on the street while passers-by were discussing his luxurious suit. He was an aristocrat. This was extraordinary. He must be the son of some noble family. With a pompous face, Hansu thought that as he expected, the common people would not treat an aristocrat badly, so they would also leave Lenovo alone seeing her with him, and they could focus on shopping. The girl walking behind asked where they were going. He was skipping all the famous forges and alchemy shops. After all, it was his first time here. With a sly look, Hansu said that they were going to the black market. The blonde clasped her hands and asked, "Is the noble hero going to put his hand in the illegal trade?" The girl's mouth dropped open in shock when she heard the guy say that she had bought the magic ball illegally because she had acquired it for her own benefit. With a sly grin, Hansu continued that although he had given her permission, she had not refused. The shocked heroine trembled when she heard that they were accomplices. She pursed her lips in alarm. Then she smiled sweetly and said that she thought that if it was for the sake of world peace, then the black market would do, since even medicine often used deadly poison. The guy in the hat put his hands on his hips and said that if she understood, she should keep quiet and follow him. The escort asked how they would find the black market. She introduced the guards in the room and said that even she, who had lived here for a long time, had only heard of it from rumors. They were constantly changing the location of the auction, so it was very difficult to find them. The blonde peeked out from behind the boy, who thought that, to be honest, a rookie hero who just came to this world, who understood everything more than the locals, looked very suspicious. Lenovo tilted her head in surprise when she heard the question of who he was, and answered that he was the chosen hero, to which the boy suggested thinking about how a hero could be an ordinary simpleton. He introduced a dragon, a fairy, and a demon, and said that if he could defeat a demon lord plus with his skill plus 500% experience, then some dragons, fairies, and other magical creatures that have lived for thousands of years would have been able to kill him a long time ago. Determinedly pointing his finger at himself, Hansu told her to listen carefully, that the true face of a hero who can crush the devil himself does not lie in some numbers. A sly grin appeared on his face, and the girl said with admiration that she understood. Walking forward, the guy in the hat told her to keep quiet and called her to follow him, but as Lenovo said, he did not know where the location of the black market was. Clouds were floating in the sky. He thought that it would be easy to find out if he went to some local tavern. The heroes stopped next to one of them. Lenovo looked out from behind the indifferent guy with interest. Two men at the table were arm wrestling. One offered to pull, because he already knew that if he lost, he would kill him. The girl approached the client and asked what he would like to drink. He asked for a beer, or better yet, two. On the other hand, the man in the hat was playing a musical instrument. Smiling wryly, Hansu thought that nothing had changed, which was understandable, because he had returned to the past. The man he called Tony was wiping his mug. Leaning on the table, the guy heard the question. He knew him, and answered that he knew him very well. He remembered Tony teaching him how to throw daggers, telling him to aim for the chest first and the head last, and thought that he was a former assassin who quit his job and opened a bar. During the first playthrough he was a lost vagabond, and Tony taught him how to survive in this world. He was not only a good friend but also a teacher. It would seem that he would befriend him again. He was not here for this. And the annoying Lenovo was hanging around. Hansu crossed his arms, hearing the words that he was very glad that the guy visited his modest establishment with this wonderful beauty, that he wanted to order. They had all the types of alcohol that were sold in the kingdom. A bead of sweat ran down the guy's cheek, who wondered if he should use a secret language. The man with a mug in his hand listened when he heard the question. Did he receive some good alcohol today? He turned away and answered that if he had enough money, he could pour him some. Tony held 2 expensive glasses in his hand and said that today they received a dark beer, a black dragon, aged 27 years. He advises him to order roast lamb with it to fully reveal the taste. Hansu resolutely frowned, understanding that the black market will be today. The Black Dragon is the place where the auction is held. In addition, some additional information depends on how the bartender pours alcohol. There was a candle and a lamp on the wall. A question was heard by chance. He has not opened the bottle yet, and the answer that he could recommend him another alcohol, to which the hero apologized, saying that he is a little greedy. The bartender holding the mug heard that he would like to ask one more thing. Closing one eye, Hansu asked what about the quality of the lamb, to which he heard that he cannot even doubt it. The boy imagined the people behind bars and thought that the roasted mutton meant that although it was illegal in the kingdom, the main item of the auction this time would be slaves. With a wicked smile, Hansu said that he wanted to order 2 portions of mutton then. There was a sign on the wall of the building. The door opened. The girl with full cheeks covered her mouth when she heard the order to move faster, and asked why they were in such a hurry. Hansu asked with a puzzled expression. She was also asking. They sat down to eat because they had reserved seats, and they still had time before the auction began. He introduced the dish, pointing his finger at the girl, and said that the mutton she was served was too fatty, and they were waiting for her to have another portion prepared. There was a silver symbol on the gold sign. Lenovo asked how he knew the bartender. Hansu replied that to others he looked like an ordinary bartender. The guy remembered how he sat with a glass next to a man and a woman last time, and thought that for him, a naive schoolboy, this is a true friend who taught him the laws of the jungle of this world. If he were not a hero, they would have opened some kind of business with him. Walking ahead, Hansu said that there is one more thing that she should not tell the king. In addition to a 5-fold bonus to experience, the hero has another ability. Looking at the people in front of whom there were pink system windows, he thought that from the moment he got to this world, he can see information about anyone. He many times wondered why only he can do this. But after the words of the professor, Moro begins to understand little by little. He imagined himself lying in blood in front of a bewildered troll, and thought that in the early stages, if the candidate is not able to distinguish between the strong and the weak, he can get involved in a losing fight for him and die a stupid death. Fortunately, this ability increases efficiency. Hansu glanced at the girl with one eye and asked if it wasn't logical for a hero whose goal was to kill the demon king to have such a skill. She asked then could he see her stats? The girl's cheeks turned red. A pink system window appeared in front of her, stating that she was a level 200 human, a scholar specializing in magic, with the skills of magic, sorcery, charm, cooking, eternal youth, and in a state of curiosity. The guy imagined demons, thinking that she was level 200, not even up to the level of the weakest servant of the demon king. The girl opened her mouth, preparing to listen carefully, while the guy thought that her skills were high rank and despite the fact that she had frightening potential. Hansu abruptly turned away, causing her to ask why he had fallen silent, and thought that when he remembered the first circle and her future, he replied that it didn't matter, they had to hurry. A man in simple shoes took a step next to the girl. The man next to him was holding a knife. He cut the string holding the bag and the magic ball. Lenovo turned around in shock. The bandit immediately rushed to run away. The colored ball fell down. However, the guy managed to catch it almost at the ground, and quickly threw it. The man's eyes widened. The magic ball hit him in the back with force. The unsuccessful thief fell to the ground. Holding the magic ball in his palm, Hansu said that he hit the spot between the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae. He tossed the ball in his palm, saying that the lower back is a pretty important place, and if you do not take care of this injury, he will have problems. Indifferently looking down, the brunette continued that his daily life will become more difficult because his legs will lose sensitivity. With a grin looking at the trembling man, the hero said that he is brave. The man in the scarf winced. A system window appeared in front of him with a description that his level is 8. He is a thief whose luck is increased during the day, with the skills of escape and murder, and he was nervous. Holding the ball in his palm, Hansu thought that his stats had dropped, so all he could do was throw stuff. The man gritted his teeth fiercely and thought that there was a 7-level difference between them, the stronger one. The first time he tried to avoid maniacs and bad guys, but now he was different from his past self. The guy in the cloak put his hand on his hip and said that if he gave in, returned the money and ran away, he would pretend that nothing happened. The thief's eyes lit up, and he screamed at him not to look down on him. Exhaling, Hansu touched his hat and thought that it was time to show off his experience from the past 10 years. He waved his hat in front of the attacker's eyes. The feather waved right at his eyes. Han-soo finished off the attacker with a ball to the neck. Standing behind him, he explained that the blow had landed between the 6th and 7th cervical vertebrae. It was the same principle as with the lower back, there would always be a weak spot. The thief fell face down, and the hero said that if he didn't want to suffer from the loss of feeling in his hands and a crooked neck, he would have to take good care of that area. It was his punishment for going against him. The guards carried the thief away. Lenovo approached Han-soo, who was sitting on a bench, and said that she had explained the situation to the guards. Of course, the fact that he was a hero was a secret. The boy looked away, thinking that even if that was the case, rumors would spread throughout the kingdom in a few days, but for now it was better to hide his status, so that it would be easier to move around the city. The boy was discouraged to hear that it seemed like he had killed people before. Han-soo furiously shouted at her not to dare call him a murderer. He remembered killing a man in the past, and thought that after carrying out various tasks for 10 years, he had developed a habit of killing those who were perceived as enemies without further thought. As he stood up, the boy turned to Lenovo and asked if she knew what level an average adult was. Introducing the man with the gun, he said that it was the 3rd. Figuratively speaking, if you give a farmer a gun, it will add about 2 levels to him. The thief was lying on a cart with hay. The hero said that the level of the one who attacked him was 8. Recalling the boy's system characteristics, he said that judging by his skills, he was neither a hunter nor a soldier, so apparently. The blonde blushed in admiration, that he knew that he had committed crimes and killed many townspeople, and the respected hero decided to completely eliminate the possibility of other victims. Theatrically extending her hand, she stated that before defeating the Demon King, he nobly chose to save the lives of the locals. This was the first great achievement of the respected hero. Catching up with the guy, she asked if his level had increased, and Han-soo remembered, saying that he should check since he had a 5-fold increase in experience. With a wave of her hand, a system window appeared, which said that he was a level 4 superhuman, specialty hero, skills, interpretation, tenacity, spirit sword, stealth assassination and assassination. Raising a finger, the blonde said that all animals and plants have an internal power, some become stronger as they develop, but most increase this power by stealing or absorbing, and the accumulated power is displayed in the status as a level. Han-soo imagined athletes and thought that level 4 corresponds to athletes on Earth. A system where he becomes stronger by killing others is quite consistent with some kind of role-playing game. He waved his hand, thinking that in any case, he was a thief and a murderer, so he did a good deed. Resolutely clenching his fist, Han-soo thought that he felt great. The girl raised her hands, hearing the request to take care of the bag of money. An elf with glowing eyes stood at the corner, and heard him ask him to stop trying to be nice. Han-soo in a hat stands with Lenovo. The protagonist sees a silhouette around the corner. His gaze is wary. The man comes out to them smiling and asks if the guy is really Tony's client. MC frowns and replies that he is not a client, but a sworn enemy. The interlocutor nods and asks to follow him. The 3 heroes go forward. It is explained that the black market operates secretly, and behind the scenes of the entire continent is hiding not the easiest enemy. Their safety is really close to a clinical case of misophobia, because even Han-soo could not reveal their identities. He stares at the man's back, thinking that at least the password is still valid. He turns around, declaring that it is already here, inside. They entered a 2-story house. The girl walks next to the protagonist, asking if this place looks like the general's house. He asks to look down. They look down and see that on the floor there is a magic circle of spatial transfer. The materials from which it is made must be very expensive. Lenovo says in surprise that she did not know this and thought that the black market was hidden somewhere in the capital. The guy claims that the people from there are meticulous. MC angrily asks not to be surprised at everything as a country bumpkin. She replies that the respected hero is very strange. At this time the client is asked to puts a mask on his face. Lenovo puts on a golden mask. In the room, a conversation is heard about how Han-soo is embarrassed, but sometimes there are people who boldly walk around the black market without a mask. But as a future hero, he cannot afford it. The guide turns around hearing the protagonist want him to hurry. He replies that he understands him. Suddenly a bright pentagram shines under them. There is a flash. The friends look at each other. The girl asks what probably transferred them underground because it is dark there. He asks not to turn on the light so carelessly. Han-soo stands with Lenovo surrounded by guards. He states that he would not like to deal with the fighters hiding around them. Standing in a mask, he realizes that he was here during the first playthrough. It is located approximately under the forest in the western part of the capital. The character prays to the statue. The hero thinks about the fact that until one fool who believed in the cult came and did not summon the devil, this place was sometimes used as a black market and he visited it as a guest. A purple light is visible. They are told that it is an honor for them to visit their market. A man with a lamp stands in front of them. The protagonist asks about the auction, hearing that it will start soon. The gray-haired man assures that there is little time left. He wants to take them to their places after a short explanation. A hammer and a bell are on the table. He explains that you need to hit it opposite your place. Various jewelry lies on the table. He says that they will have to pay in advance with gold or something else, while warning that they are not responsible if the heroes suffer problems or losses as a result of revealing their identity. The guy in the mask asks Miss Extra if she heard the words of the guide. She is confused. Adjusting the mask, the girl answers that her name is wrong. The protagonist asks to be silent. A cute girl is standing among flowers. It is explained that Lenovel is an archaeologist, a famous beauty on the middle continent. The question sounds what she was thinking when she tried to reveal herself at the market. The guide asks with a smile to follow him. MC turns to her friend and asks never to create problems here. Signs glow near her leg and head. The guy warns that if she does not want to be buried alive. Their eyes are visible in the darkness. She exclaims that explosive magic circles are located all over the place. He replies that the words do not create problems have a very deep meaning, if she does not want to be buried here. A bright light is visible. A man stands on the stage, greeting the crowd. The guide bows to the guys, hoping that they will spend their time productively. The host, spreading his arms, shouts that they are starting the auction. A big guy in chains stands in front of him, declares that the first item is a survivor from the land of demons, a war veteran. Scars are visible on his body. The question sounds if they saw his wounds all over his body. He was dying after defeating a strong demon, and he was found and cured in time. His eyes are red. The host claims that this is a warrior who offered himself as a slave to pay off a debt, ideal as a gladiator or bodyguard. The main character clenches his teeth thinking that the war veteran is a complete zero. In front of the big guy you can see a system window that this person is level 11 with a warrior specialization. MC understands that no matter how much they praise him, they won't be able to fool him. People are ringing the bells, thinking that his condition was the only highly valued skill he had, and it's unlikely that there will be a fool who would buy someone weak for money, strong only in spirit. Enthusiastic Lenovel says that she understood his plan, while he notes that apparently everyone there has money. Putting up a finger, he happily asks that he will buy the best slave and make a comrade out of him, noting that he thinks like the ancients. Han-Soo is silent in anger. He sees the scene and realizes that during the first playthrough he did it differently, trying to save the slave rather acquired a burden. With anger he imagines that situation and understands that if only he had known then about her annoying character and hatred of people, he would not have made a bet. Lenovel sitting next to the hero says that he was sold, but he seemed like a very strong slave. MC replies that there is nothing wrong with that. Sitting opposite the bell, the protagonist claims that the real auction is starting now, and if you spend money thoughtlessly at the very beginning, you will only lose the advantage when something more valuable appears. The host points to the girl in shackles, shouting that this is their second option, offering to look at her delicate skin, since she is a respected daughter from a noble family that was captured by demons. The guys are sitting at the table. Lenovel turns to Ha-Soo, who interrupts saying that they did not come to play toys, because it is not their job to save nobles. The frightened guy stands next to the warrior, thinking that if that girl were here, she would have forcibly stopped the auction without asking permission and would insist on the release of all the slaves. He covers his face with anger, thinking that he will remember all the troubles he went through to clean up after her. The man in chains comes out. The next item is announced. The protagonist is shocked to see him. He clenches his fists with joy and understands that this is what he needs, just perfect. A thin, long-haired guy is chained. He looks forward. The protagonist notices his empty eyes. Very thin, Han-Soo thinks about his skinny form due to malnutrition. MC's eyes sparkle. A system window pops up in front of the prisoner saying that he is level 286 in the specialization of a mercenary who is a spearman. He realizes that he clearly sees his true value, and he is not interested in skills and status. What is important is that he has a high level. The host stands in front of him shouting that he is a former mercenary who operated in the north of the kingdom. He may look bad due to malnutrition, but he has mastery of a spear. The auction participants think, hearing that if they buy it in order, it can become an excellent tool. Han-Soo folds his hands and thinks about the problem of convincing a slave who has lost the will to live to work, so the reaction is expected. With a grin, he realizes that this is the perfect slave for him. Lenovel rings the bell after the order. A countdown is heard in the room. The protagonist sits in a chair with a confident look, hearing the congratulations of the buyer in the wolf mask for buying a great product at a low price. The companion looks at him and asks if he saw the mercenary status. He replies that the prisoner is level 286. She exclaims that it is almost the same as Mr. Alex. The fierce warrior holds a sword. It is said that this remark upset the future king of the sword. So far Alex has not become stronger, and has not received his title. A fighter with a spear stands near the defeated enemies. It is explained that the reason the mercenary has a high level is that he constantly wandered and killed many different creatures. Although this is not so easy to do. The worker puts the key on the contact saying that this is for the master. Behind Han-Soo there is a mercenary on a chain. Lenovel in a mask asks when they will return. He asks if she has gone crazy, because the shopping is just beginning. Goblin stands on the stage. Hammer rushes forward. Girl in shackles appears as goods. The companion tells MC that she is not well. He asks to be patient a little longer. An old man on a chain appears in front of the participants. It is explained that Hansu was not going to stay long. The guests immediately squander most of the money, and the black market begins to present pitiful goods. The mercenary silently watches. The guy realizes that he got a good slave. The protagonist sitting on a chair says that it is time to leave. Surprisedly looks forward. In front of him is an elf in shackles. He exclaims that they picked her up in the famous forest on the southern continent. She looks forward. The host shouts that her mind is a little broken, but her appearance and origin are very valuable. There are huge handcuffs on her hands. Surprised auction participants hear that in addition to this, she is innocent. The protagonist excitedly hears that if there is a buyer looking for a second-generation product, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her long hair is visible. She talks about how elves are a superior race that contains the secret dreams of people, and it would be hard to call it fantasy if there were no elves. People simultaneously ring the bell shouting that everyone should definitely get it, because you can't miss the chance to buy a noble elf. The protagonist nervously holds his mask and thinks that, as expected, they were deceived, because our elves noble. She stands sadly on the stage, reflecting on the fact that because nature has endowed them with longevity, but weak fertility, their birth rate is so low that one might think that they are taking pills. Lenovo, sitting next to the protagonist, states that they say that the elves who lost to people in the fight for lands fled and hid in the depths of the forest. She heard that they became simple prey. The product is still on the stage. She tells the hero that the elf is strange. He thinks that she just noticed. Lost in thought, he notices that his companions seem to have recently been sick. While realizing that as an excellent mage, she also felt it. He watches closely, realizing that the elf is special. A system window pops up in front of her, stating that she is level 851, an archer specialization with shooting skills. Hansu holds a hammer and understands that there is nothing to even think about, because if he does not buy her, it will be a loss. The elf watches silently. The guy realizes that he does not care at all about her appearance, because she corresponds to the level of a mid-rank demon. The monster stands with his pet, reflecting on the fact that given her origin and skills, this should be between mid and high rank. That is, he equates her to the familiar of the demon Lord Petinar. A notification with her characteristics is visible. He understands that her condition is more like a hospital diagnosis. The first curse on the list looks like the work of a demon, which led her to a state in which she is healthy physically but not mentally. The enthusiastic host smiles. The protagonist reflects on the fact that the next ones are undoubtedly the work of the black market. They played it safe so that she could not resist. Hansu knocks on the bell with a hammer. Hearing about another bet from the gentleman in the wolf mask, the countdown begins. The question sounds whether someone is ready to challenge the gentleman. The participants think. One of them notes that such a beautiful elf is rare to see. The other answers that it would be more profitable to spend this money on another warrior. MC looks at them, realizing that due to the fact that they do not know her level, the line of a reasonable price will definitely not be crossed. The host smiles and shouts that since there are no offers, the elf is sold to the person who offered the highest bid. Raising his hand, the countdown begins. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind him. The heroes open their mouths in shock. The host turns around in fear. The participants look in amazement. In front of them is a huge hole in the wall. They shout that this is not a natural phenomenon, asking what the guards are doing. Hansu in a mask realizes that since this is not something that the hidden guards can handle, it means that this is an invasion. Lenovo screams in fear that the tunnel is about to collapse and they will be helplessly buried alive. He asks not to panic and watch carefully. A green glow is visible among the stones. A sound comes from the tunnel. A small stone glows green. Earth elementals fly forward. MC realizes that their appearance means that they are invaders. A group of elves walks among the killed guards. The frightened workers shout that they broke inside using elementals and they need to be stopped immediately. The girl calmly declares that thanks to one stupid nobleman who stood out too much, they were able to penetrate with ease. Clutching the dagger, he orders not to waste the opportunity and go on the attack to save his kinsman. The elves shoot from bows. The workers with weapons scream from the damage inflicted. They run to the attack shouting that they need to protect the clients, and even if they kill them, they cannot leave scratches on the body. The heroine with a serious look calls the elementals. Raising her hand, blue energy appears that pierces the enemies. They writhe in pain. Hansu in a mask realizes that someone from the royal family has appeared in this foul place. Elf Queen Sylvia looks ahead calmly. The system says that she is a high race at level 284 with a shaman specialty. Her image appears. MC realizes that now she is nothing more than a princess. But after the king dies during the uprising, she will give up traveling and inherit the throne. An arrow points to her. It says that this is the future queen of the elves and one of his companions in the past. The body of the elf lies on the ground. Hansu reflects on the fact that in an attempt to save her relatives, she led to the death of others, as she had a bad habit of doing during his first playthrough. The heroine squeezes the blade. A bright light is visible. The protagonist realizes that she did not join his party, so the level is quite low, but having talent means that the rank of her skill is good. She begins to cast a spell in rage. Opponents burn alive screaming for help. The guy notes that elementalism was a damn scary skill. The guide stands next to MC and calls him the gentleman in the wolf mask. He waves his hand indicating the way. The guy understands that even in such a critical situation, they prioritize the evacuation of clients. Lenovo, standing opposite, asks if they should help them with the rescue. She smiles sweetly. The protagonist thinks about this look. He sadly understands that she wants to help the elves and teach the black market a lesson. In the middle of the cave, an order is heard to go to the shelter and wait there. She asks why. The protagonist furiously asks if she is really so stupid to talk about helping with the rescue. A mercenary is standing behind. A question sounds about what to do with him, clarifying whether the companion wants them to leave him to die. Raising his hand, the protagonist declares that he cannot believe that she wants to abandon a comrade who will now be with them, offering her to change her views on life. Chairs are lying near the tables. He notes that they are the only clients who have not evacuated. The slaves lie on the ground, realizing that since they are immobilized by shackles, they could not escape in this fight and died. Pointing to the heroine with the mercenary, he declares that he will figure it out himself, and that she should go to the shelter with her new comrade. She replies that she understands. The protagonist looks forward while they leave. The amazed auctioneer hears an appeal to himself. Seeing Hansu asks why he did not run away, he asks to answer his questions. The amazed host hears the question whether it is true that this product no longer belongs to them. He agrees. The elf looks forward while the host states that the rules state that they must pay first, but under the current circumstances, the product goes to him, and from this moment on her life is in the hands of the gentleman in the mask. The protagonist looks at him and hears a request to follow the auctioneer to a safe zone. Since she is under the influence of anesthetics, she will not resist. The gentleman in the wolf mask grins, realizing that he is not stupid at all. The elf fights the guard. Hansu understands that the auctioneer has realized that the invader's goal is the slave and also realized that the battle is not going in their favor. The host smiles and hears that he is capable. While answering that they overestimate him, the protagonist thinks that since he did not have time to look after the elf, he decided to put this burden on him. Holding the blade, the auctioneer smiles and declares that in this case he will perform the rest of his duties. Dexterously cuts the enemy's body. The protagonist looks at how he fights and understands that it turns out that the auctioneer from the stage is quite strong. The guards run inside, understands that they have finished evacuating the guests to a safe zone and have come to the rescue, therefore it is clear what will happen next. Sylvia is in shackles. The guy realizes that the future queen of the elves will be captured there and put up for sale as a slave. He scratches his head and understands that she will not be punished for the incident, since the price of the goods may fall, and part of the profit received from its sale will go to the family of the deceased guards. Hansu holds the elf's face with a smile, while greeting her. She watches him and hears that he wants to say directly that if she stays alive, Sylvia will surrender. She looks surprised, hearing the question of whether she understands what he is getting at. The elf quietly answers that this child has a kind heart. The warrior stands opposite the auctioneer with the goods. The protagonist thinks about the fact that she did not give up in the battle until the moment came when the slave was taken hostage. In the memories, they were sitting near the fire. Hansu realizes that then, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, she surrendered and told this story later. He holds the elf's face. With a grin, he takes off the mask, realizing that this is the look of someone who decided to sacrifice himself. He presses her to himself. He kisses her without closing his eyes. Sylvia is shocked to see this. The elf opens her eyes in embarrassment. Her cheeks are red. The protagonist understands with a serious expression that her heart has opened to him. The warrior holds out her hand in rage. The elf closes her eyes to understand that Sylvia fought for someone like her, while noting that she does not want her to experience the life of a slave even for a moment. They sit on a green field where the warrior is still small. She wishes her to always be happy. Tears flow from her eyes. She thanks him. Hansu puts on a mask saying that there is no need for thanks. The girl reaches out and calls the teacher. The protagonist with a frightening look declares that he can also enjoy this thanks to her. He breaks her neck. Sylvia is shocked to see this. The elf's body falls to the ground. MC thinks that it was easy due to the demonic curse and because he killed someone with level 851. The pop-up window says about the 4th level. In the next message you can see the 165th level of the protagonist. He with a crazy grin that this system is simply amazing. He looks at his hand and realizes that due to this murder he instantly increased his level, and if he used standard methods he would have gone a whole year. The warrior holds a sword. The protagonist understands that there is no need for talent or origin if you just kill by any means the one who is stronger, then there is a world where anyone can become like that just by killing. A bright light appears in front of him. He thinks that although this will require some effort and luck, in any case, the opportunity is given to everyone, a beautiful fantasy world full of dreams and hopes. With a grin he tells himself that only if he himself is a winner. The host looks at him with fear, asking why he did this. The protagonist, turning around, asks not to worry because he will pay the entire amount. while realizing that people who do not know about the system will think that killing a slave is ineffective and it would be better to use him as a subordinate, but he has a special bonus. The murder pattern is shown. He realizes that it is as if he killed 5 elves of level 851. A flash appears in front of him, while he thinks that there is still a lot of experience around here. A bright light burns in the opponent's hand. Sylvia furiously asks how he dared to do this to her teacher. The protagonist jumps off the stage. He takes the sword from the floor. Waving it, he declares that this is not the type of sword he prefers, but this time it will do. Frantically holding the blade, he understands that he is now level 165, and what he could not do before is now possible. The elf lies on the ground, realizing that she can rest in peace. The sacrifice will not be in vain. With a smirk, he thinks that now there will be no outcome in which the princess will become a slave. MC runs to the attack, shouting that now is the time to fulfill his dream. Elves with weapons stand in front of the princess. They shoot at him. He deftly dodges arrows and daggers. Jumps high above the enemies, realizing that his body can't keep up with his thoughts. The frightened elves look up, while the protagonist realizes that he thought that if he increased his level, it would become easier. But is this similar to what he experiences at the peak of his abilities? The guy in the wolf mask smiles, realizing that everything is relative. A window with information about level 189, archer specialization and skills appeared in front of the enemy. The protagonist notices that she is using her abilities incorrectly and her reaction leaves much to be desired. The warrior cuts her body, noting that the most important thing is that her movements are too predictable. Her partner looks at her in shock, while Hansu realizes that if you take a dagger in your hands, you can't keep your distance. It is better to go on the offensive. Raising the blade, he thinks that either she has not fought with people before, or is accustomed only to archery from a distance. Despite this, he got a high-quality dagger. The enemy with the sword insults the protagonist. He turns around and wonders if there is an even bigger idiot here. The opponent puts out his sword and runs to attack. The protagonist intercepts the blade. Calmly swings it. In a few movements he ends up near the opponent's throat. With a grin he greets the frightened elf. His eyes open in surprise. MC punches him in the face. He flies away. He holds the dagger and swings again. He plunges it into the opponent's body. He screams in pain. The protagonist's eyes sparkle. He sees a burn on himself, thinking that a fire attack has occurred. Behind the elf stands a magician with a large fire sign. The protagonist is angry, thinking that she mistook him for a stake. Streams of energy rush towards him. A scream is heard that the spell must be concentrated in one point. Hansu smiles. The elf rolls his eyes after a deadly attack. Bright fiery rays pierce the space. It is said that the friend he recently made will help him, the meat elven shield of friendship. The elf with the sword stands near the magician and says that this is unthinkable. MC runs with the elf in his hands, asking if the opponent will shoot again. The fighter in the wolf mask goes forward, saying that the enemy is still. Throws him forward, shouting that he is alive. Taking up the sword, he declares that they are slightly familiar, but he will borrow it for a short time. The elf is shocked to see how the protagonist cuts down opponents. Screams in horror. The protagonist, taking out his sword, says that since his cry is beautiful, he probably also sings beautifully, although no one will hear it. Hansu is surprised after hearing something. Leaning over the dying enemy, he says that he cannot die from some kind of blood loss. Sylvia stands behind him with a sword. The elf lies in blood. The guy says that if he dies a natural death, his precious experience that is meant for him will disappear. The protagonist laughs and says that if this is so, then their friendship is over. The princess with the sword madly orders to kill this man. Warriors with weapons shout that they cannot forgive him. Elementals fly up. Hansu exhales, realizing that they are indeed easily subject to emotions. A family of elves walks through the village. It is said that because of their long life, they live as a single community, and this makes them one family over time. This can be their strength and weakness. Grinning, the protagonist claims that the death of their comrades makes them lose their composure, leaving a gap in their defense. The auctioneer orders the workers to block the exit. A question is heard that the protagonist is not alone there. Guards with swords stand near him, hearing the demand to cover the gentleman in the wolf mask. Armed fighters stand opposite the elf. They fight each other fiercely. Hansu cries and talks about his precious experience. Destruction occurs behind him. Standing in clouds of smoke, he turns around. Sylvia calls elementals in a rage. The protagonist understands that even if they are cornered, they are still strong, and it seems she is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Taking a knife out of the corpse, he understands that if he does not continue to increase the level, he will be buried, which means there is no time to be careful. Drops of blood fly to the side. He realizes that he must fight, preparing to lose a couple of fingers. The elf behind him swings his sword while he looks at the severed finger. MC in a rage pushes the enemy, screaming whether it was necessary to cut off the finger right now, because he was trying to collect his thoughts, and he was humiliated. He pokes a dagger, saying that he will compensate for the damage with his experience. There is a finger on the floor. The protagonist tries to put it back in place. The finger is restored. Sylvia watches him while he says that he looks a little crooked, but maybe it's just his imagination. Frowning, the elf asks if he is a demon. Waving her finger, she replies that it is sad that she thinks so. Sylvia stands among the corpses. He says that after the carnage that they both arranged. The tired elf looks. The guy thinks that again she is the only survivor like the first time, but with one difference. With a smirk, the protagonist realizes that his intervention changed the course of time. The dead guard lies on the ground. Hansu thinks that since they could not take a hostage, they could not stop the princess's rage. The black market was on the verge of destruction. Throwing the blade, he realizes that he can only guess how many people died. A window pops up in front of the enraged rival with information that she is a high elf of level 288. He realizes that her level has changed. The surprised protagonist realizes that she has risen several steps up. MC holds the blade smiling, realizing that it is also good. The system window says that it is level 203. He bows, expressing gratitude to the elves who turn to experience for his sake. The angry princess looks at him. He realizes that there is only one flask with experience left. With a smirk, he realizes that he cannot miss it under any circumstances. Sylvia swings, screaming that the demon will die with her. Energy forms around the warrior. She calls the elementals of the earth. The guards are frightened to notice that everything is collapsing and they need to quickly run to the exit. The protagonist, scratching his head, declares that he knows what is on her mind, clarifying whether he will hold back. On his face is a wolf mask. He says that if she does this, the corpses of the elves will become useless. The enraged rival declares that he knew all this and yet. Blood bags are visible. The protagonist explains that the corpses of elves can be sold at a high price. This is associated with eternity. They are used as magical catalysts. Running his finger along the blade, he says that they are cut into pieces like in a first-class butcher's work. Sylvia frowns and shouts that it is true, so she cannot ignore the deaths of her comrades and run away. The masked fighter asks what she wants to turn this place into a cemetery. Holding the sword, she hears that this is funny, because it was the princess who brought her comrades to this hellish anthill. With a mad smile, Hansu asks if that is so. She screams in rage that it is all because of him, and if not for him, everything would be different. A body lies nearby. Sylvia claims that if they had won, there would be no problems. The protagonist, pulling off the mask, says that it is a shame, but it is better not to involve his comrades who were not ready for defeat. The wolf mask falls to the floor, saying that she still insisted on his demonic nature. There is a bright light in front of him. The amazed guard carries another. They ask why they stopped. Sylvia looks at the elementals in fear and asks why they stopped and ignored her request. She asks in rage why they are protecting this demon. The protagonist with a smile plunges a dagger into her body. Smiling, the guy states that the elementals in comparison to her, who uses her friends as a tool for murder, hiding behind friendship, consider the hero more important. In her frightened eyes, Hansu is reflected. She asks about the hero. She lies on the ground holding her wound, hearing that the elementals love nature and if they want to protect it. Petinar smiles. The guy states that they cannot do without a hero who will defeat the Lord of Demons. Standing with his foot on the sword, he asks if it will be worse if he is buried alive when he dies. Blood flows from the elf's mouth. MC suggests not to meet for the third time. The joyful hero is shown on the film. It is said that at the end of this brutal battle, the future queen of the elves became another past step for the hero. The elf lies unconscious. For her it was a truly worthy end, truly great and beautiful. Moral, with his arms crossed, looks displeased. The worried protagonist looks away. He sits on the bed and hears the question whether he really killed all those elves. The hero's eyes are hidden. She says that when revenge and anger are combined, they give birth to a daughter whose name is Cruelty. She is terrible and difficult to control. A piece of metal lies. The girl says that good is heavy as lead. A feather falls down. It is explained that evil is light as a feather. Hansu is surprised to hear that in this way even if he defeats the demon lord. Discouraged looks hearing that apparently he is not destined to pass the test. Sitting on the bed he screams that this is unfair. Flashbacks of the battle are shown. He assures that the cruel elves attacked first. The professor spreads his hands, saying that patience brings peace, and impatience regret. While she asks if everything would have turned out for the better if he had endured, he reflects that it is impossible to sit and endure while swords are crossed. The warrior sits in the lotus position. Moral states that patience and time can do much more than strength and anger. Pointing at him with his hand, the professor asks him not to rush and calmly look around, clarifying what he sees. Hansu thinks. Raising his finger, he talks about experience. Alex grins. The guy says that he thinks that he can now kill the king of the sword. The teacher replies that you do not need to look at your weak comrades as flasks with experience. An insect sits on a branch. She explains that a dwarf sitting on a giant's shoulder sees further than the giant alone. The man folded his hands. It is explained that when a priest and a farmer are together, their knowledge is much greater than each of them separately. She points her finger upward. Moral looks at the student and says that this is his homework, to try to live peacefully, smiling even at those he doesn't like. A happy face is visible. The protagonist thinks that this is too difficult a task. The portal opposite Hansu closes. She manages to say that they will meet again in 2 days. The guy, looking into the void, says that they need to live peacefully. Sitting on the bed, he says that she should have said with whom exactly, because now she will have to worry about it. The girl next to him asks about what. La Nouvelle, smiling, holds a bag. In the house, the guy asks what she's doing here. She replies that she's accompanying a respected hero. He yells at her enraged that he left her to take care of the consequences on the black market, and her job of delivering the elf corpses home shouldn't have been easy. She replies that she only came after completing all the assignments. The bags are bloody. It says that the elf corpses are used as magical materials. The question sounds whether they said that they couldn't leave them to the black market. The cow smiles. It is explained that he just didn't want them to be cut into pieces and sold. With a smirk, MC thinks about how he can't let others profit from this when he himself went through all the suffering. The companion says that he doesn't forget to treat his enemies with respect. People mourn the dead. The question sounds whether the assistant took care of the families of the dead black market guards. She confirms. They carry the corpse up the steps. It is explained that it is quite a hassle to drag the corpses of elves from the 5th floor to the royal castle, and it would be amazing if there were elevators there. Gold coins are lying on the table. The guy realizes that he used all the gold he had to get the corpses at a low price, and also paid the black market for the services of safe transportation to the castle. Hansu changes clothes, asking how the negotiations with the Elf King went. She enthusiastically declares that she told about what happened through a magic ball, so it went well and the delegation will soon visit their kingdom. Standing behind the screen, he hears that they will arrive with the money that the respected hero insisted on so much. He replies that this is the most important thing. The protagonist puts on a black suit, realizing that due to the fact that he emptied his wallet to buy elf corpses, it will be hard if there is no one to replenish it again, because he was a hero who will save the world. The seller asks him smilingly if he wants another one. He understands that it does not mean that they will give him anything for free. The guy eats ice cream, realizing that he had enough and that they did not try to rob him, because if he did not have money for the journey, he would have died of hunger even on the second playthrough. He bites the delicacy thinking that in any case, everyone is mistaken about his level. With a smirk, he understands that they think that he is fourth. The elf sits on the throne. The protagonist thinks that the king of the elves cannot even imagine that his daughter attacked the hero and was killed by him. He walks next to La Nouvelle, realizing that there are no witnesses, since all the guards of the black market are dead, and he also convinced his companion that they killed each other themselves. The big guy hits the protagonist with a shout that there is a rumor that he changed his profession to an undertaker. The man smiles from ear to ear. The protagonist with a dissatisfied face understands that he is powerless against rumors. Ice cream is lying on the ground. He realizes that this is a secondary problem, and he does not need to respond to childish provocations. The fighter with a grin asks what he forgot at the royal training ground. He understands that he was just passing by. Warriors fight in the arena. The man says that there are 2 days left until the hero's debut. Grinning, he claims that he is looking forward to it. Hansu frowns and replies that he is also looking forward. A powerful spark of hatred arises between them. The protagonist's gaze is directed at the opponent. A system window appears in front of the fighter with information that he is at level 291, a swordsman with fencing skills. The professor raised her finger and said that you need to try to live peacefully and smile even at those you do not like. Standing opposite Alex, he confirms that he has changed his profession to an undertaker. Smiling embarrassedly, the protagonist assures that this is in order to make the best coffin for the enemy. The enemy's face is distorted from what he heard. His eyes fill with anger. A warrior in armor stands with a sword, talking about the Sword King Alex, a natural-born tank. The guy understands that despite the opinion that those who have excellent swordsmanship do not always become swordsmen. The fighter fights fiercely. It is explained that the swordsman who is truly valued in war is the one who is able to both protect allies and kill enemies for a long time, even if he is surrounded or left behind. The warrior in the cloak goes forward. It is said that he will be able to calmly return as someone with amazing swordsmanship and tenacity. Alex gets angry. The protagonist thinks that the reason why he will be called the Sword King is not only because he protected allies, but also because he was able to carry out solo missions. In the Hansu figurine there is a smaller Alex figurine. He realizes that the enemy will soon realize that the hero is higher in rank than the Sword King. The enemy with a smirk says that with such a sharp tongue, he could even defeat the Lord of Demons. MC smilingly states that no one knows about this. A cool demon is shown near the protagonist. It is said that if you remember his first playthrough, unfortunately the demon lord was more eloquent, and he must say that if it was a verbal duel, he would have lost. The man behind him assures that he could skip these 2 days and start instructing him right now. He thinks that victory is his this time. Alex mockingly says that if he so wants to get an apology earlier, is it necessary to go to the market now? With a dissatisfied face, the protagonist replies that he is in no hurry, so he should disappear from sight. Hansu and Lenovo continue walking while he is angry. The guy exhales, realizing that if he starts practicing, his level will be revealed. Since he wants to avoid the suspicions of the Elf King, he must act as if he is still on the 4th level. The protagonist stands on the defeated monster, realizing that he just needs to hide it until he gets a chance to go into the ancient ruins, somewhere deep in the forest. And then he will say everything that he got a level there. He thinks that and as a person has grown. Surprised, Lenovo watches him, while he understands that this is all thanks to the instructions of the professor of morality, since he treated the situation calmly. A huge wave overtakes him, while he thinks that in the past he would have cut Alex's throat in a fit of anger. But now he has achieved such progress that his provocations are still like peas against a wall. Looking in the mirror, he thinks maybe he is some kind of genius, his companion calls him. The joyful girl is interested in what he is doing today. Turning around, MC notices that she is slightly wary. He wonders why yesterday's events on the black market shocked her so much. The guards are piling up mountains of corpses. He thinks that he did not leave very many dead. Raising his finger, he asks the surprised girl what happened to their new mercenary comrade. The frightened prisoner trembles. The protagonist thinks that initially he was supposed to turn into a level up for him, but the professor said not to look at her weak comrades as experience, so now the mercenary works as a porter. They stand in front of the castle. It is said that in order to find the legacy of an ancient civilization, last time he gathered an expedition to the remote areas of fantasy, but this time he does not need to waste time wandering from place to place. With a grin, he realizes that he already knows where what he needs is. Flags are fluttering on the castle. A question sounds whether he has restored his health. It is said that he was inspired to hear that he will be a party member of the hero, and not a slave. The mercenary eats food. The girl says that she heard that he eats at such a pace that the yard cook cannot even take a break. Hansu smiles, saying that it is good, because he is level 286, and what can you take from him? A diagram of a person is shown. It is said that levels have a monstrous effect on progress, and unlike RPGs where you can greatly pump up an ability that is not needed, here the overall effect increases. Lifespan, resistance, strength, agility, and so on. The fighter is burning with rage, realizing that the more he thinks about it, the more angry he becomes, because they took away all his progress for 10 years in one click. Moral smiles. It is explained that returning to the past convinced him, because what if the teaching staff or those who stand behind him want? Looking at his hand, MC thinks that they can erase his levels and powers at any moment. Elementals are shown. It is explained that if he makes an effort with his heroic 5-fold experience boost, he will be able to get fantastic skills, but they mean nothing if the gods intervene in everything. He thinks about magic, witchcraft, martial arts, elementalism, blessing, considering that all this is not his. Clenching his fist, he realizes that the only real power is science. He walks down the street realizing that from now on he needs to rely much less on equipment. It means nothing since he will not return to Earth with it anyway. The sword has gold inserts. The protagonist thinks that the same applies to the hero's sacred sword, since it is impossible to give all returning fighters after defeating the demon lord a portable nuclear bomb. The guy turns around. The bald man smiles. The girl wipes the blade with a smirk. The protagonist clutches his head, saying that there are not so many useful shops. Lenovo asks if he is preparing for an adventure, and where he wants to go. Hansu answers with a serious look that where he is going, there is no way to get there in a day. Even if you use a magic transport circle and shorten the distance, it will still take a couple of days. The surprised companion hears that they need to hurry and prepare for an adventure. They are leaving as soon as they receive money from the elven delegation, because he does not want to go on foot. Smiling, he thinks that it is best to travel in comfort, even if it turns out to be more expensive, and since there will be a lot of money. The monster holds his parts. He realizes that whether it is a problem settler who was kicked out of the village. Standing in front of the fighters, he thinks about a group of suspicious guys. The gold coin jingles. It is explained that time and safety can be bought for money. This is the only lesson he has learned in his entire life. The girl walks behind, saying that the road is long, and you will have to get permission from His Majesty the King. Waving a coin on his finger, he replies that he knows perfectly well what the dumpling wants to hear. Hansu laughs, imagining the king, stating that he will humbly give permission if he promises to return as soon as he finishes everything. Alex grins. The protagonist understands that it is not yet clear whether the fighter will follow them as an observer. Lenovo runs after the guy, asking if they are going to the ruins. He denies. With a sly smile, MC claims that they are going to meet a powerful creature. Two heroes of red and blue colors are shown. He thinks that if his spiritual teacher is Tony, then the creature he is looking for can be called a mentor in physical strength. Smiling, he says that last time he met him completely by accident, but this time he can go there again. The girl imagines a dragon, asking if it is him. He replies that he should not be compared to flying lizards, it is insulting. The enchanted companion thinks. MC wonders what is wrong. She follows him, shouting that he usually looks at everyone as if he already knows everything. He declares that he looks at them like that because they deserve it. The protagonist angrily realizes that with all this magic they haven't even thought of toilets. Because how can you look at them as equals if they live in filth? He gives the girl a notebook, saying that he will explain what is needed for the expedition. Someone shouts about the hero. Turning around, he sees a soldier who declares that His Majesty is calling him to him. Surprised, Hansu hears that a delegation from the elven country has just arrived. With a grin, he realizes that it's high time. There is a crown on the floor. He reflects on the fact that not even a day has passed since the delegation is already there, and although their precious princess has died, there is nothing to be surprised about. The protagonist smiles, realizing that he does not need to wait long. Coughing, he declares that he should tell the king that he can deal with it as he wants because he just needs money. He replies that the delegation demanded a meeting. Showing a stop sign, he tells him to say that he refused. He assures that there may be problems. The protagonist opens his eyes hearing about the delegation. The elves are walking along the red carpet. The guard explains that the delegation is accompanied by the first Elfheim prince. MC is shocked and understands that things are bad. Holding his head, he realizes that an insanely strong intermediate boss wants to see him, and he has no choice but to go there. Red flags are hanging on the castle. Bright chandeliers illuminate the hall. The protagonist is standing with Lenouville. He looks at her with displeasure, asking what is needed. She replies that nothing. The excited guy hears that she sees him so confused for the first time. He says that he also did not know that the prince would come with the delegation. The race of elves is shown. It is about royal or arch-elves, theoretically one of the strongest races in this world. Eternal youth is inherent in all of them, and as they increase their levels, they develop immunity to diseases. A warrior with a sword walks past a dead mutant. It is said that they can only die a violent death, but there are very few warriors capable of defeating them. The protagonist stands next to a piece of cake, realizing that levels never fall and sometimes the level can be lowered by an ability. A cut is shown. It is said that elves' experience can accumulate in layers like on a pie, making them eternally strong. Hansu looks forward thinking that skills and ranks can either weaken if they are not used for a long time, but if they are constantly honed, they can increase like levels. The gates open. In front of him stands an arch-elf of level 999, a swordsman. The protagonist understands what it means that such monsters are born later. The system window shows his race and level. The guy realizes that the display limit is 999, and everything above is displayed with a plus. The word luck is written. He understands that he can have level 1000, and will be shown as 999, or maybe 5000, and from this point on there is no reliable way to assess the opponent's fighting ability except by relying on instincts. The protagonist trains with a sword, realizing that in the past, fearing such invisible levels, he trusted only widespread rumors and trained and traveled for many years to become stronger. The villain smiles. Hansu thinks about how defeating the demon lord turned out to be much easier. The enthusiastic elf talks with the others, while the protagonist realizes that based on his experience, it seems that he is much more dangerous, and perhaps all because he did not prepare for a fight with him as he expected a battle with the demon lord. Suddenly, the elf sees him. He says with a smile that it is a great honor for him to meet the great hero of legends, introducing himself as Nasus and saying that he does not know how to express his gratitude for the fact that he protected his younger sister and brothers. The elf happily warns that he cannot bother with titles and just call him by name, because the hero is allowed. MC thinks about Sylvia, realizing that this is the first time he talks to him and he is nice, which means that not all elves are as bloodthirsty as she is. The protagonist, smiling, says that he is glad to meet him, sincerely wishes for this world to live in harmony, where people and elves meet like they do now. He smirks. They shake hands. The elf says that this is his wish too. People hold glasses, exclaiming that they need to drink to this. The guy holds a drink thinking that there is nothing wrong with making friends with an intermediate boss, just like his mentor said. There are empty plates and glasses on the table. The fighter takes the drink saying that his homeland is slowly crumbling into pieces. The surprised protagonist hears that the king of the elves does not want to hear about anything, still looks down on people. His look is sad. He holds an empty glass saying that eternal life is a blessing and a curse at the same time, and sometimes you don't have time to notice how time flies. Nasus looks at the glass in amazement, while he notes that he had to go through a lot. Smiling, he says that he showed his unflattering side because he drank too much. He assures that there is nothing terrible about it. Hansu smiles slyly. He sees the face of a happy interlocutor, while realizing that he likes him more and more, because there is nothing to reproach him for, and he is such a gentleman that it is hard to believe that he is not from Earth. A character sits on the throne. It is said that the current king of the elves does not understand anything and therefore kills time on some nonsense. The archers aim at the men. It is explained that their people do not interact with the people who captured the central fantasy. He remained on his land, professing seclusion for hundreds of years. Sylvia fought in a rage. The guy understands that it is worse that he appointed a fool as his heir. She sleeps in class. The protagonist declares that she is unworthy of such a post. She was never disciplined as befits a ruler. The girl happily runs. The protagonist thinks about how she always ran away from the kingdom just for fun. They stand in a tavern in fear. He remembers that with her level, Sylvia could be defeated by any mid-ranking demon, but if people who were weaker tried to flirt with her. The elf pulled out her sword in anger. He explains that the girl was turning into a cruel narcissist, burning everyone alive. A sword is stuck in the girl's body. Hansu thinks that now it is clear what exactly made the first prince commit a coup and take the throne. The elf sadly says that he told Sylvia many times that people should not be underestimated, but she always smirked at his words. He knows that such a day will come. A system window appears near the sad Nasus. He says that this does not make him any less sad. Lenovo looks at him sadly. The system window shows that his status is satisfied. The guy wonders why. The king strokes his daughter. The protagonist realizes that he valued the younger one, who was so similar to him and hated people to the point of insanity, valued her enough to steal the throne from the hands of the ideal eldest son. The protagonist standing opposite declares that his heart is probably broken. He replies that after her, his homeland will die. Nasus takes his hands and asks for help. The shocked guy hears that they will not stand aside either, and for the hero to defeat the demon lord. The elf waves his hand ordering to bring it in. The protagonist looks at it in shock. There is a sword in the case. The prince assures that it is his. Hansu stretches out his hand in shock, hearing that it is one of the 3 treasures of the kingdom, so it is better to return it after he receives the holy sword. The guy looks at it in surprise while holding it in his hand. Lenovo happily sees it in front of him. The protagonist bows, assuring that he will not forget his generosity. A sly smile is on his face. Grinning, he realizes that he will not give him the sword. The weapon sparkles. We are talking about the elemental sword Enmian. The guy thinks about how during the first playthrough he helped Sylvia defeat Nasus, and even if he was the one who put her on the throne, he still could not get that blade. The girl hugged him, declaring that it was the treasure of the kingdom. Smiling, holding the sword, the protagonist realizes that he can't believe that he got it so easily. Nasus smiles while he thinks that this elf is more worthy than his sister. He licks his lips, realizing that it's even a little sad that he's not going to return the sword. This doesn't mean that MC is trying to destroy trust and friendship. The blade is shown. The protagonist thinks about what the prince asked him to return after acquiring the sacred sword, but he doesn't plan to get it. He holds the blade, realizing that it's enough to chop the demon lord into pieces. Nasus enthusiastically declares that he's glad that he liked the blade. There's a scabbard on the stand. The prince explains that it's made of azure dragon skin. The protagonist presents the sword, realizing that he prefers the demonic sword type with an essence because it's more provocative. But this pure one is also not bad. Over time he can change it for himself. Licking his lips, he thinks that they will become a good team. The elf behind him assumes that the hero has outstanding strength. With a smirk, he says that it would be difficult for a level 4 to hold such a sword. Hansu looks at him in surprise and remains silent. Smiling, he replies that he has always been a bit strong, and he says that this is to be expected from a hero. They smile, and the protagonist realizes that he has realized his level. Sylvia lies in a coffin, and it is said that he has already assumed that the killer of his younger sister is the hero. She is carried down the street, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that he handed over the royal treasure to test this guess, because if so, he is a truly frightening person. Lenovo stands next to him, while he realizes that the elf has learned of his instability in the face of earthly desires. The people in cloaks cry. Nasus bows before the king. Carriages with horses drive along the road. The guy smiles, realizing that it was a satisfactory deal, since he became rich in 3 days after starting empty-handed. There is gold near the bag. Hansu notices in the system window that this is a decent amount for the trip, besides level 204. An elemental sword hangs on his belt. With a grin, he introduces the porter and the archaeologist, realizing that he can calmly go to the place where the great creature lives. Alex angrily shouts that he is against this, because how can such a frail hero who was summoned 3 days ago suddenly go on a trip, asking if this should be done after training. The king sits opposite and says that he has his reasons, so no more arguments since the training is postponed for 10 days. Hansu smilingly tells Alex that they will see each other. Approaching his companion, he asks her to take him to the magic tower. With a dissatisfied face, he hears questions about whether he is really going to use the magic circle and whether it would be better to go on foot and find adventures. He angrily declares that he does not need such things, he just needs to show the way. The fighter next to him claims that the preparations are complete. In front of him is a mercenary with a backpack and a spear. The changes in his appearance are shown. The protagonist understands that after he was washed, fed, he looks much better and now he can be used as a porter. The protagonist is amazed and asks his name. He bows, stating that after becoming a slave, he discarded his previous name, and he can call him whatever he wants. The protagonist thinks. Thinking, he realizes that it is so troublesome and there is no need to spend much time on a slave. The embarrassed guy hears that since he will take care of his luggage during the trip, then the name will simply be Porter. He bows thanking the master, who replies that they need to hurry and go to the magic tower. People walk along the streets. Lenovo happily states that they have arrived because this is the magic tower. Hansu sees the tower in front of him, thinking about how he can pay the institution to use the magic circle of spatial transfer, just like at the airport. The girl smiles. It is said that according to the sage, who was one of the comrades during the first passage, a magician is a specialization that requires a lot of money for research and the purchase of rare materials. He realizes that since they cannot survive without support, they had no choice but to live in places with available resources or with high earnings. This is only part of the trouble since magicians and cities are not compatible like oil and water. A sheet with reasons is shown. The gate opens. The protagonist reflects on the fact that the magicians of the past have repeatedly thought about ways of living in cities and decided to build a high tower. The heroes walk along the corridor, while MC thinks about the fact that in this world, buildings do not exceed 3 floors, and if they build a 10-story tower in the center, its top will be isolated from the outside world, which will allow magicians to live in solitude. Girls in skirts greet them. While the protagonist realizes that they have no way to communicate with women, they inevitably become archmages. The ladies in hats thank them for visiting the magic tower. The protagonist understands why the sage was the only one who achieved such a title. He hands over his ID. Hearing such a request, he says that this is the seal and permission of the king. She exclaims that this is a handwritten letter from the ruler himself. The guy is shocked to hear that she will conduct them without the verification procedure. Hansu notices the power of money and power. Mr. Mage sits on the throne. The girl in the hat shouts loudly asking where to send them. The old man, lost in thought, hears that he needs to concentrate. He asks for forgiveness because he was lost in thoughts about the mysterious abyss, that is, about magic and all that. The protagonist looks away from the girl, hearing that she will buy him a cake as a change after work. The guy understands that he reeks of crime. They stand in the middle of the sign. The guy thinks that this does not concern him, while the old man can activate the magic of spatial transfer. The girl asks to stand in a circle. His hands shine. The magician conjures in front of the sparkling heroes. Suddenly the magic circle lit up with a different color. The worker smilingly declares that the transfer is complete. He realizes that he overcame a year of travel in one moment. Clenching his fist and smiling, realizing that he has freed himself from their meaningless and inevitable situations during the journey, he likes it madly. The events take place somewhere in the ruins of the first playthrough. Smoke bursts out of the structures. The girl with a serious look says that the temple is collapsing, and they need to run away urgently. The protagonist and his companion run forward. He asks why she suggested studying it. She replies that as an archaeologist she cannot pass by such places. Lenova looks at him in surprise. She puts out her hands and shouts for the hero to be careful. Stones fall on him. He calls her name in shock. A bony hand takes his shoulder and says that it is hopeless. The girl frowns and declares that if they do not hurry, they will be buried alive. The companion under the rubble asks him to leave. He looks at him discouraged, hearing that until the end of their adventure, the girl would like to be with him until the end. Lenova with blood on her face assures that this is her last wish. She asks to defeat the demon lord so that it will bring peace to everyone. The shocked protagonist hears that he needs to run. He runs along the ground. The girl next to him calls the hero. He clenches his teeth. With a grin, he understands that she has served her purpose, which means that she deserves it. The image of Lenova is visible. The protagonist thinks that she is the culprit of his suffering and he was waiting for the moment for retribution. There is blood on her body. The guy realizes that he was already starting to get tired of being enchanted by her beauty. This freed him from unnecessary work. He understands that now there will be no one to watch him and annoy him. It is worth celebrating and drinking at night. A fire is burning in the middle of the forest. The girl, holding out the plates, assures that she is hungry and the hero should cook dinner. The old man with a grin asks to wash his dirty clothes at the same time. The heroine shows the sheets and says that when he finishes, he should sit on guard and prepare the luggage, and not forget to calculate their resource costs. Hansu is furious. He throws everything aside and shouts that he is a hero. Asking why the hell they make him do ordinary tasks, they answer that it is because he has the most free time. The angry guy hears that now Lenova is gone and the only one who is suitable for replacement is himself. Sitting by the fire, MC thinks that none of them are capable of doing housework. He forgot about it because she always took it upon herself. Clenching his fists, he screams that there should be a slave, and how could he forget about him? The elf frowns and replies that even if she is a slave but also of royal blood, it is unthinkable to do housework. She angrily screams that how could his rotten brain think to transfer the work to a woman? The little protagonist falls down thinking that if he had known, this would not have happened. Hansu tearfully thinks that he had to save her no matter what. Tears fly, declaring that it is time to eat. Lenova asks in surprise if the fighter is okay. He lies on the floor in shock. The little angel flies. He realizes that this is just a dream from disgusting memories. The magicians talk to each other. The guy asks if this is it. They answer that this is the waiting room of the magic tower, and he fell asleep right in the middle of the process. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that everything is fine. He lies and thinks that in any case he does not understand what feelings are experienced by the back of his head and hips, because his companion is sitting in another place. In shock, he notices that he is lying on the lap of the porter. He happily declares that he can help him get a good night's sleep. The protagonist barely smiles. His face frowns, realizing that he must endure because if he breaks his legs, he will not be able to use the slave, and there is no need to repeat the mistakes of the past. People walk near the castle. The question sounds that 10 years ago the Union State did not have such an atmosphere. La Nouvelle sighs. The gentleman with the displeased face asks why she is doing this. She sadly exclaims that the journey does not look like a journey. The enraged guy asks what is wrong with her despite the fact that she easily got there using savings, and why then does not complain about breathing. She is shown near household appliances. The protagonist realizes that the reason why he did not get rid of her is that she has the magic of household chores. The porter standing opposite declares that the girl is right because if they travel this way there will be no opportunity to raise levels and skills. He shouts that he was not asked. The protagonist makes a face and realizes that he has spoiled him a little and now he thinks that he has become a real companion. He asks him to shut up and follow him. An emblem is visible. The girl assures that she was there and it is a very good place, a mercenary guild. Han Su, perplexed, asks why he should go there. She replies that there may be a group of merchants whose path coincides with theirs. They fight a monster. The guy says that the opportunity to go in a carriage, help merchants with protection, destroy monsters and bandits, increase reputation and earn some money to raise the level, build relationships with people and so on. With a serious face, he assures that he does not have time for such a worthless part-time job. Questions about part-time work are heard from the castles. He asks that there is no time, but they are in no hurry. People are standing nearby. The protagonist asks if she forgot that the demon lord can rise again and attack at any moment. They shout that monsters attack the trade routes. MC smiles thinking that in fact he is in no hurry and a gentleman like the demon lord has been waiting for him for 10 years. They go on, discussing that there is no extra time, and the merchants will only slow them down. They at this time offer various tasks. A crescent moon is visible in the night sky. Moral in a mask asks how the hero can avoid adventures. The protagonist with a grin asks that if he fought half to death, she would feel better. The professor stands opposite and assures that this is not what she meant. He should not abuse his heroic experience bonus, and it is better to raise his level with ordinary adventures. She claims that since he went on a journey here, he must perform feats, because the heaviest burden for a traveler is an empty pocket. La Nouvelle stands with the guys wondering what their destination is. He understands that if she wants feats, then now one will show. They are opposite a village in the middle of the mountains. The girl says that the place they walked for 2 days is a mountain village. Perhaps they will find a clue to a secret conspiracy. He asks to just shut up, especially in this reverend place. The house is near the mountains. Hansu thinks that the landscape is the same as he remembered, although he came 9 years earlier. He knocks on the door asking if anyone is there. La Nouvelle and the porter are standing behind him. The protagonist, closing his eyes, claims that the unworthy hero needs instructions. The green-eyed girl was surprised and asked, "Master Mullen?" The brunette turned around and answered quietly. Then he looked at the building and added, "The Great One lives here." The door was open. The heroine stood at the entrance and asked, "And who is he?" The girl opened her eyes wide and asked how he knew their Mullen. It was the daughter of the village headman. The boy paused, kept silent and thought. Now it dawned on him that 10 years had passed since he had found this place the first time. She was no longer small. The woman was holding a child in her arms and saying, "Today, Mr. Hero was cheerful. Something good had happened, and he thought she was an adult, married and with a child." The young man fell to his knees and continued his thought. And now he had come here 9 years earlier than last time. All his memories of that time were like a dream. But the fact that the Great One lived in the village headman's house had not changed. The blonde was scared and asked Mr. Hero, the Great One he was talking about, for whom he had abandoned all adventures and spent 2 days to get to the very northwestern end of the continent. The lady was holding the creature in her hands when she added, "It was a slug," and the protagonist shouted for her to close the door. He would not tolerate caustic remarks about the Great One. The girl looked sideways and answered, "But such great ones can be caught in a whole bunch, in the capital's sewers." The young man was furious and shouted, "Are her eyes for beauty or something? Fool, this is not ordinary slime." And the headman's daughter added, "He is right, Malin is soft, even softer than other slimes." Looking at the couple, the protagonist thought, it would be easier to show these stupid barbarians than to explain everything. He sat down and asked the little girl if she would let him hold her sweet friend for a minute. The blue-eyed girl silently looked at the pet. Then she pulled it to the guy and asked, "He will not hurt their Malin?" "Yes," to which he replied, "He promises." She handed the slug into the protagonist's hands and told the good Malin not to be afraid. The creature smiled, sitting in the guy's arms. The young man looked at it and thought slime. His eyes lit up as he added, "A more perfect being he doesn't know." The heroes were enveloped in power as he screamed, yes, a familiar feeling. Droplets floated in the air as Hansu thought, the human body is imperfect, a prison of KOT and ligaments, a chain of aging, the weakness of not being able to restore the lost body parts. He hovered near the pet and continued to think, is it's just a prisoner in a cage called a body. A sword appeared in front of him as he added, foolish and desperate people who are shackled by this weakness try to find strength in fantasy things, martial arts, magic, elementals, physical strength, demonic and holy swords, heavenly power, divine power, game abilities, dragon hearts, elf wives and so on, but it's all not it, it's all deafness. The slime spread across the floor as the protagonist thought, these things can't be used to break out of the cage of his body, but for a slime, the body is not a prison, his body may not have brains, but he has more than enough emotions and intelligence, he can move his jelly body simply by force of will, the slime body is not a prison, but freedom itself. The brunette opened his eyes wide and thought, and it's true, this creature does not give him a scientific understanding of all processes to such an extent that it boggles the imagination. The heroes looked at him in fear as he continued to think, it gives him something that the savages of this fantasy world can't even dream of, it gives him the power that created refrigerators and toilets, the power that sent people to the moon and the stars, the power that exceeds all the limits of fantasy. The protagonist smiled and thanked Mr. Malin, and said that the first time he did not study his wisdom hard enough. After which he stroked the pet and added, then he had suffered humiliation from this savage world for 9 years, but this time his teachings would be embedded in his soul. People opened their mouths wide when he added, control over the vegetative system. Clothes began to tear on the hero's body. The young man turned into a jock when he applied skeletal muscle tissue and tensed up. 3 began to choke. The girl hung on the guy's hand and screamed how he managed to do it, to which he replied that she should leave him alone, he would still hurt the master. Then he looked at the green-eyed girl and asked her if she knew about the absorption of protein by the body, to which she answered, what, and he added, what about growth hormones, and thought, it is clear that savages from the fantasy world will never understand this. After which the main character began to think, since the human body is built on the vegetative system, what is called the vegetative nervous system, heartbeat, stomach function, hormone secretion, and things like muscle formation are performed independently of his will, but what if they can be controlled at will? The creatures spread out on the ground when the guy thought, it is natural for slime to have complete control over its body, it is so familiar to them that they will not be able to teach others this. However, there is one creature. A special creature that remains in a soft state all day long. The young man continued to think, and thanks to the primitive soft rhythm, his knowledge can be transmitted to a person. Feeling the rhythm of Master Malin, you can understand the technique based on a scientific understanding of the world, but this spiritual teaching cannot be explained in words or writing. But intuitive knowledge according to Plato will help. This soft great creature can share its enlightenment with the whole world and not even understand it. The lady frowned and asked, and this is the purpose of his journey. The great teacher Slug, strangely, can't understand it even after seeing it with his own eyes. The protagonist looked at her when she added, but to get the nut you need to break the shell, why try if you can gain skills without even lifting a finger? The brunette sighed heavily and answered, no, Professor, why is she asking him about this? Then he smiled and added, to be honest, he doesn't care how hard it is for everyone else. She says this to a person who tried for the past 10 years, only to be thrown back to the very beginning by force. He frowned and said, she has no right to talk about trying, even if she is a god. The blonde remained silent in response. The brown-eyed man was surprised when she said, yes, he was right. She sincerely apologized on behalf of the entire teaching staff. The Hansu student was the first to receive rank S in combat ability. There must have been tremendous efforts put into this. It was also true that they crossed them out for the sake of retesting. She would not argue with him about this anymore. The heroine began to disappear, apologizing once again, to which the young man replied, he did not think that they would really apologize to him. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed. Suddenly, he looked at his hand. It looked strange when he thought how perfectly that worked. Looking at the status window, the young man thought, in general, last time he was able to defeat the demon lord, even without fully understanding the wisdom of Master Malin, so next, he needs to provide an alibi for his level 204th. The sun was setting over the horizon. A bat flew across the sky when the protagonist thought, somewhere around here hangs this guy. The dragon's mouth dropped open as he added, if he wanted to get home, he needed high marks in all 4 subjects, compatibility, achievements, reputation, and character, right? The boy smiled widely and thought, he would pass everything this time. The hero remembered that the first time, his combat power was undeniable, so much so that he dealt with the demon lord alone. The brunette stood among the monsters and thought, there were no special problems with achievements and reputation, because over the 10 years of his heroic adventures, they accumulated on their own. The 3 were walking through the cave when the protagonist thought, but now, in the second playthrough, his goal is to graduate quickly, so he does not have time to volunteer for free for the sake of achievements. In other words, if he accumulates power to beat the demon lord and saves points for personality, he can still fail the exam because he will get an F for achievements and reputation. The girl walked behind and said to the hero, this Lee, didn't their mission end with them meeting the Great One? She opened her eyes wide and added, no one knows what might happen during the journey, so if they don't start preparing to return to the capital. To which the main one responded, he understood what she wanted to say. Hansu opened his mouth and said, "But let him think carefully, the world is teeming with thieves and monsters, but in this wilderness, not only heroes, even knights won't come here to train, since they came all this way." The two were surprised when he added, "For the safety of the locals, they must get rid of the monsters in the nearby areas. Yes, they will have to change their plans a little. But he is a hero and this is his duty." And the lady screamed, "Unbelievable." The couple followed the guy. When the young man spoke, Hansu seriously thought about the hero's true purpose. He was proud that he could hold a spear for the hero. And the lady added, to be honest, she was worried if she had summoned the right hero. The brunette turned his head and replied that the hero's purpose was worthless. It was dark in the cave. When he added, "Is he a loser to waste time on this? Achievements also have a cost-effectiveness ratio. Lenovo, there is exactly what they need nearby." The blonde got angry and screamed, "No." The protagonist raised his sword and was surprised. People silently looked at him when he thought during the first playthrough. The lizard looked ahead when the protagonist noticed that a small dragon was discovered in the vicinity of the village where Master Malin lived. The heroine hid the creature, and the guy said, "This dragon is too close to the village, it can't be left here just like that, in the future it can lead to big problems." When she screamed, "Let him not make her laugh." The green-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and screamed, "Dragons are brothers of spirits, she thinks they will let some humans kill them." The brunette paused and thought, "This misanthrope." He suddenly turned around when he was called. The girl's eyes were shining when she spoke, "It is not necessary to kill, they are so obedient, and it is innate to them, to follow someone." The man smiled and said, "Violence is not a solution to problems." The blue-haired girl opened her mouth and added, "A hero should not bring murder, but hope." The protagonist smiled and thought, "Good." Everything around lit up red when he thought, "Well, of course." After which Hansu noted, the dragon itself was a good achievement, but also its heart, a good thing. It contains experience points that should help him in the fight against the demon lord. But these blockheads, calling themselves the hero's companions, were constantly chatting about how they had actually been preventing him from becoming stronger for 10 years, and were more focused on holding him back. The young man stretched his arms and said, "But this time no one will stop him from graduating. Dragon Slayer, can there be such an achievement in this fantasy world?" The protagonist looked at the creature and thought, "This meat dragon doesn't hunt much, so he has low skills and level. But when he catches it, he will be able to get a huge amount of experience points. In other words, he is perfect as an alibi for his level." The pet narrowed his eyes when he added, "Besides, no one can find fault, because he is just hunting, and Professor Moral should not be displeased. No, well, if she remains dissatisfied then, she simply has no conscience." The stars were burning in the sky. The heroes were sitting by the fire, when the protagonist thought, but... Then he frowned and continued his thought, "These two are nothing but trouble." The brunette jumped up and screamed, "His spear serves the hero," and the girl added, "He can't leave them and go." The baby was sleeping soundly when he thought that this girl is a famous scientist. If she dies a violent death 5 days after joining them, the professor will grumble again. No, he didn't whitewash her grumbling. The guy got scared and thought, if he fails the exam because of the drop in his reputation score, he might meet Sylvia for the 3rd time. The young man smiled and continued his thought, he will have to go through that place anyway. It would be better to leave her there. The sun was breaking through the treetops. Suddenly someone's hand appeared. 2 orcs were making loud sounds. The young man looked at them and thought, if translated into their language, then these are toad pigs. To be honest, they are called that because of their nose, and their bodies are like bodybuilders. He peered out from behind the tree and thought, still can't understand the language they speak. Then he frowned and continued, a place where monsters like orcs compare, it's an endless source of experience. They don't live long and speak some primitive language like in some MMORPG game. All they do is supply this world with experience points. No one understands why else they exist, as someone shouted at the hero that they are orc scouts. 2 appeared nearby when the lady shouted that they will help him, and he answered for them to disappear, and thought, where are they going, idiots? The man took a step forward and shouted, hey. The monsters turned around when he thought that he is now level 204th. The item lit up when the protagonist thought, no matter how weak the dragon is, such an enemy is difficult to challenge. The brunette held his sword out in front of him and added, so he plans to level up a bit in the orc settlement nearby. The light illuminated the heroes when the blonde said that they could help too, and he thought that while these 2 were sitting there and not moving, he could fight with peace of mind. The orcs cowered under the bright light. Looking at their characteristics, the protagonist asked, even scared of Endymion, are they going to fight? The brown-eyed man smiled and continued, this is thanks to the provocation skill. In any case, everything is going very well. The monster opened its mouth. The opponents moved towards the guy. Hansu looked at them from under his brows. He used force when everything caught fire. The portal began to suck in the orc. The number of opponents was growing. They surrounded the young man when he said, so there are more here. The brown-eyed man smiled sarcastically and said, although they are weaklings, but you can collect a little experience points from them, as they say, from the world on a thread a shirt is naked. Here it is, the method of growth that Professor Morrow likes so much. Two people jumped out and shouted that they would help him. The guy turned around and answered angrily. He told them not to interfere. The couple stopped and asked, Standing among the monsters, the protagonist thought, if the orcs were distracted by them, he would not be able to work here normally. The opponents began to attack. One of them began to shoot arrows from a bow. The brunette smiled. The arrow flew forward. The protagonist raised his hand. She stuck an arrow into it. The two opponents jumped. The naked one closed his eyes and thought, if you follow the teachings of Master Malin, and make your skin hard as steel. Weapons broke on his body. When he added, then the attacks of such low-level weaklings will be simply nothing to him. Looking at the status window, Hansu thought, because he defends himself purely with his body, the endurance rank increases. He looked at the orcs and continued to think, in the past he knew people who fought elegantly without receiving a single blow. The monsters flew apart when the guy thought, but they were only good for becoming good bags of experience. The man grabbed the arrow and shouted, One opponent was left behind when he added, no matter what techniques he owned in life. The brunette turned around and continued, you never know where an arrow can fly from. The orc archer was shocked. Suddenly he began to run away. The green-eyed woman made a dash and shouted to the hero that she would finish him off. No matter how she looked at it, her level was still higher than theirs. As their partner, she could also show something. The protagonist put out his sword and answered, and she shouted, her magical lightning. The orc ran between the trees when the hero said, if he left one alive, he would call the whole group. He was not going to comb the entire forest in search of orcs. The lady opened her eyes wide and told the hero that he was covered in orc blood. She would wash it off now, to which he replied that she should leave it. After which the young man smiled and added that it was needed to hide his scent. Orcs have a very keen sense of smell, just like dragons. The skeleton was hanging on a stick. A crowd of orcs was moving forward. They were an entire army. The orc champion roared loudly. The orc sorcerer's eyes were glowing. The three were lying on the rock and watching as the hero spoke, and somewhere there was the orc leader. Most likely he was about level 400. The young man raised his head and replied that if you look at it that way, there were about 5,000 orcs, and the protagonist added that he would now explain their strategy. So let them listen carefully. They would surround and destroy the orc settlement with the power of their friendship. The heroes were developing a plan when Hansu said that he would attack from the northern gate. Lenovo would get the western gate, and the eastern gate would be his. They would like to block the southern direction as well, but the power of friendship would not be enough for that. The girl turned her head and asked the hero, what about reinforcements? To which he told her not to worry. There was a wide river in the south, so they would not be able to escape. The brunette raised his hands and added, they would have no choice but to run to the gate where they would be standing. They would be able to cope without reinforcements that would only get in the way. Well, they were already looking forward to leveling up. The two stood and were silent when he said, if there were any more useless questions, let them ask. Okay, everything was just fine, and offered to show them the power of their friendship. The girl stood in front of the gate. The evil orcs growled loudly. Suddenly they began to run forward. The green-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and said, how many of them were there? The heroine stood in the distance, and said that at such moments she always thinks about whether she summoned the right hero. She is only a little worried. Then she closed her eyes. After which she put out her hand and said, okay, she is the archaeologist Lenovo. She was illuminated by power. Trying on the power, the lady screamed, the companion of the legendary hero. The orc opened his mouth wide. The girl put out her hand and said, and what she could not do during the day, she will finish now. There was a flash between the enemies. A bright beam rushed upward. Then there was a powerful explosion. Looking at what was happening, the protagonist thought, okay, bait, oh, what is he saying? Jumping off the cliff, he added, the detachment distracting the main forces of the enemy began to pay for the food he bought them all this time. All the orcs defending this place ran towards the porter and Lenovo. The young man smiled and said, what idiots. After which he ran into the hut and thought, as far as he remembered, that ugly tent was the home of the orc chieftain. The fact that he distracted the orcs with bait, a squad distracting the main enemy forces, was a strategic decision to calmly get to their chieftain and kill him. The guy looked inside and continued his thought, everything is exactly like that. Suddenly, a blonde appeared before his eyes, screaming, hooray, finally someone came to help, for some reason. She was hanging upside down and saying, she already thought that she would not be able to return to Elfheim, and they would make a barbecue out of her. She would reward him well, so let him help her. The protagonist looked out the status window and thought, damn, again this brand of a hero that made him suffer for 10 years. The brunette gritted his teeth and continued his thought, he feels that if something goes wrong, everything will only become more troublesome. The girl asked to save her. The main character thought that if a person does the same thing for 10 years, whether he wants it or not, he gets a feeling. She continued to hang upside down, and the guy thought that just because there was a hero in front of her, dangerous and troublesome things could be dumped on him, and some meager reward given. He stood silently and thought that he had a feeling as if he was completely connected with people who thought exactly like that. The young man looked away and asked to wait a little. The lady laughed and said that she would go home. He thought that he would go home on his own. Walking on the ground, he thought that they would not waste time on useless things, as in his first playthrough, and as they wanted, she would give the Lord of Monsters a beating and would definitely be released. Raising his head, he thought about saving him and sending home the silly elves who were caught by the orcs. He would not do this to them, even if he was paid extra. The orc slept with his mouth open. The protagonist looked at it and thought that the level was much lower than he remembered, probably because he came 9 years earlier. He took out the sword and thought that the missing part could be filled with the remaining orcs. Bon appetit. The young man looked at the sword and thought that it was a gift received from the elven prince, the spirit sword Endymion. The heroine looked at the sword in fascination. Hansu thought that he should take it as an honor to die from a weapon filled with rage and become his experience points. The blonde continued to watch. A creature appeared near the sword, and the protagonist thought that it was the voice of the spirits. The lady's eyes widened in surprise. She opened her mouth and screamed that he was a thief, a man who stole the treasure of the elves. She saw upside down and was indignant. Where were the guards looking? They missed the treasure of the royal family. The protagonist turned to her and thought that she had gone crazy. A shadow appeared above him. The girl shouted that the spirit sword belonged to the elves. He replied that it was a gift from the elven prince. He raised his head and asked if they were making too much noise. The orc growled. The young man gritted his teeth and said that it seemed that he was angry because they woke him up, and he was also angry because his plans were ruined. Both opponents grabbed their swords. The monster struck. Looking at him, the guy thought how scary it was to spin this weapon with one hand, but due to the low level of skills, it did not pose much of a threat. He picked up the sword in the enemy's basement. Having struck, he shouted for him to calm down and become his experience. The orc fell. They put a sword to his nose and ordered him to sit quietly. The young man grinned and asked if it was better to die from one blow. It will not hurt so much. He pressed on the nose and asked if he was right. The heroine opened her mouth and screamed, "Thief, the treasure of the elves is dangerous." A beam of light appeared behind her, and she screamed, "Damn thief, no, bandit." Hansu turned his head. All three were interrogated by fire. There was an explosion. The creature clutched the staff. There were other orcs behind it. The green one began to make sounds. He headed towards the group. The yellow-eyed man started to tell him something. His interlocutor hit him on the head with his fist. Then he raised his hands and started screaming. The protagonist tried to get out from under the boards and said why those idiots used magic against the chieftain's tent. He scratched his head and said that he was going to do everything quietly under that one. The blonde was lying on her back. The protagonist said that it was all because of her. She was lying with her mouth open. Information about her appeared. The guy looked away and thought how the orcs were able to catch an 800th level elf. Maybe it was because of the curse. Imagining the green-eyed girl in handcuffs, he thought that she was like the elf he saw on the black market. This smelled like some kind of business that he couldn't figure out the first time. Looking at the information, he thought, well, okay, what business does it have on him? Then he plunged his sword into her. The young man picked up the rag and thought that judging by its status, if he didn't use recovery magic on it now, it would only suffer from pain and then die. Blood began to spread across the fabric. The young man stepped to the side and thought, if so, then let it become the hero's experience points. He smiled and thought, let it contribute to the fight against the demon lord and his quick release. The orc stood in front of the crowd. He turned around. The guy smiled and lashed out at the enemy with his sword. He laughed and said where he also gave his experience points. The mutant threw his head back and grunted, and then fell. The young man straightened up and thought that with the experience gained from the elf of level 892 and the orc chieftain of level 387, and even with a 5-fold boost. He looked at his indicators and thought that his level began to rise rapidly. He stood with his foot on the enemy's head and said that he had planned to deal with them one by one, but that was not necessary now. The protagonist raised his sword and said that he needed to save time, so let them all attack at once. The mutants rushed towards him. The protagonist looked at them. He squatted down and began to laugh. And then he took off. He ran away from the explosion and continued to laugh. The monsters ran after him. The young man smiled. He ran past bodies with severed heads. They were still making sounds. Imagining two orcs, he thought that he felt like he was already in his best shape since the first playthrough, although the average level of opponents now is 10 times lower than back then. He turned around. Shells were flying at him. Hansa's face twisted. There was an explosion. The dust began to settle. The protagonist began to laugh. He began to swing his sword and think, no matter how they stabbed or cut him, no matter what wounds they inflicted on him, and no matter how many bones they broke, thanks to Master Malung's technique, he quickly recovers. But he straightened up and thought, so he will not only stay alive, but also quickly pump up skills related to defense. His endurance, evasion and resistance skills increased in level. The guy turned around when he was called. The girl was fighting off the orcs and asking the hero to help her, because she could not hold out any longer. She opened her mouth and screamed that she had run out of mana, and there was no more strength in her hands. The protagonist turned his head and said that he had already forgotten about them. Two tried to fight off the creatures. The guy jumped up and said, "Here are the malingerers." The mutants' bodies flew in different directions. The brunette sat down on the ground and thanked the hero for saving them. He lowered his head and called the porter. He looked at him in surprise and said yes. Hansu presented the diagram and asked why he was so excited to fight. His order to attack 1,000 orc army was reckless, so it would have been fine if they retreated. The young man chuckled. Raising his spear, he said that she freed him from the slavery of the orcs. From that moment on, his life belonged to him. The dark-haired man folded his hands behind his head and thought, wow, he never thought he would hear that. He remembered how the girl turned her head and asked what he needed. Oh, these pathetic humans, and thought that he wanted to hear those words from Sylvia. The young man picked up the corpse and asked if Mr. Hero was really okay if he sent them to the village. The girl interrupted him and said that he needed to rest. The protagonist waved his hand and told them to stop. He had to finish off the orcs hiding in the forest, and they were exhausted. They were no use anyway. He thought to himself how he could not take advantage of such a good moment to get rid of them. He raised his finger and said that as soon as they returned to the village they should contact Prince Nasu's, and they would definitely need to get payment from him for the elf's corpse. The woman folded her arms over her chest and asked if she had said that she appeared suddenly. The young man replied that his respected professor of morality had finally arrived. He turned around and said that there had been no problems up until that moment. She replied that, unfortunately, there was a problem. She made up the story about the blonde and asked if he hadn't too easily abandoned the cute elf to her fate, while there was life, if any hope. Remembering the lying body, she added that life was a journey leading to death, but that did not mean it was so easy to give up. The young man raised his finger and said that this was some kind of misunderstanding. He did not abandon the elf he met in the orc settlement. She was level 892. How could he? He saw a bright future where they would soon become one, and if that was exactly what happened, she became a good experience for him. Listening to this, the lady covered her face with her hand. Turning away, she said that stubbornness makes one unhappy, and those who do not seek joy cannot enjoy it. He should value their connection, and he will be able to find happiness that he did not even suspect. The dark-haired man exhaled and thought, a new connection. He scratched the back of his head and said how complicated everything is. Walking through the cave, he thought that he would first deal with the dragon, and then think about it. The guy ran happily and thought that then he thought he would be happy. The creature's eyes were closed. They suddenly opened. The young man looked at the reptile and thought that he had come to the right place. For the first time in this cave a young dragon lived. He was covered by a shadow. He looked at the enemy with his head raised. The dragon opened its mouth and roared. Information about the chaos dragon appeared. The protagonist's face became swept away, and he thought that only the owner had not changed yet. Stepping back, he thought that his first playthrough, in which he suffered for 10 years, was just recently. The dragon raised its paw. The protagonist jumped to the side and thought that he understood it with his head, but his heart still could not fit. He clenched his teeth and said, damn, he thought that only a week had passed since he was summoned to this world. The monster roared. The blonde leaned over and asked if Mr. Hero was okay. Two shadows loomed over the boy and talked to each other. One said that it was too much, be it an exam or training. The second replied that he had already fully recovered thanks to the healer's magic and could not get up, because he still lacked willpower. He remembered how he lay and thought that last time, throughout the first week, he suffered from complications due to severe beatings that were committed under the pretext of exams and training, so he did not know what was happening in the world at this time, and did not know anything about those who had passed away by that time. The man loomed over him and smiled. Imagining a dragon, he thought of a dark dragon with 3 pairs of wings. It was the supreme dragon of Oblivion, Nebius. People began to look around. The young man thought that because of the resurrected Lord of Demons, his place was pushed aside, but this monster was one of the 5 disasters of the fantasy world. The reptile was breathing fire. She opened her mouth, and the young man thought that the first time, while he was defeating the rest of the 5 disasters, a long time had passed since his departure, so he was only whipping about his bad reputation. He looked at the huge eyes. Then he turned his back to him and thought that he needed to change his plans. He started to run and thought that this was an evacuation. Looking at the information, he thought that judging by the sunset in his state, his natural death was not long left. Apparently he killed the young dragon he met in the first playthrough and occupied his home. The young man continued to run and thought that even if he did not have much time left, with his current skills, he was completely helpless in front of him. On the contrary, it would be a bed dragon hunting the hero. A shadow loomed over him. The protagonist turned around. A mouth opened behind him, and he shouted if he could just let him go. He jumped up and shouted that he had simply confused the owner of the house. He thought to himself that he had said something but they had not understood him. Even the translation skill did not work on dragons. The reptile looked at him furiously, and the dark-haired man thought that she was especially bloodthirsty, and the fact that she had so many different SS skills meant that she had killed many for experience points. He waited from the cave and thought that a dragon with such a temperament would not let the invader go just like that. The earth began to tremble. The dragon roared. After which he began to look around the limit, and he saw a man, and rose into the air. Hansu opened his mouth and said that he could not hear footsteps. Did he really give up? This could not be. A flame began to form in the reptile's throat. The young man heard the noise of wings. The dragon frowned, and he spewed out flames. The dishes on the shelf began to shake. One of the pots fell and broke. People stood with their mouths open. The girl looked at the smoke and said, "This must be Mr. Hero." The smoke hung in the air. It began to settle gradually. The protagonist turned and said, "Damn, if he had hit him on the head, he would have definitely died." He went into the body settings and set the recovery to full. He lowered his hand and thought that he needed to increase blood circulation and liver activity to neutralize the poison, close the wounds with platelets, and speed up tissue recovery. Headaches can be removed by controlling endorphins. The protagonist stretched his arms and said that thanks to Master Malang's teachings, if his brain was in order, he would be able to recover immediately. He turned his head and said that it looked like the power of an S-rank poison breath. It must be some kind of monster. The boy raised his head and said that if something went wrong, all this poison would reach the village. Looking at the dragon, he said that he didn't care what happened to the dummies, but he couldn't abandon Master Malang in trouble. The snake noticed him when he called him an old fat lizard, and asked if he had presbyopia, because his aim was simply disgusting. The young man opened his mouth and exclaimed how he had masterfully pretended to be an arrogant king or a supreme dragon all this time. He himself came out of the cave, so he would be perfect food for the maggots in the ground. Looking at the dragon, he thought that the translation was not working on him, because he could not understand it, but to hurt the pride of this killer, it was enough that someone could survive his poisonous breath. The dragon opened his mouth. Flames burst out from there, and the dark-haired man began to run. He deftly dodged the flames and thought that if it did not tear off his head, then he would be able to produce antibodies to neutralize the poison. He raised his finger up and said that this was a deadly poison therapy for skin restoration. He thought that he managed to take him away from the place where Master Malang's answer was. An explosion occurred behind him, and the young man exclaimed how much longer he had to fight this chase. The orcs looked around. The brown-eyed man ran past them and said, "Out of the way." The monsters looked after him. At that moment, they were doused with fire and poison. Hansu turned around and said, "Idiots, what are they doing hanging around here in the middle of nowhere?" He smiled and thought he said that when the adrenaline hit him, and it dawned on him how to turn this dangerous moment into an opportunity. Pink smoke appeared behind the hills. Then an explosion occurred. The monsters watched this. One of them had a bone mask on his face. Suddenly, a rapid movement appeared from the smoke. The leader of the monsters looked surprised. Hansu jumped up and appeared behind the fence. The monsters looked at him in surprise. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face. He thought that the target had been found. The hero landed not far from the monsters. He quickly ran forward, laughing loudly. The leader and his subordinates were surprised. A bright pink beam rose up. Bones were peeking out of the smoke. A hand wrapped in a bandage was shaking. Half of the monster's face was hidden in pink smoke. The system reported that this was an orc of level 265, with the skills Attack, Beast and Resistance. He was in a state of poisoning, burn, paralysis and on the verge of death. Laughing, the guy approached him. Raising his weapon above his head, Hansu said that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion gave him experience points as a gift. The shadow of the weapon fell on the monster's face. The guy thought that it didn't matter who dealt the damage during the fight. There was a shadow from the blade on the monster's face. The hero thought that the experience went to the one who dealt the last blow. The brunette smiled contentedly. He stood next to the defeated monster and thought that he was able to dodge the dragon's attack. But the orcs around were poisoned by his poison skill, so they just became carcasses from which he could take experience points with one blow. The silhouette of a six-winged dragon appeared in the sky. The flying monster lowered its head down. Hansu grinned, thinking that none of them would want this, but they could make a good team. A bright spark appeared from the dragon's mouth. A powerful beam crashed into the ground next to the guy. The blow was so powerful that it broke the earth. Dark clouds gathered above the city buildings. The bell swung. People looked away in fear, shouting about the dragon attack. The Supreme Dragon of Oblivion appeared again. A dark cloud began to appear above the roofs. People shouted to run faster, otherwise they would die. Someone else asked where to run. Where is the dragon slayer? A dark silhouette appeared in the purple sky. One of the guys turned around in fear. The monster with burning eyes looked at him, and then released a bright beam of flame down. A blinding flash rose. People were burning with fire, screaming. Hansu ran among all this. He concentrated on looking ahead, thinking that it was good to run on adrenaline, because his body does not get tired, but it is inconvenient that the view is narrowed. He saw a path among the purple water, but he thought that he needed to concentrate so as not to miss experience points. In the smoke stood a discouraged level 633 Cyclops. A bright beam of attack blew off half of his head. There was a snake cut into pieces on the ground. The hero laughed. Blood poured out of the monster's mouth. The guy said that because of the poison, all these high-level monsters lay like trash. In the system window, his level and skill ranks rapidly changed, accompanied by loud laughter. Flying out of the cloud of dragon poison, Hansu exclaimed that this was his first time. The monster with glowing eyes flew forward. The absolutely happy guy thought that they had good compatibility, so they traveled through the fantasy world day and night. No one could block their path. Hansu raised his sword next to the dragon, attacking demons. The dragon breathed poisonous smoke onto the tree. They defeated forests and monsters. Hansu raised his hand with a sword on the battlefield of a mercenary squad and many others. On the ground near the smoke lay a skull. They all disappeared like dust particles swept away by a vacuum cleaner. Ruddy with pleasure, the guy said how fresh. His system window showed that he was a superhuman with level 903. His skills had increased to S and SS, and he felt satisfied, saying that in just a few days, the skills had increased beyond the limits. If he increased the level further, he would have to fight the demon lord, and here he would need the help of demons, which give a lot of experience points. Hansu turned around, hearing a roar. A shadow covered his body. A huge six-winged dragon lay nearby. The hero thought it was a chaos dragon, and the supreme oblivion dragon Nebius. A tear appeared in the corner of his eye. Hansu said that it was fun, calling him a friend. The dragon opened its mouth. After a few days at the end of the flight, it fell from old age. Purple smoke rose above the hills. The hero stood nearby. He looked ahead gloomily, and remained silent. A huge dragon lay in front of him. Remembering his characteristics window, the hero said that age still makes itself felt. Nebius's mouth was open. Hansu said, what a spirit he had, to attack him until all his joints were damaged. To be known as one of the 5 plagues of the fantasy world, you need to be like this. With his hands on his hips, the guy bowed and said that their acquaintance was not long, but it was fun. The level increased greatly. As Professor Morrill said, new connections are important. Looking to the side, the hero thought that there was one problem. Standing next to the dragon, he said that it could be a crushing blow to the reputation. Purple liquid was spreading on the ground near the dragon. Among it were a skull and bones. Hansu crossed his arms, hearing that due to the breath of the supreme dragon of oblivion, many cities were destroyed. Half of the central continent was burned and polluted with deadly smoke, so that everything there cannot be restored. The boy twisted his hands and said that as expected of the demon lord, Pedinar, without lifting a finger, he was able to plunge humanity into the abyss of despair. Morrill stood in front of him and indignantly exclaimed that he was the scary one here when she heard how scary the demon was. The hero scratched his head and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl replied that because of the dangerous situation she couldn't interfere. It would be terrible if everything went wrong because of her. Introducing the attacking dragon, Morrill continued that because she waited for the battle to end. But the end came not only to the battle, but also to the continent itself. Hansu thought, what kind of end? It was too early to give up. He imagined a map and thought that these were the northern and western continents of the fantasy world. Introducing another part of the map, he continued that the southern and eastern. The fragment right in the middle was colored purple. The hero said that although half of the central continent was incinerated due to the chaos caused by the supreme dragon, the other continents were intact, so 90% of the lands were saved. She told him not to give up so easily. Pointing his palms at the map, Hansu offered to look, saying that there was still hope. The girl agreed, saying that for the hero, hope was an important moral principle. The guy smiled discouragedly, hearing that in any case, it was impossible to remove the bridle from a beautiful horse. This incident happened because he blindly believed in the memory and information from the previous playthrough, and thought that he would not deny it. He remembered how he stood with his hand on his hip, thinking that he thought a young dragon lived there. But who knew that in his place there would be a dragon in a dying state? Thanks to him now you cannot worry about personality. He was going to increase achievements. But in the end he lost all reputation. Standing next to the lying monster, he thought that he still had something left. The monster with the red eye heard that he could have returned to the cave or folded his wings and rested and lived for another year. Stroking the dragon, Hansu asked if he was happy that he had burned everything for the last time. The guy shuddered and fell silent. Nebius raised his head. Looking at him in surprise, Hansu said that he did not even have the strength to nod. Taking out his blade, he said that so this is the power he spoke of. Taking out his sword, Hansu told the supreme dragon Nebius that he had fun too. Covering his red eye, the monster growled. The brunette swung his sword, thinking that no matter how much spiritual power was in the sword, it could not so easily take the life of such a creature. Hansu thrust the sword into the dragon's body with effort, thinking that the Oblivion Dragon Supreme had given all his strength in a fierce fight to burn half the continent. This was only possible because he had made his final choice. Dark bubbles appeared around the sword. Hansu stared at the shadow that appeared tensely. Huge blisters appeared on the dragon's body. A huge amount of purple liquid gushed out around. Poison splashed in all directions. Standing in the purple wave, Hansu said that Nebius has more willpower than Pedinar. A lake of poisonous liquid, it makes you tremble in terror to the last. The guy covered in poison grinned and giggled, thinking that this was the enormous power that the Nebius Supreme Dragon had accumulated over the years. In the system information window, his level was 999 plus, and his skills had increased. The hero thought that all his experience points had passed to him. With a sly smile, clenching his fist, Hansu said that he also left him an element of chaos in the race name, status and skills, chaos everywhere. He noticed the white squares among the description and asked what kind of mosaic was in the skill window. Standing in front of the information window, he asked the professor what it was. Moral's mouth dropped open in surprise and said that it was simply impossible. She waved her hand and said that the hero can hunt the Chaos Dragon. As long as the hero grows and gathers reliable companions, the Chaos Dragon dies a natural death. Such a thing is simply impossible. Such an achievement is impossible only because he went back in time. Hansu turned around and said that is how it is. How could a mere disciple like him know such a thing? In front of him was a purple heart covered in poison. He said that he was only going to hunt the young dragon. If he knew that the Supreme Dragon Oblivion was there, he would never have gone. Looking at the garden, the guy said that he did not know about it, and only one due to a lucky coincidence. He took the heart in his hand, hearing Moral trying to stop him. The woman standing behind him worriedly asked what he was doing. Holding the heart, Hansu said that he would learn about the new skill on his own. Even if he asked her, she would not tell him what kind of mosaic it was. He presented crystals, a silhouette of a dragon, and said that the dragon's heart contains its attribute and skills. This is how it is done in this world. He caught the Supreme Dragon and acquired this skill, so if he uses the heart of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, it may give him a hint. The masked girl opened her mouth, saying that it was not that she did not want to tell him, it was just that she could not do it. She was also seeing this for the first time. Turning around, he heard that since you do not know, you cannot chase a dog if you do not know who its owner is it not better not to touch it until the higher-ups figure it out? Already disappearing, she stretched out her hand, saying that she would find out about the skill covered by the mosaic as soon as possible. Let him wait. A small spark remained in the place of the professor. Holding the heart in his palm, the guy asked, "Are they chasing a dog?" Although she is strict, she does not understand some things. He imagined a chest above his hand and thought that Pandora's box existed to be opened. If it did not need to be opened, the contents should not have been put in the box in the first place. This box was given to him by the teaching staff. They themselves sent him to the past. It was not his fault. A light was visible from the keyhole. Hansu thought that the more something is forbidden, the more you want it. Curiosity is what drives the progress of mankind. With a sly smile, he held a shining heart and said that he would see if he won the lottery. In the hero's palm was a purple heart. He thought it was the size of his fist. Looking at the object, Hansu said how soft it was, and thought that it contained the power and attribute of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion Nebius. The guy brought the heart to his open mouth. Chewing, he said that the taste of jelly, ginger and raw beef. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He remembered the red eye. He imagined the sharp teeth of the dragon. Purple fire appeared from the boy's eyes, and he screamed. Purple smoke surrounded the hero's body. He thought that the attribute of chaos, which the dragon Nebius contained, began to rage in his body. Veins appeared on his hand. Looking at his body, Hansu thought that he was thrown into a meat grinder. The perverted Murims and sword masters from fantasy books dreamed of exactly this kind of pain. He imagined a man spreading his arms and screaming that he would endure any pain if it allowed him to become stronger. And he thought that now he understood their pleasure in becoming stronger. The boy sighed with his mouth wide open. The monster with the red eye looked surprised. Hansu looked forward tiredly, saying that, unfortunately, he was not such a pervert, so he did not want to just stupidly die. Something purple was spreading around him. The hero threw endorphins into his body, a feeling as if he was under anesthesia, waiting for the decision of the operation, and asked out loud, "When will this end?" In the purple smoke, the image of a puzzled dragon appeared. Then he closed his eyes. Hansu stood with his hands on his hips and asked, "Is it all over?" A system window appeared near his palm when the guy decided to check the skills. He paid attention to the white squares of the skill, which was covered with a mosaic. The letter F appeared in place of the outer square. He thought that he had become like this. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Hansu said that since the rank appeared, it means that the skill was activated. Who cares about the name? The most important thing is its effect. Then he decided to look at the skill window. The system window said that this is a skill with an unknown name, rank F. The effect depends on the rank, then hidden and cannot be forgotten. The hero asked what this means, and another effect is also covered with a mosaic. He looked at the inscription and repeated, "What is this that cannot be forgotten? Is this some kind of mistake?" Putting his hands behind his head, Hansu thought that, to be honest, he didn't care, even if it had the most unique effect. He remembered Professor Moral and thought that the skill was already good only because it puzzled the teaching staff, who sent an ordinary person back in time in this stupid world. Just this thought improved his mood. The guy grinned. The sun was shining in the clear sky. The hero thought that he needed to keep this mood and return to the village where the greatest creature lives. A scream was heard from the house near the hills, distracting the hero. Lenovo opened her mouth wide and said that he was late. Porter added that he was worried that something had happened to him. The guy in the red cloak said displeasedly that it seemed that they were very worried. There was a scroll on the table. He asked what it was, and heard that the staff member, he said that Prince Nasu's sent it. The green creature was eating bread. Hansu smiled tightly because he didn't like that they were eating with the money he earned, but he decided to forgive it once he saw how happy Mr. Malin was. Words were heard that everyone was worried because there had been no news from him for a week. The girl, with her mouth full, asked what he had been doing all this time. Hansu looked at them in surprise and asked, they didn't know what he had been doing? Lenovel's eyes widened when she explained that he hadn't told them about his plans, so how could they know? The hero was dismayed to hear that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, who hadn't been heard from for 500 years, had also appeared. She pictured a huge dragon spitting poison and said that it was a huge disaster, so much so that it seemed like the end of the world. There was no news from him, and they were beginning to think that he had died. Lenovel held the meat sadly, saying that she was overeating because of the stress, and Hansu wondered if she really didn't know. Porter clasped his hands together and said that many heroes had gone out to stop the dragon, but none of them had returned. Half of the central continent had become uninhabitable. Such a resolution, the demon lord hadn't even attacked yet. Hansu chuckled in confusion, thinking what it meant. Is there hope for humanity? He imagined himself chasing demons together with the dragon, and thought that the fantastic duo of the hero and the supreme dragon hadn't left any survivors during their tour of the central continent. The people on the shore pointed at the dragon that was attacking. Hansu thought that if anyone had seen them, they must have been so far away that Nebius' body was too small for them to even notice. The guy's body was covered in purple liquid. He thought that no one knew the hero's face yet. He had only been summoned recently, and his face itself was stained with poison. The hero thought that because half of the central continent had turned to ashes, he had fallen into despair and thought that he had lost all his reputation points. He opened his mouth wide, amazed to realize that there were no survivors, which meant no witnesses, which meant no reason to remove points. There was still hope. He imagined the conclusion that the reputation points had not yet been cut, and thought that there was hope to increase the reputation and achievement points. The comrades tilted their heads, looking questioningly at the guy, who asked them to listen and not be surprised. Hansu said that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion Nebius had been defeated by him. Lenovel and Porter were silent in surprise. Then their eyes widened in shock, and the girl asked again. The hero confirmed and promised that he would tell them. They opened their mouths, looking at the guy's palm, who was telling them that Nebius had fallen to the hero in the end. Hansu had a sly smile on his face. Naturally, the fact that the Supreme Dragon had spent his last days quietly in the cave and woke up because of him, he didn't tell. If it was revealed, it would be the end of his reputation. The comrades looked surprised. Then the small house shook with a cry that it was incredible to defeat one of the 5 disasters alone, as expected of a hero. Hansu scratched his cheek and said that he thought they wouldn't believe it. The blonde confirmed that they did, and the guy said that as soon as he saw him at the auction, he knew he was incredible. Hansu thought it was amazing, a perfect crime. He remembered how he was scared of the little monster, thinking that besides these 2 fools, no one else would believe that he was the hero who defeated the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. He was inexperienced in his first playthrough, so around this time he only reached level 10. He didn't want to kill and had too many doubts. The boy scratched his cheek, thinking that for the sake of reputation points he needed to catch someone important, someone who would give him more experience than the 5 disasters. Words were heard in the house by the hills that they were going hunting, and the question was, what kind of hunt? The determined Hansu opened the door and said that one of the 5 disasters had caused such a huge amount of damage. Shouldn't the hero destroy the rest for the sake of the people of this world? Browsing, he said that this way he would increase his achievement and reputation points. And the question was heard, what happens with returning to his homeland then? The boy turned to the girl in surprise, who said that there was only 1 day left until the promised meeting with Alex. The brunette imagined a man smiling widely, the king of the sword Alex, and thought how he could forget. He imagined the man kicking him in the ass, and thought that while thinking about achievements and reputation, he forgot about important companions. He can't forget about meeting that guy. If Lenovel hadn't reminded him, it would have been the end. The guy smiled slyly and thanked her in his mind. Hansu crossed his arms and heard the girl address him, told him to speak. He was in a good mood now. He thought how to deal with Alex, so that he would be praised. She imagined a young man with a sword in his hands and said that she learned from the elves sent by Prince Nasu's. The elf held out the sword. She continued that the elf, the corpse they handed over. The blonde girl was lying in a coffin. The blonde continued that she was one of the knights of the Queen of Elfheim. And what was even more surprising, Lenovel was surprised when she heard the boy continue that the elf from the black market was also one of those knights, and asked how he knew. The hero introduced the 2 elf girls and thought that it was not hard to guess. Elves live a long time, but it is rare for anyone to reach level 800 because they are not a race that constantly fights like dragons. The girl with short hair walked behind the hero, thinking that their average level was about 100, so it was only natural that elves with level 800 and experience would be in the royal guard. Putting his hands on his hips, Hansu thought that as he guessed, It was related to something experienced, and turned to the girl. Lenovo responded with an admiring look, anticipating a long-awaited adventure, but the hero said that he heard her out, and now let her shut up. He turned away, not listening to her tell him something, and ordered her to keep the rest in her heart. Hansu turned around, saying that he knew what she wanted to say. The Elven King's wife had been kidnapped by demons and all the knights guarding her were missing, but it had nothing to do with him. The girl's eyes were wide with shock, and the hero asked what that look was. A scream was heard. How did he know about it? Walking ahead, Hansu said that he was going to be a hero with 10 years of experience, so just hearing the introduction, he already understood everything. The girl pointed her finger forward, and the hero thought that she, like in his first playthrough, was a master at finding trouble, and he kept an eye on them so that such things would not happen. Yeah, the second playthrough is incredibly difficult. Hansu paid attention and heard the question, "What's going on there?" The heroine pointed her finger at the dust that had risen. The wheels were spinning quickly. Several horses were quickly pulling a carriage. They were being pursued by archers on horses. The man held a crossbow in his hand. He shot at the coachman. The man turned around and asked to hold on. Hansu watched with his arms crossed and thought that he had seen this carriage before. A question was heard, "Are they being pursued by bandits?" The hero closed his eyes and used body control. He opened his eyes wide, using vision enhancement. The guy looked at the carriage with a yellow roof. On its door was a crest with a sword and a snake, and he thought that this crest was impossible to forget. He imagined a girl with glasses and thought that the daughter of the Emperor of the Divine Empire was crossing the border, but on the carriage was the personal crest of the next successor. The girl looked out the window of the carriage in fear. The hero thought that if such a person leaves the country, there is only one reason: political repression. He imagined a man with a mustache who told his niece that he was taking the throne. Hansu thought that it seemed that her uncle had managed to carry out a coup d'état this time too, just like in his first playthrough. Looking ahead, the boy thought that the only emperor of the Holy Empire was supposed to die in about 5 years. Why now? And then he remembered. The boy remembered how he and the dragon burned everything down, and thought that Nebius had also flown over the capital of the Holy Empire. He scratched his head when he heard that he had to meet Alex. But they still had time to save the poor people in trouble. His comrades were shocked when they heard the boy shout that Nebius had become a zombie, and was now flying here. Adjusting his red scarf, Hansu heard the girls say that they needed to evacuate people faster. The system reported the activation of the poisonous breath skill. Hansu exhaled a purple stream of smoke. The poisonous ball flew towards the carriage. A poisonous explosion was heard. The horse lay there, foaming at the mouth. The carriage overturned. The girl's hand, covered in blood, was sticking out of it. Hansu smiled wickedly when he heard the blonde say that there was no zombie dragon in sight, and Porter said that it was good if he was wrong, and replied that he probably was wrong. He imagined the bald man with the crown who said that how could a child show determination and sit on the throne, and thought that in the first playthrough, the wise emperor of the Holy Empire gave his younger brother a title, gave it to him and sent him to a distant region. But he did not lose heart, became stronger, and after the emperor's death, he drove out his niece and took the throne. He remembered how he stood in front of the girl, and thought that the hero's group saved the emperor's daughter. Now, after her death, all of its members became rebels. The direct heir to the throne was overthrown with the help of the force and power of the usurpers. The hero remembered how the girl ordered to kill her uncle, and how they said that this smart empress would lead the country to success. The girl's eyes with glasses sparkled mischievously when the crown was extended to her. Hansu thought that he should have realized that this was not so back then, when she, without understanding, asked them to kill all the invaders. The guy said irritably that he remembered again. For the first time in his life he was scolded like that. The girl approached the lying bodies and asked what happened here. They only turned away for a minute. Are all these people dead? Hansu crossed his arms and said that this time the Holy Empire will be calmer, although half of their lands were poisoned by Nebius poison. Next to his hand lay broken glasses. Hansu remembered that after regaining the throne, the emperor's daughter became extremely suspicious and began to use her smart head for other purposes. Because of this she became known as the Bloody Empress and was eventually killed. Today they prevented troublesome affairs. Exhaling poisonous smoke, Hansu asked, although it seemed that it was not his problem, and thought that at the same time he had atoned for his sins for the first playthrough. The grey beast looked up. A question was heard. This is not a joke? Hansu held the blade, looking down, and asked again, kill him? Lenovo, standing behind, said excitedly that he said that it was still difficult for him to kill monsters that looked like people, and the guy shouted that it was not so easy to deal with this either. He retreated from the growling monster, saying how scared he was. The blonde looked at the man, who said discontentedly that, apparently, his efforts were not enough. Alex smiled widely, saying that in the last training it was necessary to teach the hero a lesson in willpower better. Clutching the sword, the man said that, before it was too late, he wanted to help him with training. Frightened Hansu arched his eyebrows. He saw the blonde scream that it was impossible. The hero had just recovered from a complication from the previous training, and the man replied that it was all because he lacked willpower. He ominously frowned, saying that a hero's strength was not in levels and skills, but only in how good his willpower was. The guy opened his mouth in fear. There were red flags on the roof of the towers. Hansu said that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion had caused a ruckus. But everything was fine here. Lenovo replied that it was fate and lucky that he flew in the opposite direction. And so the kingdom. How lucky with his summoning. Maybe the king is patronized by God himself? The guy looked forward completely indifferently, saying that it was all thanks to Master Malin, but did not explain. The blonde closed her eyes and said that thanks to teleportation they returned in 2 days, but were still 1 day late. What should he tell the king? The king pointed angrily and said that they were given 10 days, just because he was a hero. He did not have the right to break the promise he made to the king. A purple cloud appeared around Hansu. The king hurriedly said that he had the task of saving the entire world, so he should not hold himself back with some small promises. So the problem of being late was solved. The crest had crossed swords. The hero was welcomed to the training ground of the royal palace, and Alex's introductory briefing began. The muscular man said that looking at his smooth skin without a single scar, he could tell that he had never trained properly. With a sly smile, he told him not to worry, because the best sword in the kingdom would grow him into the greatest hero. Hansu looked away indifferently, hearing that it would be so fast that he would not even have time to blink. There were observers standing at the site. The hero thought that now everything was happening later than in the first playthrough, but there were still quite a few spectators. The people in hoods smiled, discussing that they had a lot of work to do. For them this was also training, like a real fight. Hansu thought that the magicians were mandatory people on Alex's show so that he could continue to beat the victim. They were conducting a very important healing mission. With a calm look, Hansu repeated that he would not even have time to blink. Continuing to smile, the man confirmed and said that they did not have time. He introduced Pedinar and the demons and said that the demon lord could attack at any time, although it would be hard, but he must give him intense training. Alex smirked and said that in order to increase the mastery of skills, one must train as if it were a real fight. Hansu asked, what if he died? The man frowned in displeasure and asked, he thinks he can't adjust his strength to a beginner. There are magicians there, they will heal him, so he shouldn't worry. The cunning man's eyes widened. He said that he seemed to be looking for a way out, but he had no right to refuse. The fate of humanity was at stake, so complaints were not accepted. A system window appeared in front of Hansu, the hero, thinking that he wanted to beat him so much that his world twitched. The system window said that this was a level 292 man, a swordsman with sword skills, physical strength, tenacity and resistance, in anticipation and anger. Hansu crossed his arms, thinking that he hadn't seen this in the first playthrough, and called out to the man, saying that it seemed like he should be the one training here. The man frowned in displeasure when he heard who he was going to teach at level 292. Looking at him, the hero said that he would give him advice. He thought he heard that he had defeated the orcs on a visit and dealt with the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. Alex lowered his head and remained silent. And then he raised his hands and addressed the knights of the kingdom so that if they were going to bluff, they should do just that. He tilted his head indifferently. Hearing that he had made this up just to avoid training, the hero was a great guy. The guy thought that the Dumpling King also felt something similar. He studied his system window with skills and characteristics, and thought that even a million-strong army consisting of Alex would not do anything here. Focusing on the line with a hidden skill, he wondered where that black box had gone. In his skills he had a rank, so he was transferred to the end of the list. Hansu crossed his arms and looked back at the line, not giving in to oblivion. He did not pay attention to the flying fist and heard a shout that in a real fight no one warns about an attack. You should always be wary of a surprise attack. Alex swung his fists, but the hero dodged. Veins appeared on the man's forehead. The hero thought that he said the same thing as in the first playthrough, and rushed forward, but now he aimed at a different part of the body. The guy dodged indifferently, thinking that he started to strike so that he could not escape, but he was actually aiming for the groin, and the hero thought how childish it was. Alex grinned evilly. Hansu thought that if he fell in the stomach, he would have shown the endurance of the S rank. Hansu's eyes lit up with anger. He thought that he could not forgive him for this. Leaning down, he tripped the man. The spectators were surprised, listening to his scream. Hansu stood next to the opponent lying on the ground and told him to stop simulating and get up. In a real fight, the enemy will not wait for him. Furious Alex foamed at the mouth. He cursed. His leg trembled, and the man promised to kill him. Hansu looked down, thinking that in a few years he will be called the King of the Sword, and now he is so weak that he cannot face even 1 or 2 low-ranking demons. Hansu smiled wildly and thought that with such skills he was going to teach others. Hansu grabbed the man by the hair, turning to the head of the Royal Knightly Order. Raising the head of the enraged man, he said that he himself lacked experience in battle, so whoever he was going to teach should not judge others by appearances, deciding that he understood everything. With a sly smile, the hero said that this is because prudent people hide their true skills. The probability of winning in battle is always 50-50, and in case of defeat, death. Alex gritted his teeth, hearing that fools like him neglect such rules and die early. Hansu slammed the man's forehead into the ground. The healer opened his mouth in surprise, telling the hero that at this rate, Captain Alex could die, to which he heard that, of course, in a real fight people die. Hansu dusted his hands and said that he was trying so hard, trying to convey something important to him. and he was denying reality. He felt it was hard to listen to the entire lesson, so he would cut it short, teach him the most important thing, and then they would end it. He sat down next to the man in the blood and asked, didn't he take much better care of his students than he did? Alex's eye widened when he heard the question. Did he know what was most important in a fight? Suddenly, Hansu hit him on the back of the neck. With a calm smile, the guy continued that it was to cut problems at the root. Blood flowed out from under the man lying on the ground. A message appeared about the murder of the emperor's daughter and the Sword King. Hansu put his hand behind his head, saying that the professor quickly returned. Moro folded her hands, answering that one takes off one's hat to the past, and one's coat to the future, and they should not ignore past mistakes, but let them go for the sake of the future. The boy frowned slightly as he heard that he had had a bad experience in the past, but he could lead these two to a bright future. He pulled his hand away and replied that he didn't know anything about the future, but the professor didn't have to worry about it because no one knew that he had killed the emperor's daughter, and it wouldn't affect his reputation. He presented the crown over the girl's head and added that it was only better for the innocent people of the Divine Empire, because killing this greedy and power-hungry daughter of the emperor was much better and safer than re-educating her. Hansu smiled and noted that it was much better and easier this way. The professor lowered her head when the other man wanted to say something about Alex, and clarified that she meant to omit the grievances of the first playthrough. The boy placed his hands on his waist, hearing that the greatest victory is the victory over one's own heart, and if a sage gets angry, he is no longer a sage, and besides, even a foolish person deserves a chance to repent. Imagining the faces of Alex and Sylvia, the hero heard that generosity is an important virtue that he must possess. Moro covered her face with her hand and, hearing the question of whether he should pardon the demon lord, answered that it would contradict the very essence of a hero's existence. Smiling, he looked at her and answered that they would see it. Fingers opened an eye. The man tried to feel the pulse. The people in hoods looked down in confusion. Hansu smiled contentedly, hearing that the head of the knightly order was Alex. The people's mouths opened in surprise. The hero stood with his back to them, listening to them talk about how this was a stupid death. He moved his hand to the side, telling them not to worry. Then, turning to them, he added that the man who had protected the Royal Seven and the palace had died in front of them, and although he understood their concerns, there was no need to worry. Smiling widely, the boy told them to leave it to the hero. They looked at him with confusion. Hansu stood silently in front of them, thinking that he had trained the skill of a wide smile for 10 years, inspiring people with calm, and it always worked, but now the reaction was somehow strange, because he had always been confident in it. The boy looked at them carefully, realizing something. He saw strange smiles on their faces, realizing that they were not just some powerless people. That was why they were so scared, and if you shake them, you can definitely find out that they committed some atrocities in the past, so you need to remember their faces. He imagined Alex in a bright light, thinking that if he had the chance again, he would kill him again without hesitation, but he was in charge of the palace's military power, and he was also the head of the knightly order, so his death was a huge loss to the kingdom, and no matter how mercilessly he killed him, he was also determined to take all the responsibility. The hero raised his finger, announcing the General Assembly of the knightly order. The people became visibly nervous, hearing that if they were tired of living, they could ignore him. Footsteps were heard as the boy repeated the General Assembly command again. Everyone stood in a row. Hansu smiled slightly. He walked past them, saying that they themselves saw Alex die in training, and this often happens when training is carried out as close to a real battle as possible. One of them pursed his lips when the guy was talking about how the most important thing in a fight is not strength, but insight. Hansu stopped in front of him, saying that Alex ignored this, for which he paid with his life. He looked menacingly at everyone, asking if there were any suicides who did not understand what he was talking about. The people silently looked forward, and he decided that since everyone was silent, they understood him. Looking around at the people with satisfaction, he saw looks full of respect and admiration directed at him, noting that in the first playthrough it took him 10 years, but this time he managed in 10 days. Throwing up his hands, the hero said that this was the end of the briefing, and now they will begin to eliminate the problems that are damaging this kingdom. But judging by their faces, they did not understand what he was talking about. Hasu raised his hand, saying that they could do the same if they had questions, but let them raise the one that they didn't mind cutting off. The people lowered their heads. The guy noticed that they understood everything quickly, and this was expected from an elite knightly order. Lenovo looked at him. He heard that they would split into 2 groups. Half would follow her, and he would command the rest. She copied the banner from the wall, and he said that the girls' group's goal was the queen's villa. The soldiers stood by the purple cabinet when he said that in the 3rd room they would find a secret passage in it. They went down, remembering the words that they would see an altar for sacrifices there. Lenovo looked ahead with confusion. The queen held the heart in her hands. Hansu said to deal with the demon followers and seize the evidence. People in cloaks appeared in front of the queen, telling her to hide in the shelter. The girl threw them to the ground, and the guy said that if the queen resisted, then let them kill her. He put his hands on his belt, adding that she would still face the death penalty, and the 2nd squad would cleanse the kingdom with him. He kicked the door, saying that this was the delivery of a fair hero. Seeing how the bandits attacked the man, he ordered to take and lock them, but someone answered that they were under the protection of the Supreme Judge. Then the hero looked at that person frighteningly, asking, "So what?" The bandits were tied up. He thought that he usually took payment for such services, but for the murder of Alex he had a great responsibility. People clenched their teeth in displeasure. He thought that even without this wild one he would cleanse this kingdom so that it would become safe and peaceful, so well that no one could object. He watched as the prisoners were taken away, thinking that the people of the Divine Empire might scold him, but this only made him stronger, and then he would show his skills, and heard a question about his change in state of mind. Looking behind him, the hero saw Moral and, surprised that she was still here, asked her to give him a good rating for his reputation, and he would work hard, and also asked if she saw how hard he tried in the first playthrough, to which he heard that she did. Pointing his hand forward, Hansu shared that he was kidnapped into this wild world, but still solved many problems for almost nothing. He remembered the upset Lenivel, saying that he did everything perfectly, but it was good that he was summoned and he was here now. Clenching his fist, the hero noted that he did everything, from deeply hidden problems to solving all troubles. Moral looked at him silently, hearing that with his knowledge he could repay the kingdom's inhabitants who had lost Alex, and that was good. The guy said with a smile that before he got a headache and had an emotional outburst, like in the first playthrough, he would cleanse this kingdom. Folding his arms across his chest, the hero told everyone not to move. The soldier added that it was him and the knightly order of the kingdom. The man raised his hands in front of him, outraged by such treatment of the aristocrats, but heard the order to arrest him. Another aristocrat tried to run away, hearing that everyone should be arrested. Flags fluttered in the wind. 5 days later, someone addressed the king. People looked at the tied-up aristocrats, who addressed the king, saying that the hero had gone crazy. They seemed not to understand what was happening and why the procurator and the writer's daughter were there. Hansu thought about how doing everything for free in the first playthrough had made him realize something, and that there was a huge flaw in this wild world. One of the arrested opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was a disgrace to appear like this in front of the servants. The guy realized that the main flaw was the level system. So, imagining the various human settlements, he thought about how usually the higher the level, the faster aging slows down, endurance increases, and many other things, and in this world with level 5, you can look like a trained athlete. Imagining a strong person, he realized that the problem is that the way to gain experience to increase the level is limited. The strong strangled the weak. He realized that the method is limited by one's own diligence in killing other people. Imagining how a soldier fought a monster, he thought that those who are constantly at war on duty and honestly do their job have no problems, because in this wild world, wars against neither people nor monsters stop, but the problem arises with those who do not participate in battles. The man opened his mouth wide, addressing the king. The system showed that he was an aristocrat and his characteristics. The guy thought about how he started killing ordinary people from the age of 10, and in the 6th year of his first awakening, he dealt with him. Tears were streaming down the girl's face. He thought about how, for the sake of preserving her youth, she kidnapped her father and daughter, sacrificed them, and he dealt with her in the 7th year of the first playthrough. Someone else was crying pitifully, saying that this was a conspiracy. He dealt with him for the same reasons in the 7th year of the first playthrough. Hansu looked at them with a smile, thinking that at first he wanted to drown them in the sea, but he found a better way that would protect the environment, and would be a reward for killing Alex. The man bowed to him when he called the porter, and he asked if he was listening to what he was saying. The porter smiled widely, and when asked if he understood how much the hero valued experience points, he answered that he understood everything. Hansu looked at him with a smile, thinking that even if he cleansed the entire kingdom of this rabble, he would need someone like Alex, because otherwise he would have to clean everything again. The man took the spear in his hands. The hero decided that he would give the kingdom a new cleaner, and he would feed these bags of experience to the porter. The system showed how the porter attacked the noble. Reporting this, he fell to the ground. A new window reported that the porter gained experience points. Blood flowed from the spear. The people cheered, welcoming the hero. The noblewoman looked on in fear as another died. Hansu thought that in the first playthrough he had been fulfilling this annoying request for revenge for a long time, and now he was able to deal with everyone at once, and it was effective. The soldiers dragged the body along the ground. The guy understood that these nobles were just small fish. He did a good job on today's main dish. Several people were tied to poles, speaking of their innocence, and asking for it to stop. The girl burst into tears, not understanding how she could be abandoned. The hero thought that this was the queen who was caught red-handed worshipping the devil. Another opened his mouth wide, calling the hero a criminal who despised the royal seven, saying that he would pay. These were the principals he killed in the first playthrough for starting to commit lawlessness because of the inheritance. Standing in front of them, he told them to stop shouting, as they were involved in murder, devil worship, and usury, mocking the common people. The queen gritted her teeth, hearing that since they were all children of the devil, worshippers, it was understandable why they were so unpleasant. Scratching his ear, Hansu ordered them all to be executed, but he turned around in surprise when the man asked if they could give them a chance, and replied that he had misheard something. Porter looked confused, answering that the blood ties of the royal family were sacred, and wanted to tell them what would happen if the queen and the heirs were executed. The people were afraid, hearing that this would be too much. Hansu looked at them in shock, surprised by such pathetic and wild talk. He literally pounced on his interlocutor, angry that his edifying talks were not enough, and reminded him that they were guilty, and this was undeniable, and he wanted to spare them only because they were members of the royal family. But no one would believe such a state and a hero. The guy pointed at him, saying that the queen was a follower of the devil, and the princes were the sons of the queen who sold the country to demons. The people knew who was the first to betray the sacred blood ties and the state, and they were traitors. Frowning, the hero added that they should be dealt with in the same way as traitors in the kingdom, and asked if his interlocutor understood. The girl saw the spear. Hearing that he understood, the weapon struck her. Blood splashed on the people when he said to deal with the princes as well. Several reports appeared that the porter killed the queen, Prince A and Prince B. Their souls rose to the sky. The system indicated that the porter had gained experience points. The hero scratched his nose, telling them not to fight in hell and to show respect to their mother. The light beam reflected from the spear. He thought that they were all caught in connection with demons, so no one objected to the execution of the queen and princes. And if the royal family was dealt with like this, then there was nothing to say about the aristocrats. The porter held the weapon in front of him. The system showed its characteristics. The boy thought that he wanted him to carry out justice, because the more evil the aristocratic family, the higher its level will be in the end, and that not long ago he was only a slave with level 286, and now under the leadership of Hansu with 10 years of experience, he took the form of such a courageous man. The hero put his hand on his shoulder. Giving him a thumb, he said that all that was left was to find him a wife. Porter looked at him confused, not understanding what he was talking about, but the guy replied that he would make him a king, and he would take this place, and he would bring peace and security to this kingdom. The old king sat on the bed, crying for his heirs. The hero understood that he had become completely useless. Imagining how he sat in front of him on his knees, he understood that the king wanted to lock the queen in the dungeon, and tell the others that she was killed by demons in order to save the princes. Hansu, lowering his head, looked at him, thinking that in the first playthrough, these principles were the main problem, so he had no reason to leave this garbage. The king, trembling, looked at him, saying that he was a devil. The guy thought that now all that remained was to give the purified kingdom a new protector. The bell rang on the high tower. Porter stood surrounded by Lenovel and Hasu, who told him that there were many spectators here, and he grimaced. The king said that today was his day. He lowered his head, realizing that he was the groom, not hearing that, in addition, he was worthy of this couple. Seeing the princess in a wedding dress, the guy noted that he still killed her family. But the hero looked happy, saying to call things by their names, and he did not kill them, but executed them, enforcing a just law, and his mother-in-law and brothers-in-law forever remained in his heart as experience points. The princess felt the gaze on herself. He noted that she could not stand the shame of being the daughter of a devil worshipper, but no matter how they checked her, they found nothing, so he was a suitable match for her. Showing a thumb, Hansu added that he believed him and was more confident himself. Porter smiled confusedly, responding to this that he would be poisoned on the first night. A message appeared that the news of the purge that the hero arranged flew throughout the fantasy world. Fireworks were lit above the towers, and it was noted that this was the wedding of the porter and the princess. The man folded his hands with a smile, wishing the hero endless victories. Pointing to the chest of gold, he said that it was a small gift from their empire, and although it was modest, he hoped that it would be useful in the fight against the demon lord. Hansu looked at it with pleasure, answering that it was not worth it, and now he was very embarrassed. The bride and groom sat silently at the table. When he added that they were the main characters today, there were many gifts around him. The guy added that he should visit the man's empire sometime. He trembled with fear, answering that there was no need to bother so much. Lenovo looked at the hero with apprehension when his interlocutor added that there was no need to do that. He fell to his knees, saying that he would have nothing to do, and the people were living happily. Showing the shiny armor, he added that the best craftsmen of their kingdom put their hearts into creating it, and he also hoped that it would help in the battle against the demon lord. The girl modestly lowered her head when the man said that he heard about the hero's loneliness, offering to introduce him to their princess. The other people also smiled confusedly, saying that the previous emperor recently passed away, but everything is calm in the divine empire, so the hero does not need to worry about anything, and nobles and evil pirates every day, they do not need to see their dirty waters, asking him not to visit their country. Hansu was lying in gold, pushing it with his hands and feet. He said that he did not start everything because of this, and did not understand why everyone was worried about him so much. Lenovo stood over him, saying that she saw his complacency, and that it was better than being sad. He looked at her, asking what she was unhappy with again. The girl lowered her head, saying that the ancient heroes were respectful and also impartial to wealth. The boy tossed a coin and said that after fulfilling the hero's duty, they still couldn't take it all with them, thinking that it might offend, but there was nothing that could be useful to him among these gifts. He held the sword in his hands, thinking about the armor from the best masters of the continent and the magic sword. saying that it has stamina and recovery yes, and he also has enough endymion. Looking at the elixirs that increase experience points, he said that they would be useful if he was around level 300. A man entered them while he was thinking about where to put all this. The man looked absolutely tired. The system showed that he was a newlywed, and other information. Hansu said what he found. The spear rushed forward. Armor appeared on the newlywed. A helmet appeared on his head. His armor and spear shone brightly. Hansu calmly moved his hand to the side, answering the question of whether Porter could really take all this, that it was so. Looking at the mountain of gold, the hero added that he should sort out all this junk and that it was now his. Raising his finger, he asked to remember something else. The interlocutor looked at him attentively, hearing that he could do whatever he wanted with equipment and other things. But paying attention to the elixirs, the hero said that they could not be sold, only drunk, and that if he found out that even one was sold, he would kill him. Smiling ominously, Hansu clarified that if he disobeyed, he would immediately turn into his experience. Porter was noticeably scared, answering that he understood everything. The hero scratched his nose, deciding that this was the end of the free service, and he repaid his debt to the kingdom. Imagining the armored Porter, he decided that he could easily replace Alex, and he also rid the kingdom of trash, so he would be here for a while. Lenova was standing behind him when he thought about how he had nothing to do here now and turned to her. She replied that he should not worry, because she did not need to be given anything. However, she was upset to hear that he was not going to do this. As he left, the guy told her to follow him. He would show her what a real hero is, and she could tell people about everything she saw. Looking at him with interest, asking what he was going to do, the hero replied that it was a good question, asking him to stop pretending to be nice first. His hand lay on the hilt of the sword. Taking it in his hand, he said that he was going to earn achievements. Lenovo, not understanding, looked at him, and he added that she would understand when she saw, thinking that she needed to start preparing for graduation. He remembered climbing a tree, thinking about how he had accumulated many achievements in his first playthrough, such as finding a lost cat. Afterwards, he stood in a field, harvesting for lonely old people, wondering if he was a farmer or a hero. And then he delivered love letters from a timid guy to his unrequited love, the girl wondering if stalking was a hero's job, to which he replied that he was not sure. It was noted that he did other things that no one would know about, for which he did not even get paid. Hearing laughter behind him, he thought that it was justified by the fact that he did everything for his own satisfaction, but in reality, only his companions received pleasure from it. Feeling empty, he realized that he was only wasting precious time and abilities, and accumulating stress. A slight smile appeared on the evolution, saying that this time it won't be like that, and he will only do things that can truly be considered achievements, thinking that there is still a whole year left until his best sponsor, the Demon Lord, starts sending him experience and achievements. Seeing the tall tower, he thought that although he didn't plan to wait that long to graduate, he would do one more thing comparable to killing the Oblivion Dragon Supreme, and he would be able to graduate quickly. Lenovo walked behind, asking why they came here. The guy answered that they were here to solve a problem. Seeing the tall tree in front of her, she was surprised that this was in the country of the elves. The elves looked back at them. She didn't understand what the problem was, and said that the elves were bad to humans. Lenovo laughed jokingly, asking about him wanting to capture them, to which the hero said that she surprised him. Hansu smiled ominously, saying that she had hit the nail on the head. His companion was still beaming with a smile. She opened her eyes in surprise. Horror gripped her. The boy motioned for her to be quiet when she said that he was really going to capture them alone. He was surprised at how long he could keep her by his side and respected himself from the first playthrough. Both looked forward, hearing that someone was waiting for them. Someone's footsteps were heard, saying that after receiving a letter from him, they immediately began preparing for the reception, to which the boy thanked for allowing him to visit their country. The elf extended his hand, saying that it was an honor for them to accompany the legendary hero through their lands. The servants carried trays with food. The elf played the harp. The hero thought about how he had already been to such a banquet in the first playthrough, so this was nothing new or surprising for him. Lenovo was visibly worried. Hansu ate calmly, saying that it was very tasty, although their choice of ingredients was very limited. But the girl was surprised by his indignation, to which he replied that she should not talk nonsense. Seeing the food on the table, he thought about the fact that elves do not use meat or plant tops when cooking. Their main diet was grains and fruits. So, imagining meat, he understood that if they killed an animal or pulled out the tops of a plant, the elements would react to their pain and suffering by getting angry. The elf sitting next to him lowered his eyes, saying that he, Sylvia, liked to hunt and fry the caught prey. Imagining the elf with a defeated beast, he added that she often angered the elementals. A knife appeared in Sylvia's hands. The elf noted that he was worried that no one would want to marry such a troublemaker. Closing his eyes, he added that now he no longer needed to worry about it. Taking a sip, Hansu knew that if the other man started talking about this elf, it could last the whole night. Because they had been traveling together for 9 years, so he knew that she loved meat, which was not typical for elves. Imagining her warlike appearance, he noted that the future queen of the elves was impulsive and cruel. She enjoyed meat because she did not care about the anger of the elementals. Sighing heavily, he said that as soon as he thought about it, he began to feel sick. Nasus looked at him with a smile, saying that he had become stronger. He, looking at him, replied that only a little, thinking that he, as always, was very perceptive. The elf filled his glass and said that he was surprised that the guy was able to defeat the supreme dragon of oblivion, having become only a little stronger, and offered to drink to this. Holding a jug in his hand, he said that the elemental tree bears fruit once every 100 years, and it makes amazing alcohol. Smiling, he added that they were hosting a legendary hero who had defeated the supreme dragon, so he wasn't sure if this drink would suit him. The guy looked at his interlocutor with warmth, thinking that he was 100 times better than Sylvia, and mentally apologized for killing him in the first playthrough. A girl was standing nearby, and he thought that there were familiar faces here. She turned towards him. He realized that this was the knight who guarded Nasus in the first playthrough, and she was the third strongest after the Elven King and the most guarded. The system showed her characteristics, and he noted that her help was the decisive factor in his coup. Imagining the swords and the crown, he thought that no matter how strong the Elven King was, he could not stand against 2 or 3 warriors of the kingdom at once. The elf held her sword in front of her, and with her outstanding fighting skills and tenacity, she single-handedly took down the hero's group, though she ultimately lost to the power of friendship. Taking a sip, he tried to remember her name, though he decided it didn't matter since he remembered her as an elf. Pointing to the girl, Nasus said that her name was Ares. She was the talent he trusted the most, and she might not look like it, but she understood the strength of humans like no one else. The elf nodded, hearing that her grandmother was a human, and she had excellent skills that proved that humans and elves could live together. Smiling, Hansu understood why she had participated in the coup with Nasus, and it was because the current king of the elves and Sylvia, who was claiming the throne, hated humans. The door to the hall swung open as he realized that the other person understood what he was doing. Nasus looked to the side, hearing the question of what it meant. The hero also looked towards the bright light, hearing that his comrade had turned the pure royal palace into a den for wild animals, so he could ruin himself. A loud stomp was heard. Hansu knew that only one elf could call the prince by his name so casually. The man gritted his teeth. He was Nasu's father and the king of the elves. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy realized who Sylvia resembled. The king of the elves tilted his head when the prince asked him to calm down, talking about how he was building a welcoming banquet for the hero. These words angered the elf, and he replied that the hero was a human. He pointed his finger. The boy thought about how he had not had the chance to meet him in the past, so they met for the first time. He opened his mouth wide when the hero wanted to see his skills. Hansu stared at him. Information about the elf appeared in front of him. The boy was surprised by his skills, thinking that if you do not pay attention to the racial profession, you can think that he is just an elf who has just reached level 999. The elf king pointed at the prince, saying that he just recently lost his younger sister to these insects, and asked if he has a heart. Hansu still noted that he is a king, and his level is extremely high. The elf pointed at the hero, saying that his son should have felt the fear and humiliation that his sister experienced in her last moments through the elementals. The boy only sighed heavily, hearing that Nasus was still on their side, and thought that the king spent a lot of time on the throne, so he lost his skills and ability to reason. The prince stood up from the table, saying that humans are not to blame for Sylvia's death. He spread his hands, adding that this was a natural end for the arrogant elf, who did not understand that there was someone higher than her in the world. With a smile on his face, he also noted that judging by the fear and humiliation she experienced before her death, it seemed that she finally understood reality. The king looked at him in confusion. Hearing that as her brother, he was glad. The man opened his mouth when he said that he was glad that in the last moments of her life she had grown up. This made his eyes become smaller. The king was surrounded by flames, and he said that Nasus was no longer his son. Silhouettes of dragons were visible in the flames. He put his hand forward, telling him to get out of his kingdom along with those he had brought. But suddenly he clenched his teeth and fell silent. Blood began to flow from his mouth. A blade pierced the man. The fiery dragon lowered its neck. The fire began to die out. The elf king fell to the ground. Nasus smiled, closing his eyes. Hansu put his hand forward, saying that it slipped, and asked for forgiveness. Remembering the elf lying in blood, the hero thought about how in the first playthrough, the prince staged a coup and killed his father with his own hands. Nasus stood over him, so he seized the throne. He held a crown in his hand, telling his father not to worry about the future of the elven country and to rest in peace. The prince put on the crown. Ares stood behind him. The elf looked in her direction with a smile. The girl looked up. Kneeling, she said that she greeted him and wished eternal glory to the king of the elves. Nasus extended his hand to her, telling her to stand up. The hero noted that this was the era of the eternal reign of the new king of the elves. The new king extended his hand, telling the girl to see the new era of Alfheim. This lasted for 100 days, until the hero and his companions reached them. The stone face said that he felt empty. Sylvia and Hansu looked up, hearing the request to free the interlocutor from this burden. They saw a large rock in front of them, hearing that he said to be careful with Nasu's and should have immediately noticed something was wrong when he began to be nice to people. So everyone who had known the Elf King for a long time was unhappy with the coup. The Human King was noticeably nervous, thinking that although this happened in the Elf Kingdom, but if it was not left alone, then someone would want to do the same thing in his kingdom. So the human rulers did not like it either. Nasu's and Aries stood back to back. They had to fight off the hero's group, who was supported by other kingdoms. Blood dripped from his hand onto the floor. The man in the crown sat by the window, hearing that the Elf King was dead and the hero killed him with his own hands. There were several people behind him, and he said that the guy had finally shown his true form. Another grabbed his head, surprised that a high-level Elf King had been killed, meaning that he had truly killed the Oblivion Dragon Supreme. Presenting a bloody crown, he said that the hero had gotten rid of all the fantasy kings or turned them into his puppets, eventually taking over the entire continent. Gathering together, they understood that the hero who had been summoned to stop the Demon Lord would be the end of them all, and heard that he had made an announcement in the square near the Mage Tower. An image of Hansu appeared on the tower, and according to his announcement, the Elf King attacked him first because he was a human. The boy smiled, saying that the Elf King's death was an accident in self-defense, and he was very sorry that things turned out this way. Stoneface silently heard that it was shameful to attack a guest who came in peace, and anyone would be angry in such a situation. Rock frowned slightly, saying that things were bad. The man with the crown looked ahead, telling the others that perhaps he had not found a way to avoid the end. The flag with the crossed-out elf fluttered in the wind, and a demand for an explanation could be heard for the heinous attack on the hero in Elfheim. A red banner was stretched nearby. People wanted to know why they attacked the hero and whether the elves were in collusion with the Demon Lord. The people were waving flags and shouting that the Elven King had been killed, which meant that the rest of them needed to be gotten rid of. They were shouting about taking over Elfheim with their mouths wide open. Hansu folded his hands behind his head, saying that it wasn't that bad, and those who had been on the Elven King's side last time were keeping quiet, and since no one was blaming him, the self-defense version was plausible. Moro covered her face with her hand, hearing that it wouldn't affect his reputation. Without lowering her hand, she told him that he had killed the Elven King who had fallen into the prince's trap, and that people needed to be convinced not by words but by actions. The guy smiled contentedly, hearing that he might have overdone it a bit with self-defense, and that if he pulled the bowstring too hard, the bow would break. The interlocutor folded her arms across her chest and, hearing the question of why she had suddenly appeared here, replied that she had come here as an emergency. Introducing the man crushed by the rock and Aries, she said that anything could have happened before, and that Nasu's could have died from the hero's clumsiness, and the elf became his lover, refusing to join the conspiracy, so the coup d'etat might not have happened. Recalling how the sword struck the Elf King, she noted that Hansu's student was the first to kill him, and so quickly. Lowering her head, the professor said that she came here to investigate what was wrong. Hansu pointed his finger at her, saying that he had attracted her attention and would be glad if he was released with some kind of certificate, to which the interlocutor replied that there would be problems with that. The guy was noticeably surprised to hear that she would return when she sorted out important documents, and he could expect her no later than tomorrow. Turning around, Moro asked her to treat her comrades with care in her absence. After introducing them, the hero told her not to worry, since he only had two. The professor frowned, saying that she meant old comrades, but turning away from the bright flash, he called her a bore. He introduced a porter in armor, arguing that he had made him strong enough to replace Alex, so it made no difference since his old comrade's place was not empty. He folded his arms, saying that he had no idea why there was such a fuss about it. Aries held up a box, saying that people were always making a fuss since the hope of humanity was being attacked on racial grounds. Looking at the box, Hansu asked what was in it, and she replied that it was a gift from the new king of the elves. He saw the elixirs and bracelets, hearing that it was an ancient elven ring that increased the effective skills, and the tiara of the elven count increased the experience gained, as well as the juice of the world tree, which concealed the secrets of the universe. The hero looked at the gift with delight, thinking that it would help raise his level, and that it was worth admitting that Prince Nasu's was his sponsor right after Petinar. Aries sat down next to him tiredly. Lowering her head, the girl said that there was no one to talk to here and apologized for being rude. He saw her red hair, hearing that human blood flowed through her, and she seemed to be stuck between two worlds, so she was never able to cross a certain line and get closer to her elven comrades. Imagining Nasu's smile, she said that the prince knew what humans were capable of, so he noticed her abilities and appointed her a knight, but he had little power. Afterwards, she introduced the slain king, saying that he hated humans and was always ready to declare war on humanity, and she was ready for this war between her human and elven comrades. Nasu stood behind the wall, hearing that when she saw the weapon slip from the hero's hands and pierce the elven king's heart, a disrespectful and evil thought came to her. The elf narrowed his eyes with a smile. Aries looked down, saying that now she did not have to worry about the war. Hansu, not understanding, looked at her when she said that this human invasion was like a punishment for her for such thoughts. The girl looked in his direction, hearing the question of why she was worried when the hero was next to her. The guy smiled, saying that he would never miss such an opportunity to raise his reputation and earn achievements. A round table stood in the center of the hall for receiving the palace delegation. The hero moved his hand around the glass, saying that he wanted to tell the great delegations from each country something. Pointing at them, the boy demanded that they stop waving the placards. The people smiled in confusion, hearing the incomprehension of what kind of nerves it took to drag these tablets to the main elven palace. Resting his head on his hand, Hansu heard that they came here out of outrage at the attitude the elves had shown him, and replied that they had already figured everything out, so he did not understand why they were reacting so strongly to this. Remembering the angry face of the previous king, he added that not all elves were racists, and it was not worth comparing everyone to him. He then pointed at Nasu's, saying that many of them wanted to live in harmony like the new king, and that even the head of the knightly guard was a half-elf, adding that a gifted person should not be passed over based only on his origin. Looking at these two, the people thought that the new king of the elves was a friend of the hero, which meant that he had officially approved the change of power. Raising his finger, Hansu remembered that some countries were starting to prepare for war, using him as an excuse. His gaze became more threatening as he said that if they could not rule their country peacefully, he could help, although there might be some difficulties. The people present became afraid, saying that they would deal with their own problems and that the hero should not worry, wishing glory to the peace between humans and elves, and that as soon as they returned to their homeland, they would immediately announce the recognition of the legitimacy of Prince Nasu's rights. He raised his hand with a smile, hearing that they would send delegations back to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne, and responded with gratitude that he would prepare a banquet and gifts. A cry was heard under the tree that it was an honor for them, and wishes for glory for him. The crown was placed on the prince's head, and thanks to the hero's mercy and tolerance, the expedition to the Elven Kingdom ended peacefully. Nasus spread his arms good-naturedly, killing the Elven King and the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. Hansu gained a whole bunch of experience, and also acquired a good sponsor, and also received an achievement for negotiating peace between the elves and humans. The fire was spreading everywhere, and someone was shouting that everything needed to be burned. The flames were rising higher and higher, and words were heard that if they left even one poster with anti-elven propaganda, the hero would find them, and then their country would end. People were tied to the poles, they were burning canvases along with the artists. Hansu looked ahead with a smile, thinking that he was able to stop the war and earn a reputation as a loving and caring person, and this is a big step towards a quick release. Confused, Lenovo turned to him, asking him to do her a favor, and the guy asked if she had packed their luggage, not realizing what she was wearing, because they were leaving the Elven Kingdom. Looking at him pleadingly, she asked him to stay for a few more days. The vaults were visible at the ceiling. Diana said that here were the monuments and culture of the Elven Kingdom, which people had not had access to for 1,000 years, and here remained antiquity, the likes of which cannot be found anywhere in the human world. The girl fell to the ground, asking for one day, because she would hardly have a chance to explore and write everything down if not now, and he remembered that she was an archaeologist, saying that he understood her. She looked at him happily. Looking at her with a smile, Hansu still refused her, thinking that he would not look at some ancient ruins when he was one step away from graduating. His reputation to achieve should already be rank A, so it was time to graduate. A clap of thunder was heard above the castle. The princess stood in front of the king, who said that her father had no strength left. The others knelt before them. The king asked the girl for farewell, saying that the life of each of them depended on this wedding. The king looked scared, saying that the hero dealt with the king of the elves right after defeating the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, and the Demon Lord is the least of the problems now, so the entire fantasy world can't do anything. The man grabbed his head, saying that they would have to bow down to him, and she would have to marry him. A tear appeared on the girl's face when he added that it did not depend on her desire, but she should be happy. Porter silently lowered his head. He was looking ahead when someone called him. Hansu appeared nearby when his comrade said that he had returned from the Elven Kingdom, and replied that he had finished his business, and that he had married while they were away, which he congratulated him on. But he looked sad, and the hero did not understand such a reaction, calling it post-wedding depression. Hansu looked at him in surprise, hearing that thanks to him, he had married the princess, but he was beginning to doubt whether this was right. The hero tilted his head questioningly. He thought that judging by the look of his comrade, it seemed that something had happened to the princess during the wedding ceremony. The man threw open the doors, shouting that he did not recognize this wedding. The newlyweds turned around, hearing the words about the princess not to give in to threats. Frowning, the blonde boy said that he came for her as promised. The princess was having a hard time holding back her tears. Porter looked at her. Now he lowered his head, saying that at that moment it became clear that the princess loved him. Imagining how the boy ran away, the hero thought that the intruder who came to ruin the wedding could not achieve his goal. But such a shame cannot be washed away so easily. Seeing the saddened comrade, he remembered the words Moral said to him before leaving. Then the girl turned to him, telling him to take care of his comrades in her absence. Hansu put his hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he decided that he would not abandon his own in trouble. The boy hid behind a large rock. Flags fluttered on the high towers. Looking up, he asked the princess to wait for him. The hero appeared behind him as he spoke of saving her at all costs. There was a slapping sound and words about how he was being punished for ruining a healthy marriage. The boy fell to the ground. Trying to turn around, he asked who it was and how he knew about this path. Hansu looked at him with a smile. He put his hands on his waist, recognizing him and saying that it was him, the one who ran away with the princess last time. But the boy did not understand what he was talking about. Exhaling smoke, he thought about how this was the one who could not resist and stole the wife from her legal husband, and that this was his end. The fog completely enveloped him. His silhouette disappeared into it. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. He thought that such a small thing as getting rid of this parasite would not help him in any way. But still he felt great pride and hoped that Porter was pleased, decided that this was a sign that he was doing everything right, which meant that he was getting closer to the end. The princess raised her hand. She looked up questioningly. The moon illuminated the walls of the castle. Pink smoke rose below, so the hero carried out justice by killing the destroyer of marriages, and now Porter cannot worry about anything and be happy. Hansu gave him a thumbs up, telling him to be smart, what was done for him, and let him be happy, and he leaves the future of this kingdom in his hands. His comrade waved his hand at him, wishing him luck. The hero rushed forward, saying that it was time to go home. Lenovo asked him to wait. He thought that he was going to his beloved land. Lightning flashed in the sky. It was the southern end of the central continent. The skulls were planted on spears. The boy turned to his companion. Looking in her direction, he said that there was an important task for her. Taking a serious look, the girl replied that she was ready. Moving his hand to the side, Hansu said that from now on she was not allowed to climb forward, and she should stay behind him in safety. Having presented his image on the tower, he added that she should use her magic to show everyone how brave he was. The people looked at him in surprise, wondering where he was. Hansu smiled widely, calling himself a hero fighting demons in their sinister lands. Several creatures gathered on the platform. When the boy added that although his companion was stupid, she should cope with this. One of the creatures ran up to another, offering to go and eat. He looked happily at his comrade, saying that today in the palace of the four kings they were serving hostages, and they would eat their fill, to which he replied that something was wrong. Seeing the birds flying by, he added that he had goosebumps. Opening its beak, the bird screamed loudly. They began to fall down. One of them fell in front of them. The creatures looked at the animal in confusion. The bird was still trembling. Smoke was coming out of its mouth. One of the monsters tensed up and felt something. Blue blood came out of its mouth. The others also began to vomit blood. The monster's hand lay among the blood. Lenovo stood there in a gas mask, saying that she had never read about such a thing in the records of the past. Exhaling smoke, Hansu told her that it was supposed to be like that, because they were weaklings. Seeing how the smoke enveloped everything, he thought about spraying poison in all corners of the demon lord's lands. People were watching the dead demon. He decided that the heavens, the earth, the rivers and lakes would be polluted. Seeing the foam coming out of his mouth, he also realized that there would be no living thing left. The people watching were worried. A girl standing behind him asked him if he thought it was too much, to which he replied that she shouldn't worry. Hansu smiled widely, adding that if they killed them with their own hands, they would get more experience points, but at his level, it was already too little. A loud stomp was heard. The hero understood that poison couldn't kill them all. The huge demon opened its mouth wide. The guy thought that unlike the others, the bosses could last much longer. The monster asked about whether it was the end of the world, and heard that it wasn't. Blood flowed down his face when he asked who Hansu was. The guy chopped off his head, answering that he was a hero, thinking that he had learned the strategies for finding cover and defeating bosses the first time after many unsuccessful attempts. Lenovo looked at the severed head, hearing that this was the end of the demons of the central continent, and asked if anyone else had achieved this. She replied that there were no more heroes like him. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, saying that now his achievements and reputation would be assessed as S rank. Moral appeared behind him, saying that she didn't even know where to start, to which he replied that it was natural, because he was too perfect to have any problems. Smiling while looking behind him, the hero asked if she remembered how ineffective he was the first time. Back then he couldn't get stronger because he was worried about his comrades. Remembering their faces, he talked about how he couldn't defeat the bosses because of them, and they had to attack the demon lord through a long route, and after a single victory thanks to the savage power of friendship, they were having fun as if they had achieved something. The professor stared at him, hearing that Fantasia no longer needed to worry about demons, because no hero had achieved this before him. Together with his companion, he found himself near the castle, and she replied that she would agree with him here and noted that now he was just waiting for the results. Moro was still standing behind him, saying that she wanted to give the student one last piece of advice and that he should accept the world as it is, because if he takes care of the world, it will take care of him in return. Hansu smiled happily, hearing the wishes for victory and graduation. Looking at her confidently, the guy wanted to know about his results, but the interlocutor said that grades were outside of her jurisdiction. The hero opened the gates, hearing that his training went unexpectedly quickly, and gratitude for listening to her lecture. With his arms folded, Hansu told Lenovo that she could take off her mask and that the Demon Lord's room was behind these corridors. She asked how he knew that since she couldn't find any information about this demonic castle. Looking at him, she heard that the last time this place looked terrible and there were pieces of human and demon flesh scattered everywhere, all because he was weak. She beamed happily when he addressed her. Turning around, the guy thanked her for everything she did. Lenovo opened her mouth in surprise, listening to him not being bored during the journey, as well as his wishes to find herself a rich man who could handle all her expenses so that she could give birth to a child who would not be like her and would be happy. She replied that she always thought he was insulting her in a veiled way. Looking forward again, the hero said that he would go on alone, but his companion, worried, asked if he would be okay, to which Hansu said that if she died trying to peep through the door and thereby ruin his reputation points, he would kill her again. Seeing the guy leaving, the girl asked him to be careful. He smiled widely, thinking that compared to the first time, everything was going perfectly now. Warming his fingers, the hero thought about the fact that his combat skills were weak, but he would be able to defeat the Demon Lord. A tall door appeared in front of him. He thought that thanks to the achievements and Lenovo, which shows his gate to the Lord, all of Fantasia admires the hero, and now that everything is in order with the reputation and achievement points, everything will be in order with the personality too. Hansu kicked the door open, telling the Demon Lord that he is too quiet when the guest has already fallen. He smiled ominously, thinking that he will graduate in any case if he defeats him now. But what he saw confused him when he said that he should come here and prepare to die. The demon was kissing a girl. The hero asked about his bad timing. He looked in his direction. He opened his mouth wide, not understanding how the hero managed to get here. The guy awkwardly put his hand behind his head and apologized for starters. Petinar looked at the hero in surprise. Holding the elf on his lap, he asked then if he was taught to knock, not understanding where his manners were. Hansu folded his arms across his chest and replied that he thought he would be bored here alone, but apparently he was wrong. The elf frowned when he asked why all the elves outside the kingdom were kidnapped, and did not answer that she did not understand what he was talking about. He saw her characteristics when she said that they communicated closely. She was a little embarrassed, saying that they had a friendly relationship, to which the demon said that it was awkward, and, looking at her questioningly, he was surprised to see the queen of the elves. Imagining an angry Sylvia, he remembered her words about her mother being brutally killed by demons, so she would definitely cut off their lord's head, and they would pay for it. The guy thought that these words were just an assumption. Porter hugged the elf again, telling her to wait for him in the office. She asked him to be careful. Watching their communication, the hero thought that they were having fun here. The demon coughed into his fist. Placing his hands on his legs, he asked the hero why he came to him too quickly. The hero looked at him thoughtfully. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he was a little confused because this scene had thrown him off balance. Hansu took the sword in his hands, adding that he came early anyway because he could, and that where he came from, when people act too slowly, they already start asking to say hello to their parents. Raising the sword, he said that speed is very important when paying respect to parents. Petinar gritted his teeth, recognizing the blade, and was outraged that he did not even draw the holy sword and dared to come to him. A smile appeared on the demon's face. The hero looked at him silently, hearing laughter. The enemy stood up, saying that he was a hero who dared to challenge him. They had never hurried before, they always had companions next to them. His hand filled with power, saying that they had always shone before him, full of hopes and dreams. Surrounding himself with a powerful aura, the demon said that he, Petinar, who had overseen the creation of the Fantasia world and was the first demon, and even the heavens and the protectors of the people could not challenge him. His shadow covered the hero, saying that he had appeared before him, although it had not been a month since he was summoned, and without companions or the holy sword, so it was foolish to challenge him like that. Petinar was visibly surprised to hear that, to be precise, he had come here after 22 hours. The hero smiled, saying that the question of why he had come now was rather foolish. The demon gritted his teeth in excitement, hearing that he already knew the answer. A dark aura appeared around the hero, and he said that even without companions and the holy sword, he could defeat him. The system showed Petinar's characteristics. The guy noted that this time he looked at him calmly, and as he loved to brag, there is no rival equal to him in this world. Having paid attention to several lines, he noted that a stupid profession was dragging him down. The Demon King was noticeably nervous. Hansu thought about the fact that when meeting a hero, a penalty is imposed on him by the level that he has accumulated since birth, and although he has only a vague idea of this penalty, he thinks that it is definitely somehow connected with the fact that in order to defeat the Demon Lord, it is necessary to summon a hero. Standing on his throne, he said that the hero is stupid, impudent, and they will see where his courage leads him. A weapon appeared in Petinar's hand with the words that since he does not have a holy sword, he will do without a demonic one, and will not use it. He clenched his fist, adding that if he crushed him with such a great weapon, his authority as a demon lord would only fall further. Smiling, raising his eyebrows, the hero nevertheless noted that he should not be underestimated. However, the sword in his hand glowed brightly. He said that although he was not a saint, it was better not to joke with him. Petinar frowned, noticing something. He saw a bright light from the blade, not understanding what it was. Souls were rising up. The demon raised his head, saying that from the beginning of time until now, he had never seen such a thing. Opening his mouth wide, he wanted to ask the hero the name of this demonic sword. Hansu silently looked at his weapon. A spirit flew near him when he called it the elemental sword and Dimin, and that it was the treasure of the elf kingdom. Some souls fell to the ground as he spoke. The souls of the demons he killed had joined the souls of the elves in this sword, and they were resisting, so it was difficult. The boy's eyes were shining brightly, and he asked the blade if it was ready. The souls grabbed onto Petinar, which angered him. The blade's glow became even brighter. He told him to show a fantastic combination to this demon lord. Petinar opened his mouth wide, Hansu struck, and drops of blood were visible on the floor. The boy stood in front of the body of the defeated demon lord, saying that he was much weaker than he was in the first playthrough, and after that, he understood how his penalty worked. A window appeared explaining Petinar's job, and he noted that his weakness was proportional to the difference in level between the first playthrough and now. So, introducing creatures of different levels, he noted that, in other words, the demon lord's level is adjusted depending on the hero's level. Seeing him lying on the floor, he talked about how that was why he was dragging his feet in the first playthrough and sending him experience points. A new message appeared behind him, where he was talking about how he was stressing himself in vain and that this adventure was stupid. The system asked if he enjoyed the adventure. He answered that he did and that it was really fruitful, so he would miss it even after returning to Earth. He smiled, seeing the message that the path of a true hero is thorny, but along the way he met people who support him, so he did not lose his dream and hope, answering that he really learned a lot, thinking that this was the same speech as in the first playthrough. Another message asked to accept congratulations. Hansu was still smiling, thanking for this, thinking that he wanted to say something, but he was afraid that it would affect his grades, so he would remain silent. Another message suggested looking at his grades. Smiling widely, he thought about this fateful moment having arrived, hoping that everything would be fine. Standing in front of the system window, Hansu begs to let him go home. The pop-up message says that he needs to check his report card. The protagonist exclaims in anticipation that he passed. The notification says that his combat power is at A+ rank, and his achievements are SS. He says that he expected so. In shock, he sees a reputation at level E. He sighs after noticing a character at rank F-. The system window says that he poses a danger to the planet and other heroes. He asks to wait. Kneeling, the guy tells the respected examiner that he will live peacefully and quietly on this planet. Enthusiastically shouts for him to think a little more, because he will not destroy the planet where he was born and raised, because if it disappears, then where will he live? A pink notification says that the test has failed. The protagonist sees this in anger. He starts jumping and screaming why this happened. The system writes that instead of realizing his mistakes, he abused his knowledge the first time. MC is discouraged by the message that if you do not pay attention to morality, then excessive violence always causes hostility and generates fear, and for the sake of maintaining peace and order, he will return to the first day of the test. The floor under him begins to glow. Hansu is shocked to see a window that the teaching staff will make changes to the upcoming course. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. The message says that the staff will pray for his success. The floor under him falls apart, while emitting a glow. Stones collapse down. It says that supervision of the hero will be strengthened. The protagonist falls down while the system says that a special instructor has been assigned to help him. The guy lies on the ground, without making a sound. He looks away when he hears a greeting. Lenovo looks at him enthusiastically. He is silent. Lying upside down, the protagonist asks what is really the third playthrough already. Without raising his head, he hears that he is probably confused because he was unexpectedly summoned. Because this is a place called fantasy. The guy thinks that in novels and films, returning to the past is not a chance given to someone who was defeated. The companion, smiling, says that they do not expect him to understand right away, so she will explain in more detail. While MC is thinking about why he is going through this for the second time, despite the successful destruction of the demon lord. The main character looks down with annoyance, thinking that if this were a novel or manhwa, most likely it would be criticized, disappointed in the development of the plot. The girl, smiling, pronounces her name, saying that during one of the expeditions to search for ancient legends, she received a prophecy and summoned him. Enthusiastically says that from ancient languages, her name is translated as truth. Hansu smiles, realizing that this is the third time he hears this nonsense, while thinking about what will happen if he kills her right now. The professor stands behind him and asks him to wait, thinking that the plot might go differently. Moral says that just as one word can have an irreversible effect, one person can stabilize an entire country. The masked girl assures him that he shouldn't start by killing his innocent comrades. The protagonist, without turning around, declares that she has appeared again. She replies that it is unfortunate, and if it somehow consoles him, then he is the first person who was able to achieve an SS rating by any criteria. Waving her arms, she explains that this is possible due to the fact that he defeated the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion and slew the Demon Lord in just 22 days. Admiringly, she says that his name will be inscribed in the Hall of Fame and will remain there forever. The guy clenches his teeth and hears sincere congratulations. Sitting on the ground, he thinks about where he went wrong, because he was able to get the best result in the shortest possible time. The achievements are shown. The protagonist realizes that this is not a subjective opinion, but an objective judgment. Eyes wide open, he thinks that his reputation has been rated lower than before. Eyes sparkling, he realizes that it has been lowered from D to E. In front of him stands a huge monster. He realizes that only the exciting journey with the supreme dragon of oblivion comes to mind. They fly forward. He realizes that no one knew that he was the one who woke up Noibius. But still, fire comes out of his mouth. Hansu thinks about how there were many casualties after the incident with the Chaos Dragon, and of course someone was needed to become a scapegoat. Obviously the summoned hero would be perfect for this place. Biting his nails, the protagonist wonders if this means that his reputation began to fall when the first victims appeared, and what they even expected from a hero who was summoned only 10 days ago. Lenovo smiles at the enraged MC and hears that during the first playthrough he diligently saved lives, but in response they complain to him that he did not save their property or family members. That is, being ignorant is their calling. The girl asks again. He furiously asks to shut his mouth when she warned that the king is waiting for him. A warrior in white armor stands behind and says that he understands that he is confused, but they are too late. Surprised MC asks again. The soldier assures that the king is waiting and they need to go. Sitting in a magic circle, the guy says that it is he who is waiting. With a crazy grin, he asks to listen to him, asking how many heroes in this world in the opinion of the interlocutor, capable of killing the Lord of Demons. He confidently calls the number 2. Smiling, the guy replies that this is so, and even if something happens to the king, his place will be taken by the air. He closes his eyes and grins. Turning around, he sees a man and asks about 2. The character with glasses greets them with a smile, saying that he has been calling him for some time, but he does not answer. The system says that the stranger is at level 1 with the interpretation skill. The surprised protagonist hears that he is from Seoul, a high school student. The interlocutor delightedly says that he is 17 years old, enjoys games and reading. Sincerely smiles. While Hansu thinks that this is an ordinary guy who was summoned, worried and at the same time in anticipation. The amazed protagonist thinks that someone is full of calm despite the fact that he was kidnapped, and is kind to suspicious individuals dressed in medieval clothes. Hirobi appeared. On the phone case is an image of a pink-haired charming priestess in tights and a bandage on her hips. The surprised protagonist sees this. The interlocutor opposite him holds this smartphone, saying that such a careless person began to look around and forgot his phone. The guy says with a smile that this is his little hobby. He replies that he also played this game a little. The priestess's legs are shown. Hansu realizes that he is not so much as to wear such accessories. He thinks with a grin that this guy, even if he looks timid, is quite unusual. The warrior in armor looks at them. MC says his name, saying that he forgot about manners. The soldier asks to hurry. In anger, he declares that his majesty is waiting. The protagonist puts his hand in his pocket. He realizes that he is a shameless idiot, because he is just happy to meet his fellow countrymen after 10 years. Taking out a pen, he realizes that he could just use it. The interlocutor looks in amazement, while the protagonist thinks about what he would like. But the situation of a friend, and if they get rid of Hero A, who refuses to cooperate, Hero B will remain to protect this world in his place. Hansu understands that in any case there are only 2 heroes. The king kneels before them, begging them to have mercy and save the world. The protagonist, sitting on the throne, declares that he kidnapped them and now begs, asking what Hero B thinks, who shouts in rage that this is going beyond the pale because they are ordinary schoolchildren. The king is excited to hear that it is already a crime to kidnap them into this world, but asking them to be comrades of criminals is even worse. The guy with glasses screams in madness that they are stealing children and forcing them to fight, and in the war against the demon lord they pretend to be good. Using children as soldiers is an unforgivable crime. Hansu is shocked to think that if they act together, he in turn apologizes, saying that they need to hurry. Hero B is anticipating and thinks that his duty is to defeat the demon lord and save the fantasy world. The protagonist turns around questioningly. He sees an enthusiastic guy who asks that the locals will have a hard time pronouncing Korean names, and from now on they can call him Sieg. The stranger happily asks why the protagonist doesn't come up with a name for himself, warning that it's already taken. MC sees a glow in front of him, realizing that it's just a crazy person. A warrior stands next to the priestess. The protagonist realizes that he remembered this when he saw the case, wondering if he was an MC from that game where he married a fantasy character at the end. The guy with glasses shines next to her. He realizes that he clearly understands what he wants. Holding out his hand, Hansu asks to listen. He calls the name Sieg again. Smiling, he asks if he misses his family and friends. The interlocutor silently hears that everyone should be worried about him. The guy with glasses assures that everything is fine. These words crashed into the protagonist's head. Falling to his knees, he realizes what this guy really is. In shock, he realizes that he has no friends and parents. He has no attachment to his previous life and is ready to disappear into this world. Sieg holds out his hand, saying that there is no need to worry. He declares with a smile that he will protect him. The protagonist is shocked to hear this. His eyes widen. He grabs his head and imagines all his enemies. The professor behind him asks what he thinks of his new comrade. Hansu shouts where they dug up a social outcast from. Moro smiles and says that he is a hero candidate, carefully selected for a problematic student, with an amazing ability to adapt. MC lowers his head and says that the joy of meeting someone from his home world after 10 years evaporated in 10 minutes. Discouraged, he says that this is the difference in personality that shocks him. The girl in the mask happily says that there is no need to worry, because he was recognized as a hard worker even among the teachers. Surprised, Hansu watches as the companions leave, hearing from the professor that they came to the conclusion that it will be possible for him to graduate if he has a friend nearby who can guide him. Lenovo smiles and declares that he will lead them to the throne room. An embarrassed Sieg is surprised. They go further. Moral says that the decisive factor in the formation of personality is the environment, and she prays that he will follow his friend and become a glorious hero. The amazed protagonist thinks that this candidate is in the clouds, hanging on the girl, and he hopes that he was not like this during the first playthrough. Sieg smilingly tells Alex that he is cool. The protagonist thinks that the problematic place of the test of courage did not take place this time. This is because the guy agreed to cooperate with the kidnappers too easily. The gates open. The king sitting on the throne welcomes them to his kingdom. They bow, saying that they thank him for the hospitality. The audience enthusiastically says that his angle, tone of voice, bend of the waist, everything is perfect and that he probably grew up in an aristocratic family. Near Sieg there are dissatisfied people who ask if the chamberlain did not teach him etiquette before going to the throne room. Hansu realizes that this is the third time he goes through etiquette and would not call himself a human if he did not. The Lord raises his hand and asks if they can see their abilities. Sieg happily looks out the window and says that he can, reading that his race is human, specialization is hero, special perk is 5-fold experience, interpretation skill, state is excited. Dissatisfied MC says that he also sees clearly, while thinking that it is so clear that it almost pisses him off. The notification says that he is at level 1 and is annoyed. The protagonist cannot believe that his status was reset this time, and now he will seriously have to start over. He opens his eyes in shock. The letter F is written in the system. It begins to fall apart. The letters SSS appear. The protagonist opens his mouth in shock. He smirks, realizing that he has not forgotten. The system says that his skills are at SSS and SS ranks. He says that he sees that his race is a superior human, level 1, hero specialization, interpretation A. The state is also excited, while realizing that this is what the effect of the black box was. The king shouts in rage to the heroes that a crisis has come to the country. Demons are at their borders. Sieg happily stands next to his partner and says that he can provide this to them. The Lord says that they need to destroy them and develop skills, and then kill the Lord of Demons Petinar. The guy in glasses smilingly offers to try together. He agrees. MC with a sly grin says that they can trust them and rest in peace forever. Moral standing behind asks how. In shock, he wonders why he still has these skills after returning to the first day. The protagonist looks back and thinks that the professor is not aware of the black box. He smiles. With a grin, he assures that he is a student who received the only SS rank evaluation, and since this is the third time, he is a veteran among veterans, which differs from the shy newcomer. Embarrassed, Sieg looks away. Lenovo looks back questioningly. He turns away. The professor holds his head, hearing that if he were like the others, wouldn't this be a serious problem? Moro clenches his teeth and says that he doesn't know this. The red flags are hanging on the lock. The character raises his hand and thinks. He clenches it sharply. Hansu, looking at his fist, thinks that the master's teachings work perfectly. After all, knowledge is something that cannot be reset. Smiling, he realizes that he should have raised his level from the very beginning, but if he still has his previous skills, raising a couple of levels will not be difficult. With a crazy look, he thinks about the damned professors, the teaching staff, and the fantasy god himself will see his greatness. Sieg wonders if something funny happened. The protagonist with a sly look says that the whole situation is just incredible. He asks not to worry and rely on him. Hansu with an arrogant smile thinks that although it is comical, he is still his ticket to graduation, which Moro promised. He tells him that from now on he can call him just by his first name. The enthusiastic guy in glasses hears that they are comrades who dream of returning to their beloved homeland. Because after all, civilized people live there, he agrees. They shake hands. Sieg offers to drop the formalities. He replies that he will be glad to work with him. The partner embarrassedly says that he is not sure he wants to go back. Squeezing his hand, the protagonist asks again. He cries out in pain. With a haughty grin, the protagonist asks him if he is not going to finish off the demon lord. Smiling, he hears that his partner still wants to defeat him. He lets go of his companion's exhausted hand. Sieg smiles and holds on to it, noting that he is quite strong even if they are both level 1 and have identical skills. Amazed, MC hears that due to his excellent physique, he begins to think that he trained hard during his stay on Earth, and he is shocked to realize that his partner does not see his skills. The protagonist's skills are listed in the system window. He thinks that in this world, heroes can see the abilities of others whenever they want, which means that this guy cannot see either the skills or the black box. In a memory, Moral said that she would find out about this mosaic as quickly as possible and that she must be patient until then. The protagonist realizes that her surprise was genuine. Sieg, amazed, clarifies that the black box is an item that falls out in the lottery of things. Hansu notes that the system is not aware of the effect of this skill. MC, with a displeased face, understands that he should not tell him this. On the street, the protagonist's question is heard about why he is trying to defeat the Demon Lord. Because he does not want to go back, then what for? The guy, clenching his fist, says that this world is in danger precisely because of the rebellion of the Lord. The fighter agrees in surprise. They walk down the street. Hansu hears an offer to look for comrades, while realizing that he does not plan to return home, which means he wants to fight to protect the world in which he will live. The red banner hangs on the building. He realizes that he later gave his word to Sieg that they will meet in 5 days. Alex, in an angry state, grins. The guy thinks about what happened during a very exciting and safe warrior training. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist reflects that he can't hear questions about the tourist, even when he lived there for 10 years against his will. The girl behind him asks where he's going. He recognizes Lenovo. With a smile, she exclaims that it's the same one. He warned her that he asked her not to pretend to be nice. With a displeased look, Hansu says that he still hasn't had time to say it in this playthrough. In the middle of the street, a question is heard about what she's doing here and whether she should be with Sieg now. The amazed girl asks why. They walk past trees. The heroine assures that she is an archaeologist pursuing legends and everything related to heroes who were summoned to Fantasia in the past, also part of her research. The embarrassed guy looks away. She explains that Sieg is just as she imagined, unremarkable like the previous ones. Lenovo runs after the fighter, saying that MC has a twist and a good scientist is always interested in new phenomena around him. He understands that she is probably one of the reasons why he can't graduate. Folding her palms, she says that she needs to say something. He allows it with a grin. Standing in the middle of the forest, the girl declares that they have crossed the boundaries of a closed zone. Entering the royal hunting grounds is a serious crime. The protagonist grins and declares that she knows the way back, while she warns that if they leave right now, the king will not be. The guys are standing in front of the queen's mansion. The girl wonders if he was really only summoned today. A black dog growls behind them. In rage, he opens his mouth and barks. Hansu looks at him and exhales. The girl is shocked. Near them lies the skeleton of a dog. He assures that there is no need to panic, because a guard dog is not a problem for him. Putting his hand on the door, he says that she followed him anyway, so why not help with one matter? Hansu confidently opens the door, while she agrees. In front of them stands a maid. She watches with displeasure. The protagonist wonders why only a cleaning lady looks after the mansion. Hansu says with a sly look that he arrived on time. The maid is angry. The system window says that she is level 34, with the skills of charm, housework, dark energy. The building is shown. It is said that the queen's mansion is located in an isolated royal hunting ground, not as huge as other residences, however. The maid is standing in front of them. It is explained that there is only one maid who takes care of this place, and perhaps the question arises how this can be. The football player kicks the ball next to the runner. It is explained that in Fantasia, those who have reached level 5 will have physical abilities on par with professional athletes. The system says about her skills. He understands that if they also make a contract with a demon. The maid watches in rage. He realizes that with level 34 they will be able to jump like a movie actor. Lenovo smiles and apologizes, stating that the esteemed hero is not accustomed to their world, so they should leave as soon as possible. The protagonist notices with interest that she began to look a little crazy. The rival's eyes sparkle red. She takes a step, jumps towards the heroes. The girl screams that they are very sorry. MC silently watches her approach. Taking hold of her face, he hears wishes for death. The protagonist hits her head on the floor and asks to be quiet. She breaks her neck. The worried companion clarifies whether he is not level 1. The protagonist clenches his fist and denies, stating that he is now at level 12. The heroine points her finger in shock and asks to look. Dark smoke comes out of the maid's body. The clock grins. A question sounds whether this could be dark energy. Hansu calmly addresses her while she assumes that the man has made a contract with a demon. She is frightened to hear that if she wants to continue to go with him, she needs to shut her mouth and not ask anything. In the room, the guy thinks that each time you level up, all skills slightly increase their effectiveness, and usually that would be all. They go down the stairs. The protagonist realizes that, unlike the previous playthrough, he still has his high-ranking skills, and even if he will level up in the same way, the effects will differ in power. To simplify it, you can use mathematics. Sieg is depicted near the formulas. The total combat power is 160. In the case of the maid, the combat power is at 860. The enthusiastic protagonist thinks that he has it at an incredibly high level, and as if he is playing on an administrator account. In front of him is a gate. When he touches it with his hand, a magic sign appears. Lenovo excitedly says that all these are traps. The maid who made a contract with the demon. What is happening in the queen's estate? The protagonist opens the doors. The guys look inside. The man hits the drum with bones. The priest in the bone mask declares that they are waiting for the leniency of the Lord with a single heart. Raising his hand, he speaks of eternal youth and endless pleasure. Sitting opposite a vat of blood, he begs the one who grants unlimited power to accept this sacrifice. The girl, amazed, says that it is impossible for demon worshippers to hide in the queen's mansion. She wonders how the hero found out about this. They go further. The girl asks if this is related to the ability. He clarifies, didn't he say to keep his mouth shut if he wants to go with him? The priest in the mask turns around. Han-soo confidently stands opposite. He asks who they are and how they got in. The guy looks away. He sees people in cloaks with the human race, thinking that all cultists are people. Opposite him stands an enraged demon of level 194. The protagonist understands that he is an exception. The villain, blazing with fire, says that there is no way back for anyone who has stepped foot on their sacred lands and that he can rejoice because he will become a sacrificial offering to the master. MC crosses his arms and agrees, thinking that he took the form of a man to lead this cult. His eyes lit up, he asks to continue talking. The astonished opponent hears that he is AB rank. The people in cloaks open their mouths in shock. Lenovo watches in amazement. The protagonist grins at the sight of him. He falls to his knees and asks to forgive the servant's ignorance. His body trembles. Han-soo thinks that the demon society is based on a solid hierarchy. Absolute submission to the stronger is the law. The system speaks of SS rank dark energy. He understands that this is something that only powerful demons can possess, and therefore it is something like an identification card. Standing in front of him, the protagonist declares that he will take command from now on. Smiling, he states that he will be doing troublesome things while he gives orders, asking if there are any complaints. Bowing, the demon shouts that there are no complaints, while addressing him as the venerable and great demon archduke. Han-soo asks him to shut up already, displeased. Raising his hand, he asks the worms to listen to him, declaring that they will rule the kingdom from the shadow of chaos. With a sly grin, he says that in order to carry out his plans, he will explain what is needed for the first step on the path to this, claiming that this kingdom will become his. On the first pass, the fighter strikes, shouting at the enemy to feel the revenge of the people sacrificed. Dark energy falls out of the old man. The protagonist and his comrades look at this. The man asks that he also worship demons. Lenovo says that their influence has spread throughout the kingdom. The worried guy asks if the situation is too bad, because even without the demon lord, this is already a place for entertainment. Scoundrels are stealing people. It is said that the real state of the kingdom was terrible, and it is obvious that the occultists committed crimes such as murder, theft, drug trafficking and human trafficking. Near the lady there is a cloud of dark energy. It is said that the further, the clearer it becomes that not only commoners were involved. The king says with a smile that the demon cult has become a problem, so we must try to fix everything, while he reflects that thanks to the distinctive rule, it has become entertainment for demons and the hero must solve the problem. Opposite the demon is a vat of blood, torches are burning. MC with a sword kicks the doors and shouts that the hero is here and everyone needs to stand still if they do not want to be beaten. The surprised cultists hear that they will be killed in any case for worshipping demons. The priest furiously calls him arrogant, screaming that he will burn in hell for invading their sanctuary. Blazing with fire declares that they must bow before the Lord and remember the face of fiery fear, accept their death. His head is splitting while MC screams that he needs to shut up because he has no idea what he went through. Han-soo presses his foot on him, declaring that stupid demons just need to die. He clarifies if he knows how stupid the man who humiliated him is. In anger, he screams that he just needs to die. Dark energy flies out of the house screaming die. It is said that as soon as the boy got rid of the B-rank demon in the queen's mansion, all the occultists disappeared in the blink of an eye. A distribution diagram is shown. It is explained that since the demon that fed them dark energy disappeared, there was no point in further worship. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thinks that the main weakness of this group was its dependence on only one leader, but thanks to this, he stands near Lenovo opposite the bull, realizing that he easily overthrew the leader and took his place without resistance. They shout at him that they worship the great. Han-soo smiles. Lenovo sees him and says that she has a bad feeling. The guy raises his hand and shouts that you cannot worry and just leave it to him. Sieg, standing, shouts that you can trust him. He happily declares that the hero will solve all their problems. The dissatisfied protagonist sees him and thinks that he needs to learn from him if he wants to graduate, realizing that he made the decision after watching him. Lightning strikes him, realizing that if he does everything for free, it will raise his reputation well. Sitting near the altar, he declares that this veteran hero should become generous on the third playthrough. With a grin, he says that he will solve all the problems completely free of charge, realizing that the king will not worry about anything. The royal castle is shown. The guy clarifies that forever. An old man with a crown asks the Lord Chancellor what happened. He kneels and says that it is about the protagonist, who clarifies what he did wrong. Sitting on the throne, he says that he did not like him from the first meeting. His presentation of etiquette was perfect, but something was wrong with him. The old man's eyes sparkle. He objects that it is the opposite. Han-soo fights the priest. It is said that he was engaged in the search for criminal groups, and also played a vital role in their arrest. The protagonist shoots money. It is explained that he distributed all the confiscated wealth to the people and deserves praise. A silhouette is visible behind the king. He hears that if you compare him with Sieg, who wastes time, then the hero is able to save the kingdom and the whole country. The queen with a grin asks that MC's sense of justice and achievements are quite distinctive. He clarifies that she thinks so too. Closing his eyes, he hears that the distribution of loot among people is delightful. The lady asks if he has enough funds for himself, and why not reward him himself. Turning around, the ruler asks why his wife wants to spend his wealth on something so useless. The king is shocked. Her eyes glow purple. She asks him to provide funds for adventures. In the pupils of the pentagram, she says that if the hero saves the world, then his majesty, as the one involved in the call, should shine much brighter. The enchanted ruler says that she is right. Handing over the key, he declares that the lord must go with this to the secret basement and take as much as he wants for the needs of the protagonist. With sparkling eyes, the cunning people thank their king. Gold pours out. They say that they should not have gone so far because he did not even dream of receiving such money. Lying on a mountain of gold, Hansu says that he will find a good use for them. The joyful guy stands opposite the evil ruler and thinks that, unlike the second playthrough when they argued, now he was able to get these funds quite peacefully. Flipping a coin, he realizes that this time it didn't affect his character assessment, and he actually grew compared to last time. Rolling in Gold says that all these treasures were given to him by the king, so technically it's like a donation to charity. The queen and the lord look unhappily. He thinks that she is a joker after upgrading energy, and vassals like the chancellor also benefit. The old man smilingly declares that they are ready to sacrifice everything for him. All the wealth of the church now belongs to him, but they cannot understand why he gave it to earthworms. The protagonist happily replies that he should provide a report on the sources of income of the church. The old man stands in front of a chart with percentages, saying that here is a detailed graph of the income flow, in descending order: drugs, usury, kidnapping, theft, smuggling, donations, scams, and so on. The tired guy sighs, declaring that 99% is dirty money, and if he even touches it, then the character assessment will hit rock bottom. Surprised ministers look at him, while he thinks that he does not know what the faculty or Professor Moral can find fault with next time. In the castle, they shout about the hero Hansu. A soldier in armor runs to him and declares that he finally found him. He clarifies what happened. An excited warrior asks to stop him. The surprised protagonist hears that Sieg is acting recklessly. MC clarifies what happened there. The protagonist turned around and asked what does Sieg mean by that. He went crazy. He stopped when someone told him to calm down. Then the young man pointed his finger at the man and screamed, "He is mocking him." He forks it with his eyes. This boar grabbed that lady by the arm and forcibly dragged her aside. That lady says that everything is fine. He opened his mouth wide and added, "She says so because he scared her. Isn't it obvious? She is afraid that he will take revenge on her if she tells the truth." The knights looked at the hero and asked him to be reasonable. The man got angry and asked what he did to deserve these accusations. And the lady told the Baron that she was very sorry. It was all because of her. The protagonist covered his ears when people started shouting, "Evil boar, let him immediately let this lady go. Even if he is a hero, it does not mean that he will get away with it." And he said, it seems that he understood what was happening. Looking at the brown-eyed man, he thought, the person Sieg insulted, he had seen this face somewhere. He was one of the guys who participated in the religious ritual in the basement of the royal villa. The characteristics were written race, level, profession, and other things. Slime appeared behind the hero when he continued the thought. He is an F-rank demon worshipper. The first passage of the Baron's domain in the Dumpling King's kingdom. Due to the fertile land and high population, this place became very rich. But this abundance became a problem for the Baron. First, the stress after the management lessons made his appetite uncontrollable. Unfortunately, he was rich enough to satisfy this hunger, in the end. The man sat at the table and said why he felt so sluggish lately, and the youth thought, when he inherited the title, he suffered from diabetes, hyperlipidemia, arthritis, bladder stones, cancer, and many other diseases that afflicted him. However, no matter how strong the magic medicine of fantasy was, it was not omnipotent, and someone stood in front of the bull and said that he bowed before the one who will grant him eternal health and strength. The brunette sat on the ground when he was told, "Pathetic and stupid little soul," and he shouted, "Yes." The monster stuck out a finger and added, "He is ready to follow the orders of his master and take this difficult path." The hero's eyes glowed when he replied, "Yes, he swears, he will follow the one who will grant him eternal health and strength." After which Hansu noted, in order to restore his fortune and health, the Baron began to worship the demon. Due to the effect of the dark energy, he became very cruel and began to commit evil deeds until he was overtaken by the justice of the hero. However, the brown-eyed man looked ahead, called Sieg, and asked what he did here. The guy pointed his finger at the man and asked Hansu for help. He definitely saw how this pig was dragging her by the hand. The girl cried when he added that the pig should not even try to deny it, and she said that it was not true, and the protagonist said that he was glad to see the Baroness again, or not, because in 2 years she will marry a poor patient. She will become one of the victims of the bleached Baron, because of his demon worship. The young man sighed heavily and thought, well, now he does not need to worry about this, and asked what evidence. To which he was answered, he is a hero, he sees it too, yes, the dark energy skill that is tied to this sided one. This means that he is a demon worshipper, and he thought, this guy. The protagonist raised his head and thought, He is saying this to the owner of the SS rank Dark Energy. Then he opened his mouth and called Sieg, and he answered yes when the guy added, if a person has dark energy, it does not necessarily mean that he is a demon worshipper. Remembering a moment from the past, the guy said, if he eats the heart of a demon, then the dark energy will forever settle in his body. The hero looked at the flask and said, it can also be obtained through special training or by drinking an elixir. There are many ways to get dark energy. And he thought, of course, he does not want to say that dark energy is good. Dark energy that is not controlled by a demon can become extremely chaotic and transform into a demon that will take over the owner's personality. People gain special power by absorbing tight energy. But the demon can even torture the user when the latter develops an addiction. This is how demons control people. The brunette frowned, called Hansu, and said that this pig is a real demon worshipper, after which he smiled. Then the protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought, what a perceptive guy, throwing facts at him like a coward. The old man looked at the young man and said, the good baron's heater in the demon generation, calling the baron a bore, but he is their regular customer. The brown-eyed man stopped when they said around, this guy is their hero. Well, what nonsense. If he is a hero, then he can get to anyone, poor baron. The lady lowered her head and told the hero that this was a misunderstanding. In fact, the baron was generous to her family. Then she added that he forgave her father and showed him his kindness. He gave him food because of his sore leg. He even called a doctor to look at her father's leg. Sieg was surprised when she added, after that she fell in love with him and now follows him everywhere. But now she has become so annoying to him. The two approached the guy and asked if he had said everything. If so, then let him pass. The people dragged the hero away and sat him down, that they would discuss compensation for moral damage to the baron. The hero lord had nothing to worry about, and the protagonist thought that guy's reputation was still good. The man began to calm the lady and spoke. He said that he was fine, and she answered, but still, when the protagonist thought, his complete transformation due to dark energy would only be in the distant future. After which the young man turned around and said, if he had no evidence to send the man to jail, then let him think twice before blaming anyone. Resisting the knights, the young man screamed. He was not mistaken. This guy worships a demon, and Hansu thought if this guy would be of any use to him. A torch was burning on the wall. When the hero told the lady that this was a weekly report on observing the hero Sieg, the hero had recently received a quest. Sitting near the lady, the young man spoke. It seems he quickly recovered from that incident. But are there any more quests here? Because suddenly someone's hand appeared. The boy climbed onto the roof when the brunette said that he helped the child find his cat. How cute, and he thought, now the kingdom is calm and smooth. The protagonist smiled and thought, there is no heroic work as such, only small assignments, since the cult of demon worshippers now follows the hero, and he turned into a city militia that solves the problems of the kingdom of their shadow. The man jumped and screamed, they work so that they sleep peacefully, squads of demon worshippers, and the young man thought that demon worshippers can do many things. The boy whispered in the guy's ear that Hansu is so wonderful, and he asked, and what is so wonderful about him? To which he replied, yes, everything, he is amazing, and the young man thought, he also works hard on his reputation. Questions were heard from the fortress. They know that the princes are involved in the land business. His Majesty knows about it but does nothing, and the protagonist thought, and public opinion about the Dumpling King, if this continues, his character points will not decrease. The violet-eyed girl looked at the hero and said, oh, as the master predicted, yesterday a group of elves attacked the black market. His insight is incredible. And he asked, and how did it go? The blonde fought hard when she added, most of them died. But their cruel leader was captured. If the auction house gets rid of her, it will be very profitable for the church. After her words, the young man thought, okay, now the future king of the elves will leave the stage with Professor Moro can't say anything because he did not bring up this topic. Okay, something else. The guy looked at the man and thought, Alex, the future king of the sword. He turned around when the young man added, he never liked this guy. He got rid of him in the second playthrough. And the hero asked what he was, a bastard, and Hansu thought, but this time Alex would be useful to him, so he was still alive. The girl was happy and screamed, finally, so he finally understood the value of his partners. The brunette closed his eyes and answered, of course, Professor Moro. It was not they who accidentally said that dog shit can be used for medical purposes. At the gate, someone shouted, heroes, welcome to the royal training ground, and the protagonist thought, it's time to meet Alex's stunning orientation. The couple looked into the distance, and the guy thought, with a new player. The hero walked on the ground. This day had finally come. Having dealt with the demon worshippers, he returned to the kingdom from the front lines. Alex smiled and asked, did not wait. Unfortunately, orientation was pushed aside. There was a crest on the gate, a voice welcoming everyone to the royal training ground. The boys were sitting in their seats. The man said that they were still very green. It seemed like it was time for them to have a real training session. The two watched this skeptically. The man clenched his fist and told them not to worry, because the best swordsmen in the kingdom would make real men out of them in no time. The boy raised his fist and said that he would give it his all. The instructor pointed to the people and said that today they had special guests, the hero and knights of the kingdom, and asked them to show respect. The woman opened her mouth and said that it was an honor for her to meet the legendary heroes. She smiled and said that since two heroes were summoned together, it would definitely bring great benefit to the kingdom, but she could not contain her curiosity. Looking at the two boys, she said that among the two heroes summoned to kill the demon lord, she wondered who was stronger. The main hero looked at her and answered, if that is what the queen wanted. The brunette opened his mouth and asked what Her Majesty replied that she was happy to hear it. She looked at Alex and asked if the heroes had given their consent. Could he pause the training? She would like to watch the heroes duel. He answered of course. Putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, he said that since that was the case, let the strongest win. The instructor frowned and said that he was watching them in advance. If someone gave up or ran in front of Her Majesty, his fist would not spare them. The young man turned his head and asked to wait, and then asked Hansu if they were friends. He turned away and said that he did not want to fight his friend, but he had no choice. He threw his jacket aside and said that they should do it. The queen wanted them to fight. It was improper to refuse. Besides, this was one of the ways to help the kingdom. Sieg froze when they asked him if this was what he wanted. The violet-haired girl smiled. The protagonist thought that it was terrible, how far they had come, but listening to people's problems and fulfilling their wishes was part of the hero's job. Doing it for free was completely normal. The young man folded his clothes and took off his glasses. The guys stood opposite each other. The protagonist thought, why don't they listen to the worthy and beautiful queen and do what she wants? The brunette clenched his fist and said that he would do it. He just remained silent. The young man jumped up. He ran, gritting his teeth. The enemy looked down at him, and he kicked him in the stomach. The dark-haired man smiled and asked Sieg what he was doing. He shouldn't give in to him. Let him hit with full force. He thought to himself that it was so hard for him to hold back his laughter. The young man began to cough and asked, that's it. The people on the devices began to count 1, 2, 1, 2. The woman smiled when Hansu shouted that he asked not to give in, to stand in defense and attack. The dark-haired man, swinging his arm, remembered how the guy promised to protect him and thought that if he knew that performing a hero's duty for free could be so fun and exciting, he would have done it earlier. The hero's legs were shaking. The guy opened his mouth and asked his opponent when he would stop being so careful with him. The drool was flowing from his mouth. The protagonist thought that in fact, he was the only one careful here. If he hit with full force, this guy would have already died, and this would have ruined his reputation and character points. The young man collapsed to the ground. The protagonist smiled. Looking at him, someone ordered to call a healer to the hero. Looking at him, the guy thought that his wounds would be easily healed with magic, but he would need some time to heal the moral damage. An instructor appeared behind him and asked if he could distinguish between a real fight and light sparring. He smiled and said that he seemed to enjoy bullying the weak, but he would show him what a truly strong man was. The dark-haired man frowned and thought what it meant to bully the weak. This bastard even had brains. The man was warming up his fists, and the young man thought that this was the main event of the orientation. A realistic fight with Alex was beginning. The hero smiled and said that he seemed to know how to fight, but this was not enough for a truly strong man. The protagonist looked at his characteristics and thought that he had the same abilities as in the first playthrough. This is a very high level, especially considering the current peaceful time. He closed his eyes and thought that, however, his body had survived countless battles. Alex opened his mouth and asked what was funny. Was he already giving up because he was afraid of a powerful warrior like him? Then he struck and shouted, left crown, right funeral. He hit the protagonist in the chest. He smiled and asked if he really called that a blow. The hero looked at him dumbfounded. The protagonist stood with his foot on his back. After that realistic training fight with Alex, a duel with a truly strong man was even more interesting than in the second round. The guy smiled. Since then Alex no longer calls him to training. Besides, he has enough of his own affairs. The flags fluttered in the wind. The blonde listened that Hansu was very hot. She replied, the summer is very unusual, in this heat. If they do not have enough water then. But he did not interrupt and said that he knew everything. The young man closed his eyes and said that she meant that due to the lack of water on the middle continent, a food crisis could occur. He was thinking about a solution to this problem. The girl turned and asked, with these people, the young man asked, is she still not used to them? His subordinates will help the world. The men smiled and said, glory to the Great One. The dark-haired closed one eye and said, okay, the lack of food is due to drought. He raised his finger and asked if he started a war and reduced the population. Would that be the most effective solution? The lady asked anxiously, Mr. Hero. There was a coat of arms on the gate. A shout rang out for him to get up quickly before a crutch was shoved into his dopa. The man hit him with the crutch and shouted until he took revenge on him. Rest would be a luxury for him. Sweat ran down the young man's face and he said he couldn't take it anymore. The brunette clenched his fist and shouted that he shouldn't give up and could do it. No need to be afraid and let him give it his all. He gritted his teeth and shouted the mages and healer are always ready. And then he collapsed to the ground. The hero turned around and groaned that he swears revenge on him. He will kill Hansu, and then called Sieg. He trembled and said, yes, instructor. Alex frowned and said that a broken leg would heal sooner or later. But if he didn't take revenge on him, the scar on his pride would never heal. And what about him? When his wounds healed, Would he just forget about it? The young man lowered his head. He imagined the scene from the beating, and the man asked if he had any pride left when he would remember every day how he was beaten like a mongrel, the demon lord he had to defeat. However, the hero who had no pride left. The boy opened his mouth and screamed for him to shut up. The man struck and screamed that he had left the body open. The boy screamed that he would kill him. The instructor told him to remember that if he gave in to his emotions, he could die. The dark-haired man could hear screams asking if he wanted revenge. The protagonist chuckled and said that it was only early morning, and they were already making a fuss. Oh, that Alex? When he swore at him, he could beat him up good. The protagonist walked, leaning on a crutch. He had noticeably changed after the operation. The young man silently lowered his head. The man was dragging him by the collar. He looked straight ahead. No matter how often Sieg missed training, or swore at the instructor for his cruel methods, he never got angry and did not beat him, unlike the first playthrough. The brunette sat with his head down. Tears flowed from his eyes. The boy stood with his head down. The two walked across the field. Alex tolerated the whining of the student and focused on persistent training. As a result, he noticeably changed and grew. Looking at the information, the protagonist said that it was simply amazing. He bowed his head and added that if he trained at the same pace for 3 more years, he would be ready to enter the demon world and defeat the demon lord, which took him 10 years. He watched the training and said that he thought there was something special about the hero from the faculty. He thought that there was no point in them assigning him a model student and telling him to learn from him. The young man chuckled and said that he should understand Professor Morrow's plan. It's not that simple. She appeared from behind and asked what was going on. The young man turned around and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. As she saw, he was watching the model student. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that this situation did not seem normal to her. Imagining the young man, she said that when you pour cold water into a boiling cauldron, you only kill the heat and that's it. The hero candidate she recommended should be in the teenage stage of development, but his growth rate in these circumstances. The dark-haired man turned away and the one who had intertwined her asked if she thought it was not normal. If it meant he should kill him right now, he had long suspected that he could prevent him from completing this passage. The heroine raised her hands and asked to wait and calm down to listen to her. She wanted to say that the candidate was going through a hard time now. She was careless. Remembering the recent scene, the protagonist said that it really seemed like Alex's one-sided love was exhausting him. He smiled and asked if he should just kill the instructor. The lady asked if it was possible to do without killing. It seemed to her that the heroes were now very exhausted. Looking at the sun, she said that the weather was too hot. The protagonist folded his arms and said that this was the reason they should kill Alex since he was giving Sieg no peace. Morrow replied that she meant that the student Hansu also looked tired. It was normal for a person to have violent and aggressive thoughts when tired, and asked how much rest he had had in the past few days. The young man turned around. He opened his mouth and said that she was right. He hadn't thought about it. Imagining himself lying down, he thought, even though all he did was give orders to other people while sitting on his butt, making decisions was very tiring, especially as a person who had to solve all sorts of problems and take care of people who were too drunk on dark energy. It was actually a burden that a king should bear. He spread his arms and said, no wonder he was so tired, considering he was doing this for free instead of the useless dumpling king. The young man adjusted his bangs and said that he took on the responsibility of the kingdom as well as the heroic duty. It seems that the hero suffers from burnout syndrome. The heroine folded her arms and asked how about going to nature with her comrades. Despite the severe drought, Fantasia's remains a beautiful place. Thanks to the magic towers, they can instantly visit most tourist destinations. Introducing the animals, she said that, for example, they can look at the beautiful sea dragon if they visit the mysterious North Sea. Introducing Ostrava, she said that she can also recommend exploring the floating islands. She introduced water and added that the Mermaid Lake is a very interesting place. He was there during the first playthrough. It is a place that retains its beauty even during the drought. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that the Mermaid Lake sounds nice. He was asked what he decided. The protagonist smiled and thanked Professor Morrell and said that he needed to quickly gather his comrades. She looked at him and said that he had made a quick decision. He disappeared and thought that the kingdom was suffering from a severe drought. If this continued, the harvest would suffer and many people would die of hunger. But it could not be said that there was no water at all. The guy looked at the water and said, wow, is this really a lake? And he thought it was a sea. The dark-haired man folded his arms over his chest and said that this was also a reservoir with clean water, enough water to provide farms and then people would not starve due to drought. Introducing the mermaids, he said that they were quite cruel creatures. They made people suffer by monopolizing this water. One of them swam quickly. The young man continued that getting rid of these evil fish and saving people from drought and hunger was their duty as heroes. The young man chuckled and thought that he could even raise Sieg's level while eating sashimi, or kill his old comrade. Isn't he a genius? The brunette came closer and asked if there were any mermaid princesses here. When he heard a positive answer, his curiosity grew. The flags fluttered in the wind. The young man turned and asked Hansen where they got so many companions from. He replied that he simply didn't want to start active actions with a small group. Looking at the military, he thought that these were the entire royal guard. People stood with their hands folded. There were even elite magicians here. Looking at them, the brown-eyed man thought that if he gathered all the soldiers, they would get an army of 30,000. He smiled and said that he didn't come here for a peaceful existence or useless negotiations. This is a game of survival. The man sat on a horse, 3 level 200 officers. People in white suits, 5 level 150 magicians, a warrior in armor and a golden mask, 20 elite level 180 knights, 100 ordinary level 130 knights, 300 level 100 knight candidates. Groups of soldiers lined up on the shore, 10,000 elite level 10 soldiers. The men held pitchforks. One asked if they would be fed, 20,000 level 3 conscripts. Hansu looked away and chuckled inwardly. He looked at the warriors gathered below and thought that the army was rather mediocre in strength for a country that bordered the demon lord's territory. Touching his forehead, the hero said how heavy his burden was, and thought that in fact someone else had to bear the burden of the crown. The sun shone on the scorched earth. Words were heard that he needed to find a way that would not only bring him closer to graduation, but also save these people from drought. Looking at the armored warrior, the hero continued that he would have to help the kingdom if the demon lord attacked. He imagined the fat king and thought that every time the king made a mistake, he would give the same excuse, that their country was in this state because of the demon lord. The demon scratched his head, thinking about the unfairness, and the boy thought that despite the unfairness, in fantasy everyone agreed with him. He imagined the demon attacking the dumpling king and the villagers, and thought that the neighboring countries did not want to conflict with the kingdom because it would be the first line of defense if the demons attacked. Touching his chin, Hansu said that due to the lack of wars, the army was weak and inexperienced. Seed remarked on how smart he was. A sly smile appeared on the boy's face. He asked that if he got rid of the mermaids, not only would he solve the water shortage, but he would also prepare the army for future battles against the demons. The count on horseback told the hero that they should hurry. The bearded man explained that the soldiers were already exhausted due to lack of food and water. They should quickly decide what to do next. A system window appeared in front of him saying that he was a level 204 man, a general, with martial arts, swordsmanship, leadership, manners, horse riding skills, and he was feeling uncomfortable. The guy waved his hand and said that they would build a dam to block the flow of fresh water into the lake, and thereby force the mermaids out of the water. The man looked at him with his mouth slightly open, and the guy thought that this man's name was too long to pronounce. They would just call him Count A, the Count, the officer in charge of the expedition. He was one of the few who had not joined the demon worshipper cult. A shadow fell on Hansu's face, who said that if they could not use the water to their advantage, it did not matter how tired the soldiers were, the mermaids would have a very hard time fighting on land. He presented a map with a diagram and said that the rivers that flowed into the lake belonged to their kingdom, so they would not have to negotiate with neighboring kingdoms to solve this problem. They would simply block the flow. Turning away, the man on the horse said that the plan was quite logical, but hearing it from the hero's lips, he replied that he was doing this for the good of the kingdom. Looking at the man, he thought that he only chose leaders who did not succumb to the promises of demons. He imagined people with glowing eyes and thought that unlike the queen and the chancellor, and the high-ranking demons who wanted to seize power in the kingdom and hand over control to the church. As he looked away, Hansu thought that he was curious. How would he react? How would he feel when he found out that his entire family worshipped demons? Crossing his arms, the guy confidently asked what if they negotiated. Lenovel exclaimed that it was right. She knew he would try to solve this problem peacefully. The hero noticed that she was talking like a war was inevitable. Lenovel smiled happily, saying that she really thought he had decided to start a war with the mermaids. The brunette turned away and said that she didn't know him well. He was a peace-loving person. He had a very sly smile on his face. He thought that if he pressed the enemy's weakness so that he could not resist and made this offer that was impossible to refuse, he could solve this problem easily and peacefully. A question was heard from behind the three heroes, asking what the commander thought about this. One of the warriors approached Count A and said that they had always been forbidden to interact with the mermaids. After the demon lord was reborn, they agreed to cooperate with the hero. The count said that means they will attack the mermaids, just like the hero said. Frowning, he continued that he was not the only one who was dissatisfied with the heroes, but His Majesty trusted him infinitely. He presented a red flag. The man with the pitchfork said that he only joined the army because his crops dried up. They found a lot, but they gave little food. The second asked what he heard. They want to build a house. If the hero's plan works, many people will be saved. The man pointed his finger and asked to look at the other side. There were people with blue flags. He said that this was the army of the Holy Kingdom. They had gathered to watch them. If they screwed up, they would laugh at them. It was no longer a question of trusting the hero. It was a game of survival. The axe crashed into the tree trunk. A game of people against mermaids or people against people. Men carried logs. Someone shouted for them to work, because there was no time to rest. If someone got hurt, healers were ready, so let them not spare themselves and work at full capacity. The villagers began to build supports. Someone shouted that they must completely block this river in a week. The sun's rays illuminated the water surface. A question was heard. He really was not going to fight the mermaids, and the answer was that it depended on them. Lenovo, standing behind, said worriedly that the heroes were just friends with the mermaids. She put her hands together sweetly and said that the love between a hero and a mermaid is very romantic, to which she heard that perverts remain perverts. Hansu thought that it seemed romantic if you did not know the truth. He imagined a man on the shore and thought that 100 years ago a hero came here. The guy was wearing dark armor. He saw a mermaid singing on the shore. He was attracted by the beautiful song. He met a mermaid who was relaxing on the shore. The green-haired girl was singing. She was the queen of the mermaids and ruled over the lake. The girl turned around. The heroes were sitting under the crescent moon. They soon became lovers, but the queen could not leave the lake. The weapon fell from the bloody hand. The hero lost to the demon lord, meeting his inglorious end. Hansu crossed his arms and said that since then, on the day of the hero's death, a sad song can be heard on the lake, so this place is called the City of the Sad Mermaid. The blonde indignantly shouted that it was her job to tell stories. The guy imagined the warlike Petinar and thought that losing to the demon lord, who initially gave the hero a huge head start, how stupid was he? Seep turned and said that although this city is named after a mermaid, he does not see the mermaids themselves here, to which he heard that they do not walk around the city among people. Gloomy men were walking along the street. A question was heard, is it just their imagination or are there too many here? There was a sign above the door. The man replied that the fact is that there are no male mermaids here. Opening the door, Hansu explained that the fact is that most of the city's residents are candidates for mermaid husbands anyway. He looked ahead indifferently, hearing how he was greeted. The girl put the mug on the table and asked, did they come to relax at the lake? She had a mermaid ear. She said that there are a lot of people here now. Putting her hands on her hips, the green-haired girl asked that an army had gathered around the lake. They are not worried. The hero thought that he had not seen her for a long time, the owner of the tavern, the daughter of the mermaid queen, the second most powerful mermaid of the lake. Smiling widely, Hansu thought that she was also his partner in the first playthrough, the bitchin' mermaid princess Aqua. Seeing the other shore in the telescope, the old man says that they are dividing their troops. He looks ahead and states that this seems too exaggerated for a diplomatic meeting with the mermaid queen, and he does not know what their intentions are. The girl stands next to him and hears the question of what the saint thinks. Is it possible that they are trying to invade their kingdom? She says excitedly that she can't predict anything, for now it's best to consider the possibility. Suddenly someone calls the commander. The fighter holding the package says that an urgent message has arrived from a spy. He replies that he prays for it to be good news. The old man reads the message next to the surprised girl. Frowning, the commander says that the saint should look at this. The amazed lady hears his hope that this is just an unprecedented situation, and will not lead to a crisis that they cannot resolve. There is a sign near the door. A question sounds that they really came to see the lake in this troubled time. The protagonist denies it with a smile. The mermaid with a smirk suggests that this is to target them. MC with a sly look agrees, specifying that the lake too. She is very surprised. She waves her mop. The protagonist takes out a dagger. They look at each other. Aqua is a mermaid princess and the owner of the city inn, who was also the guardian of the lake and the mermaids. Sparks are visible between them. It is said that unlike Alex, who focuses on strength in battle, she specializes in speed and attack power. The opponents fly away from each other. The protagonist with a smirk thinks that in front of him is a noisy fish. Aqua holding a mop looks at him, while he realizes that it looks like an ordinary broom. But it is a weapon made entirely of steel, an object that cannot be easily lifted even by a bunch of high-level heroes. She stands barefoot on the floor. He realizes that her free movement on land is unique even among other mermaids. They sit in front of the night sky. It is explained that the previous hero who visited the lake 100 years ago was a fool who could not defeat the demon king but succeeded in leaving two things in Fantasia. A frightened Lenovo asks them to calm down and resolve everything peacefully. The guy thinks about his first love story, over which archaeologists and minstrels would languish. The rival, with a serious expression, states that she is becoming increasingly irritated just by looking at him, while he thinks that the second is a monstrous sashimi that the queen of the mermaids gave birth to. Hansu looks forward hearing that her father, the previous hero, was a kind person, and for the first time she sees a bully who calls himself a hero. With a smirk, he asks what she knew about being a hero. The mermaid calmly asks him if he really thinks that they only get information from the lake. The protagonist, looking at her, states that in that case they should know the state of the human kingdom right now. The mermaid hovers in the air. The guy states that while their heartless race selfishly monopolizes the water, humanity is on the verge of starvation. The hand of the dead man lies on the floor, saying that he thinks that his efforts to save humanity makes him a more worthy hero. MC, with a smile, talks about an idiot who could not even defeat the demon king. Suddenly dodges the acid. The surprised heroes see her on the floor. The acid starts to smoke. Aqua wipes her mouth. Her eyes are burning, screaming that he should not expect an easy death. Striking with a mop, he wishes him death. The protagonist with interest states that she has shown her true face, a monstrous fish. The mermaid spits again. The protagonist dodges. The opponent swings in rage. The protagonist deftly jumps back. The broken dagger lies next to him, thinking what kind of princess she is. No matter how you look at it, she is either a choizo or a top risk. The system window says that the opponent is level 318. The guy assumes that she is quite strong because of her blood. The mermaid attacks in rage. The fighter calmly takes her hand, realizing that he remembered all her movements in the first round. With a smirk, he declares that she is not the only one. Her look is discouraged. They kiss. The guy means that he also has poisonous saliva. The mermaid's eyes turned white. She falls to the floor. Lenovo and Sieg are shocked to see this. Hansu wipes his mouth and says that she is on the edge, because he cannot kill the precious child of the mermaid queen. Purple liquid flows out of her mouth. It is said that a living hostage would be more useful for peace negotiations. In the system window, the demon race is visible, level 999+. MC realizes that if he wants to easily defeat the demon king, it is more advantageous to keep his level low. The saint runs forward and shouts to Aqua that something bad has happened, because information has been received that the heroes are trying to catch the mermaids. Shocked, he looks forward saying that if she does not prepare now. The protagonist holds her in his arms with a serious look. Sieg exclaims in surprise about the real saint. The mermaid is unconscious. The question sounds, what is happening? The protagonist turns around and leaves, stating that the hero ran out the back door, and it can't be that the saint didn't recognize the hero. There is blood on the sword, saying that the path to becoming a hero is difficult. The protagonist looks on in surprise. He stands in front of the dead monster, thinking that the students who were kidnapped to become heroes in this world are more familiar with phones than swords, and the most daring situation they faced was a mosquito attack in the middle of a summer night. He looks forward, realizing that as a result. The guy turns around in fear. Lenovo watches in amazement. The dead man's body lies on the ground, saying that they are used to a peaceful and safe life. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, thinks that their decisions will not lead to the deaths of people around them, in such an uncivilized and barbaric world like this. He looks forward in shock, realizing that it is not too late. The girl touches the dead man. MC reflects on the importance of having insurance that can protect a weak-willed hero from collapse. For example, a person who can resurrect. She shouts that he can still be revived. Hansu is shocked to see this. The saint closes her eyes and casts a spell. It is said that, as the title implies, this is not only insurance for a weak-willed hero, but also their guardian angel. The sign of the establishment is visible. The guy with a dissatisfied face is silent. Sieg giggles embarrassedly. Lenovo sadly closed her eyes. The saint touches the mermaid's belly. A green glow is visible. Excitedly says that she cannot believe it, because she is in serious condition and this has never happened before. The companion sadly declares that she did not think that the hero would kill the mermaid princess. He replies that she is not dead. A glow comes from her hands. It is said that he simply fed her some kind of poison from which all her internal organs failed, and she does not even want to increase her level unnecessarily. Aqua rises in rage. Turning around, she addresses the hero. She begins to cough up blood and hears that she should not overexert herself. The blood is smoking. It is said that her level has decreased. She asks by how much. The saint takes her away, stating that it was to such an extent that there was no certainty whether it would be possible to revive her. The other clarifies that it is approximately at levels 10. MC thinks that reviving a person at death is not as easy as it seems. The girl holds her palm on her forehead, claiming that she needs to rest while she deals with the situation. The system window is visible near her. Her level is 124, Resurrection Specialization. A question sounds about how healers who help the wounded get enough experience points to increase their level. The experience icon fills up. It is explained that they absorb the experience points of their patients. The healer stands opposite the warrior and thanks for the points. It is said that the higher the patient's level and the more significant the injury, the more experience he loses. There are cases when the level decreases despite the fact that he constantly earns experience by fighting. There is a helmet of the dead man. The question sounds, what will happen if the patient is at level 1 and has no experience points left? The mug is on the table. The character turns to the lady saint. Sieg, sitting at the table with the guys, turns to her again. She already asks him to speak. She smiles embarrassedly, shrugging her shoulders. Hansu with a dissatisfied face hears his laughter. The saint watches this in amazement. He imagines them together, realizing that the girl called him by name. A huge monster stands opposite them, shouting that only the power of love can stop him. Brave Sieg stands next to her and declares that the only thing that can save the world is love, not a sword, and the demon king is a trifle compared to their true love. The horn mutant shouts that he cannot defeat him and lost, because they have such a despicable and enviable couple. Falling down, he declares that he will cast a curse on them that will bind them together, and make them live happily ever after. Sieg hugs her and says that their adventure together is over. She interrupts, claiming that she will be with him for the rest of her life. Saint embarrassedly clarifies that he is dear to her. Lenovo, sitting with the protagonist, notices that his comrade is behaving strangely. He replies that he is possessed. The protagonist sadly thinks how this guy can be a model student recommended by Moral. At this time he wonders what to do with the ring. Shouldn't it be a fantasy item? Something like a diamond? MC sighs, asking what crime he committed to deserve this. The girl turns to him. Saint looks at him and asks why he attacked the mermaid. Can he explain it? The protagonist, holding his head, replies that it was for the sake of peace. Without looking away, the heroine clarifies that Aqua is a threat to peace. Hansu denies with a sly smile, stating that she is a hostage for the sake of peace. After all, the queen values her very much. Seed gets up from the table and shouts that this is not what the hero should do. The protagonist sits on a chair and hears that using a helpless princess for blackmail is wrong, because this is what the Demon King would do. The protagonist smirks and says that he said something that thousands of starving people who cannot water their farms would like to hear. His gaze is tense, asking why he does not go and tell them. He will even prepare a scene for him, because it means that he does not want to do this dirty deed with his own hands. If he cannot, then it is better to shut his mouth and not interfere. The saint sitting opposite shouts that no matter how bad the situation in the kingdom is, you cannot be like that, especially when it will affect the lives of the mermaids. He replies that they will not die because there is less water in the lake, it will just become more crowded. A shocked girl hears a question that she will just watch from her spacious lake as her neighbor dies. She replies that this could be resolved through negotiations. Han-soo, smiling, says that this is why he came to negotiate, to conduct them on a profitable deal, blocking the flows and using a hostage. The interlocutor fearfully asks if he really thinks that this is the only way out. The guy calmly replies that if they do not know about the miracle that will cause rain, then this is how it is. Aqua with difficulty goes inside. Through the pain, she declares that there is a miracle that can cause rain. Bubbles come from the depths of the lake. It is said that there is a legend about a guardian deity dozing at the bottom. Houses stand in the sun. It is explained that this is ancient history. The surprised boy sees something in the sky. It is said that in the past there was a human city on the site of the lake. The sky is covered by a giant something. It is explained that at least before it came, a huge monster walks through the city. Its crazy eyes are visible. A drop falls down. It begins to pour heavy rain. The fish swims past the houses, explaining about the continuous heavy rain that ended up flooding the city and creating a safe haven lake on top. The underwater monster has sparkling eyes. The guardian deity that brought such rain is called Alula. Flipping through the pages, it explains that the mermaids of the lake continue to sing lullabies to him so that he will not bring any more troubles, keeping him asleep. Han-soo seriously thinks about the catfish and that he is hearing it for the first time. Lenovel enthusiastically answers the question of whether she has heard it or not by saying that she did not know about it before, clarifying if it is possible to ask a few questions. Aqua with a displeased look tells her to ask. The girl states that judging by what she said, this is an extremely dangerous creature, but why is it called a deity? The protagonist is displeased to hear that for many generations it has been called that, and perhaps they just hope that it will become so. The catfish's eyes are glowing. It is said that the guardian can cause rain whenever he wants or a flood or even drown the whole world with his crying. The mermaid holding the book explains that for almost 500 years they have been doing everything possible to prevent a catastrophe because the songs they sing have unique magical powers. The book depicts a mermaid. It is said that without any help from the outside world, they put all their efforts to prevent a catastrophe, taking turns singing a lullaby. Gritting her teeth, she declares that despite all their efforts, the saint pronounces her name when she begins to cough. The girl looks at her saying that now there is a peaceful way to solve this problem, because Aqua would not lie. Patting her on the shoulder, he asks that if Alula disappears, the drought should stop. She replies that the rain will return, but how strong is unknown. The healer with a serious look states that they must subdue the monster. The human kingdom will be saved from the drought, and the mermaids are freed from the duty of sealing. The protagonist with a disgruntled face understands that he has a bad feeling. Seed clenching his fist shouts that this seems to be the best solution. Everything will be solved if they defeat the catfish. The protagonist frowns and hears that the guy asks to believe him. She agrees. Sighing, he suggests thinking it over. The monster swims through the city. It is said that it is a giant catfish and according to legend has the power to turn the whole city into a lake. Houses are visible underwater. He explains that the lake was a place where people lived and this fact becomes obvious if you look at the place. The mermaid holds a book. It is said that they can't do anything to him, so they kept him in hibernation for at least 500 years. Han-soo shows the number 3 with his fingers and says that they have gotten to the most important thing. The princess with a dissatisfied face hears the question what her level is. She asks again if heroes can't see the levels of other people. Aqua with an ominous grin says that he is not a real hero, and it is not surprising that he is so worthless. He replies that she is a half-breed fish. The saint seeing their mood asks them to calm down. The dissatisfied princess looks at him, while she says that she is level 310. Aqua claims that it is all because of MC. The mermaid queen is shown who is at level 500. The protagonist counts on his fingers that the sisters and other princesses have an average level of 250. The mermaids swim underwater. It is said that the usual ones are about level 50. Han-soo bends his fingers, asking that they must defeat the monster that the mermaids have been unable to get rid of for the past 500 years, and with only 2 novice heroes. Frowning, he asks what their chances are. The princess silently looks away. The guy is furious when he hears that they are quite low, shouting that then why did she even tell him about it? The saint asks in surprise that he is really a hero. Seed clenches his fist. He enthusiastically shouts that they will not know unless they try. He replies that he should take the initiative then. His body has turned to stone. The trembling guy says that it is not much, The protagonist at this moment realizes that the idiot does not even know when it is better to remain silent. A frightened Sieg declares that he is still on the 3rd level. The fighter understands that if he had simply died in battle, his reputation and identity would have been safe. MC in shock understands something. He imagines how his partner is eaten by the monster, thinking that in fact everything can be fine. The surprised guy hears that he should not worry. The protagonist with a joyful look claims that he will never know until he tries. After all, they have the power of friendship and love. Lenovo, raising his hand, shouts that he will also help in the battle. The protagonist with a strained smile says that she was not asked. She notes that she can help with magic. The saint with interest claims that she will also try to help, if this is the path to peace. The mermaid holding her hand thanks her, hearing that she is doing this for a friend. MC thinks that love and friendship can just go and die. Hansu with an ominous look understands that the plan for the death of the hero Sieg has a wonderful start. The guys hold hands, saying that their goal is to defeat the guardian deity. The companion with interest says that she feels that she will still join the real hero in his adventures, specifying what others think about the legend. The saint looking at her says that she will use her duties in the name of peace and friendship. A frightened Sieg says that he will do everything in his power with her. The mermaid says with a serious look that if it is for her sisters in the lake, then. Hansu holds his hand smiling, thinking what a bunch of idiots. The depth of the lake is shown. Red flags flutter in the wind. The protagonist says welcome with a smile, noting that he was waiting for them. Sitting at the table on the throne, he claims that the document with all the necessary points has already been prepared and all that needs to be done is to sign it. The queen sits opposite and asks where Aqua is. He replies that everything is fine. The mistress of the mermaids excitedly hears that there is no need to worry in vain. MC with a smile asks to just trust the hero. Sitting opposite her, he says that it cannot be that the young princess who she cherishes was hurt somewhere. The queen opens her eyes in shock. There is cooked fish on the plate. The guy says that until she signs the document. With trembling hands, the woman takes it. The protagonist watches with a smirk. She sits across from the sinister Hansu, who understands that he has a responsibility as the caretaker of the kingdom, claims that this is a fair and generous treaty that outlines the cooperation between the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs and the human kingdom. The surprised maid of the queen hears that as a member of the human kingdom, the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs are subject to these laws. Sieg and Lenovo are frightened into silence as he claims that to celebrate their newfound friendship and trust, the mermaid kingdom will send 3 of its princesses. An armored warrior stands nearby. The protagonist speaks of a specially designed lake in the palace gardens of the humans as special guests. Mermaids swim behind the screen. It is explained that special guests must be chosen by the queen. The underwater girl swims, saying that if there is an impersonator there, she will be held responsible. The armored warrior standing next to him thinks that this is a very appropriate request for an occupier. The queen thinks with annoyance why it should be this way. Hansu, with his eyes wide open, claims that if they don't like it, there will be a war. A map is shown. It is said that the construction of the dams is almost complete. Aqua lies on the bed. It is explained that in addition, among the mermaids, the princess is the only one who can fight well on land. With his eyes closed, he sits next to the saint. The guy says that her daughter is healing her injuries in their camp and it will be better if the queen makes a wise decision. Keeping the agreement, he hears from the protagonist that this will not end well for them if they plan to go to war. But if they choose trust and coexistence, they will be protected by the kingdom and the heroes of legends. Joyful Hansu declares that the guardian deity will be provided with protection. The worried ruler claims that they have always maintained neutrality, but choosing between their kingdom and the saint. The guy, with his eyes wide open, says that this time has finally come. The mermaid queen sits silently. Keeping the agreement says that it is different from when she loved. The protagonist at this time thinks that the borders between the kingdom and the saints will now be safe. He is pleased to fulfill the duties of a real ruler. MC grins, saying that of course. Hansu stands in front of the killed demon, realizing that he is different from the previous hero because he never lost to King Petinar. Enthusiastically announces that the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs are now part of the kingdom. Points at the frightened guy and shouts that the hero of the kingdom Sieg will protect them all. Gritting his teeth in rage, he claims that he did everything without compensation, starting from military support ending with negotiations. And there is no need to say that he did all this because he is the only hero. The depressed comrade assures that he is only at level 3. The other states that if he is a hero, he should do at least this and not shift all the work to his friend. With a grin, MC thinks that with this the vanguard for the operation to conquer is now decided and he will fight as a hero, leave behind a legacy. On the tense red flags, it is said that even if it is a guardian deity, it does not cease to be just a glorified fish. Puts a pencil on the image of the monster, stating that they will have a chance if they can pull it out of the water. The protagonist stands surrounded by guys and declares that they will scoop up the water from the ruins where it sleeps and pull it out to dry land. The bearded warrior claims that this is a good plan, if only their soldiers could breathe underwater to do the construction. Hansu raising a finger claims that there is a way for the soldiers. The mermaids swim down. It is explained that according to one of the conditions of the contract, they are now part of their army. Surprised girl sees something. The depth of the lake is shown. The mermaids see huge eyes in front of them. They begin to sing to him. A strong shock wave is heard. the guy understands that as always his plans are perfect. Smoke rises from the lake. Hansu realizes that he has always succeeded in finding the best solution, while considering other confusing factors. A red-eyed catfish rushes upward. The protagonist thinks that for some reason his plans for graduation always ended unsuccessfully, and all this is thanks to those idiots who constantly pull down. The monster's eye is wide open. MC smiles, thinking that now everything is starting to seem strange again. The saint sits by the mermaid's bed. It is said that everything went according to plan. Surprised, she turns around. It is explained that at least until the idiots intervened. Hansu furiously asks what does it mean that the lake looks strange. Most likely he should take a look for himself. Frowning, he covers his face with his hand. Huge waves rise in front of him. Suddenly, a mermaid flies out of the water. She falls on the rocks and says that the monster has woken up. She has a tail. She screams that the guardian deity has woken up. It turns into legs. The mermaid begs to run away from here. The protagonist stands opposite and talks about the guardian deity. In shock, he asks again if it is true that he woke up. He looks at the water with dismay. A giant fish face is visible among the waves. Light shines in the water. He understands that his expectations were confirmed. The system window speaks about MC's characteristics. He thinks that in round 3, in which he suffered an unfair defeat. The priestess is shown on the cover. He reflects on the fact that he is a model student, whom he never dreamed of following. Lenovo, Sylvia, Alex look forward. The protagonist understands that the repeating faces that he is tired of looking at. Banners are fluttering on the castle. It is explained that with each passing morning, each time he opens his eyes, he wants to leave the barbaric fantasy world more, and despite all this, the protagonist, opening his eyes, realizes that he did not give up and tried his best. His face is discouraged. He understands that he saved the citizens from the despotic and useless king, and also did everything possible to save people from drought. A catfish is visible in the lake. Hansu thinks why everything is only getting worse. The guy watches. At this time someone shouts that he should see for himself. The saint holds a mermaid who says that no matter how much they sing, it will not put the monster to sleep. He asks why. Aqua with a serious look claims that the emotions in the songs have changed. They receive power from them. The mermaid sings underwater. It is said that for a song to have the power of sleep, it must have warm and happy feelings. Acoustic waves emanate from her. It is explained that if other emotions emerge, then the song loses its lullaby power. Hansu turns around and hears that they had everything under control, because they know the power of the guardian better than anyone else. The mermaid furiously asks if the hero who woke the monster knew about this. The girl sings underwater. It is explained that the melody has changed. It has become a song that her mother sang at the end of each month, filled with longing and sadness. The surprised protagonist hears that everything is because their territory was invaded and the princesses were forced to leave home, and Hansu is the cause of this sadness. He looks at his hands and says that he understands, while realizing that only now did it dawn on him what exactly went wrong. Bending his fingers, he realizes that no matter what he did up to this point, now it is clear what was done wrong. The saint looks at his back and turns. Looking closely at his hand, the protagonist realizes that it was his mistake to make the negotiations too soft. Instead, he should have simply oppressed them with force and fear. The mermaids are lying on the rocks. He realizes that the damned fish were trying to ruin his perfect plan. They shout that they need to run away. MC, clenching his fist, realizes that they refuse to sing properly. At this time his friends declare that they are nearby. The warrior, raising his sword, shouts that the archers and mages need to line up. The warriors pull their arrows, hearing that the target is the monster in front of them. The mage holds a fireball above himself, while the commander is ordered to aim. Flaming projectiles fly out towards the monster. Explosions occur on his head. Hansu looks at what is happening. The catfish is still swimming in the water. The system says that he is level 999 plus, with the skills of destruction, blessing, fortitude. The protagonist claims that this did not give any effect and he has a special buff for being in the lake. Lenovo is frightened to hear that it is time to prove herself as a comrade. She must take responsibility for the situation, namely try to pull the guy out of the lake with the help of magic. The discouraged girl hears that she agreed to catch the monster for her research. The protagonist with a grin says that if she really wants to become a criminal who destroyed an entire city, she exclaims that she will try to use her anti-gravity magic. A strong flow of energy appears in front of her hands. The catfish is visible in the middle of the waves. Suddenly, it rises to the top. The guys watch in shock. The protagonist wonders if this is true. The others shout that Lenovo did it. MC's eyes are wide open in surprise. A giant leg rushes towards them. There is a strong impact on the rocks. The protagonist sits, hearing if everything is okay with him. They are with Lenovo in a sphere. The guy is wondering what just happened. They look in amazement. The question sounds, what is it? They fly in a bubble opposite the mutant. The giant catfish has a pumped-up body and legs. The protagonist understands that Aqua did not tell them everything. Scared MC realizes that this is not just a catfish, but a giant with a catfish head. A silhouette is visible in the distance of houses. The giant is approaching the city. He is much taller than all the buildings. People run away in horror. His leg rushes at the defenseless people. After the blow, all the stones fly apart. Red light is visible in his eyes. The monster walks along the buildings, destroying everything around. The bubble flies near him. The hero shouts that Princess Aqua and the saint are okay. The girls are on the ground. It is said that they were not hurt despite this chaos. The protagonist runs to the mermaid in a rage. He points his finger and asks if she didn't say that it was just a giant catfish. She replies that she never said such a thing. A memory with a book appears. MC wonders what about the picture that was shown to him. The mermaid angrily declares that it is from a children's fairy tale, just a symbol. The monster runs to attack. The question sounds, doesn't he know how sensitive children are, and how shocked they would be if they found out about his true form? Lenovo stands with the saint, hearing that besides, there should be no problem in hiding those disgusting legs. He replies that every time he says something it sounds suspicious. Hansu turns around in shock. The monster goes further. They do not understand what to do next, assuming that they will still have to follow the plan. Sieg is shocked to hear that he will become the vanguard and will fight for them. The commander orders the archers to aim at his ankles. Hundreds of arrows fly out at the monster. They catch up with him. Sam looks questioningly. The commander is tense, realizing that this will not work. Suddenly he sees a shadow in front of him. He runs away on horseback from the monster attacking them, shouting that they need to save themselves. The protagonist has blue eyes, and uses the vision strengthening skill to gain the vision of any Mongolian grassland inhabitant, which is greater than 6. He sees arrows in the catfish's body, noting that they definitely hit their target. Lenovo stands behind him and asks if he can really see from such a distance, and if he has studied magic. He replies that it is just science. Aqua sadly says that this is not an opponent that can be defeated with arrows. They cannot penetrate his thick skin. The guy notes that she still does not understand. Smirking, MC states that the arrows are in his skin and did not bounce off. The catfish smokes among the waves. It is said that the blessing has disappeared since he came out of the water. The monster looks forward. It is explained that he put himself at a disadvantage. The amazed girl asks if he is so angry that he is chasing on land. The saint says that she is not sure about that. The monster makes sounds while they note that he is calm enough for a creature whose sleep was disturbed. Sieg opens his mouth and says exactly what the saint said. The monster turns around while the guy says that instead of trying to attack people, he is looking for something. The enthusiastic hero says that they could find a peaceful way to defeat him. He replies that this is their chance and they need to fight right now. Hansu, holding his hand on his shoulder, assures that it is better to attack the enemy when he is not ready. He takes him by the clothes and says that after this battle, a legend was formed about Sieg who fought with such fury and died with honor in the name of love and friendship will live forever. He asks again in shock. MC carries him along, hearing the question should they not solve this peacefully. He replies that the path to glory lies through him. Aqua invites her friend to go too. The mermaid gets up and says that this guy is not worthy of being called a hero, but despite this, with a smirk, she notes that he still has courage. The saint smiles and says that Aqua has changed. Lenovo notes that there really is something special about the hero. Hansu runs forward. He carries his partner behind him, shouting that they are already here. He throws him forward, stating that there is no need to worry about the rest, just try to distract him for as long as possible. He flies past the monster. The protagonist watches with interest and thinks that everything will go according to plan. If he is caught and killed by a huge creature, he will be able to get rid of Sieg without reducing his reputation and personality points. The giant stands nearby, while he wonders what is the best way to kill him. Clenching his fist, he thought of something. His hand grows. He prepares to attack, using the master's body strengthening skill, maximum power. The protagonist sits down and touches the ground with his hand. Swiftly flies up, leaving a beam behind. He flies over the enemy, thinking that even if he has a fish head. Swinging, the protagonist realizes that he looks and moves like a person. His bones are visible. The guy understands that it means his bone and muscle structures are similar to humans and his weakness will also be the same. With a sly smile he thinks he can check it. Hansu reaches the enemy's body with a powerful fist. A bright flash occurs. Sam makes sounds in rage. The giant stands still. The protagonist thoughtfully says that it did not work. He removes his fist, realizing that his skills are not enough to defeat him. He can only make him stumble. A midge flies near a man. It is explained that in order to kill someone you only need to know how to break his neck. Even this requires no strength. Hansu, sitting on top of his head, says that he is like a fly. The system windows show the characteristics of the monster and the protagonist. He thinks about what to do, because he needs a higher level if he wants to defeat him. Thinking, he asks himself how he will now increase his level. The demon lord is shown. MC realizes that it will be unpleasant if his level becomes too high when he tries to defeat the demon king. The hero flies down. Sieg landed in the bushes. In shock, he says that the protagonist throws him so suddenly. In front of him is a huge eye of the monster. Sam is sitting opposite the forest. Hansu, standing on his head, shouts to his partner that he is doing well. He needs to continue to distract him. The comrade screams in horror that he does not think he can hold out longer than a tenth of a second, because one bite is enough to eat him. The protagonist smiles and declares that he will remember him, realizing that it will only be an hour. The catfish's mouth opens. The protagonist mentally wishes him luck, while he begs to save him. Covering his hands, Sieg screams that he only managed to meet a saint and travel a little in a fairy tale world and does not want to be food for some fish. He opens his eyes. The giant monster in front of him makes sounds. Lenovel in the bubble exclaims that his partner was here, specifying where MC is. The girl in the bubble hears that he is on her head. She asks if the boss is calmer than they thought. The catfish stands still. They discuss that a lot of noise was expected since he was woken up, but seems very quiet. The ruins are smoking. It is said that he has already caused enough damage, even just walking around. The protagonist, crossing his arms, declares that this guy is even more useless than he thought. Sitting on the monster, he claims that he should have been brainless, and also should have killed such a young hero in just one fell swoop. The catfish grunts happily while the protagonist thinks about why he doesn't care. His mustache vibrates. A sword is shown. The monster's eyes glow red. He starts walking. The ground shakes from his feet. MC opens his eyes in shock, thinking about the proverb. The giant runs forward while Hansu thinks about being careful what he wishes for. The catfish suddenly jumps over the forest. He jumps over the mountains. They wonder where he's going. The protagonist barely holds on to him and shouts stop. The system says the boss's stats and the destruction skill is at SS level. The huge catfish flies to the ground. His foot touches the rocks. Everything around him is crushed. He runs on while the protagonist realizes that since this monster has the destruction skill, everything around him rises up. He realizes that every step he takes is equal to an explosion. The monster's eyes glow red. Lenouville and Sieg are flying in a bubble. He understands that there is another problem that he could not predict. The girl fearfully declares that thank God that he is safe. Hansu can hardly hold on hearing that they have a problem because the monster is heading. He replies that he knows. Sam runs on. He realizes that his direction is the center of the kingdom, and he also runs towards the most densely populated area. The dragon spews flames. The guy thinks that at such a speed it will be a repeat of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. Discouraged partner hears that it is necessary to do everything possible to stop him. The protagonist, swinging, says that she must do her job correctly if she wants to stay close to the hero. His arm is pumped up. He understands that he cannot let him go to populated areas, while using the body strengthening skill to the maximum. Suddenly he sees monsters in front of him. They are flying through the air. He wonders if Sam stepped on the lair, like in the case with the dragon. His body is smoking. He understands that there is nothing to be done, because he tried to avoid getting useless experience points. He breaks away from the giant, realizing that if he ruins his reputation and achievements, it will be in vain. Flying forward, MC mentally suggests that he should graduate already. Gritting his teeth, he understands that this time he needs to do it for real. This is where the first season ends. The mutants stand in the forest and look around. A huge catfish steps on it with its foot. The protagonist flies above him, realizing that the SS rank skill that erases everything his foot touches like an eraser if he can't stop it right away. People hold signs in anger, saying that irresponsible heroes should leave. Moro crosses his arms and declares that the hero's reputation in Fantasia is the worst. Hansu won't be able to graduate this time either. Sieg shrugs and replies that it's not his fault, while she claims that she brought an exemplary student to prevent such things. The guy with glasses with an ominous grin asks if this can be called a difference in talent. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that he will never let him go. The monster stands in the middle of the forest. The protagonist flies above him. He runs tensely and realizes that he is slow. Compared to the effectiveness of demons, the experience is simply pathetic. Lenovo flies after him, shouting that they are here. The guys with guns say that they will help too. All the surrounding areas are in chaos after the monsters suddenly burst out. Hansa's eyes are purple. Thinking about what the damned ones were, he hesitated and could not track down fast enough. His friends' faces are disfigured. He wonders why these pieces of trash immediately sucked on him. The hyenas are just waiting to suck out experience points. Aqua seriously asks what he is going to do and how they can help. He runs on realizing that there is nothing to do. The companion flies above him and hears that the boss's legs need to be tied. She asks again. Forms a blue ball in her hand, stating that because the hero trusts her so much, she will do everything in her power. A sign appears in front of her, shouting that her title of archaeologist is at stake. Shoots a blue beam at her enemy. Ice forms in front of the ferocious monster. His foot quickly approaches the trap, steps on the blue ice. The protagonist frowns and hears the question if this is enough. He replies that it is his fault for trusting her. The giant suddenly advances. His foot begins to slide. The protagonist's face is discouraged. He sees a fish with legs falling down. He lands with a crash. Everyone around covers themselves with their hands from such a shock wave. Hansu stands in front of the mermaid and calls her. Without turning around, he claims that he needs her help. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he hears that she had no intention of helping him. With a serious look, MC says that he will take full responsibility for the consequences, noting that he will explain everything later. He kisses her on the lips. Sviata screams in shock. Sieg opens his mouth in surprise. The mermaid watches in shock while she is kissed. The system window says about the deadly poison of the SS rank. She fell to the ground. The healer screams her name. Sviata in shock asks what he did, and why he did this to her. Surprised, she hears his explanation. Turning around, The protagonist asks to resurrect her. She asks if he is really saying this now. Despite the illness, the mermaid came to help. Blazing with purple fire, she says that she knows. The girl lies on the ground. He says that he will replenish all the levels that she lost. The protagonist with a frightening look asks her to stop barking at him. Standing radiating dark energy, he realizes that he does not have time to go around the high-level hunting grounds before the monster wakes up. The system window is shown. He thinks that if he opens the lunchbox with 318 experience points, he can easily make it in time. The message displays his level, specialization, skills, and so on. Standing in place, he realizes that he has risen from level 21 to 85, has become almost 4 times stronger, but in his case with all high-ranking skills. He breaks away from the spot, realizing that the effect of his growth cannot even be calculated. The monster lies upside down and makes sounds, raises his head. A bright beam rushes into his body. The protagonist approaches his enemy in rage. Gritting his teeth, he thinks about the first one. Landing in the monster, a flash occurs. The guy thinks about a blow. The mutant's spine breaks. The fighter bounces off it. Landing, he thinks about the effect of snacking on Aqua's experience points, which is amazing. The monster rises and growls questioningly. Hansu swings his fist. Energy is concentrated in his hand. He strikes, using body control and activates all skills. The system window lists all abilities. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist in rage declares that this is revenge for the mermaid. Fractures occur in the monster's body. Shock waves are formed around. The saint lies near Aqua. Closing her eyes, she asks if the other one hears her. Touches her stomach with her hand. A green glow emanates. Purple liquid begins to flow from her mouth. The mermaid jumps up and calls the hero in anger. The healer exclaims that she has returned. Raising her, he hears the question of what happened. She replies that she does not know because she did not pay attention to him because she was busy saving her. The monster is sitting nearby. Sieg assumes that the protagonist stopped him. His hand is on the ground. Sam picks it up, extends it forward and growls. Hansu standing on him says that this is just a disappointment. Smiling, he says that if he had not met him before the Dragon of Oblivion, then perhaps they could have become a good couple. Flashing his eyes, he swings his leg, shouting that not now, because he refuses to have another Dragon of Oblivion. The monster makes sounds hearing from the enemy that there is no need to try to escape. Shock waves are formed around the fighter. He claims that this is all for the sake of his diploma. MC stands in a dent that is smoking. He is silent. The system says that his level has risen to 750. He looks at the notification with interest and says that until now it was easy to deal with Petinar due to his low level. It seems that his skills have hardly changed, most likely due to his high ranks. He frowns and asks what this is. The rank has changed from FT. He thinks that there was a skill that increased the rank. It was thanks to these black boxes that he inherited his second circle skills. He watches closely and asks that its effects have also increased. The system says that it is impossible to destroy. The guy cuts his hand with his finger. Dark smoke comes out of it. He says that this does not mean that the body can be destroyed in the first place. Even if it still gets injured, it will recover in any case thanks to healing. Lenovo happily flies behind him. He stops her, demanding that she not try to act cute. The girl holds her face while it rains. They stand in the middle of a heavy downpour. The guy thinks about whether the legend was true. The other guys are standing below. Hansu realizes that he killed the monster without thinking much. The surprised saint hears that the mermaid did not expect MC to cope. They look at the monster's body. The healer asks if she is really okay and if there are any side effects. The other replies that everything is fine but feels a little strange. The giant lies opposite. She explains that the deity held back the ancestors for about 500 years and even the father, who was one of the previous heroes, gave up the idea. Hansu smiles. The question sounds whether the guy is really strong. The saint with a serious look says that it looks like it. Frightenedly looks at Aqua. The mermaid's face turned red. The healer angrily asks not to talk about it. The mermaid turns around and asks what's wrong. She replies that nothing special. It is raining in the area. She says that she will always protect Aqua. She asks why she is acting like this. Sprouts are visible in the ground. The guy thinks that as it was said in the legend, the rain poured like a broken dam. Now they do not need to worry about taking water from the lake. Lightning flashes over the castle. It is said that in one fell swoop the terrible drought has ended. Torches are burning. Someone asks why every country on the middle continent praises heroes. Another agrees. Hansu lies on the gold with a smile and thinks that this time he will definitely graduate. He lies in a vat opposite his enchanted servants. A thunderstorm rages outside. The guy wonders why the rain does not stop. Rays of sun are visible from the dark clouds. Water washes away houses. It is explained that after 10 days the torrential rain turned into a large flood. In the castle, they ask the hero to come out because the downpour has finally ended. The protagonist sits on the floor and says that he is here, realizing that the reputation he hoped to raise instantly turned into bad fame. His face is lifeless. They turn to him. Aqua next to the healer asks why he is still like this. She says that every time she checks on him, he looks worse. The mermaid stands next to them and asks why the human palace is leaking like that, whether it's because of poor construction or technology not being so advanced. She replies that one must be careful with words, because they can cause a diplomatic incident. The protagonist stands on the monster's body. The action takes place immediately after its death. The hero and Lenovo rejoice. Sieg, in the rain, declares that he can't just stand still. Clenching his fist, he says that it's his time to shine. The mermaid sees the guys and turns to the thug. Hansu slyly asks why the fish calls him that. Because now he's in a good mood, so he'll pretend he didn't hear anything. Approaching him, Aqua says that he's already killed her twice. In anger, he asks if he really thinks that she will turn a blind eye to this. He asks so what? The guy calmly replies that it is the amount of experience that she lost after her resurrection. The mermaid with a smirk asks if he really thinks that she will leave everything as is. No need to be stupid. Hansu sees her hands in fear. The girl hugs him and says that if he kills someone and then saves him, then he is responsible for the rest of his life. He screams for her to take her hands off. With annoyance, MC realizes that like a lion who finds his prey, for a moment he forgot why this fool worked in the lake city. Embarrassed, Aqua smiles. He realizes that this is in order to find suitable partners for the mermaids. This includes his own mate. The girl looks at the other characters. It is explained that since she is the daughter of the hero, as well as a member of the royal family of mermaids, their standards are very high and her partner must be at least level 600. The system window says that Hansu is level 750. He understands that another unpleasant thing has stuck to him. The mermaid climbs to kiss, asking that he is trying to escape, but then she will hunt him until the end of the world. Sieg at this time calls the hero. The protagonist waves it off and asks him to tell what happened. Putting his hand on his chest, the comrade says that he has decided to go on a journey to find the legendary sacred sword. MC frowns and asks again. In the memory, the guy smiled, hearing that he thought about this after the protagonist killed the monster. Because if he does not change, he will remain only a burden. Clenching his fist, Sieg says that in order to find the sacred sword, he will be reborn as a true hero. Points his finger at the saint, assuring that she will be next to him. The girl at this time thinks about the mermaid. Frightened, she asks again that they really meant her. The hero in glasses, smiling, asks if she will join him on his heroic journey. She replies that it is impossible. An enthusiastic Sieg asks again. The healer hugs Aqua, saying that from today on she will protect the hero's descendant, and will not allow the dirty Hansu to touch her. The comrade deflates with sadness, hearing that he can find the sword on his own and his journey will also contribute to growth. The protagonist realizes that this is how the saint and the mermaid joined his team. Water flows over the sprouts. It is explained that the drought was solved in one fell swoop by the rains. He was praised not only by the kingdom, but by all the countries of the continent. Lightning rages along with floods. It is said that this lasted only 5 days before the reputation began to fall. After 10 days an unprecedented downpour fell, but then stopped. The sun shines in the sky. The protagonist, raising his head, says that this is the perfect weather to wring the neck of the demon lord. The rays of the sun pierce the space around him. Looking up, he asks himself whether it is worth immediately starting the 4th playthrough. Moral stands behind and says that the demon lord is not a ticket for recertification. The protagonist with a displeased face notices that she came right after he ruined his vacation. The professor, crossing his arms, says that he expresses his condolences. But you should not throw away the axe even if the blade has become dull. The guy opens his mouth wide and asks if this is really so, after Moral said that everything went according to plan, solved the drought problem and freed the mermaids. But on the other hand, the distraught guy thinks about them and says that they deceived him and used him. The fish family woke up a strange catfish and ruined his reputation. The professor sees the student and asks him to stop thinking about it. He shouts that he will catch them and turn them into sushi. The protagonist with a serious look hears that this is not the end, regardless of whether his reputation rises or falls, because they are judged by it. The angry people hold up signs, saying that they have started to pay attention to him, and that he can calm them down if he does one more good deed. Hansu repeats her words with displeasure. The masked girl asks for advice, asking how about helping his friend grow. A banner is seen. The character assures that he can no longer, and is now simply going to die. Alex hears the request to save him with a displeased look. Sieg breathes tiredly. He is asked to stand up. The fighter stands in front of him and says that the journey to find the sword will be different from this. The kingdom has been very supportive of the heroes so far. The guy breathes tiredly, while the warrior assures that he tried to follow the saint without further ado and disappointed all the nobles of the kingdom, as well as his majesty, will probably not give more support. Putting his hand on his back, Alex states that he believed in Sieg. Clenching his fist, the jock shouts that he should be the only hero who received the holy sword, because he believes that the fighter can defeat the demon king. Hansu stands nearby and hears that since he is alone, too weak to find the holy sword, it is better to believe everything Alex says and then you can succeed in training. The protagonist smiles and thinks that Sieg can die first without even getting stronger, and maybe it is worth giving him a little break. The woman in heels goes forward. The warrior throws the guy in glasses, shouting that he needs to pull himself together, because there is still a long way to go. The lady goes further, closer to the arena. The beaten hero lies on the ground, while the opponent says that the hero in glasses lacks zest. He grabs him by the clothes, saying that if he continues in the same spirit, He lifts him above his head, declaring that then he will not be able to defeat that guy. Someone turns to the captain. He is very surprised by this. The man bows before the lady. The woman standing next to him says that it is quite impudent to ask, but Alex, kneeling, asks what she means. Lowering his head, he assures that her wish is his command. The queen smirks after his address. Flags are fluttering on the castle, talking about the sewer. Water is flowing from the pipes. It is under the royal palace. Red eyes are visible. It is explained that this is the source of unusual rumors. The queen on the throne sits near the arena and declares that it is necessary to get rid of this problem even if it does not harm the people. Alex lowers his head lower. With a serious look, he declares that protecting the kingdom is the duty of a knight. The character, raising his hand, shouts that by order of the queen, The captain turns around in shock. Sieg, looking tired and lying on the ground, assures that he will also help. Alex excitedly calls him by name. The queen with a smile says that of course, if the hero does not insist. The hero in glasses looks at her happily. They bow, simultaneously shouting that they will do whatever she orders. The lady sitting on the throne wishes them good luck. The guy with a smile adjusts his glasses. The main character watches this from the side. Hansu smirks. Sieg adjusted his glasses. MC thinks that he most likely already realized this. Alex harshly threw him with the help of a technique, saying that if this continues, he will become a bag of sand for him. The comrade in glasses looks, while the hero thinks that he needs experience points. The protagonist sits on the gold thinking that this will be a special event. The queen bows, while he realizes that he prepared this for him. Hansu rubs his palms, realizing that if he does not overdo it, and does not die, he is silent in the same pose. Looking out the window, he asks if he can go with them. Alex and Sieg shout enraged that it is not necessary. The protagonist waves his hand and says that apparently no, realizing that he did everything he could, because they refuse his help. The warriors are standing on the ground. They are dressed in white and gold armor. The commander frowns and says that their goal is the sewers under the royal palace. They must not lose their vigilance. Stands in front of the warriors and says that there is only one entrance and exit, which means the enemy is trapped. Alex seriously demands to fulfill his mission. The soldiers stand in formation. Sieg is next to them. The knightly code is discussed. They run to the attack after the order to advance. Dark corridors of the sewer are visible. A rat is sitting inside. The guy understands that he did everything he could. The warrior with the torch looks around, while Hansu realizes that he gave them all the necessary information. The soldier sees something in front of him. It is discussed about the location of hunting grounds, dangerous zones, and even how to enter them. Alex stands next to Sieg. They hear suspicious shouts. The fighters rush to the attack, shouting that the enemy is in that direction. The commander in the red cloak states that the sound came from there. The torch lies blazing on the ground. The protagonist thinks about the fact that except for one, a giant shadow falls on the frightened fighters. The guy thinks about the most important thing that he did not tell them. In front of them is a giant monster that is eating a soldier. The black creature has several eyes. A huge worm with legs looks at them. Alex and Sieg grit their teeth and see the opponent. The chimera opens its mouth wide with dozens of teeth. The system says that it is level 450. Hansu realizes that he did not tell them about it. People quickly ran, hearing the order not to stand and take battle positions. The warriors stood together with Alex and Sieg, an arm sticking out of the body of a huge monster. The guy with glasses was frightened to hear that the heroes, the hope of their kingdom. Frowning, Alex resolutely declared that he would fulfill his knightly oath and make it so that he could get out of here. The huge monster opened its toothy mouth. Remembering the warrior's image, the hero thought that 2 days and 3 nights had passed since then. In the evening, people approached the building. They entered the tavern. The bartender handed over a mug and said to take a free beer. The hero Hansu was treating them. Raising the mug, they toasted the hero Sieg. Hansu stood with the mug in his hand, like the others. Then he coughed into his fist, getting ready to continue. With tears in his eyes, Sieg stared forward, honoring the memory of the knight captain Alex. The guy with glasses looked shocked. In the end, Alex died. Looking up, Hansu thought that he did not expect him to die. Imagining the huge brown monster, he thought that the chimera was certainly higher in level than Alex, but he could easily compensate for this difference with his skills. He remembered the man standing with the others, and thought that the problem was in the variable called Sieg. The man shouted resolutely, and the boy thought that in order to save the hero, he did not try to get out and fought with the chimera to the end. Looking away, Hansu thought about what he heard. He was so cut up that even the saint could not resurrect him. Touching his face, he thought that they were fools, sacrificing themselves for one hero, and heard a toast to the knights of the royal squad. He stood with a mug, while the others discussed how everything was different with heroes. Alex always did nothing but scold them. The words reached the boy's ear that they say the hero Hansu is amazing. He opened one eye, and then, smiling, slapped his comrade on the back. The men with beer smiled, hearing a request not to be so sad. They gloomed when they heard the continuation, that he killed the monster that ate Alex, and earned experience points, so it can be considered that it is always with him. With a wide smile, Hansu raised a finger up and asked to cheer up. Tears were streaming from under the guy's glasses. He threw his head back and screamed very loudly. Wincing, Hansu said that he was really overcome. He was really worried about what happened and thought that there was some sense in it after all. Sieg fell face down on the table. His information said that he was a level 125 archhuman, in a state of thoughtfulness, regret and fatigue. Hansu thought that thanks to this hunt, his level had increased significantly. Paying attention to the skills, the hero thought that all that was left was to invest in the skills related to defense. Looking worriedly to the side, Lenovo said that he must have loved Alex very much, even though he pretended to hate him, and the brunette asked, just like she pretended to be cute? The girl pouted and said that she was not pretending, she was the very personification of cuteness. Hansu looked at the shining girl in bewilderment, and then he laughed wildly, saying that this was the best joke of the day. There was blood on the floor near the broken sword. The most unexpected thing about what happened was the death of the Royal Order of Knights. Hansu exhaled, rolling his eyes, and thought that the boss who was supposed to help them raise their levels killed all the knights. It was not the time to count the damage. He watched the girl drink beer and thought that he had some ideas. The satisfied blonde put down another mug. The brunette grinned furiously and screamed. How much did she drink? She wanted him to kill her. However, Lenovo raised her hand and asked for another one. A loud sound made the guy jump back. It was Sieg slamming his fists on the table, shouting his comrade's name. He stood up, clenching his fists, and shouted that he, the hero Sieg, would continue to fulfill. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. But he resolutely said that he would fulfill his aspirations and dreams. And then he rushed to the exit, saying that right now. His comrades looked at him in bewilderment. Hansu turned to the girl and asked if he had been drinking too. She replied that he was actually underage. The guy ran out into the street, shouting that he needed a proper mission, and Hansu thought he was serious. Lenovo was pouring beer into herself behind him, and the brunette thought that he seemed to be going through puberty. Red flags were fluttering on the roof of the towers. The brunette was sleeping with his arms spread out to the sides. He screamed in fear when Lenovo burst in and called him. He buried his face in his pillow and said that she drank so much yesterday and was so cheerful since the morning, he should disappear from his room. But she said that now was not the time for his displeasure. Hansu's eyes widened when he heard that Sieg had a girlfriend. He was taken aback when he heard that it was not just one, but three. The gloomy guy opened his mouth, thinking that it was so impossible that it felt like he was hallucinating sounds. When such a busy guy who was always beaten up had a girlfriend, apparently he would have to postpone the plan to kill the Lord of Darkness for a while. Touching his chin, the hero introduced his comrade and thought that he was too curious. The girl in armor raised a mace. Sieg was accompanied by 3 companions, the daughter of a famous count's family, priest. The girl bent her arm at the elbow. This is an elf bought from slavery, archer. The girl in the red hood rested her hand on her hip. This is a lady of dubious reputation, bandit, in general. As the hero was told, all 3 were beautiful and young. Hansu looked ahead in surprise. He sat on the bed and said that it was very curious. The blonde asked, did he think so too? Hansu was upset, thinking that if Alex had not been stupid, then now everything would have been easier. Remembering the huge monster, he thought that if it wanted to save the hero so much, it would only sacrifice itself. Why did it take innocent knights with it to the next world? It only created problems. He lay on the altar with gold and thought that soon everyone would find out that he ruled the kingdom. But what if at the moment the secret was revealed, the kingdom was in decline? He imagined people who angrily shouted that everything was happening to their kingdom because of the hero, and thought that in that case his reputation would be ruined. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, while the hero thought that in any case nothing good should be expected. Looking out of the room, the blonde asked if he would not follow Sieg. The guy asked if she had gone crazy. What would she order him to do with his reputation and the kingdom? He pointed his finger at the girl in disapproval and asked because of whom the kingdom lost all the knights. Whose fault was it that Alex died? Approaching furiously, Hansu shouted that he was no longer going to take responsibility, and was planning to go on an adventure with women. Putting his hands on his hips in displeasure, Hansu thought that once he managed to get an A for personality, he doubted the adequacy of the teaching staff. Moral appeared behind him and said that he was not giving up responsibility. The masked girl said that he only wanted to become stronger through adventures and pay for everything. Looking at her with displeasure, the brunette asked who would be guarding the kingdom all this time. Imagining the royal castle, he thought that the palace now resembled an empty hut. He imagined the characters with glowing eyes and thought that it was easy to invade. He could usurp the throne without even lifting a finger. Sieg scratched the back of his head awkwardly. The hero thought that this degenerate did not even suspect that something was wrong with the kingdom. He stood in front of the girl and thought that he would take the calm he brought for granted. Moral asked him not to think about it in such a negative way. Crossing her arms, she continued that it is not the circumstances they face that make them happy, but the nature of the soul. If he lives with hopes and dreams, Hansu asked again, will it become reality? He turned away in displeasure, thinking that he understood what she meant, but it was like playing roulette. Frowning, he thought that he was not like that. He did not gamble with life. The guy walked on coins and thought that he was walking into the future, relying on the present. People lined up in front of him. The hero thought that this is why he prepared these guys. There were scars on the people's faces. They were newbies with skills intended only for battle. The man had a system window that he was a level 117 human, a warrior with killing skills, tenacity, endurance, dark energy, and he was worried. Imagining how the warriors were fighting, the hero thought that initially 10,000 people were selected. All of them were sent to fight against the rank V demons. The sinister man stood on a pile of bodies. Hansu thought that during this fierce battle only 100 survived. In other words, only 1% passed the selection. With a slight smile, opening his mouth, the guy thought that the effectiveness of this approach was extremely questionable. Said out loud that the Order of Royal Knights had fallen. There were scars on the girl's face. She heard that now they were the future of the kingdom. There was purple smoke in front of the guy. He ominously said that their time had come. Grinning, waving his hand, Hansu said that so far none of them even had a name, but he would give them a chance to fix it. Spreading purple smoke around, the guy told to become stronger and earn a name for himself. The smoke enveloped the people who heard that he would show them the right path. Surrounded by a purple haze, the man winced. His eyes glowed purple. The system reported that he was a man of darkness. Putting his hand in his pocket, Hansu thought that this is what SS rank dark energy can do, and said that they were all born again. Do they believe him? He stood on the altar, heard the cry that they believed. Looking down, the brunette said that he would now tell them about the hunting grounds that would help them become stronger faster. Even under the threat of death, they must reach level 200. The Dark Knights ran away, hearing the order that he gave them a month to do this. It did not matter if they screwed up, there would be other work for the week. Hansu grinned, thinking that there would be no problem with restoring his strength. He looked ahead carefully, thinking that in a month he would need a good reputation, so it was necessary to go on a journey now. He imagined himself standing in front of a bowed girl, and thought about Ulyulu. There was a dark monster in the desert. The hero thought that he needed to find out where it was going. With a sly smile, he imagined himself dealing with the demon, and thought that he could simply finish off the demon lord and end it there. The guy winced in displeasure when he heard Lenovel admiring him, and saying that he was amazing. She looked behind him and happily said that if she hadn't seen him and was relying only on the atmosphere around her, she would have definitely decided that he was sent by the demon lord himself. Hansu glanced at the blonde with displeasure, and asked if she had ever seen the demon lord, and she replied that she hadn't. The guy opened his mouth in anger, and shouted that if she hadn't seen him, she wouldn't say anything, so why did guys like her always talk and ruin their reputations for others? He remembered the demons surrounded by smoke and thought that he couldn't forget his bad reputation rating, and that he had exterminated all the demons in his second playthrough. Remembering the tablets with his crossed-out face, the hero thought that even despite this, his reputation had gone to the bottom, and that he would have to choose a different method and means this time. He imagined the system window and thought that his grades now look like this: combat power, don't care, achievements, they will kill the Elf King again, reputation, failure, no hurry, personality, no problem. Looking at the lines, the hero thought that they had dropped a lot because of Ulyulu, and they needed to be restored. If he failed, he would definitely go to the fourth circle. He imagined people with glowing eyes and hoods and thought that in the second circle, manipulating public opinion through Lenovel did not bring any benefit, so this time he would simply overwhelm them with numbers, and his loyal demon worshippers would help him with this. He imagined how they bowed to him, saying that he was the best, and thought that deceiving the stupid savages of this world was a mere trifle, so creating a certain public opinion was only a matter of time. With a sly grin, Hansu thought that the Dark Knights and the falsification of opinion in this kingdom would begin to correct his grades. The girls were hanging out the laundry. The old lady thanked Sieg. He told her to rest. Afterwards, he and his assistants fed the monster an apple, saying that he was probably hungry and that they shouldn't quarrel. Priest, who was walking behind him, said that he was very kind. The embarrassed guy was reflected in the magic ball. The girl said that such guys also have their own charm. Lenovel held the magic ball and said that this is the entire report for today. Hansu waved his sword and said that they were just messing around. He stood next to the monsters' bodies and thought that it had been 2 months and another 15 days since he started exploring the Ulyulu path. The green-haired girl held a spear, happily telling them to go together. This is the heroine who leveled up from 235 to 537. Hansu thought that these were adventures to raise her personality score. The blonde holding the ball asked, "Is it possible to continue like this?" Looking at the chopped monster, she explained that by killing all monsters indiscriminately, the previous heroes killed only evil monsters. Without turning to her, the brunette said that this is why this world has come to this state. Until people start begging for help, no one will move. Just look at Sieg. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. He seemed to freeze in the darkness, thinking that people ask for help only when they are bad, and therefore heroes who appear at such moments. He imagined a happy guy in glasses and thought that everyone would extol him and love him for help. Looking down in shock, he thought that, on the contrary, if someone clears out monsters in advance, then there will be no need for heroes at all, and he voluntarily dug a hole for himself. He should have followed Sieg's example. Lenovel looked in surprise at the hero, who said that she was right. Hansu lowered his head, thinking that in order to improve the hero's reputation, such things were necessary. A shadow hid the boy's face with widened eyes. He continued, SS Chaos, SS destruction and SS oblivion, in other words, a crisis. A loud scream spread from the platform. Clouds floated in the sky above the trees. The scream made the forest shake. The monsters ran forward. They were heading from the forest to the city. The warrior in the helmet screamed in fear that a large wave of monsters was approaching from the direction of the roar. The second asked to report to the Lord that the legendary Supreme Dragon of Oblivion woke up from a 500-year sleep. Hansu said with a satisfied smile that his comrade Nebius does not fail. One only has to want to. One of the discouraged girls closed her eye and asked, "Has he gone crazy?" The saint closed her eye and asked, "How can a hero attack a human settlement? What kind of reputation?" A drop appeared from the guy's nose. He said how loud it was. "It's all because he's allergic to reputation." The girl, when she saw the guy running to save the city. A warrior on a horse galloped down the street and ordered to light a signal fire and ring a bell. Those who can fight must take up arms. The shutters on the windows were closing. A woman ran with a screaming child. The child opened one eye. The guy standing behind shouted not to worry. With a determined look, Hansu asked to leave everything to him. He glanced sideways at the girls below, who were asking what to do, and shouted for them to protect the gate. The guy jumped off the wall, talking about himself, friendship. Monsters appeared in front of him. There were more and more of them near the wall, standing in front of the monsters. The guy said that he did not want to use Endymion. He clenched his fists, putting them in front of him, and with a cute look, he pretended to hit. A glow spread around. A blinding beam rose up. The guy, putting out his fist, smiled. A system window appeared next to it, saying that this was a skill called Slaughter. Then its characteristics were listed, from which it was stated that it strikes a huge area. Continuing to smile sweetly, Hansu said that he was ready. He waved his fists and counted, 1, 2. A bright flame approached the monsters. A flash of an explosion appeared. One of the Cyclops ran out of the smoke, and then jumped up, swinging at the hero. He stopped him with one hand. Holding him, he grinned. Throwing the monsters aside, he looked at the empty area and said that it was fun. The people in the houses and the guard heard that the hero Hansu successfully defended the city. The shining guy entered the gate, telling them not to worry. He took care of everything. Smiling sweetly, he scratched the back of his head and said that he was that very hero. However, they did not speak to him, but asked the hero to get up quickly. The boy looked ahead in surprise. In front of him was a crowd of people shouting for the hero. Sieg was sitting on the ground, and girls and villagers surrounded him, asking if everything was okay. Hansu was taken aback, hearing them praising him for saving the child from the cart. He was definitely a hero. Hansu's eyes widened in rage when he heard Sieg being praised. Aqua and Lenovo were behind him, shouting how great he was. The smiling blonde was surprised when she heard that he had miscalculated his calculations. Looking ahead in shock, Hansu thought that the naive citizens did not need the truth. He thought that he needed to control the crowd's opinion. From now on they were in a cold war. He would show them the reputation of the SS rank. Red flags were flying on the towers. The manipulation of public opinion is already bearing fruit. Someone said that the hero Hansu is amazing, and when asked what he did, he replied that he did not know, but they say he is amazing. Dark water washed away houses and trees. Residents said that they heard, the last flood happened because of Sieg. The second asked, wasn't it because of Hansu? The interlocutor said that he himself did not know the details and was just saying so. The guy with glasses smiled sweetly at the girls. Words were heard that he had become a real womanizer. He flirts with girls all day long. Someone said that they saw him. He wanders the streets and flirts. Hansu kicked Lenovo, and residents discussed that he was very serious, giving a kick in the ass to all the girls who approached. There was an ominous grin on the guy's face. He thought that at all costs he would remain a real hero. He stood at the cliff with his arms crossed, thinking that he would be content with what was under his feet. Lenovo said that it seemed to be here. Hansu smiled contentedly, thinking that it was time to deliver the decisive blow. He stood in front of the sea with the girls. The saint looked at him in surprise and said that it was just a rumor. How could there be a beautiful girl protecting the holy sword at the bottom of the sea? Hansu scratched his ear and heard that there was only one holy sword in the entire world, so don't trust the rumors that fishermen spread. He stood at the cliff looking at the waves and thought that maybe that was true. But this place was Oyula's goal, and since he could hear its howl, he thought it was worth searching. The mermaid blushed and said that she could dive in and check. Hansu pushed her aside and said that she was a freshwater mermaid and this was a saltwater sea, so unless she wanted to become a surströmming, she should stay away. He dove deep himself. Looking down, the boy sank lower and lower. A red glow was visible at the bottom. Hansu swam towards it. He noticed something in front of him. From the glow, words were heard that the hero of this time must leave. The boy threw his hands behind his head. In front of him was a mermaid with her arms outstretched, and he realized that she was a guardian. The system reported that she was a level 999 plus archmermaid, a guardian with defense, spear, evasion, leadership, immunity skills, and she was interested. The girl looked at him, saying that if he decided to leave now, she would not do anything. Grinning, Hansu asked if he ignored her warning. In response, the mermaid replied that, unfortunately, this was impossible. Closing her eyes, she began to sing and said that he would not remember anything. Continuing to sing, She mentally conveyed that he would open his eyes already on the shore and forget everything. The girl opened one eye, noticing a shadow when she spoke of what he had experienced here. Hansu hit the huge girl with his knee. Grinning slyly, he asked what was going on with his memories. In his nameless skill there was a characteristic that he was not subject to oblivion. The mermaid covered her mouth with her hand and asked, "How?" Clenching his fists, Hansu confirmed that one hit was not enough. He grinned wildly and said that in that case he would hit her until she passed out. The sounds of hitting and screaming could be heard in the water. With a satisfied smile, Hansu swam forward. He was dragging a huge mermaid by the tail and thought that she was somewhere here. Suddenly, he noticed something. The entrance to the cave was located behind the seaweed, and he said that he found it. Looking ahead with admiration, the hero said that the guardian must protect the secret place and thanked her for leading him. Looking inside with interest, the brunette thought that if during the first passage he also found this place. He looked at the purple area near the jugs and thought that maybe his memory was erased. Swimming inside, he thought that he did not have a black box then, so it was quite possible. The worried boy pushed aside the seaweed. In front of him was a sword with a red handle, and the hero asked, were the rumors true? The sword was held by a mermaid, and he realized that it was another holy sword. The system reported that it was a level 1 chaos mermaid, a sea queen. With the skills of divine defense and destruction, she was petrified, preserved. Reaching out with his hand, Hansu said that he adored this combination of colors. He stretched his fingers towards the sword. Suddenly Moral appeared, indignantly shouting for him to stop. Hansu silently turned his attention to her. Indifferently looking at the professor, he said that he assumed that she would appear. He extended his hand. Grabbing the red sword, he said that she was still late. The system reported that he was a level 936 chaos man, listed his characteristics, and reported that he committed a crime, absorbing a holy sword. Professor Moral said with his mouth open in confusion that only one sword could fit into one sheath. What was he going to do with a defective and hidden thing? Hansu looked at the sword in surprise and heard that he couldn't use the original sword now. He remembered the arch-mermaid singing when he heard that it was for killing the guards, and interrupted that it was actually self-defense. She almost erased his memory. The puzzled Professor Moral asked if he understood that he himself had invaded her territory, but the guy retorted that illegal excavations and admiration, and the tasks of the hero Sieg were doing the same. He grinned maliciously when he heard the professor say that she would probably be replaced. The mermaid was behind him. Hansu looked down at her and thought that it was time to leave. As he was climbing the cliff, the girls screamed that they were in trouble. He imagined the angry elf king and heard that the elf king was furious when he learned that his daughter was sold into slavery to humans, came to them with a declaration of war, and Sieg sided with the elves. Hansu remembered that he never found Sylvia at the last auction. Was this somehow connected? The blonde looked at the guy in fear. What Hansu with a wild look asked to believe in him. He had something in stock. A scream was heard that he had a terrible expression on his face. The man stretched out his hand, shouting forward. Knights gathered below, having heard the order to go and punish the nasty people. The elf king frowned, shouting, "Kill everyone without exception." Suddenly explosions appeared ahead. The elves shouted, "Is he a demon? We need to run." A vein bulged on the forehead of the indignant man. He asked who allowed them to retreat. The beam crossed the cliff in half. A deep crack remained ahead. Hansu held the sword and mentally called them to come to him. They will fix his reputation. Looking at the red blade, he said that he likes this partner. He held the sword in his hand, thinking that the holy sword too enhances skills, such as the SS slaughter skill, which deals damage in a huge area. Several skill effects are enhanced in this way. He swung the sword from side to side. A bright glow rushed towards the troops. Thanks to this, the area of damage from the slaughter becomes much larger. Dust rose up near the cut cliff. The elf king asked in dismay, "How is this possible?" Elemental creatures appeared around. He exclaimed that some pathetic human dared to go against him. The angry elf's hair flew up. He shouted that he would destroy him. Then he looked at the blade sticking out of his chest in surprise. Nasus was standing behind him. The father fell to his knees when he heard that he was ending the war. Putting his hand to his forehead, Hansu said that everything was going as it should. Then he fell silent and looked around. The heroes ran up to the wounded elf with a shout. Without turning to them, the prince said that Elfhain was surrendering. Sylvia looked at her brother with tears in her eyes and asked why he did this to their father. Nasus turned his head towards her and told her to look around. There were bodies of knights lying on the ground. He continued that because of the king's stupidity, many of their kin died. Touching his chest, the elf said that as the rightful heir to the crown, he would not allow the number of needless sacrifices to increase. The guy with glasses raised his sword, shouting that he was wrong. He had no right to become the king of the elves. Putting his hand to his head, Hansu watched this. Touching his chest, Nasus told her to think carefully. He picked up his sister in his arms, saying that it had nothing to do with him. Throwing the girl over his shoulder, he said that he would not kill her, but would only make her go to the human kingdom to serve as a pledge of truce and alliance between their peoples. The guy turned around, exclaiming who would allow him. Suddenly, a girl with a sword appeared in front of him. The girl who jumped forward hurried Sieg. Winking, she asked him to save Sylvia. The guy with glasses pursed his lips and agreed. Looking ahead, Hansu thought that he was not imagining things. He looked at the guy who was clutching the sword, shouting that he was coming, and the hero thought that it was his former partner, the Holy Sword One. Turning his head, Nasu said that he did not like to mock the weak, but since he wanted to die so much, he would help. The guy flew from above, raising his sword. He stabbed the enemy with a blade in fear. If not for the sword, he was basically committing suicide. The elf blocked his attack. His eyes lit up red. Hansu thought that Nasu's was the boss he had recognized. The system reported that he was a level 999 archelf, a swordsman. The stone at the base of the blade glowed. Sieg approached the enemy, while Hansu thought that the sword alone could save the situation. The guy with glasses swung his sword. In fact, Sieg's characteristics did not change. The round crystal flashed. The hero thought that the holy sword alone simply automates the process. It pulls it along and acts as it sees fit. Swinging his sword, the elf noticed what unique movements. Sparks flew from the blows. Resolutely looking forward, the elf said that he was satisfied. The guy slid back. He was breathing heavily, leaning on the sword. Sieg's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the order not to dare lose. The girl ran with a shield in her hand and shouted that he must win. She believed in him. The boy closed his eyes. The blue stone in the sword was shining. He raised the glowing sword. A bright flash flew everywhere. The elf's blade broke into pieces. The blonde looked at it in shock. A blinding beam shook the ground. Hansu crossed his arms, thinking that as expected of the holy sword alone, he would easily deal with such a boss. He closed his eyes when he heard his name being called. Sieg stood with his sword raised and asked how he dared to kill peaceful and free elves. No matter what, he could not forgive him. Clutching the blade with both hands, the boy resolutely shouted that he would defeat him today. The hero with purple eyes chuckled. Sieg with the sword stood opposite the hero, who asked if it was Alex who advised him to side with the elves and go against the people and the kingdom. The guy with glasses was breathing heavily and said that Alex would understand why he was doing this. Hansu grinned. He quickly approached the enemy. A clenched fist appeared before his surprised eyes. The stone at the base of the blade was shining. The brown-haired man managed to block the blow. Hansu looked down at him and thought that this was a fast, strong and at the same time smooth movement. Looking at the shining sword, he thought that this was the level of SS rank swordsmanship. A wide smile appeared on his lips. He thought that this was no different from his first attempt. The brunette clenched his fist. The screaming guy held the sword. The fist stopped nearby. The heroes froze surrounded by dust. Then the red-eyed man attacked, leaving bright traces. The stone on the blade shone even brighter. Blue beams appeared around the screaming guy. The hero swung his leg, thinking that he had already guessed in the first playthrough. He lifted his leg off the ground and thought that the automatic defense of the holy sword was won. He punched the enemy in the face, thinking that it was completely useless against a really strong opponent. The guy flew far back. The hero thought that this was because the automatic remained only automatic. Sieg was kneeling, hearing the question. It is convenient when the weapon does everything for him. Hansu leaned over him, saying that this way you can shove everything on the weapon, and take the victory, and a good name for yourself. He ominously hung over the frightened guy, saying that it was tempting. Both heroes heard someone call Sieg. The girl grabbed her cheeks and asked not to lose. Elphika opened one eye and said that she believed in him. The guy held the shining sword, hearing that he must certainly win. A tall beam rose up from the blade. Hansu realized that the holy sword one accumulates love and friendship. With a determined look, the boy turned to the enemy. He frivolously scratched his ear, hearing that he was warning. A red beam crossed his body. Sieg froze when the heads of the girls flew up. He turned around in fear, and Hansu thought that he could not allow himself to leave alive those who were going against him. The elf's crown fell to the ground. A scream was heard in the blinding beam. Furiously baring his teeth, Sieg shouted that he was the devil. Hansu smiled sweetly and clarified, did he think so? Energy spread everywhere. Raising his head, the hero looked at the light and thought, this can also be considered his achievement. In front of him was a system window listing high-ranking stats, and he thought that the angry hero with the holy sword was alone against him, with the holy sword too, which increased immunity to damage. The boy closed his eyes in bliss. Powerful energy flew in 4 directions. It was as if a black crack appeared below. Someone's heavy breathing could be heard in the dust. Sweat flowed down Sieg's face, and then he was surprised to hear someone call out to him. The figure of the guy who said that it hurt appeared in front of him. Hansu stood on an undamaged patch of land and, pointing to his head, asked to look at this abrasion. He pointed to his forehead with his finger, saying that it had already healed. With an expression of despair on his face, Sieg rushed to attack. Hansu swung his sword from top to bottom. The guy fell, screaming about his hand. The hero said that if he had his way, he would cut off his head. The frightened brown-haired man held his shoulder, hearing that since he was also a hero. A predatory smile was visible on Hansu's dark face when he asked what he could endure, and thought that his inner world and reputation were also important. Putting his hands on his hips, the brunette turned his head. There were severed heads lying on the ground. Words were heard that he would not forgive him. There were drops of blood nearby and the second hero cursed. Severed limbs lay nearby. Hansu smiled contentedly, thinking that this was perfect. He imagined a checklist of things to do, a speech against the elves who attacked the kingdom, defeating the fallen hero Sieg, a complete victory over the enemy without losses on all sides, and thought that no one could repeat something like this. Smiling slyly, he thought that this was very lucky. He was just aiming for an SSS point for reputation. The crying Sieg heard how he was thanked. Smiling sweetly, Hansu saluted and thanked, saying that this was a great weather to defeat the demon lord, while the second hero cursed foully. In the darkness stood a gloomy castle. Having knocked down the door, Hansu maliciously asked for forgiveness. The demon exhaled steam, turning to the hero. On his lap sat a cute elf, and he indignantly asked, wasn't he taught to knock? The lovesick blonde asked the demon lord not to lose to the hero, and he agreed. Pedinar stood up, waving his hand and shouted that he had entered successfully, to which he heard that they needed to get straight to the point. Hansu stood with his arms crossed, and heard the question, where was he in such a hurry? This was a historical moment. He thought he knew what he was up to. The demon extended his hand, and the hero thought that it was all about his penalty. He needed time to get used to the sharp drop in level. Smiling, the boy thought that he was not going to listen to his chatter. Well, this situation was very useful to him. The horned demon heard the boy say that if he wanted to talk about something, it would be better to talk about Ulyulu. Standing on the stairs, he said that this was a very interesting topic. Hansu looked at him, hearing that he had come to the right place. He had all the knowledge laid out on the shelves. Lowering his head, Pedinar told him to listen carefully. Then he dramatically waved his hand, saying that the hero had come to the right place. Discouraged, Hansu pursed his lips, hearing that he was evil itself, the demon lord Pedinar, and thought that this was very passionate. In the hero's hand was a red sword. He heard the call to try to use his pathetic power of love and friendship to defeat him, and interrupted, saying that he agreed, love and friendship are pathetic feelings. Pedinar looked surprised. He looked at the red sword in the boy's hand and recognized the cursed holy sword. There was a purple haze around the base. The hero said that it seemed like he knew something about it. The demon waved his hand, saying that he should have guessed it when, despite the drought, rain fell from the sky, meaning Ulyulu had fallen, and he was getting closer to the secret. A blade appeared in the enraged demon's hand. He said that he had no chance of defeating him anyway. Smiling mockingly, Hansu asked if he should tell him before he died. He stared ahead in dismay. Hearing that he said that he would know if he defeated him. It would be good if he stopped being stupid. The demon loomed overhead, calling the hero to come to the final battle. A stone fell to the floor. The demon lord gritted his teeth. He lay there, looking at the moon, and asked, how is this possible? Hansu leaned towards him with a smile and said that he was quite strong thanks to his new friend and thought that in the case where the levels were equal, skills would come to the rescue. But even by skills he was stronger. But he had the main weapon, the holy sword too. Smiling darkly, he told him not to dare to die and told him everything. Looking at him with displeasure, the demon turned to the hero. He introduced the Black Dragon and said that someone showed this cursed holy sword to the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion who suddenly disappeared 500 years ago. But that was all he could say. The sword flew into the forehead of the defeated demon when he heard, if so, let him die. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Hansu thought that he had said little. His hand was surrounded by a purple glow. The hero thought that the dark energy of the demon lord was being absorbed thanks to the black box. He had SS rank dark energy left from the second playthrough. Hansu chuckled contentedly and said that he could definitely be called a demon lord now. He looked at the skills in the system window, thinking that he now had a second SSS rank skill and the holy sword too helped him with this. The blade above his palm began to disappear. The hero thought that it was even a little sad to part with it, because they had become very close. A system window appeared in front of the guy asking if his adventure was exciting. Smiling, he thought that not at all. Because of the rivals and stupid volunteer work, he was only exhausted. A window appeared in front of him congratulating him on defeating the demon lord, and the hero thought that this time these repeated lines especially touched his soul. He remembered how he scolded the girl, and thought that the third playthrough was really hard. He remembered Sieg spreading his arms, thinking that he had been on the verge of despair so many times because of him, the master of hypocrisy and propaganda. He remembered the cloaked men praising him and thought that it was only thanks to the support of the demon worshippers that he was able to get back on his feet. The system asked him to look at his grades. With a determined frown, Hansu thought that he would definitely pass this time. The system asked him to check his report card. Then the report card itself appeared, which stated that SS Combat Power, SS Achievement, A+ Reputation, FF Personality, and a question in the notes. Why was the easiest subject, personality, in such a state? The hero opened his mouth in shock. The system reported that he had failed the exam. The next window stated the reason that given his pitiful situation, the professor did not know where it would be best to start. The hero must go on an adventure with hope and a dream in his heart. An adventure full of propaganda and lies is no different from a mirage. Pointing his finger in displeasure, Hansu shouted that Sieg started it first. The message about returning him to the first day hit him in the cheek, while the hero shouted that he just picked up. The body of the indignantly cursing guy began to brighten, while he shouted what kind of nonsense with personality evaluation. Instead of him, A bright glow appeared. The guy asked how they even dared to talk about such a thing, kidnapping a person who lived well? Then the system windows appeared, which said that the teaching staff will pray for his success. A special instructor will be assigned to help him. The system repeated this, and then reported that there is no suitable instructor to assign. Hansu stared into space in shock, hearing how he was greeted. A sweetly smiling Lenovel appeared next to him, and asked if he had come to his senses, and he replied that he had not. The guy who had gotten up looked out the window and heard that apparently yes. He was probably surprised that he had been summoned so suddenly. This world was called fantasy. Sieg appeared next to him with his mouth open. Hansu punched him, not listening to his screams about how he dared to do this to his Sylvia. The girl and the knight looked at the lying hero in surprise, while Hansu thought that they and even the palace knights. He smiled, thinking that all this was like the third run. The blonde looked at the guy who seemed crazy in fear, shouting that something was wrong with the second one too. The hero thought that this was the beginning of the fourth run. The excited girl looked away, thinking that today was her first training practice. She approached the glowing fragment, thinking that her senior colleagues had indifferently given her this place, so she began her duties without proper preparation. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the light fragment, surprising the girl, who thought that she would still give it her all. Her surprised face was visible from the purple sphere. She asked what kind of sound it was, what was going on there. The purple ball appeared above the giggling hero. He looked up cheerfully. He noticed the hovering ball, thinking what was wrong with this thing. At this time the girl asked that it was very noisy around. Did something happen? Opening his mouth, the guy examined the ball and thought that the style of speech was not the same as that of the moral teacher. Could it be that the mentor had changed? A voice was heard from the purple ball, saying that she did not introduce herself. From now on she will be responsible for the students undergoing practical training. The boy looked at the ball, hearing that since this was new to her, she still had a lot to learn, but she hoped that everything would go well between them. The blonde standing behind him called him to go with him, and Hansu asked if the mentor was a girl or a guy, to which he heard that it was for better information. Slyly touching his chin, the boy said that he was a man with hairy legs, to which he heard that she carefully shaved her legs every morning. The hero smiled, outsmarting the mentor, and said that he was also pleased to meet Miss in turn. He bowed, while the voice scolded that this was not right. With a satisfied look, Hansu heard the request to save the kingdom, and said that of course, let them trust him with all the problems of the kingdom. He closed his eyes and asked how she was. Miss in turn answered that she was very good. Throwing his hands behind his head, he walked away, while she said that this was the perfect greeting, which could not be faulted. The hero walked down the hallway saying that she was not leaving as a simple teacher, and heard that she was still just practicing, so she had a lot of time. Smiling, pushing Lenovel out of the room, Hansu said that in that case, she would not be bored. The door slammed shut. The hero lay down on the bed, saying that he would lie there and wait until night fell, and heard why. A system window appeared next to him. The boy answered not to do anything. He touched a line with the E-level skill with his finger, and thought that thanks to what he experienced in the last playthrough, his FF level stats now looked like this. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that his skills were from S to SSS. The boy noticed the chaos state, the holy sword. He held the red blade with a smile, thinking that he had a plan, and greeted his partner out loud, saying how glad he was to see him. A voice was heard from the ball floating nearby, asking why the holy sword was here. Hansu chuckled, thinking that these idiots, thinking that by returning him to the very beginning, everything would be fixed, did not even explain anything to the intern. He closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that they just threw her straight to the scene. He did not think that it would be like this. The purple ball hovered in space, hearing how they addressed the intern. Holding a sword, the hero asked, "Does she not want to become secret friends?" Words were heard in the bright castle that it was impossible. This was completely immoral. He was a student, and she was a teacher. The hero replied that if she changed her mind, let her say right away. Night fell on the palace. He stretched, hearing that here was the night he was waiting for, and said that this was great. He opened the window, thinking that during this time he was able to improve skills that require internal concentration, such as madness, intelligence, and luck. Below stood a knight with a spear. The intern asked. There was almost no lighting here. Was he still going to go out? Putting his foot on the windowsill, the hero said no, he was going to do something different. With a slightly wild smile, he said he wanted to sneak into the Demon Lord's palace. Hansu jumped out of the window, hearing the question, to the Demon Lord on the first day? The knights did not notice him jumping on the wall. The guy had a big smile on his face. He asked, "Is it a personality problem?" The guy ran quickly down the street, saying that if he just dealt with the Demon Lord, he would see if they could find any more flaws in him. Dust rose up behind him as he ran. The hero said he thought the road would be boring, and asked if she sang well, to which the trainee replied that it was a secret. The green one-eyed demon opened his mouth in surprise when he said that they would ignore low-level demons. There was a dragon hidden in the cave, but the hero said that they would ignore everyone. He stopped at a high castle, saying that they would reach the Demon Lord's palace in a quarter of a day. With a wide smile, he explained that he had been here several times before. In front of him was a large gate with an image of a skull. The demon opened his mouth, hearing that she should not do this, and told her not to do it. A blonde girl was seen, who said that she had a husband and children, and that the demon repeated that it was not necessary. The embarrassed elf hugged the demon, saying that she was his captive and she had no choice, but he said that he was wrong. He opened his mouth in fear, shouting that he kidnapped her because the elf king always bragged about his wife. He graciously let her go, quickly leave. Hansu peered through the half-open door, hearing that there was no way back, and the demon's objection that she said they only held hands. Blushing, the hero burst in, shouting that if he was going to do it, then do it right away. Pedina looked surprised to recognize the hero and asked what the hero who was summoned only yesterday was doing here. The boy jumped up, shouting that he came to see him. He kicked the elf aside, and then, smiling, he plunged his sword into the demon's body. The demon was shocked, asking how dare he be so cowardly. Then he fell on his back. A system notification appeared in front of the satisfied boy. Was his adventure exciting? The brunette stood in front of a large information window with congratulations on passing. There was a wide smile on his face. Hansu thought that they had no reason to cut his grades, because nothing had happened yet. The system just offered to look at the grades. Hansu spread his arms in front of the shining window, saying that this time it was definitely graduation. The system asked to check the report card. It said that combat power was C+, SSS achievement, reputation was C, personality was C, and the note was this monster born from retaking the exam? The hero smiled and thought that it was finally done. The system reported that he had passed the test. Raising his hands, the boy shouted in joy. He pursed his lips, thinking that he could finally get out of this terrible world, and said that the path was too long. Miss Trainee floated nearby and congratulated the student, who said that it was all thanks to her. Hansu smiled very widely, saying that she was very modest when he heard that she had done nothing, and thought that it was enough for him that she did not grumble like the moral teacher. The teacher smiled, saying that she finished the internship in a day, and her colleagues would be jealous. How could he thank him? Hansu smiled when he heard that if they met in society, she would become his friend, and agreed. The purple ball became a spiral, and the hero clarified that he was not just a friend, but a secret friend, and wished her to become an outstanding teacher. In front of the boy was a system window, which said that the faculty was stunned by his success. He thought that it seemed like his genius strategy was able to impress even them. In the next window was a certificate stating that the said student went on an adventure in his daily life, did good deeds of his own free will, in addition, became a role model among the inhabitants of fantasy, always caring for his companions, and that the said student was appointed as a B-rank hero. Hansu chuckled and said that this was some kind of prepared speech again. The system congratulated him on his graduation, and the boy thought that none of this mattered now. A shining window appeared in front of him. Hansu thought that it felt strange, the same as when he was sent for re-evaluation. He closed his eyes and thought that maybe he was just too used to it. He was experiencing continuous stress from the teachers, so they would never see each other again. He imagined a green planet and thought that he was walking towards the Earth. A bright purple flash. A small flash of light in the darkness. A surprised guy sat in a stone chair. There was an exit in front of him, and he thought, is this a cave? Hansu opened his palm. A system window appeared in front of him. Part of the writing was hidden. Scrolling through the description, the hero thought that the body and skills were normal. He thoughtfully looked down. Then he saw that he was unemployed, the experience was 110%, and thought that the hero's profession was lost. Looking at his brown t-shirt, he thought with displeasure that they also made him a homeless person and took his clothes. They could have left them as a souvenir. Looking at the glowing exit from the cave, he thought that all this did not matter, because now he just needed to go out and start living like a normal person on Earth. A glow appeared outside, and Hansu thought that first of all he should get to his parents, and then watch all the movies and TV series that he missed. He looked forward enthusiastically. Then his look became confused. There were 2 moons in the sky above the strange towers. He thought that this was definitely not the Earth. A system window appeared in front of the confused guy. He thought, has the Earth really been destroyed in the 11 years of his absence? The system window said that his graduation was delayed. Then came a message that the reason was that he passed the test using loopholes and tricks. Although he was enrolled in the list of graduates, his actual graduation would be delayed until he passed the exam properly. Then came a note that such a trick would not work anymore. Read with anger, the hero read this. He widened his eyes, thinking that they should try to pass this exam themselves with flying colors. Looking at the glowing satellites of the planet, he thought that if he started the exam again from the beginning, Lenovo would already be chatting somewhere. Someone came up from above and called out to him. A girl with blue hair was standing on the platform and asked if he was here for the first time. Raising his head, Hansu looked at her. Looking at the shortened jacket, the hero thought that she was not dressed in strange fantasy outfits, but in normal earthly clothes. Frowning a little, he thought, is she also a hero? The system window reported that she was an archhuman of level 496 and a warrior, and the hero thought that she was not the first level and her profession was not a hero. He needed information. Spreading his hands, the brunette said that this was true. He was completely confused, did not understand anything. The girl smiled slightly when he called her a beauty, and asked if she could tell where he was. She took a step off the ledge, she agreed. In the hand of the approaching stranger was a knife. The blade was pressed to the hero's throat. He quickly swung the sword. Closing one eye, the girl fell. Hansu stepped on her back with his foot. Ominously bending over, he asked where he was. Looking wildly, he directly warned that it would be better for her to answer the question. The girl lying on the ground tried to say something. Opening her mouth, she screamed that she gave up. With a fake smile, the hero held the sword, saying that apparently she did not understand yet. Suddenly, only a cloud of dust remained under his foot. Bewilderedly, he looked away, wondering what it was. Information appeared nearby that an instructor would be assigned to help, and he thought that at least the help of a teacher would not hurt right now. Looking at several system windows with this information, he exclaimed that he was joking and did not need a mentor. As before, the system said that there was no suitable instructor to assign. In the purple ball, an image of a smiling Miss Trainee appeared, who greeted the student, saying that they would meet very soon. Hansu looked at her in surprise and heard that she found out that his graduation was delayed and understood that he was upset now, but he would succeed, she would support him. The purple ball heard what kind of long speeches were there in their relationship. Winking, the hero greeted Miss in turn and his secret friend. There were tall pillars among the trees, the hero asked. What kind of place was this? The voice of the mentor was heard from the purple ball, who asked not to be surprised when she said about this place. Hansu closed his eyes from the glow of the energetic mentor, who said that every 4 years there is an event here. Graduates gather to take part in friendly competitions, the Hero Festival. Opening his mouth, the guy asked. She helped when she heard that today was the 15th day of the festival, but she worked very hard to organize it together with other instructors and teachers. Approaching the carefree in turn, the hero asked if they were secret friends. She screamed that the information about the festival was secret. Putting his hands behind his head, the hero turned away, saying that she was not lying to him when she said that she would become his friend. Professor Moral always said that honesty is a virtue. There were mountains ahead. She asked if those snowy peaks were beautiful. In the middle of the forest, there was a pond. The mentor said that it was very picturesque and she had a feeling. The hero smiled, hearing that something good could happen today. Hansu jumped off the tower, asking why not head there. Moving forward, he thought that the alumni festival was once every 4 years, just like the training of the reserves. He remembered the cloud of dust under his foot, thought that according to Miss in turn, he can leave whenever he wants. It is completely unnecessary to participate. But the reward is also good. A voice came from the purple ball that the festival reward would be given to the 3 survivors. The guy's face turned red when he heard that he should form a team of 3 people using the power of love and friendship. He replied that in order to get all the rewards, he would need to get rid of 3 people at once when only 4 were left. The brunette turned around with a smile, thanking her for the advice, but the girl asked how he could interpret it like that. The guy made his way through the grass, asking if an event of this scale only happens once every 4 years. Isn't the interval a bit short? The intern replied that fantasy time at the festival goes 10 times faster than on Earth. She imagined the planets, saying that the festival would happen almost every 40 years. The hero opened his mouth in shock. She realized that he didn't know. While imagining the planets, Hansu thought that the time he spent not on Earth was not 11 years, but only 13 months. With a smile, he put his hands behind his head, thinking that this was good news. If it was only a year, it could be treated as an academic leave. Then he froze, realizing that if he returned to Earth now, with a look of horror on his face, the guy screamed that he would still be considered a schoolboy. Hansu covered his mouth with his hands, and someone ordered him to identify himself. The red-haired girl told the man in front that he was too aggressive. The guy also advised not to look for trouble. The brunette looked ahead in surprise. The man who was called Wolf smiled widely, saying that he was still a child. The system reported that he was a level 654 superhuman, a monk, with translation skill A, faith A, iron wall D, combat skill D, endurance E, good condition. Hansu froze when the man laughed that he was only level 1. They were worried in vain. Leaning over, the man angrily gritted his teeth and told him to disappear while he was kind, letting him go only because his first level would not bring him experience. Hansu looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does he also gain experience by killing?" Wolf laughed, saying that of course. What a stupid question. How did he even graduate? His comrades asked him to take care of him and move on. Smiling widely, the hero confirmed. His eyes lit up purple. He gloomily asked not to go anywhere. While he was being cruel, he would have to kill him, because level 654 would give him a lot of experience. A red beam flashed past the surprised man. His head fell behind. The frightened girl was clutching a sword. A sharp movement blew off her head too. 3 clouds of dust appeared behind. Hansu asked if these pieces of dirt were also graduates. The mentor answered that after graduation the profession was reset, and he should return the holy sword. There was a small bag of money on the ground. The girl continued that if he was not in shape, and the guy interrupted her, saying that he would turn into a piece of dirt. Putting on his jacket, he heard that not all graduates were like that, but that they should not relax and promised that he would be careful if they were at least at the level of breadcrumbs. Putting on his glove contentedly, Hansu said that he had the basic equipment with him. It was time to seriously move on to the festival. A purple beam flew forward. Someone asked, "A thief?" The guy looked at the system window with displeasure and asked if this was for collecting his own loot. The system window said that luck level C. Looking at the description of the luck skill, which said that with level C he would be even luckier, the hero thought that it was a very ambiguous and unpredictable skill, very strange to hone it or rely on it. The boy looked at the shining sword with a smile, but thought that if he applied the effects of the holy sword 2 to this skill, next to each stat, 2 pluses appeared. There was some movement in the grass, while the hero thought that in this situation, this skill would be better than the hero's bonuses. Suddenly, a green monster jumped out from behind the trees. He ran into a ledge with his foot, and fell back screaming. His head hit next to the pond. The water rose up. Hansu pierced it with his sword, thinking that even a wild LVL 100 troll is easy prey. A wonderful interaction between his skills and the holy sword too. At this time, luck increased to level B. A mermaid was nailed to the pond. She opened her eyes in shock. Sitting on the troll's head, Hansu asked who she was, and heard a large shock wave wash over her. The girl shyly closed her eyes and said that he was usually supposed to seduce her with a sensual song, but she thought it was predetermined. Could he extend his hand? The guy raised his sword while shaking and said that if she bit him, he would hit her, and the girl asked if he thought mermaids were piranhas. The system window showed that swimming, charm, and blessing had all increased. Hansu said if this wasn't a gift from the legendary mermaids, he hoped his adventure would be more fortunate. He waved at the mermaid as she swam away and thought that luck was very strong, but the event rewards were too good. A purple ball was floating nearby. The trainee asked what he thought. The rewards were good, as she said, and he replied that she was right. The trainee was surprised when she heard that they were too good for the others. An ominous aura rose around the guy. He asked if the hero festival would continue until there were 3 left. Then, with a wild smile, he continued that it was time to destroy everyone except for 3, which he would lock up, and then perhaps enjoy the rest of the festival. In front of the hero was a system window describing the characteristic that he always dodged invisible arrows. He said that if he wanted to pump up his luck in this event, this was it. Looking at the system window with admiration, Hansu said that if he started a war with the elves, who had many archers, the skill rank would probably increase. He looked at the purple ball, and Miss Trainee said that it was for a fair event. Looking up slyly, he asked why she didn't tell him where the cruel elves and earthlings were. She replied that a strong wind was blowing from the southeast. Smiling, the guy repeated that it meant they were in the southeast, and she corrected herself by saying that a strong wind was blowing from that direction. A large tree was visible ahead. The guy said that he found it. Making his way through the grass, he said that it was even more impressive when closer. On the huge trunk, figures were visible. Hansu said that people were the size of an ant, and the blonde kicked his opponent in the head. Elven archers were hiding among the trees, ordering to stop the invasion of people, not to let them enter the sanctuary. Several people fell to the ground. Hansu approached one of them and asked why everyone wanted to climb up, what was up there. He put the blade to the forehead of the guy, who wanted to be indignant, but got scared and answered that there was a sign of the Elven King. Touching his chin, the guy remembered that the tear of the Elven King is one of the 3 hidden treasures of Elfheim. Looking at the purple ball, he heard that it can exclude any wound, grant immortality, although it is just a copy. Looking at how another opponent fell, he said that it does not look like anyone here is able to climb up. The guy ran to the fallen comrade. Holding a staff in his hand, he said that he would heal him now. A system window appeared for the guy. A glow appeared under the palm with the staff. The system reported that the level was 586. The hero looked perplexed as the blonde thanked his comrade for saving him. His look was discouraged when he heard good luck wishes. The participants of the event gathered near the huge stones. Words of help were heard. The intern said what a wonderful manifestation of cooperation. A purple glow surrounded the guy's body, just when she said that he should use the powers of love and friendship like this. However, Hansu squeezed the red blade and asked without it. His eyes looked wildly ahead. The hero said that his 11 years of work to the point of losing his pulse put him on par with these people. He swung his sword, shouting that he would not tolerate this. Someone else's blade stopped the movement of the red sword. Behind him was a guy who said that judging by his tough character, he guessed that he graduated recently. Hansu looked to the side, thinking that he couldn't sense someone's presence, and that sword. Looking at the blue blade with the golden hilt, he thought that they said that it was only available to those who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The holy demonic sword, the master sword. It seemed that he had found a treasure in the middle of a mountain of trash. The guy clutched the sword in his hands, saying that this place, not a fantasy world, was made for him. The system reported that he was a supreme human of level 999 plus, the profession of a monarch, and his sword skills were SSS, Divinity SS, Leadership SS, Endurance S, Immunity S. With a determined look, he declared that there was law and order in this world. Someone's figure appeared behind him. Another one was visible on the other side. The warriors gathered behind the guy, and he said that there was also a punishment. He was afraid that he would not be able to do whatever he wanted. Hansu turned away, holding the blade, and asked, "The supreme sword, this is it," and heard the confirmation. He squeezed the handle of the red sword very hard. The monarch smiled, saying that he had talent. A bright beam cut off his head and cut his blade in half, not letting him finish saying that it distinguishes him from the rest. Raising the red blade, Hansu heard that if you cut it together with the sword then skill does not matter much, and said that he hates guys who talk a lot. People standing nearby asked in fear, the head of the Geat and defeated with one blow, this is impossible. Hansu was surrounded by purple dark energy, and he said that the guys enjoyed the festival, then it's time for them to go home. There were yellow flashes when he said goodbye to them. Crossing his arms, the brunette laughed. He stood by a large tree, saying that he returned them to the earth completely free of charge, let them be grateful. A voice came from the purple ball floating nearby, saying that it was a pitiful sight, and if the elder who had put so much effort into the event could see it, but the boy asked not to worry. As he climbed, he gave a thumbs up and said that he would take full responsibility for this element, and its completion. The elves sitting in the branches shot and demanded that he stop. However, the boy ran carelessly, avoiding the arrows with his luck skill. He stopped at the entrance of the hollow. Resolutely looking ahead, he thought that he had reached the top without a single scratch, and as planned, his luck skill was now a rank. The system reported that the energy of the universe periodically provided him with assistance. The hero peered into this system window. Hansu walked towards the pedestal, asking, "Is this the tear of the Elf King?" A red flash appeared in the sky. The system repeated again that the energy of the universe periodically provided assistance. Hansu drank the liquid from the bottle, saying that the similar tear was very effective. The trainee said that even if it was just a copy, it was a treasure. The spark in the sky became brighter. A meteorite was visible in it. Leaving a trail, it crashed into the ground. The impact cut a huge tree in half. It was hidden by a glow. Hansu exhaled and asked, "Did the universe really send this energy? But what about this hole?" He stood at the huge dent below and asked, "Is this a continuation of the event?" Crossing his arms, he heard the trainee's voice that she was not sure. The senior was not the type to create such intricate decorations. The hero jumped. Determinedly moving towards the fire, he said that he would believe in the energy of the universe. The hero fell down. He flew in a bright beam. Looking down carefully, he chuckled. Below him was a city, and Hansu said that, surprisingly, the design was familiar. The foot touched the ground. The luck skill made a safe landing. The boy looked up. Standing at the wooden gate, he said that he was tired of discovering the secrets and truths of the world. The trainee said that she had no idea that such a huge structure was hidden underground. Hansu stared at her in surprise and asked if she didn't know about it either, and heard that she didn't know at all. Looking at the gate, Hansu thought that even the examination committee member didn't know, maybe because she was a temporary examiner. It was definitely suspicious. Extending his hand, he said that he would make an entrance, and because that reason alone was enough to examine everything. The kick caused pieces to fly apart, and he apologized for intruding. However, the entrance was located to the left, which the trainee said, and she heard that it didn't work like that. There was purple energy visible near the gate. Hansu asked if there was any sign of intruding into the long-abandoned ruins. He was sure that there were traps and guards waiting beyond the gate. Entering the hole in the wall, he said that he didn't see any reason to go through it. Remembering the outline of the city, he said that he noticed it while falling down the street, saying that it was a labyrinth, as he suspected. A voice came from this ball, saying that life is a series of big and small decisions. Let him not be afraid of mistakes and gather courage. The guy smiled, hearing that she would support him and be by his side, and thanked her. Taking out his blade, Hansu said that he would not worry about destroying these ruins. Running forward quickly, he shouted that this was his choice, and asked Miss Trainee to cheer him up. The hero's eyes lit up red. A bright flash remained from his movements. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Hansu asked her what she thought of his decision, and the trainee said that this was also a decision, probably, although now there would be no adventures full of mysteries. But the hero objected that adventures were for weaklings. Smiling, he ran past the metal plates and thought that the subsequent traps would not bring problems. This is because luck allowed him to always ignore traps. Ahead, there was a gray building. The guy asked if this was it. He didn't think he would repeat it twice in one day. He also kicked away, apologizing for the intrusion. Looking forward resolutely, Hansu thought that this was where the boss was. Then, his gaze was surprised. A figure on a throne was visible ahead. The Elf King was surprised. Remembering the image of the elf, Hansu thought that they looked the same, but he would definitely be evil. Clutching the red blade, the hero thought that he had to purify the embodiment of evil. The elf was surprised to recognize this sword. Raising the blade, the hero clarified if this sacred sword was familiar to him, and was told that he was very familiar. He remembered the demon lord pierced by the sword, and thought that it seemed that the riddle that Petinar had given him before his death would be solved here. Raising his hand, the Elf King asked in surprise why he had come all this way alone. His daughter was supposed to meet him at the gate. Instead of answering, Hansu kneed him in the face. He loomed over the man, who asked why. Grimly opening his mouth, he ordered him to shut up and die, to which he heard the question, why? The Elf King opened his mouth. While the hero thought that this could be bad, he had to check the stats of this boss. He saw a system window with information that this is a Chaos Elf, a dethroned king, with the skills SSS Elementalism, SS Bow Mastery, SS Oblivion, SS Blessing and SS Tenacity, who is in confusion, panic and shock. The hero thought that he expected nothing less from him. Only after looking, he realizes that he is just a monster. Red energy rose around the guy. He thought, the daughter is another monster. He will go crazy if he encounters both of them at the same time. Poking the man with a sword, he hurried him to die, to which the man asked to talk first. The stunned elf turned blue, asking why the hero is so impatient. Hansu stood next to the prostrate body. Wiping his forehead, he said that the battle was sweaty. Poking at the system button, he said that a lot of experience had been added, as expected from the boss. The letter D appeared next to the hidden cells, and the guy noted that his black box had also been updated. There was some kind of connection between races with similar attributes. He remembered the dragon and the message that the black box skill had been obtained. He remembered the huge dark monster that had increased the level T. He imagined the mermaid, thanks to whom he had obtained the sacred sword too. He remembered the elf, thanks to whom the skill had increased to D. Looking carefully down, the brunette thought that in any case, this could not have been a coincidence. The research was worth it, but he was not sure where to start. The girl who entered called out to her father. The elf looked surprised and said that she could not find the hero who broke the seal of the underground. His father's body was lying on the floor. A red sword was stuck into it. Hansu smiled contentedly. The shocked girl exclaimed, and Hansu thought that it seemed like he could conduct an investigation by capturing the remaining event character. A malicious smile appeared on his face when he thought that he would share the truth of this world with him. The intern noted that he looked like he was ready to kill them again. The hero's foot made a sharp push on the ground. He rushed forward at great speed, stretching out a dagger. The elf suddenly lowered her head and froze. Suddenly, it turned out that the blade could not touch anything. The guy looked at the figure in the air in surprise and wondered how she was able to dodge his attack, because the blow was quite powerful. Suddenly, the lady was able to gently land on the ground. She glanced at the protagonist and asked if he was really the hero, after which her top-class characteristics were revealed. She looked sternly in front of her and asked why the hero was attacking them. The black-haired man looked back in horror and wondered how she had raised her agility to SS rank, and then suggested that she had been doing nothing but yoga 365 days a year and 24 hours a day. Then he moved his hand aside and said that it was because it was a competition, and in a competition you need to confront each other, and considering that he was weaker. Then the scoundrel swung his blade at great speed and with a wild smile shouted that he needed to fight even harder. The ground broke, and the girl managed to dodge, jumping high up, and she immediately asked what kind of stupid logic this was, while he was thinking that it was not just agility, and her whole body was full of smooth movements. The little rascal struck one after another and thought that it would be difficult to take her prisoner, and by killing the boss, you can't get rid of the only character who can reveal the secret of the world to him. He looked at the fluttering enemy and thought that he should aim for her arms and legs, because they can be broken, and if he hits her in the body, then there will definitely be nothing left of her. He immediately prepared something behind his back and thought with a smile that special measures were needed. The blonde pointed her rapier at him and rushed to attack. The blow was able to reach the protagonist's body, but then an ominous aura and a smile appeared, and he squeezed the blade with his body, and then the elf realized with horror that he deliberately allowed himself to be wounded. She immediately released her blade from her hand, but then she was grabbed by the hand and asked where she was going. The hero immediately pressed her tightly to himself and shouted that he finally caught her. He squeezed her even tighter and said that he would not let her go. The long-haired one was very embarrassed and swung her fist. She managed to hit him in the face and immediately ordered him to let her go. A squabble with wild screams began. But then the hero grabbed her by the ear and told her to stop. The black-haired man embarrassed her greatly and said that he knew all the weak points of the elves. He abruptly raised his head and said that he needed something. The scoundrel hit her with his head with all his might and said that he needed to use them. Then his opponent fell to the ground unconscious. And then behind Hansu, when he asked himself with a sly smile about where to start, a cough was heard. He instantly got scared and turned around, after which he screamed that he had definitely killed him, and thought that he had definitely killed him and even received experience points, and assumed that the boss was reviving. And then the old man cleared his throat, after which his incredibly high statistics appeared, because of which the hero thought that even his race had changed from a chaos elf to a high elf. And then the long-haired one, having looked around, said that this place was a real hell, and the ancestors of those living above had locked him and his daughter here, and no one could die in this prison. The black-haired one looked back with alarm and heard that they were simply reborn after some time and asked if he would deign to stop and talk a little. Then, under the dark sky, the guy finally calmed down and thought that one way or another he was interested in many things. After that, he abruptly raised his hand, stopping everything, and asked him to state everything briefly and to the point, and when he tried to introduce himself, he simply called him Boss K. The elves looked at him with great alarm when the protagonist said that they were both busy people, so they would do without drawn-out introductions and could simply quickly exchange important information, to which the elder immediately said that he had lived as the third king of the elves for an eternity, and for the first time saw such a hasty hero, And then the black-haired man asked with a menacing look if there were any problems with this, to which he tried to smooth things over. Suddenly the whole building shook. And then the former king looked up and calmly said that this should not be. And Hansu thought with a displeased look that when something happens suddenly, he does not like it at all. Then he turned his attention to the hole in the ceiling and asked if the uninvited guests had arrived, to which he received an affirmative answer. When a bright light began to pour out of the hole, Boss K immediately said that most likely these were the ones who locked them here and apparently found out that their confinement could be weakened. Then the black-eyed man turned menacingly to him and said that it was time to stop talking like that. When a feather fell from the ceiling, the hero immediately demanded to simply say who they were and not play riddles. And then the long-haired man calmly looked ahead and said that he understood him and said that he did not know what they were called in this era. His daughter began to shake with her arms folded across her chest. The protagonist was wary of the drawn-out speech about what they used to be called. Suddenly, the shaking intensified. A huge hole appeared in the ceiling. White delicate wings immediately spread out in a stream of light. The tip of the spears but sparkled. Many four-winged angels descended, not showing any signs of confusion. One of them slowly opened its eyes when it heard the intern being addressed. The hero turned to the ball and asked if it knew about angels. It imagined an evil creature and said that they confront demons and decided to add a little secret. Then it began to shine and said that these are the main enemies that graduates face, to which a question was immediately received about whether this meant that demons were the initial course. He imagined a picture of many angels descending and thought that during his first playthrough, he had to deal with a bunch of different creatures, but he was seeing these for the first time. Then Hansu folded his arms across his chest and said with a smile that they needed to find some cool angel. A divine light and a ball began to descend from the tip of one of the spears. Many staffs simultaneously tried to destroy the prison area with explosions. The hero stood in the middle of a bunch of volleys unharmed, using the skill Fortuna, which allows him to dodge all arrows. He looked ahead with a sly smile and said that they could have a constructive dialogue without resorting to violence. One of the angels closed his eyes and said that the attacker was in front of the hero. His comrade raised her weapon and said that for trying to free sinners, they were sentenced to death. The central one opened his eyes and said to abandon hope for an easy death. The Trinity put out their weapons, creating a triangle, and the protagonist, looking at this, thought that it seemed that they were filled with confidence in their unconditional righteousness, and this was good. The spearman rushed to attack, and he immediately said with pleasure that instead of useless chatter, something better happened. 3 spears sharply hit the ground, but then it turned out that under their weapons there was absolutely nothing. The hero appeared behind them and with a terrible look said that events began to develop faster, and that he even liked it better. He immediately delivered a powerful blow to the very center, throwing his opponents far back. Suddenly, one of the angels hit something hard and said that the ceiling was too low, but then he was grabbed by the face. The protagonist with a wild smile deflected the blade and with burning eyes asked if it was true that no one could die in this dungeon. And then the winged one's chest was pierced with a blade with an offer to watch how he would stay alive, to which the blonde immediately asked about dark energy. His body began to crack and he asked how the hero could possess such powerful dark energy. He began to tear himself to pieces, while saying that this needed to be reported to the top. Other angels began to fly towards him from behind. Suddenly, the dark-haired one became alarmed, wondering why they had not died. The angels immediately began to shoot at him and asked with displeasure what kind of hero this was. But then one of them was pierced by a blade. The hero immediately rushed for the weapon with a wild look. He got angry and laughed in flight. One of the winged ones immediately tried to run away, thinking that they needed reinforcements, and then shouted about retreat. But then the protagonist grabbed the blade, releasing a dark aura and said that they should take responsibility for starting this fight, because the price for his performance was quite high. Many angels began to retreat at great speed, but then a monstrous stream of dark energy burned them all. Then the black-haired man came out, putting the blade on his shoulder, in the middle of the fire. He approached the lying angel, who said that they were the apostles of God and wondered how a hero chosen by God could stand against them. But then his back was pierced at high speed. The black-haired man looked at this with a wild smile and asked if they were the apostles of the kidnapper and said that for this reason alone, he should kill them all. But then something distracted him from his work. One of the angels stood with a raised spear and spread wings. The elder was cut down, leaving a hole in the shape of a cross, and she immediately said that they needed to take the secret with them to the afterlife, calling him the companion of the fallen hero. The long-haired one was breathing heavily, lying on the ground. And then, while the black-haired man was calmly wondering why he was so weak, an elf flew past him, demanding that he stay away from the king. She tried to attack with her rapier, but then the blade was stopped by divine power. There was a surge of energy that pushed her far back. She held her wounded hand, with wild aggression, while she was ordered to wait her turn. The winged one, without looking at her, said that she would make her do it personally. God's messenger turned around with burning eyes and said that she would reflect on her sins in shame and humiliation. But then her back was pierced by a blade at great speed. At the same moment, the winged one's body exploded with purple smoke. The hero, lit up with a golden light, moved his hand to the side and with a displeased look said that it was just an empty noisy blank that spoiled his mood, and then his divinity went from F to D, and he immediately wondered what it was. The sphere immediately began to shine, saying that it was a powerful divinity that reflected everything except attacks from another such divinity, dark energy, or a holy sword. And then the protagonist winked with a smile when he was told that this was the reason for such a bad fight between the two, and thanked for the hint. He immediately imagined angels and thought that if this was the same power as dark energy, then he simply had to take advantage of this opportunity and pump it up. The gray-eyed man was very surprised after his assistant said that it was very sad. It turned out that the old man who knew the secret would soon die and disintegrate. The hero immediately ran to him in horror. Then the pale-eared man extended his hand and said that he trusted him with his daughter, and although her forms were modest, she was a child with a generous heart. While his daughter was horrified and said that it was too much to joke in such a situation, the black-haired man himself got angry and clenched his teeth. He immediately grabbed him by the collar and said that he was just an irresponsible scoundrel, and asked if he was thinking of handing over his daughter to him. He immediately pulled back his hand with a bright light and extended it to him. His palm sharply hit the long-haired man in the chest. Suddenly, the crack froze for a moment, and then the wound suddenly began to disappear. Hansu continued his methods of treatment with a dissatisfied look and asked if he was going to do this, not knowing about his preferences and will, and ordered to die another time. The bright sun was burning in the sky. The king came outside with a soft smile and said that it was great to see the sun again, because the air was so clean again. While the protagonist's companions rejoiced, he exhaled heavily with incomprehension. The monarch looked up and thought that he was truly grateful to him, and called him a savior. But in reality, everything was happening inside the prison in complete darkness. The white-haired man put his hand to his chest and said with a smile that he could ask whatever he wanted, and if he wanted, he would tell him everything about his daughter, to which he immediately refused. The reincarnated man raised his hand up and asked to tell about what those angels tried to silence. Then the old man tensed up and frowned, and then the hero again looked ahead with a displeased look and made a knowing sound. Immediately after that, everyone was surprised when he said that he already knew it. The protagonist began to rise and said that he immediately understood that they had divinity, and although for them it could be a real discovery. The gray-haired man stood up and waved his hand and said that in that case it was time for him to leave. Then he looked up and wondered how he could get up there. Passing by the fire, he was again and again worried about the question of where to go. But then his patience began to run out, and his face could hardly hide his aggression. He immediately turned around like a demon and asked how much longer they were going to pursue him. The old elf looked at him in surprise and said that having realized that he and his daughter were alive, the angels would immediately send pursuers after them. Then he raised his fist up with a happy look and said that therefore, until they had enough strength to fight them off, they planned to follow him. To which his daughter immediately added, saying that they were embarrassed, and the hero with wild anger demanded that they stop talking nonsense. But suddenly he instantly calmed down and meaningfully remained silent. Then the elder calmed down when he was asked why he was sure that they would be followed. The protagonist folded his arms when he heard that angels were keeping a close eye on chaos creatures and said that it seemed to be true. The long-haired man imagined angels and said that angelic divinity could be threatened by either the same divine or dark power. He immediately imagined the devil and said that demons were filled with dark power and were weak before divinity. And then the dark-haired man began to doubt when he heard that chaos creatures could surpass angels who had no weaknesses, which is why they were wary of them, and asked if they were too weak to be considered enemies. But immediately after, he covered his ears when he heard screams about their skills and weapons being taken away and asked the intern for permission to ask. But then the sphere became upset after asking about the angel's place of residence, and said that he could not answer. The ball raised itself and said that it had no doubt that he was strong, but angels were many times stronger than any student and generally did not live in this world. And then the hero smiled nastily and said that in this case, the first thing to do was to find a way to lure them out. Immediately after, he put his hands in his pockets and told the couple that they could follow him. He looked at the happy family and thought that since he himself could not come to them, there was nothing left to do but use the bait, no matter in which world. A notification came that the universe always helps him, and he thought that he would meet them, because the power of the universe would help him. He put his hand to his chin and thought that in order to be sure to receive help from the universe, he needed to improve his fortune skill a little. But before that he had something to do. The intern began to get stressed when he heard that they were going to ask him another question, and said that he was already afraid to answer. Then the hero tried to ask with a creepy smile about where it would be best for him to steal, but then he corrected himself and asked about where the nearest big city was. After some time, he stood on the edge of the mountain and looked far ahead, shielding his eyes from the sun, asking if it was here. A large city was flaunting itself in front of them, and when the intern tried to tell the necessary information, the hero shut him up, saying that it already sounded complicated and said that it was worth calling it the starting city. Then, already inside, the black-haired man looked around and with a displeased expression asked about where they were. Suddenly, he saw a cute girl handing out equipment. He immediately began to get furious, and said that he had to start in some incomprehensible deserted cliff. The intern immediately tried to shield him from the murders, after saying that they even handed out equipment here, and asked if the village was beautiful. He looked around and started talking about the majestic buildings and the lack of dirt, and that there was nothing to complain about. He immediately drew attention to the huge tower and said that it was a place where heroes were summoned. The protagonist had already started to tremble, and he continued to talk, and said that prizes for the winners of the festival were also kept there, and the most interesting thing. But then he was frightened by a terrible look filled with intimidation. The intern, with wild horror, asked him to just give up and said that if this continued a little longer, he would be in great danger. And then the black-haired man took the robe and said that the first thing he needed to do was hide his identity, which upset his companion. He ordered his 2 henchmen to go ahead and make a fuss. The black-haired man turned around with a big smile and said not to worry, because the universe itself was on his side. Suddenly the intern became alarmed after asking for some hint, and said that he also did not know how the building was arranged inside. Hansu looked around the high rise and thought that he himself did not really like it, that they found themselves in a situation where they had to rely on luck and intuition. He looked out from behind the corner with a sly smile and thought that he needed to steal in order not to lose his profession, and at the same time get additional chips from the festival. Then he smiled even more evilly and thought that, in addition, the probability of something happening was extremely small. He pointed his finger to the side and ordered to go, and then, when the first step was taken, and hopes glimmered that the forces of the universe were on his side, the unexpected happened. A short blonde guy pointed his finger at them. The hero looked in his direction with great surprise when he heard his name. The kid smiled broadly and said that this was definitely true, and reminded that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist was even more stupefied and wondered who he was, to which the kid suggested that it might be because of the change in hair color. He immediately put his hand to his chest and began to enthusiastically tell him that in his fantasy he talked about wanting to go on an adventure with a bunch of beauties, and the dark-haired one pretended to recognize him. They bumped fists, and the child anxiously asked if they remembered him. But when Hansu repeated it again with a shining smile, his interlocutor immediately realized that he was being mocked. Suddenly, the door of one of the coffee shops abruptly closed. The guys were all sitting at the table together. While the elf was sorting through the menu, the blonde one cheerfully leaned his elbows on the table and asked how he was feeling. Then the gray-eyed one again said with surprise that it was not bad and asked how long he was in the fantasy, and the elder wondered what an Americano was. And then the kid scratched his head with a slight smile and said that he had been stuck there for 3 years, and after the other guy was surprised, he asked if it was shocking. The hero was immediately crushed by the 11-year term after he said that he was going to create a harem slowly, but in the end he killed the annoying demon king and returned. And then the black-haired guy looked away menacingly and said that it was too hard for him, to which the merry fellow immediately said that it took him a whole year just to get to the northern lands. The newly made old acquaintance immediately remembered the princess of the sword and said that he refused a marriage of convenience, and met her for the first time and lost, to which the hero immediately thought that if he had said that he had defeated her, it would have been impossible to believe. Right after that, he remembered how he met her in the room while changing clothes, and almost died, after the words that she was really strong, and he thought that in his case, everything was a little different. And then the harem lover was already drooling, saying that she had a very hot body, to which the protagonist immediately told him that she could do it without a sword. But suddenly he was very confused by the words about her decency. After that, the blonde immediately remembered the holy sword and said that he found it, and was able to defeat her, and there was nothing left to do but enter the harem. After that, he clenched his fist and with a smile remembered the princess of the northern lands, saying that even a famous girl ended up in his harem. But then the hero remembered that he simply killed her, and thought that if she got angry, she could easily freeze hundreds of people, and wondered why he should let her go. And then the blonde remembered their meeting with the saint, and said that he gave her the priest's staff so that she could control this power, and follow me. And after the question about what happened to the green-haired man, he said that he did not care, since he was a man. He immediately remembered the demon king, and said that in 3 years he expanded his harem to 18 people, and apparently, the demon king began to envy him and decided to stop him. But then he showed his fingers up and asked what he thought about his actions, and said that he attacked him with the whole squad, and he did not even have to do anything, because he had such girls on his side. And then the protagonist looked up wondering if he really was resting, because the effect on the Lord of Darkness extends not only to the hero, but also to his comrades, which means that if his comrades are higher in level than him, they can easily kill the demon king. And the intern immediately said that love and friendship will always show the right path, but even in such situations there are those who have to retake exams. But then the black-haired man was very surprised by the question of how long it took him. He took a sip and said the number 1 with wild anxiety. Then the kid, with great surprise, asked if it was 1 day, but then he raised his hand up with a smile and said that the guy was a good joker and said that he might not say anything, but that couldn't be. Suddenly the tea ran out and a question came about his parents. Then the fair-haired man put his hands on his hips and asked why he was asking, because he himself was on the ground. And then the gray-eyed man was very surprised after the words that he was apparently not accustomed to the earth, because they say that now it is a scourge, people wandering around the earth who are looking for a way into fantasy. And then the hero nodded with a smile when he wondered how they were returning at all, and his interlocutor offered to say hello to them upon their return. But then someone called out to the little one, and he had to turn around. There was a dark-haired girl with a large blade, and with a smile she offered to go faster, because they say that a new competition is opening. They immediately took each other's hands and ran away with a smile. The hero immediately gritted his teeth in rage and thought about the fact that he even had a girl from the earth, to which the elves nearby immediately noticed the terrible sounds and remembered that he was also a man. But then the elder was given a slap on the back of the head, and the black-haired man shouted that their plan had already dragged on for too long, and ordered them to act faster. But then the intern flew up anxiously, and said that he did not advise doing so. But then Hansu spread his arms wide and told him not to worry, because even if he died, he would just start over. Then he kicked out his companions and told them that according to the plan, they needed to make some noise. He looked at the building and thought that with the help of the fortune skill, they could break into even a protected area. But then he remembered his assistant's words and thought that she herself did not know what was waiting for them inside and wondered if he would be able to prove his title of a thief. Then he immediately grabbed his blade and thought with a smile about what if he added a little bit of the universe's fortune to the holy sword too. But then something from his skills caused a big question. He looked at the values with wild anxiety and wondered why his skills were so ambiguous. Something immediately shocked him. His profession became a saint of the fiction level. The guy immediately fell to his knees in horror and covered his head with his hands. He remembered the boy and thought that his thief skills were interrupted by a classmate who suddenly appeared, and his holiness rolled over him, killing all the thief's features. He immediately decided to jump out of the alley and thought that this was a failure, trying to stop his comrades. But then he was surprised by the question about the saint. The people around him turned in his direction and looked at him in surprise. Both the old people and the adventurers began to look for her. The hero was in complete shock when everyone shouted that the saint had descended to them. The crowd parted a little past him and shouted about the saint. Suddenly, someone from the crowd with strong doubt wondered if she was just a spiritual incarnation. Suddenly, the ash-haired man looked at this with alarm and thought that a simple graduate recognized her. The black-haired man smiled softly and thought that he was glad that they envied him, and then wondered why all this was happening to him. But then a lady in a white dress appeared and asked for a moment of attention, and asked to clear the way for her. Everyone immediately looked in her direction. The blonde smiled softly and said that if it was not too much trouble. Then she spread her arms, emitting light, and asked if they could let her through to the prayer room. And then Hansu froze, looking at her. But right after that, he smiled slyly, thinking that of course he prayed that he would be able to get into that structure. He began to slowly approach her, and thought that he did not know that the fortune of the universe would be so strong. He put his hands in his pockets, and with a sly smile thought that it was time to move straight to the prayer room. Under the light of the sun, the saint was asked to follow. The hero walked through the green gardens and looked around. Then he turned his attention to his companion and thought that by earthly standards, she was the embodiment of beauty, and seeing her experience points, one can go crazy. He immediately imagined explosions behind her and thought that she looked fragile from the side, but if she were thrown into the heart of the battle, there would not be a scratch on her. He looked behind him with a little surprise and thought about how they had entered by the way, while he was being told about the beauty of the garden. He immediately looked at the Titans and thought about how he knew absolutely nothing about this place, and wondered where he should start, while he was being told that it was a pity that this place was closed to city residents, because there was even a pond here. Suddenly, one of the giants opened his eyes, and his crazy skills were revealed. He looked away with anxiety, and thought about how he could just ask the saint. Suddenly, the blonde looked at him again with a soft smile, and it was very majestic. She immediately folded her arms across her chest, asking if the golems bothered him, and when she heard that he saw such big ones for the first time, she said that it was all because they received the blessing of the god himself. The black-haired man continued to smile in horror when he heard that there were a total of 3,141 golems in the fortress, and that this place was so well guarded that it was impossible to find a safer one. And the boy thought that given that they had the enemy detection skill and his luck skill was only rank A, he would not be able to bypass them. But then he was distracted from his thoughts by the words that there was one problem. They began to approach the basement, and the saint immediately said that she actually wanted to ask him for something. The door began to swing open with a golden light. The black-haired man looked ahead in surprise. Many purple eyes were visible from the basement, and obscene screams were heard from below. The saint looked down with sadness and decided to speak out. There was a scoundrel holding onto the bars of the cage, and she continued, saying that they were keeping the main demon worshippers in the prayer room, and they could execute them, but it was too pity to kill such heroes. They looked at the many people in the cages, and the beauty continued, saying that they were the main human forces. The hero was greatly surprised by the majestic address and request. The blue-eyed girl folded her hands in front of her and asked to return them to the side. The villain immediately smiled, after the words about the reward, and thought that he came to become a thief again, and he was again offered gifts. The girl immediately beamed with joy, after the words that he could be trusted. The protagonist held out his hand and with a soft smile asked to immediately look at the reward, because in such times they live, and he was offered to follow. After some time, they again approached the golems. Hansu looked forward in surprise again. In front of him was a huge door, and he thought that the gifts of the festival were stored here. Suddenly, one of the stone heads opened his blue eyes. He put his palm to the door and emitted mana. The protagonist smiled slyly again and thought that no one would have time to blink. The door began to open with a glow, and he thought about robbing everything. In front of him was a huge hall with a bunch of blades and objects. Suddenly, a mop caught his eye. He immediately became sad and asked if there was really nothing special here, because he had heard that the festival prizes were stored here and had already hoped. Suddenly, he looked menacingly at the intern, who did not know that there were 2 warehouses and heard from the blonde that most of the prizes were stored in another place. She paid attention to the green blade and said that weaker things were stored here, but they also had very valuable qualities. Suddenly, the guy noticed the price of 15 points and heard that for one re-educated demon worshipper they give 1 point, and they can already be exchanged for prizes. Then the black-haired man thought hard again. He continued to stare at the goods and actively use his brain. Blue Eyes did not understand what was happening. In fact, at this moment, he was thinking that he did not like anything at all. After looking at all the shelves, he thought that the equipment here was useless and nothing could compare to the holy sword too. Then he noticed the fake holy sword and thought that it looked good, but the time when he was playing with such things had already passed. Then he noticed the bottles and thought that the elixirs for raising skill mastery were so tempting, but he did not come here for such trifles. Suddenly he became very gloomy and thought that he should just take out everything he sees. Suddenly the saint approached him with anxiety, and said that even if he didn't like anything. Suddenly the hero calmed down when he heard the offer to choose one reward from this room. He immediately, with the calmest look, said that in this case there was a condition. The girl was slightly shocked after the question about its cost. The protagonist immediately began to brag, after the words that it was not a thing, and said that the condition was to choose something from this room. The poor girl was already in complete shock. The hero in an ominous pose hung over her with a wild smile, and said that if she wanted to re-educate the bad guys, then she would have to get involved in this matter herself. With a wild smile, he said that the saint selflessly sacrificed herself for the good of humanity, and asked if it sounded good. The girl was even more shocked after asking if it was true. After some time, they again approached the huge prison where the scoundrels were sitting. And then the scoundrel hanging on the bars stopped. He noticed a price tag of 500 points on the saint's neck. Hansu walked slowly behind her with a sly smile and asked her to trust him with this. Then she looked out from behind the corner and said that she was counting on him. And then all the scoundrels in the cells froze when they heard a menacing greeting. The black-haired man again seemed to grow horns and releasing a bright demonic light asked if they were S-ranked, and then said that he was SSS-ranked. The scoundrel immediately silenced everyone in the prison and ordered them to bow before him, and in response he heard words of submission. He smiled when he heard the address as the Lord of Darkness and said that the training was over. But then the intern immediately said that the main goal in this event, but she was interrupted, saying that it was necessary to achieve a good result. Hansu smiled slyly again and said that next. But then he was surprised by the cry that first a saint, and then a brat. A powerful blow to the ground with a fist was heard. The stone-skinned man looked at him menacingly and asked if all this was true just to lure them to the side of God. He clenched his teeth and shouted that they were all hypocrites. The hero immediately asked in surprise what was wrong with him, to which the sphere said that since they were not accepted into the team of heroes. She turned her attention to the red-haired one and said that they had to go over to the side of the demons. The knight in armor looked at him through the bars. It turned out that the rebel had very high stats, and also had divinity. And then the black-haired man laughed with a murderous look and noticed his skills. And then the protester looked at him menacingly and said that he knew heroes, because they pretend to be fair and kind, but in fact they are cowards. And then the hero also released a holy aura after saying that they were hiding behind the backs of their comrades. He smiled and said that he was describing some kind of nerd to him, and suggested that he sit and be silent. 2 blades of aura rushed towards the rebel, frightening him. He was immediately pierced from both sides, causing wild pain, but after some time, he was released. His eyes seemed to shine with pleasure, and he said with a smile that he was overcome by a feeling of kindness. His eyes turned purple and he said that there was no evil, recognizing the new ruler. Hansu raised his divinity with a wide smile, and said that he would save them all. But then his eyes became creepy again, and he said that he had business first. While they were looking at him with joyful eyes, he became like a demon, and said that they should do something for him. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from the prayer room. The blue-eyed one was smiling and saying that 3 in a day was great. The trio stood behind the protagonist, and they praised him for his success. He immediately smiled ominously, and said that this was only the beginning, but he himself thought that this was already the end. And when the saint extended her hands and wanted to greet her new comrades, her hand was knocked off. The stone-faced man looked at her angrily, and told her to remove her dirty hands, notifying her that he trusted only the saint. After that, he and his comrades became embittered with her, saying that only he was their true faith. She walked away in horror, leaning against the hero, and said that they had been re-educated. But he also looked at her menacingly and said that nothing could be done about it, Because re-education is good, and memories of imprisonment are not so easy to erase, but there is one but. His hand slowly reached over her shoulder. He showed a sign of money with his hand and scared her with a smile, saying that if he tried, then everything could change. The blonde froze in alarm and turned to him. She turned around sharply and said that if he helps her gain their trust, then a point will be added for each. Then the protagonist put his hands on his hips and softly said that he will make every effort. And then the sad sphere said that he is a master of deception, to which the guy said that there is nothing personal, and it is just business. Time passed towards night. After that, he folded his arms across his chest in front of his followers and told them to obey the saint from this moment on, and they obeyed. Afterwards, he did smile softly and said that there was something else. The next day, something changed. The new batch of followers bowed and apologized for their rudeness, and this surprised the saint. She folded her hands in front of her chest and smiled and said that she was grateful that they had returned to the righteous path. But then she was scared again by the servants' treatment. They drew her attention to the hero by the fountain and asked if she could see him. One of the villains stood over her shoulder, and when she asked again, she was asked if his pose was cool. The protagonist made a sweet face when the dialogue turned to him being lonely and remote. She was brainwashed from all sides and worried with words about how good he was. The main instigator approached and said that they believed in her after the words that they were right. And then the blue-eyed girl turned around abruptly, wildly surprised, and asked again. The robed men ominously repeated how good he was, and called him the best. The blonde was already in a stupor. Her eyes clouded over after he said that she thought so too, and listened to his words about his embraces. A week later, one night, something unexpected happened. The hero looked behind him and asked the saint with a smile what had happened. She approached him, looking away and folding her hands in front of her. She turned to him with great anxiety and said that they had something to talk about. Then the black-haired man sat down on the fountain and suggested they begin. But then the blue-eyed girl became even more embarrassed and said that there were too many witnesses here. Han-Soo immediately smiled slyly and said that in that case there was a solution. He put his arm around her waist and suggested they take a little walk, and he thought about what this festival would do. His eyes began to glow dimly, and he thought about taking everything he could. The girl opened her mouth, saying that no one would see them here. Smiling slightly, the guy asked, "Does she want to say something?" Words were heard from the gazebo under the crescent moon, that in fact it was she. The hero brought his finger to the blushing girl's face. With a charming look, Han-Soo said that words were unnecessary here. The relaxed blonde blushed. Moving a little closer, the hero said that they had already started a conversation anyway. He reached for the girl's lips, kissed her. The blonde's eyes widened. She was surprised to feel the guy kissing her cheek. Surrounded by radiance, Han-Soo pulled at her cheek. In the bright round building, words were heard that finally. The saint folded her hands, joyfully saying that all 514 demon followers had been re-educated. Han-Soo kissed her again, saying that it was all thanks to her, and called her rice cake. She said that he was very modest. Glancing at the ball floating nearby, he heard that he had just called the festival mascot rice cake. He replied, "It suits her, let him look at her cheeks." The girl smiled. Words were heard that despite all her piety, she turned out to be normal. The intern said that if something happened to one of the main characters of the festival, then all the plans of the festival would collapse, and the stone guard should also hint to him about this. Smiling, wiping his mouth, the guy replied that he was fine. His divinity skill increased from A to SS. The hero stared forward, hearing his name being called. The embarrassed blonde looked away and said that it was time to spend the accumulated points. The dark stone figures heard words that indeed, how many of them he had now, and the answer that there were 1,028 in total. He clapped his hands, saying that he didn't think he could spend them on his own. Someone took a step and asked if he had called him. The elf smiled slightly, heard that he wanted to give them something, let them share the reward with their comrades. Han-Soo crossed his arms and looked away. He presented round vials with a summoning increase potion and said that this one, rectangular vials with a storage expansion potion, and these ones. Next were vials with a divinity increase potion. He held and drank a blue potion, said that it was his, and the rest was up to them. The elves happily drank the potion, giving thanks for such valuable things, and the hero thought that it would be bad if they died at the hands of angels. Surrounded by a glow, the guy looked at his palm, and then he smiled contentedly, saying that the potion's effectiveness was amazing. His divinity, summoning, and storage skills had all increased in rank. The blonde closed her eyes, saying that with that many points, he could take everything in this room. She looked at him sheepishly, and repeated that she could take absolutely everything. The hero grinned. Standing in front of the smiling girl, he thought that he had actually received SSS rank divinity. The blonde smiled sweetly, and the hero thought that he didn't need her anymore. However, he stopped in front of her. He stroked the girl's cheek, saying that by using her 500 points, he thought that he was curious. With a sweet smile, Han-Soo declared that he would take her and thought that he was curious about how the teachers would react. Continuing to smile, he thought that the festival NPC would disappear. The teacher's voice was heard from the purple ball, saying that if he appropriated the festival saint, it would also be, no, she didn't know the answer to that question. The golden frame on the door was cut off, and the hero asked not to worry so much. Dark figures burst into the room. The guy asked, could anything worse happen than just the closing of the festival? With a sly smile, Hansu turned his gaze. The statue swung its fist at him. In the guy's hand was a red sword. With a deft movement, he smashed the statues into pieces. The embarrassed girl opened her mouth in surprise. A huge stone fist was flying at the hero. Smiling frivolously, the hero said that it was a mere trifle, and the voice replied that now the remaining 39 golems were moving here. Hansu closed his eyes. He stuck the blade into the floor. A haze of purple power spread in all directions, and he told him not to worry. Demonic energy moved along the corridors, and it spread on the floor next to the people. Approaching the man in the hood, smiling, the hero ordered to get rid of them. The man opened his purple eyes. The golems quickly ran forward, but suddenly they were broken into pieces. The man in the cloak waved his fist, saying that as he commands. Then he smiled wildly, calling him the Lord of Darkness. Hansu's face showed a sly smile. He said that from now on, an exciting extermination contest begins. Clouds floated above the round building. Something made it shake. The gray fist moved downwards. The huge golems attacked. The floor was shattered by the blow. But the hero's servant smashed the golem. With a wild smile, he said that he followed the order of the Lord of Darkness. Hansu smiled, humming. He calmly walked past the frightened people surrounded by rubble. One of the heroes with a sword approached the huge fist. He tried to stop the blow with his blade. However, he was thrown aside. Hansu turned to look at the lying body, but then he looked away. There were bodies lying on the ground near the golems. Blood was flowing from the guy's mouth. With a smile, touching his chest, the boy said that as he thought, they were also dying, but nothing could be done. Waving his hand, he ordered the saint to revive them, and she agreed. The girl intertwined her fingers. The hand of the dead man lit up with a glow. The eyes of the warriors lit up purple. She ordered them to get up. The two golems looked up. There was a large purple tornado with glowing eyes. The bald man grinned and said that in the name of the Lord of Darkness. An explosion appeared near the building. A blue crystal fell to the ground. The man smashed it with his foot. Hansu raised his palm and told the servants that it was time to go to the big stage. Smiling widely, he ordered them to focus on the treasures of the chapel. The people reached out with their hands to their swords and thanked the Lord of Darkness, saying that they were going outside. The boy and the girl walked along the corridor. He asked where they were going next. The girl pointed at the prayer room with a sweet smile, which immediately exploded. The heroes' mouths dropped open in shock. Hansu stood next to the rising smoke and said that eventually there should be 2 survivors. The huge crowd swept away the heroes. Scratching his head, the hero said that they were also called graduates. He smiled slyly when he heard the question of when everything went wrong at the festival, and told the teacher to enjoy it, because it was a festival. The guy crossed his arms when he heard the professor's voice saying that he should enjoy the festival, not ruin it. The hero grinned pompously. Professor Moro put her hand on her hip when she heard that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and indignantly replied that he would say hello later. She pointed her finger at the hero and repeated that she told him that he would lose absolutely everything due to greed. He replied that her temper was still there. The masked girl complained that he would not gain anything by ruining the festival, to which the hero replied that he was simply enjoying the festival. The girl lowered her head and said that they had really put their hearts into this festival. Hansu put his hands behind his head when he heard her warning him. A voice came from the purple ball saying that she had left, and that her presence was always annoying. Hansu glanced at him when he heard that no matter what, something told him that she would come back. If that happened, he should behave himself, and he asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The hero turned his head when he heard his name being called. The elf pointed upward in shock and asked him to look at the sky. The platform where the boy stood shook. Hansu looked up in surprise. A huge 6-winged dragon appeared there. It looked with its red eye. Then it exhaled purple smoke. The system reported that it was a chaos dragon, the supreme ruler with the skill chaos, destruction, oblivion, fighting spirit and deadly poison, and it was restrained. A purple ball appeared in the open mouth when it recognized Hansu. The dragon released a huge flash of purple power down. It spread everywhere, screaming people. Poisonous smoke spread around. A huge paw stepped on the ground. A huge dragon with a glowing collar stood in front of them. A girl with wings touched his body and praised him, telling him to direct his power at this fool. A guy stood in front of him. Looking at the red sword, he said that it actually appeared at a very opportune time. He smiled widely and slyly, talking about the teaching staff. Purple smoke surrounded the destroyed platform. Hansu closed one eye, saying that it was high time to interfere with his plans. On the dragon's body stood a girl who asked, "What is it?" The collared dragon heard the order to hurry up and punish him. He looked with a red eye. He glanced at the system window, asking why he was hesitating. He saw the information that he was a saint and the chaos had increased, and thought that again, why did the profession change? Looking at the squares, he said that not only the profession was hidden, but also the skills. Standing in front of the system window, the hero said that there was no change in the body. The huge dragon kicked the ground, and then bowed before the hero. The red sword was reflected in his eye. The ball hovering nearby asked what was going on. Hansu grinned and said, "Who knows?" and he wondered if Pettinau was talking about this. The girl standing on the dragon asked, "Is this a holy sword?" She closed her eyes in order to stop it. The system reported that this was a level 999 archangel, a tamer, with the skill of divinity, baptism, animal training, empathy, whip mastery, in a state of rage, nervousness and surprise and fear. The hero jumped, ordering to kill him now. He approached, swinging his sword. The angel clenched her teeth. Clenching his fist, Hansu said slowly. He hit the winged one in the stomach. Her eyes widened in shock. The shining ring around her hand broke. The angels flying around called out to the commander, who had lost the dragon's reins, and told her to be careful. The dragon's pupil narrowed. Red claws appeared on his paw. A bright beam crossed the angels' bodies. The next one crossed the second. Another blow hit the man's face. The buildings were destroyed by bright beams. Raising his head, the dragon roared. The archangel stared forward in amazement. She put out her hand, which had the reins, and ordered him to gather himself. A collar tightened around the dragon's neck. The guy grabbed her wrist and ordered her to let go. He pulled the girl by the hand and ordered her to focus on him. She waved her hand and ordered her to retreat. Smiling, catching her hand, the hero reminded her that she said she was too slow. He held her wrist and asked her to watch what would happen next. Hansu looked surprised, pressing his lips to the girl. Words about the power of the young dragon were heard. A collar around his neck. Raising his head, the monster roared. The angels flying nearby shouted that they needed to run. The second asked what happened to the commander. A purple beam attacked one of them. A man with wings was hovering in the air. The dragon released a stream of poisonous smoke from its mouth. The angels folded their wings, shouting that they did not want to die. They needed to retreat. The dragon's eyes were glowing. He turned to the side, hearing cries for help. A bright flash appeared. A glowing ball was gathering in the monster's mouth. He opened his mouth. The glow became brighter and brighter. And then a stream of purple smoke flew forward. Standing in clouds of purple smoke, the dragon heard that the cleaning was complete. Surrounded by the glow, Hansu smiled, turning to the Dragon King. He pushed the archangel down, saying that this was the last one. The dragon turned his mouth, and the hero said that everything was right. Hansu turned away again. Clutching his sword, Hansu asked with a smile, "In that case, should we hold an unplanned competition?" The guy stood on the dragon. Putting his hand on his hip, he said that he would take a look. Thick gray smoke rose from behind. Hansu swung his hand, and hit the dragon on the neck, then looked down. Looking at the red blade, he said that not even a crack appeared. Looking down, he assumed that if he did it differently? A dark cross appeared next to the blade. He remembered the demon's words, to show the holy sword to the supreme dragon Hansu, and then what if like this? The tip approached the cross. The hero put his sword in it. He held the hilt. The collar around Hansu's neck disappeared, but it appeared around the blade. The hero thought that the collar, which even the holy sword could not break, had shrunk. Now he threw it into the inventory with a smile, saying that such a dangerous item should be watched while he puts it away. From the purple ball came the teacher's discouraged voice about how she said that maybe he should never bet his fate on a single hole. So why did he feel like he had filled up all the holes, and for some reason she felt like all the characters who shouldn't die were becoming easy entertainment for him. Hansu winked, saying that that was the point. She felt like even if something went wrong, the teachers would find out and fix it. Raising his head, he asked Hansu if that was true. The dragon looked down at him. Hearing the question, he was grateful to him after all. Then he opened his mouth, making a sound. Hansu smiled, saying that he understood. He jumped. His hand touched the horn. Standing on the dragon's head, the hero said that they would go to the end, and it roared. Those gathered below asked, "Where is he going?" The elf opened her mouth and exclaimed that they were with him, and the saint asked to take her. Hansu scratched his cheek, thinking that he had completely forgotten about them. The boss opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that it was time for them to say goodbye. Hansu bowed his head, and the guy said that they should wait for him at the next festival in 40 years, and until then, let them gather a huge force and give him a good reception upon his return. Remembering the furious elves, the guy exclaimed with displeasure that he should finally take up education. His descendants have an unreasonable hatred for the human race. The elf heard this in surprise, and the elf asked, "Hatred for the human race, how is this possible?" His hand clasped her waist. The pompous Hansu hugged the saint, who called him master. Opening his mouth wide, he exclaimed that he should drink more milk. She darkened, hearing him say goodbye. The people standing below were covered by the shadow of a huge wing. The six-winged dragon took off. The frightened blonde screamed. The guy caught her by the wrist. She smiled. Hansu smiled back at her. The same collar appeared around the girl's neck. Having tied her to the dragon, Hansu asked her not to fall, hearing that it would be better if he hugged her, and suggested jumping if she didn't like something. The dragon flew from the debris left below. The purple ball hovered nearby, saying that he was going to kill the festival participants with the help of the supreme dragon. Around the full moon the next competition should begin. He was surprised to hear that there was no. Hansu pointed his finger at the saint, asking where the prize for winning the main competition was. She answered, "In the Palace of Angels." The dragon with the red eye heard the question, "Who do you want to kill the most now?" Hansu smiled widely, confirming that they were in the angel's palace. There were thick clouds in the sky. From one of the clouds, a wingtip appeared. It was sticking out more and more. A golden angel's palace was hovering in the sky. They were talking to each other. Suddenly, one of the angels turned to the side. He saw two wings, asking what it was, and then a huge Hansu appeared. Standing on his head, Hansu told him to look. This is where he was held captive. A glow appeared on the sword. It covered the blade. With a wild smile, Hansu asked if he was ready. Hansu answered with the same look. The dragon was approaching the castle. Words were heard that they would show them the true power of friendship. A huge dragon hovered above the castle. A cry was heard warning them to be careful. Purple smoke was coming out of its mouth, and the angels were shouting about the dragon's breath. A bright glow appeared in the mouth. A powerful stream of purple smoke crashed into the dome. The angels flew away from the poisonous smoke. However, they later hid in it. Hansu stood with his arms crossed. There was a satisfied grin on his face. Soon the entire palace was engulfed in purple poisonous smoke. White hooves appeared, and the demon was asked to stop. The girl, holding a weapon, sat on a unicorn. The system reported that this was a great angel of level 999, a knight with the skill of divinity, spear possession, tenacity, piercing, supreme riding. Hansu looked down with a smile, asking where he had been hiding all this time. The dragon's head was wounded by a beam that passed by. He swung his paw. The angel on the unicorn was approaching. A glowing ball appeared at the tip of the horn. Lightning pierced the dragon's body. Hansu smiled and said that they had excellent teamwork, and called the saint. The girl closed her eyes, intertwining her fingers, when she heard the order to show how great a team they were. A bright sphere spread around. The glow healed the dragon's wounds. The girl closed her eyes, ordering everyone to aim for the dragon's head. Smiling widely, Hansu said that this was a worthless answer. The angels rushed towards the huge monster. He jumped up, swinging his knee, and kicked the unicorn. The girl clutched the spear, asking how dare he touch the holy animal. The weapon crashed into the guy's body. He gritted his teeth, and then he smiled madly, saying that it hurt a little. The angel brought the spear behind her back. The unicorn flew down. The hero's body was hidden by a bright glow. He said how heartless. A colored beam flew into the enemy's body. A blinding glow appeared in the sky. Later, the guy landed on the unicorn's body. He crossed his arms and said with a smile that the school did not teach anything useful. He heard that they simply did not teach how to kill. He turned to the teacher and, hearing that he had to learn the concepts of good and evil at school, he answered that he thought he understood. The burning ball next to him asked, "Is it true?" and heard that of course. Hansu snapped his fingers, saying that he would now prove this matter. He asked the saint about the state. She answered that she felt that 986 creatures were alive. There was a tall golden tower on the platform. She said that they were all gathered in one place. The dragon's paws landed on the platform. He was taller than this tower. The dragon frowned angrily and growled. The claws crashed into the wall. Then he retracted his paw in surprise. A yellow beam flashed nearby. The grinning monster heard himself being called. Purple smoke was spreading around. Darkness was visible at the base of the tower. A figure of a man appeared there, raising his hands. Putting his hand on his hip, Hansu asked, "Is he a representative of the angels?" The curly angel spread his arms and confirmed, about to introduce himself, but the guy said his name was Representative A. Standing on the dragon, the hero said he would be brief. He looked down with a wild look, saying that he was the victim. He understood. Then he narrowed his eyes and got an answer that he understood. Hansu remembered the explosion and said that he was extremely surprised by the brutal attack of the angels. Then he stood surrounded by flashes and said that now it is worth thinking about what happened. It makes you shiver. Standing on the dragon's head, the hero said that for this reason. The hero smiled, continuing that he has the right to demand compensation for the damage received. The ball hovering nearby asked if he was also in pain, and the guy answered, "What can't he suffer?" The angel standing on the platform said that since they were faced with chaos, they will have to accept the inevitability of fate. They will give the winner everything they have. Representative A closed his eyes and said that he prayed for the lives of all the survivors. They had nothing to do with what was happening. Hansu crossed his arms and said with a smile that perhaps the reward would be enough. Standing on the dragon's head, he said that if he wanted to say something, then quickly. The dragon's shadow fell on the angel, who said in fear that there was a treasure vault in their palace. The brunette thoughtfully touched his chin, hearing that there were not only prizes there, but also various equipment. Imagining the shelves, the hero thought that, like in the prayer room, there would most likely be nothing useful here. Looking down at the figure, he said that it was not worth it. Let him tell where the reward for the main competition was. The man held out a box with 3 balls and said that here it was. Taking one ball in his hand, he asked to wait a little. The artifact hovering above the palm opened. A foot touched the ground. The wings spread out. Words were heard that, following the will of the great master, the golden staff shone. Someone continued that at his call alone. The girl with wings took a coquettish pose and said that a daring protector, the angel Sexerial, was appearing. The system reported that it was a level 800 angel, a spearman in a state of anticipation and excitement. The girl's cheeks were pink with embarrassment. Representative A reverently closed his eyes. Hansu stood with his arms crossed. There was an expression of disgust on his face. The dragon exhaled pink smoke, and the guy said that cooperation was cancelled. The sword in his hand vibrated. The wind rushed towards the angels. There were still 2 balls left in the box. One of them crumbled into crumbs. The girl with the disappearing hand asked in fear, what was going on? Hansu looked at the sword surrounded by a glow in surprise, which changed from D-summoning to S-summoning. The blade in his hand was surrounded by flames. Hansu's eyes widened in shock, and the girl called out to the owner in fear. The hand was sticking out from the base of the sword, and then the guy recoiled from the blinding light. Opening one eye, he asked, what this time? Then his expression became discouraged. White wings appeared at the base of the sword. The upset guy asked what kind of flawed design this was. The voice from the ball asked the student to look up. Hansu looked up with tears in his eyes. A blonde with 4 wings appeared from there. The saint smiled sheepishly. She was a first-level chaos angel in a summoning state. Looking up, the guy asked her to come back. The girl was sucked back into the sword with a bright beam. Hansu glanced at the system window. The pink information window listed his skills. He paid attention to the skill Festival and Infinity Level F. The skill called Festival meant that he starts the event and is recognized as the official representative of the festival. And the skill Infinity promised that the level will not decrease and the rank of the skills will not fall. Hansu looked at this in surprise. The voice asked, are the people in charge given 2 skills? The guy put his hand on his hip, hearing the question, why nothing is happening. The angel looked away in fear. The voice said that, apparently, she coped with the task over the fact that, unlike the events in the prayer room, the security system did not work. Did the assistants forget? The guy standing on the dragon laughed, saying that it means he didn't just want to give him the reward. Then they finished. The dragon landed on the platform, and the angel begged. Still smiling, Hansu apologized and said that now he is just an observer. Nebius opened its mouth and roared. A bright flash appeared. Hansu continued to smile. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was a system window asking if he enjoyed the festival. In the system window were words that after gaining countless bonds that inspired him, he did not lose hope and continued to believe. He experienced friendship and love, and after growing up together, he finally became the final winner. Let him accept congratulations. Hansu said that it was annoying. The system asked if he wanted to know the grades. The guy frowned in displeasure, asking for the grades for the festival. The voice said that the main purpose of the festival was to review what was learned. Grades did not affect anything, so he could watch calmly. A list appeared in front of him, which wrote that the combat power of SSS, achievement of SS, reputation of FF, personality of FFF, and a note that the festival that was prepared with difficulty turned into something incomprehensible. Hansu smiled wickedly and said that what a wonderful report card. But suddenly his body was covered in light, and he realized that it was a reset again. It turned out to be a blinding flash. The guy opened one eye and asked where he was. He looked at the others, who did not understand where they were, and asked if the festival was over. Hansu glanced at the ball, hearing that it seemed like this system was from the inside. He was here because the festival was forcibly ended. A system button appeared in front of him, which said that the hero's path was really hard. Now he would be offered 2 paths, 3 winners gathered here. He could kill other survivors and steal the reward. However, if they decided to cooperate, they would receive a large amount of experience. The decision-making period was 10 minutes. The guy carefully read what was written and said that he understood. The purple ball heard his words so that he would not worry too much. A wild expression appeared on the hero's face. He repeated the task that in 10 minutes you need to leave only 2, and just kill the rest. The guy looked ahead in fear, repeating, the last 3 participants? There was a large crowd on the site. Words were heard that there were many more people here. Will they even get rewards? A bright beam of light illuminated the boy's face as he was indignant at what was happening. The other 2 turned to him in fear. With a wicked smile, he said that they should not worry. He would quickly send them all home. The boy swung his sword. Screams could be heard from the bright flash. The man in dark pants laughed. Hansu looked at the information window, which said butcher, and said that the change in profession could not have been more convenient. The warrior crossed his arms, screaming in fear that they surrendered. Hansu stood in the rising clouds of dust and said that this was a great idea. With a wide smile, he said that he would take a look. There were a few people left on the site, and the hero counted them. But suddenly the boy attacked from behind, just as the hero said that there were 6 of them, including him. Without turning around, Hansu punched him in the face with a smile. Turning away, ignoring the crossed 2 fists, he said that he would keep quiet if he was attacking stealthily. The hero jumped, avoiding the blow. Then he somersaulted high in the air. The men grabbed each other by the wrists. The girl jumped high. A bright beam flew near the indifferent Hansu. Then he turned his attention to something below. A bright flash appeared near the enemy. Blue and red flames crossed. The girl clenched her fist and asked, did it work? Hansu appeared next to her, answering that it did not. A powerful blow made her fall to the ground. Her comrade rushed to attack, screaming. Hansu calmly punched him, saying that he already understood, and then looked in that direction. The enemy with a bruised cheek said that he would not let him touch it even with a finger. Grinning ominously, Hansu stretched out, really? Then he rushed to the side. The girl was sitting on the ground. She looked surprised. The hero with a predatory smile pointed his blade at her. The guy caught up with him, screaming, "No." Hansu turned around and told him to appreciate it. The line crossed the guy's head. With one movement in a circle, Hansu cut two at once. And then with a smile, he threw the sword back and said that couples are very predictable. He looked away, hearing what a villain he was. The body of the jubilant level 999 boxer was cut by a bright beam. Just when he was saying that he first of all attacks fragile women, he will punish him for this. The man, blue from shock, screamed. In his place, too, a haze appeared. Hansu smiled slyly, saying that it means that now only 3. The girl with pigtails held a sword. This is the archhuman level 999, a swordswoman who was nervous. In the hand of the red-haired girl were scrolls and vials. This is the sorceress. Hansu leaned his back against the column, told them not to worry, he will not kill them. The sorceress frowned at him and asked, "Is this somehow related to the festival?" Hansu closed his eyes when he heard that he was letting them live for the reward that was given to the 3 survivors. He thought that they had about a minute. The girl in the cloak opened her mouth, saying that he might not have heard her real name, but he was definitely aware of it. He was going to ignore her until the very end. Oh well. The sorceress extended her finger, saying that she would remember his face. They would talk on the ground. Hansu wondered what kind of stalker this was. Sitting by the column, the guy noticed a system window that said that 10 minutes had passed. The 3 winners had united, deciding to cooperate. They made a difficult decision for which a large amount of experience would be granted. The system congratulated them. Surrounded by a glow, Hansu looked at his palm, saying that he did not know about this. The glow showed system windows saying that the skills Infinity and Festival had increased, and the skill Divinity had increased to the maximum level. Bright traces were left where the girls had been. One of them wished him luck, and the other said she would get to him. A similar bright trace appeared around the boy, and the system said it was starting a re-evaluation. Hansu raised his eyebrows in displeasure, and asked why they had never been discussed before when he saw the faculty discussing what to do with him. The system said that he would be assigned a special instructor. Then it repeated this several times. Finally, the system said that there was no suitable instructor to assign. And everything disappeared behind a blinding flash. Hansu, lying on the pillow, suddenly opened his eyes, hearing someone calling him brother. The girl leaned over him, calling him unemployed brother. Lenovo, with a sweet smile, asked him to get up quickly. The small houses had thatched roofs. People walked along the street with smiles. A horse and cart stood nearby. Laughter was heard. Hansu raised his eyebrows, saying that there was no law that required him to be a hero. Now he was just like a local. The girl asked him to quickly change clothes and go eat. She smiled, squinting her eyes, and said that his younger sister, Lenovo, who was not at all like him. Frowning, the gray-eyed man demanded to say his name. The girl smiled even wider and asked what he was asking for. A brother is a brother. How could she know his name if he never said it? Hansu stood leaning on the windowsill and thought that everything has its limits. There were folded clothes in the closet. The hero thought that he suddenly found himself in this house and became a member of her family. Hansu began to take off his jacket with displeasure, thinking that it was time to get rid of these clothes and adjust the settings a little. The blushing girl covered her face with her hands and screamed, "How can he undress in front of his younger sister?" The jacket flew into her face with a demand to shut up. Hansu smiled faintly and thought that it was good that he ended up in this house. He glanced sideways at the girl who promised to wash and return his clothes and said that there was no need, he was not going to wear them. His eyes widened in shock. He saw the girl hide the clothes in the shining window, saying that she would put them away, and realized that this was a 4-dimensional space. He remembered Lenovo from the past and thought that it was a high-level auxiliary magic that she managed to master after several years in the first playthrough. Had her status really changed in addition to everything else? The guy opened his eyes and looked closely. The blonde was shaking her hands. She was level 200, a scholar, with the skills of magic, witchcraft, charm, cooking and eternal youth, and she was happy. Hansu thought that she was not. He looked at the profession of a scientist again. Knowledge equals witchcraft, and thought that this was part. Didn't sorcerers increase their powers through willpower? The girl continued to smile sweetly, while Hansu thought that, apparently, the basic settings had changed and now she was endowed with a lot of knowledge. He was sure that this was done in order to control him, and the part about her being his sister was made up specifically for this. A shadow fell on the girl's face. The hero decided that he should be wary of this imposter. He walked away down the street, thinking that he would do everything alone. A system window appeared in the hero's palm. He decided that he would first sort out his skill ratings. He touched the letter D with his finger. In front of him were his characteristics with a huge list of skills, and he thought that this was a cool bouquet. However, the level was the first, and he thought that even the defense of Infinity could not withstand the new circle. Looking at the skill lines, he thought that it did not mean that it was useless, although it had effects that he did not understand. Thoughtfully looking at the system window, the brunette thought that now was not the time to deal with this. He needed to start with more significant problems. He looked at the divinity skill of the maximum level. Touching the lines with his fingers, the hero thought that due to another return, he did not even have time to check this skill. Is not the maximum rank the last? A system window appeared with an explanation that he had reached the limit of growth in the ordinary field of knowledge. He must sacrifice other skills to overcome the limit. The higher the rank of the sacrificed skills, the higher the efficiency of the skill mastery level. Ordinary areas will no longer be used, starting with the transcendental area of rank Z. Hansu arched his eyebrows in displeasure, saying that a limit bypass system had appeared. His eyes widened when a voice was heard from the ball nearby saying that she also thought that this was madness. Everything was becoming so complicated that anyone might want to give up. The ball hovering nearby greeted the student. A voice was heard from the purple substance saying that, as per the assignment of the elders, it was assigned to him again. He was getting used to the new passage well. However, the guy winced so much that she realized that, apparently, it was not very good. Hansu stretched his fingers, saying that, even so, he could not just sit idle. The voice asked him to be more serious in his decisions. The system window said 0%. The mentor continued that because trying to bypass the restrictions, he can make a decision that will lead to bad consequences. Turning away from the ball, the hero asked not to worry. He pompously spread his arms, saying that he is a hero of the sixth circle. He has plenty of skills that he can sacrifice. With a wide smile, the guy said that it was time to break the piggy bank. The inscription 6% appeared in the system window. The discouraged guy stared at him in shock, thinking that he could sacrifice another skill. The lines in the system window changed when the guy decided to sacrifice the A-rank skill. They changed again when he said about the S-rank skill. The value became 28%. Hansu sighed in frustration and said that it was still not enough. A voice was heard from the ball floating nearby. Maybe he should stop if he continued like this. The guy sitting on the log said, "Thank you for her worrying about him." The ball floating nearby heard that he regretted something else. Hansu gritted his teeth in displeasure and cursed at the first replay. He remembered standing at the door to the demon hall and thought that his first circle took 10 years. Then he looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that no matter what he was, only he became a part of his life. Then the guy looked scared, thinking that all those 10 years had evaporated due to the reevaluation. The hero thought that compared to that loss, he turned his attention to the SSS skill, deciding that the skills he had accumulated over the years were not that significant. With a wild smile, he reached out with his finger, saying that he really did not feel sorry for them. A man came out of the bright light. The townspeople squinted, trying to understand what it was. The guy grinned and asked the villagers to listen to him and look into his eyes. He spread his arms and declared that they would become happier, and the listeners joyfully exclaimed that a saint was in front of them, while the hero's level reached 102. The brunette shed tears, smiling, and thought that such a meager number of skills only made him want to smile. However, he was still a saint. His stat window showed a divine rank. 15 days passed, and the villagers leisurely strolled through the village. They carried various supplies and goods with smiles, asking the hero to accept them, and the young man had no doubt that thanks to their kindness, this time he would be appreciated as a saint in any case. Hasu recalled how he had pierced the demon lord and thought that there was no need to rush, because even though he had eliminated Petinar in one day, he had not been able to graduate normally. The brunette leaned on the windowsill and frowned. He remembered the purple sphere, the voice from which had reminded him that living beings did not grow only thanks to nutrients. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the instructor added that the same was true for developing superior skills, and he would not be able to achieve good results if he simply continued to obtain new skills and sacrifice them to remove the restriction. The guy shed tears, remembering the slime, and realized that Master Malang's teachings would no longer help here. He closed his eyes and summoned an aura, realizing that he should first devote himself to developing other skills and only then think about removing the restriction. A few seconds later, Lenovo burst into the team, demanding to listen to her, although the hero asked him to leave him alone with displeasure. The girl visualized a mermaid and told them that in their village, a legend has been passed down from generation to generation that a beautiful mermaid lives in a large lotus pond in the northern forest. She imagined a blade and added that if the chosen hero suddenly came to her, she would give him the strongest holy sword from the bottom. The main hero pushed the interlocutor away, but thought about her story. The view from the window was of cliffs, and the brunette thought that he was on the northern continent, and this can be understood simply by looking at the mountain, the snow-capped peak of which resembles the symbol M. The snow sparkled under the dark clouds, and Hansu remembered that if the conversation in Fantasia turns to the holy sword, then it always means the one hidden in the so-called grave of the hero of the past. He imagined the shining weapon and thought it was the same automatic holy sword one. The young man pushed the smiling blonde away, wondering what kind of pond this was. Hansu frowned and suggested that it might be some kind of defective sword like holy sword too. The girl closed her eyes and asked indignantly when the guy said he didn't care. He unceremoniously kicked her out into the street and demanded that she shut up. The brunette imagined himself and his weapon and decided that the sword was an important part of the hero, but he already had holy sword too, so he wasn't really interested in the first one. Hansu closed his eyes and began to meditate, deciding to invest fully in developing his skills. At that moment, a man burst into his house, asking for help and shouting that his daughter was sick. The protagonist sighed tiredly. He was brought to a small hut. The girl was breathing heavily in bed, and her father said that her fever was not going down. Lenovo nodded attentively as the villager explained that the medicine required ingredients from the mermaid-blessed pond, which were found in the purest water of the same lotus pond from legend. The blonde turned around in anticipation when the narrator added that there was a problem due to the appearance of a monster. At that moment, the hero laid his head on the patient's hand and instantly healed her, informing her that she was now normal, and the girl happily asked for food. The brunette frowned and asked about payment. The man nervously held out a mug and replied that he would give mare's milk, which is good for health and youth, but the young man said that this was not enough. The interlocutor stared at the guy, dumbfounded. Hansu bared his teeth and expressed indignation that he wanted to pay for his daughter's life with milk, and the townspeople from the street agreed with his position. The patient's father began to cry and exclaimed that he would also give him a recently born foal. The hero smirked and agreed, his skills in blackmail, instigation, and bargaining growing. The sky turned the colors of the sunset, and Lenovo muttered that the brunette had gone too far. She raised her eyebrows and said that it was a great chance to see the lotus pond from the legend, and Hansu was indignant that she was unhappy even if everything ended well. The boy poked her in the forehead and asked what would have happened if something had happened to the girl while he was going to the pond. A sphere appeared above the hero's head, and the voice agreed that he could easily get the holy sword there, but the boy just waved it off. The sphere circled around in confusion, while the hero thought about how, going through everything in the sixth circle, he decided to do everything properly, otherwise it would go on forever. Lenovo smiled, and the boy thought that he was putting up with an annoying girl who just wanted to punch her in the face. Then he introduced a man with his daughter and added that he even fulfilled the annoying requests of the townspeople. The brunette exhaled and decided that now he needed to focus on developing his skills, but then a scream was heard. Someone grabbed the girl by the hand. Two men were holding the red-haired villager, asking her not to break and give in to them. The bandits were setting fire to houses, saying that they liked this village because it was full of cuties. The protagonist and Lenovo stood, watching what was happening. The brunette pressed his lips together, listening to the barbarians pester another girl. He grimaced and muttered that they were just scum that made him angry. The young man snapped his fingers. The warriors turned around in surprise at the bright light. An explosion was immediately heard. The smoke cleared, revealing the man's body. Dead mercenaries lay around the brunette. Hansu raised an irritated eyebrow and said that there was no need to pick on him, and his slaughter skill had risen to rank E. The sphere approached him and noted that this was supposed to be the scene of the hero's debut, having obtained the sword. The boy summoned the blade. He cleared his throat, coming to his senses. Then he raised the weapon and declared that he was a hero, while the townspeople rejoiced, and the young man himself decided that there would be no problems from this. Two men threw another body into the pit. The villager stood in front of the main character. Hansu poked himself in the chest and asked him to say that it was a hero who did it if anyone asked. The villagers began to fill the grave with earth. At dawn, the villagers at the gate said goodbye to the savior and wished him luck. Lenovo smiled and exclaimed that she saw her brother in a new light. The brunette followed her, demanding not to chatter about nothing important, but to quickly lead him to the pond. The boy looked ahead, thinking that the order of events was a little off, but maybe if it came to this greatest holy sword, the plot would be restored. The young man frowned and remembered that he had told the villagers how to deal with the mercenary problem, so they would now be safe. The companions walked forward, and Hansu decided that his personality assessment and reputation would be perfect, and this time there would be nothing to find fault with. The brunette stopped when the interlocutor announced that they had arrived. Flowers grew on the shore by the water. A large lake opened up in front of the guys. The boy took out his sword and noted that everything was designed in such a way as to accurately create the impression of some special place with a reward, and the girl asked if he was being too cautious. Hansu grimaced and replied that she could say whatever she wanted, but now she was standing in such a way that a mermaid could easily break her neck if she jumped out from behind. The blonde shrank back, and a silhouette appeared behind her. The girl turned around and saw a mermaid. Lenovo fell to the ground in fear, and the hero noted with satisfaction that she almost died. The stranger raised her eyebrows and said that she had no intention of killing her, not understanding who she was taken for. She turned pale when the guy said that they were an evil race that hunted such innocent guys who only held hands with their mothers, and then squeezed them dry. The interlocutor closed her eyes and muttered that she had heard of people who treated mermaids badly, but this was the first time she had met one in real life, and meanwhile the brunette demanded that he give her the sword quickly. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that only a hero could use it. She pointed at the brunette and said that she would check if he was worthy of being called one. The mermaid introduced the monster and said that in the eastern part of the forest there lived a mutant salamander, which the guy had to defeat and bring back the horn from its head. A blade appeared in front of the girl. Hansu showed her the holy sword. She stared at it silently. She raised her eyebrows and asked how he became a hero, to which the young man replied that it did not matter. The mermaid immediately dived, asking to give her a second. The guy grinned and was glad that the little fish was so smart. Lenovo poked her companion in the shoulder and said that if he wanted, he could replace the holy sword. The mermaid emerged and called the brunette when the blonde muttered that he should smile when talking to his cute little sister. The inhabitant of the pond smiled nervously. She took out a blade with a stone and declared that this was the greatest holy sword. The main character narrowed his eyes and asked why they called him that. The interlocutor pointed her finger and exclaimed that this was a very good question. The girl imagined a silhouette and said that this sword contained the beautiful and noble soul of an ancient hero, who had locked herself here for the sake of future heirs. The mermaid hugged the blade and muttered that she could listen to her advice and use her knowledge at any time. She froze when the guy asked what was in it. The young man crossed his arms and asked what else was there besides the soul. The interlocutor raised her eyebrows and replied that this was an opportunity to get an individual consultation from the beautiful heroine, so asking for more would be impudence. The brunette threw the blade over his shoulder and muttered that she was just a stupid fish. His weapon began to glow. An angel appeared above him. The saint looked down and greeted the owner, asking where they were. The guy hugged her around the waist. The girl, smiling, laid her head on his shoulder. The protagonist frowned and boasted that his holy sword had excellent combat power, was equipped with a soft quilted jacket, and could also resurrect, so there was no need to compare his blade with a weapon that even the demon lord couldn't destroy. The mermaid stared at them in shock. The brunette grimaced and demanded that they hide his piece of iron back in the pond. Lenoble sweated and noticed that her brother was overdoing it. The mermaid threw the sword and apologized, deciding that it wasn't the greatest. A sphere appeared next to the boy, and the instructor asked if this was normal. The blonde tried to cheer up the pond dweller, while the hero was thinking about the fact that something was wrong with the main plot. Hansu rubbed his chin and suggested that the problem was still in the disrupted order of events. He winced when the interlocutor noted that the soul of the holy sword would be able to help, and praised her. The mermaid raised her head when the guy asked to take out the sword again. The brunette crossed his arms and explained that he wanted to ask the soul something, when the girl asked why he needed this trinket. The interlocutor happily clapped her hands, deciding that the boy still wanted to listen to her and learn the will of the ancient hero. She hurried to hand Hansu the blade, muttering that he was very kind. The guy grimaced with displeasure and asked the blonde not to rush him and shut up if she did not want to end up in the pond. He pulled the sword out of its sheath. Then he raised the trophy above himself. The blade sparkled in the sun. The girl happily carried it on her belt. The hero watched Lenovo galloping ahead. He narrowed his eyes. The guy remembered how he held the sword, and the voice of the soul tried to introduce itself. The brunette frowned and asked not to rant, declaring that from now on she would be Holy Sword 3. He glanced at the blade with displeasure and asked to get straight to the point. The stone on the handle sparkled, and the soul agreed to start training right away. There was a tree in front of them, and the voice said that in order to effectively handle this holy sword, one must have basic physical strength and advanced fencing, and every day it is necessary to do 500 horizontal and vertical swings, although at first it will be unusual and difficult, but the heroes learn quickly. The blade flashed in the air. An explosion was immediately heard. The protagonist picked up the smoking sword and answered the soul's question that it was all nonsense. The guy threw the trophy to his companion without listening to the voice. The girl moved the weapon. She raised the dagger with satisfaction and noted that it was easier this way. The brunette turned around and muttered that he had started all this in vain. He looked back when the blonde called out to him and said that the spirits said that there were hidden ruins in the north. The young man remembered the mountains and asked if it was there, but the interlocutor answered that it was somewhere a little closer. Lenovo described the entrance and said that the soul said that she trained there as a child in a cave. Hansu turned away and assumed that only the hero was allowed to enter this cave, and she was surprised that he guessed. The guy frowned and thought that he had no memories of this place from the first playthrough, so it was worth going there. The blonde clenched her fists and exclaimed that it was great that the villagers had provided them with large supplies of food, and they could go there right away, but the young man said that they would first go to the city. The companion sighed in disappointment. Hansu grinned and explained that he had business there. There were tall buildings under the dome. Carts drove along the roads. Residents and travelers walked along the streets. Lenovo enthusiastically pointed up, shouting that there were flying carpets there, and the young man asked her not to scream like a country girl. He looked ahead carefully. A golden peak sparkled in front of him. The young man stopped and said that this was the sage's tower, surprising the companion with his knowledge. The blonde looked at him and asked if he was really going to go straight to the tower, to which he received an affirmative answer. There was a huge line in front of them, and the girl asked if it was possible to do this today. Instead of answering, the guy turned around, although Lenovo said that the end of the line was not there. One of the men looked back at the passing young man. He frowned and demanded that he stand in line and not disturb. Suddenly, his face was illuminated by light. The protagonist spread his arms, activating divine energy, and everyone began to part, shouting that a saint had descended to them. The brunette glanced sideways at the sphere and asked if there were any problems with this, and the voice answered that this did not violate moral laws, because it radiated only kindness and cordiality. Hansu opened the doors. A sorceress met him and greeted the holy guest in the sage's tower. The hero narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to meet him, and the interlocutor clarified whether he had agreed in advance. The brunette frowned and insistently repeated his remark. The sorceress backed away and exclaimed that she would immediately inform him of his arrival. There were several doors leading from the round hall, and the girl asked to go to the third one. The purple sphere descended lower, and the instructor clarified whether it would be possible to meet the sage without an appointment. Hansu ascended the steps and asked not to worry. The companions climbed the magic staircase, and the brunette noted that he had never caused trouble for this place. He grinned, remembering how his skills in blackmail and fraud were growing, and added that everything was always resolved more than peacefully. A stone glowed above the entrance. The companions went inside, and Lenovo muttered that it was dark here and nothing could be seen. The guys stopped, and a voice asked if this was the same holy guest in front of him. A glow emanated from the staff, and the owner noted that the guy had not signed up in advance and did not deign to wait in the reception area. The girl frowned, standing in front of them. She raised her weapon and was outraged by such impudence, while the hero read her characteristics. Lenovo nervously turned to her brother and asked him to apologize right now. Instead of answering, the guy pulled out a holy sword. The sage swung it, shouting that she would make him regret it. An angel appeared above the young man. Her arms were folded across her chest. Stockings were visible from under her short skirt. At the sight of this, the hero's opponent froze, bleeding from his nose. The sage fell backwards. Hansu smiled and asked the instructor if there were still no problems. The tower's owner was unconscious in a state of happiness, and the voice asked how to explain this at all. The guy picked up the staff from the ground. He looked at the sage's staff with interest. The brunette remembered the boy and decided that now he could check whether he was telling the truth or not. The wizard on the floor trembled. His eyes rolled back, and the blood from his nose did not stop. But the hero muttered that a magician of this level would not die so easily. Hansu put his hand on the sage's eyes. He crouched down and activated his energy. Then he removed his hand from his face, increasing the magic power of the wizard. The main character grinned and said that it was his payment for the staff. Lenovo smiled and asked if they were going to the ruins now. The blonde tilted her head in bewilderment when she heard a negative answer. The guy turned around and said that they were going to the magic arena. It was a round platform with bizarre recesses. In the very center stood two people. The rivals collided with each other, their eyes sparkling. Then they jumped in different directions. Many people watched their light. The spectators grinned greedily, demanding to kill and burn the rival. The girl with the sphere smiled and offered to bet on the faithful magician, whose golem would be the strongest. Soon one of the rivals collapsed, and the winner was number 5. The protagonist and his companion looked down, and the brunette noted that there was no better place to temper the Fortuna skill than the magic arena. He narrowed his eyes and thought that they were here for more than just that reason. A mechanical paw landed on the ground. The red robot number 15 stepped forward. Someone stamped opposite him. The blue golem took a fighting stance, and the commentator noted that number 16 does not give up so easily. They struck the gong and announced the start of the fight. The opponents rushed towards each other. The blue robot swung his fist. His hand was stopped by the opponent's grip. However, sparkling stones suddenly appeared on the golem's wrist. The next second, there was an explosion. A blade extended from the blue one's other hand. He lunged forward sharply. The blade entered the opponent's body. The red one turned his head, and the blade split. Then the grip broke the opponent's fingers. Number 15 swung. After which, with a sharp movement, he tore off the opponent's hand. On one side of the arena stood a red-haired woman. She smirked contentedly, listening to the crowd's cheers. The boy opposite hung his head, sobbing, while everyone shouted that number 16 had been beaten. Various trash was thrown at him. The protagonist smirked and said that he had found it. The companions passed through the arch, and the girl asked if the guy was going to show him his displeasure over losing, to which the brunette threatened not to take her with him if he did not shut up. The two of them looked out from around the corner. A figure with drooping shoulders was walking down the corridor. Footsteps were heard from the other side. Hansa's eyes widened in surprise when a voice asked who he was looking for. The brunette turned around and muttered that he had filled him with magical power, but did not expect him to wake up so quickly. The sage stood with his nose plugged, saying that he had blood for such cases for a transfusion. The brunette moved forward, muttering that it was good, otherwise he was already starting to worry about his grades. The wizard sweated and called the hero a master. Hansu arched his eyebrows and asked again, and he asked to teach him love tricks. The interlocutor put his hand on his chest and said that the young man had already seen what was happening, he just had to approach the girls. He remembered the image of the angel and immediately blushed, shouting that the brunette managed to calmly be next to such a beautiful woman. The next second, the magician threw his head back again, and blood gushed from his nose. He silently collapsed to the floor. Lenovo took out a dagger and said that the spirit said that she wanted to become a mentor for this boy. The magician was lying in blood, and the hero clarified that someone really wanted to mentor a guy who was dying from the approach of a girl. Hansu grimaced and cursed, realizing that the difficulty level had increased dramatically. A magician was hovering under the moon, a man with an absolute means of deterring war, a unique sage. A hooded man was looking at him from below. He was standing on the shoulder of a golden golem, which eventually even destroyed a magic tower. The silhouette of a genius magician stood in front of a burning building. The golem created by this man flashed its eyes, because it was invincible. However, a blade suddenly flashed in front of him. The hero raised his sword, cutting down the enemy. The young man frowned, remembering that this was the starting point for the paradigm shift in war in Fantasia. He imagined humans and golems. Then he remembered the red golem of dark commerce, which would become the main face on the battlefield, and the existing social order would collapse. Hansu and his companions were peeking out from around the corner. A pathetic-looking boy walked ahead and cried, not knowing that he would become a god of war. The boy trudged along the corridor, and the main character thought that in order not to screw up for the 6th time, he needed to lure him to his side in advance, or just finish him off. The brunette narrowed his eyes. He looked at the boy's characteristics window, not understanding how such a person could become a god of war. Suddenly, a silhouette rushed past them. Someone put a bloody hand on the boy's shoulder, who asked in fear what was wrong. The old man's eyes widened and he shouted that he was being pursued by minions of dark commerce, who were interested in the golem he was currently developing. He sweated as he said that they had to be stopped, or the world would fall. The heroes watched from the sidelines while the young man asked how to do that. Lenovo peeked over the brunette's shoulder and muttered that she couldn't hear anything, but he explained that she wouldn't have understood anyway because they were using special words. The boy frowned and thought that he wouldn't have understood anything himself, but he was definitely talking about some place. The old man's eyes widened, and the hero concluded that he knew something about the secret of the god of war, noting that his skill set was perfect for creating golems, which was the essence of magical engineering. The two stood opposite each other, and the boy asked what kind of place it was. However, the stranger collapsed to the floor without finishing his sentence. He turned and ran away, shouting that he had nothing to do with it. The men ran up to the body, exclaiming that they had found it. The old man did not move, and they discussed that they should not have stabbed him with a knife. The protagonist and his comrades watched from the side, while the bandits said that they should at least take the plans from the magician's house. They ran forward, after which the brunette came out of hiding. Hansu took out his sword and summoned an angel, giving a short order. The old man raised his head and sighed, hearing the angel singing. He turned around in surprise when the guy addressed him. The protagonist crossed his arms and declared that from now on he would be ready to give his life for him. The brunette frowned and added that he did not want to regret bringing him back to life. The man burst into tears and blushed, muttering that he understood everything. The spire of the tower sparkled in the sun. The guy laid out the trophies on the table and said that he brought all the research materials from the place the old man had spoken of. Hansu clenched his fist and declared that from now on, they would begin to create a blue golem that could counter the scarlet golem of dark commerce. He presented several robots and said that in the next few years, they would gain popularity and a war would break out in the northern lands. The guy spread his arms, imagining a silhouette, and declared that by then, they should have already developed the blue golem. The old man and the sage stared at the mentor while he shouted that they would take over the northern lands and dark commerce. Hansu clenched his fist. He shed tears, remembering the golden golem, and added that they would have to try hard to create it to glory. The sun and moon shone above the tower. The protagonist rubbed his chin, studying the creation of the old man and the sage. In front of him was a silhouette, and the brunette noted that it looked smaller than he thought. Hansu smiled and decided that it was an experimental sample, so it was okay. He placed his hand on the golden notch. Energy flowed through the pipes to the flask. The room was covered in fog, and the brunette ordered the creation to come to life. A woman's face appeared. There was light armor on her chest. The hero raised his head in confusion. In front of him stood a level 900 archgolem in the form of a long-haired woman. Hansu sweated and turned around at the laughter. His charges bared their teeth without holding back. The old man and the sage blushed, looking at their creation with concern. The main character turned pale and was indignant that these idiots destroyed his dream. Holding the paper with a smile, Hansu said that it was a great, perfect drawing. The sage and engineer had bumps on their heads. They heard that it was so perfect that they could not say a bad word about it. Heading away, the boy said that this time they should try and do everything properly. He was asked where he was going. He turned around and answered that he was doing his homework, which he had been putting off. Under the clear sky, there were dense trees. The hero stood at the arch, hearing that this was a cave of trials that only heroes can enter. He replied that he knew, and the girl asked how he knew. From the green stone on the sword, words were heard that he would help gain the true power of a hero in this cave. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy told the holy sword that he was coming. With a wide smile, entering the dungeon, he continued that if he had to pass the test of friendship and love before that, then he was ready. There were yellow crystals flickering on the wall. Hansu said in shock that these were demons S, M and K, and this horned one resembled a prince. The guy looked puzzled. Standing in front of the arched entrance to the newbie room, he said that he already felt how difficult it would be. Leaning on the wall, he said that it was already clear from the name of the room. In front of him was a stone golem. Clenching his fist, the brunette said that it was not so bad. Hansu raised his hand up. He opened his mouth, seeing his system characteristics that he was a level 1 human, unemployed in a state of training, and said that race, level, profession, skills, condition, everything disappeared. He was almost naked. Reaching his finger to the system window, he said that in that case, what is hidden under the squares? He opened the system window of the skill without a name. At this time, the robot ran towards him, While the guy thought that something had changed, was it somehow related to the platform for this task? He punched the crystal on the monster's body. Several more of them were flying behind him, but Hansu said that it didn't matter, as they say. Veins bulged on his arm. He said that skills. Cracks appeared on the enemy's body. He continued that they did not decide everything. Several golems attacked him, and the guy said that they were not a problem for him. He punched one of them in the head. He kicked another. The monsters surrounded the hero. With a displeased expression on his face, he said that in fact, there were more and more of them. The mentor's voice from the purple ball addressed him. Kicking the enemy with his foot, he heard a question if he felt like he was going through a test, and he answered that he did not. The monsters were holding sticks in their hands. The guy answered that it was like he was doing exercises, and the voice answered that he thought so too. Looking up, Hansu said that he was tired of waiting for them to come down. Maybe he should just collapse the ceiling? At that moment, the room shook. Hansu arched his eyebrows. He looked at the shining entrance to the test room, asking if everything would continue like this. A kick smashed the monster's body. Standing surrounded by rubble, the hero asked why his premonitions always came true. The grey golem attacked, and Hansu said that in front of his fist. The hero's body was surrounded by a bright glow. He continued, endowed with holiness. A powerful blow scattered the golems, while Hansu shouted that they all resembled toys. He headed to the next specialist room. The attack fist was, the guy said, next. In the master's room, a huge golem was in front of him, and he said that now it was the boss's time. The fist slammed into the stone body. Finally, he approached the entrance with a golden plaque, the winner's room, saying that this is the end. In front of him was a moat with stone platforms. The guy said that at least some new impressions. A flash remained from the kick. The hero said he was ready. The next challenger stood. He asked what was this? He looked at the golden element on the stonework and asked, is this the exit from the cave after such a journey? Hansu crossed his arms and said that he did not want to and would not go out. A huge monster appeared in front of him. The guy clenched his fist. Jumping against the background of the explosion, he shouted that he was ready. Standing in the dust, he shook his shoulder. Looking at the arch of the entrance to the superiority room, he asked how much longer he should continue this journey. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. His eyes widened when he noticed something. There were small scars on his muscular body. The man turned around and said that he was not an angel, but a man. In front of him was a huge blond man, a man of the past, with the profession of a prince, and said that he had so much holiness and the skills of Z willpower and Z implementation. The guy opened his mouth. Raising an eyebrow in displeasure, he asked, who is this? The blond man looked at the guy and asked, is he a hero? Looking back, he asked, is he also a hero? The blond looked down and asked, Z-rank sacredness? Frowning, Hansu said that he saw that he also had 2 Z-rank skills. The opponents stood opposite each other. The blond looked at him silently, while the hero was thinking, what with such skills? There were small scars on his tan body. He thought that he would easily heal, so he would not have any scars from his blows. He remembered the information in the system window, about the skills of willpower and Z-rank implementation, and thought that he also had 2 such skills. Looking forward, the guy thought about what this meant. His opponents were at least twice as strong as him. A red aura was spreading from the figure. Hansu thought that he had the skills and strength to deal with them, a dangerous opponent. A purple ball was floating nearby, and Hansu asked him who it was, to which he heard that it was a hero of the old generation. The voice of the mentor came from the shining ball, saying that she could not reveal all the details, as it would violate the established rules, but she could say that it was unacceptable for him to exist in the fantasy dimension. A shadow fell on the face of the man with red eyes. Hansu thought, the hero of the old generation. It was probably not just that he was old, because everyone he had seen before was not that strong. The man said that this was strange. The puzzled boy heard that everything was not as described in the report he received, and clarified what he said there. A fist flew towards the boy's body, saying that he heard that modern heroes are still weaklings. A bright light spread from the impact. Hansu blocked the attack and exclaimed that he was crazy. He slid, leaving a mark on the floor, and heard that he was using an energy reflection effect. The prince raised his hand, saying that despite all his powers being blocked in the previous rooms, Hansu held out his hand, thinking that if he looked at his strength objectively, he was stronger. The blonde took a step. A golden glow appeared around the guy's fist. He thought that considering that they were in a trial cave, it was still possible to fight him. Surrounded by the glow, the hero took a fighting stance, thinking that he only had to take one step and he would be the winner. A vein appeared on his forehead. Hansu thought that demonic energy, holiness, demonic sword, holy sword, he didn't have any of these. He looked at the enemy's strength, thinking that this meant that he couldn't damage him. Z-level implantation, but the hero thought that it was completely true. Remembering the name of the skill in the system window, he thought that it was originally more of a support type. A figure jumped against the night sky. Hansu thought that it was used for opening, infiltrating specially protected areas. Looking at the letter Z, the hero thought that as the rank increased, the range of its use greatly increased, going beyond the growth of locations and objects. He imagined how the red man hit the blue one, and thought that to the extent that it was possible to penetrate a living body, it reminded him of the skill Pierce. Looking at the strongman with red eyes, he thought that it was thanks to this skill that he did not lose control of the situation yet. Rapidly approaching, the blonde said that he was clearly an unusual opponent, then this was just part of the test. Smiling, he said that for him this would not be a test, but a day of death. A smile appeared on the lips of the prince too. He said that he was too slow. He jumped high. Surrounded by radiance, the fist moved forward, while the hero thought that he had 2 Z-rank skills, and one of them, the skill of defense. The enemy's fist flew towards him. Hansu thought that he had important knowledge and holiness. He had no chance. Sparks flew from the blonde's eyes. He said that he admitted it. The widened eye also glowed. The force of the attack broke the stone floor. The fist crashed into Hansu's body. A bright mark remained on the bare skin. A similar one was on the angry blonde's body. Hansu hit him in the forehead with his knee, and he shouted that he admitted it. Finishing off the enemy with an elbow strike, Hansu continued, one blow would be enough for him. The hero continued to beat the brute. He flew to the side. A kick flew into his face. Hansu pursued the blonde who had closed his eyes, and hit him in the back. He furiously attacked the already beaten enemy. There was blood on the floor near his bare foot. There were many bruises on the prince's body. Hansu clenched his fists with a predatory smile, and said that it was time to finish him off. And from the purple ball next to him, a question was heard. Doesn't he think this is a good time to ask him a few questions? The guy opened his mouth furiously, exclaiming, if he's in a hurry, he'll take responsibility, the voice apologizing for meddling in something that wasn't his business. Looking ahead sullenly, the guy thought this was some kind of joke. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The hero thought something was wrong here. There were bruises on his opponent's back, and he thought, how? The beaten blonde was looking at him furiously, while the hero was wondering how he survived. Dust was rising on the dungeon platform. The beaten blonde was clearing his throat. Hansu looked at him sullenly. Looking at the man standing in front of him, he thought that he broke about 6 or 7 of his vertebrae. There were purple marks on the man's back. He thought that, despite this, he was still alive. Frowning, the brunette thought that this was probably the effect of willpower. Suddenly, several iron golems flew from above. They landed on the ground. Hansu looked at them in shock. He raised his hand. He attacked with a bright beam, sending them to hell. Suddenly, the hand grabbed the opponent's neck. With both hands he grabbed the strangling hand. With a furious look, Hansu shouted for him to die already. Suddenly, a huge golem appeared behind. The hero turned around abruptly. He threw the blonde towards the monster. However, he continued to hold his neck with his hand. The eyes of the approaching golems were glowing. Pursing his lips, Hansu turned and abruptly hit the man's body into the golem's hand. The spine broke. Bright traces of the movements remained. He imagined a breaking skeleton. He swung his hand. The golem brought his hand back with a fist. The guy hit the enemy's body right under him. The blonde head flew off. Hansu turned towards her. With a sinister grin, he said that it was finally done. The golem behind him moved towards him. Surrounded by a glow, the boy turned his gaze to it, and he hit the iron body with his fist. The force of the blow spread golden traces around. Furious, the boy shouted that this is the essence of this place. Golden rays swept away the golems. Hansu stood near the wreckage, raising his hand. He noticed that there was nothing where the body had been. His eyes widened when he heard a request to listen to him. The surviving blonde stood with his fist raised and said that he would never forget the humiliation he had to endure today. A bright spark shot through his back. He fell to his knees in pain. Looking at him in shock, Hansu asked how he even survived. Covered in sweat, the blonde said that this is the essence of this place. The confused brunette replied that he understood and thought, although how could he know, he was not dying. The beaten man was breathing heavily, saying that if they met outside the Cave of Trials, he walked away, promising that he would not be let go so easily. Surprised, Hansu watched him go. Then he grinned smugly, thinking that outside this cave he was not so weak. Taking a step to the side, he said, "Let him go." Then he looked up. A huge golden golem landed in front of him. The crystal was shining on its forehead. The system reported that it was a golden guard golem, and it was furious. Grinning, the hero said that it was needed for protection, but had good characteristics. The huge monster moved its sword, and Hansu said that it seemed that it would not fight with an empty space. The sword approached the dark hair. The brunette grinned, saying, "Thank you for destroying yourself with your own hands." Yellow lightning rushed towards the golem's body. The guy said that if it hadn't attacked, he wouldn't have known how to break through its SSS rank defense skill. The figure stood next to the rubble. Hansu looked ahead carefully. In front of him was a golden plaque with a graduate's room, and he said that it was a promising name. The hero entered the room. He closed his eyes from the bright light. In front of him was a clearing with a long-haired figure. The elf greeted the hero sweetly. He winced in disgust and angrily asked not to pretend to be nice, promising that he would kill her. His foot stepped on the grass. The guy approached the elf. Together they walked along the path. The dissatisfied hero heard that it was here. They approached a light building. The girl asked to follow her. There was a brown chandelier hanging on the ceiling. He heard the words that this temple was built a long time ago. The heroes entered the building. The girl continued that everything was for the sake of praising the achievements of the first hero. The entrance was visible as if in a portal against the backdrop of the landscape. Words were heard that now, as he could see, he was separate from the rest of the world. The elf smiled, saying that she meets and guides the followers of the first hero on the right path. Hansu asked how she does not get tired with such a job. Smiling affably, the girl answered that she just likes to do it. As a rule, with great power there is responsibility. Opening her mouth, the blonde said that her job is to prevent newcomers from falling, as happened to the first hero. Hansu was perplexed, thinking what strange things she was saying. The light illuminated the stairs. She asked to come here. The guy stopped. In front of the heroes was a huge golden statue of a man with a sword. There was a green stone on the hilt of the sword, and the boy asked, "Is this a holy sword?" Looking at it, the elf replied that this was the sword that had been with the first hero all his life, but before it was called not a holy sword, but the strongest magic sword. Looking up, the girl said that as the wife of the first hero, she had protected this sword for a long time. Hansu stood behind. Opening his mouth, he asked if there was another sword. Did he already have this one? The girl exhaled discontentedly, and said that she would tell a little backstory. She imagined the guy attacking the demon, and said that by destroying the very first demon, the first hero brought peace and tranquility. The cloak fluttered on the hero's body. She said that less than 500 years had passed. As he changed, the figure stood at the entrance, spitting on the feelings of the wives who helped him all this time. He simply disappeared. Clenching her fist, the elf indignantly concluded that he had simply started cheating. Hansu said that he did not care about someone else's family. Let him just talk about the matter. Displeased, turning around, the girl shouted that everything was not as simple as he thought. Frowning ominously, Hansu asked to get to the point. The elf clenched her fist and fearfully apologized, saying that she got a little carried away. Swords and spears rushed towards the screaming hero. She said that in the end, he was sentenced. He ran away. She continued the story about how, condemned and alienated by his friends, he fled to another world. Hansu looked ahead indifferently, hearing that the reason why he was telling him about this was simple. But thoughtfully looking ahead, the blonde said that she just wants the same thing not to happen to the followers of the first hero. The boy crossed his arms as he listened to her request that even if he defeated the Dark Lord, he should not give in to temptation and not give up his righteousness. Opening his mouth, he asked, "What is it?" The girl smiled. She leaned forward, saying that there were a total of 3 trials in this room. Looking at the golden statue, she said the first was to fight and win against the statue of the first hero. A green glow emanated from the sword. She continued that the second was to receive the recognition of the holy sword. The indifferent hero heard that the third was to receive and assimilate the power. A purple sword glowed on the forehead of the statue. She continued, the first hero was sealed inside the statue. Stepping forward, Hansu said that he had been ready for a long time, so they could begin. The girl replied that as soon as he approached the statue, the trial would begin. He glanced sideways, hearing that he should not worry about his defensive skills. The elf spread her arms, saying that she would show him how important love and friendship are. The system said that she was a person from the past, a high priestess with a Z-level blessing skill in the leadership state. Looking at the line of the system, the guy thought, have skills brought to the maximum never been such a rarity? Looking forward, Hansu answered as she wished, and thought that he did not know the powers of this statue. The girl smiled slightly. He thought that he had no reason to refuse the power that was offered to him for free. Of course, this power would not intoxicate him so much. He remembered how ominously he killed his friends, and continued the thought, as it happened to the guys from his first run, when they lost common sense. The guy stopped at the statue. Crossing his arms, he looked up. The golden body began to move. The stone on the forehead of the statue flashed. A golden sword was taken out of the ground, and then thrust nearby, raising dust. A shadow fell on the face of a dissatisfied guy. Smoke appeared from the mouth of the first hero statue. He took a step. The system reported that it was a level 100 Chaos Golem, a hero with 200% experience, a Z-level Chaos skill, and an unknown C-level skill in a thawing state. Hansu grinned confidently, and said that there was a C-level skill hidden under the black squares. The golden golem attacked, forcing him to jump back. The crystal on its forehead glowed purple. Hansu gritted his teeth. A bright green flash appeared. Hansu jumped up, raising his hands, and said that the chaos of rank C was causing some difficulties. The golden golem attacked him with a sword. Hansu fell on him from above. Dust flew in all directions from the attack. Stones fell down. His foot touched the ground. The shirt on the hero's body was torn. The elf standing behind said that she would help him. The girl put her palm forward. A glow surrounded the guy's body. He was surprised to see that the wounds had healed. Remembering the system characteristics, he thought about how powerful this blessing was that it even changed his profession. He imagined the system window with a description of the Z-rank blessing skill and thought that with the change of profession, he had acquired a skill. Clenching his fist contentedly, Hansu thought that he didn't think this would happen. He moved his hand forward. Surrounded by a blinding glow, he decided to test its strength. A huge golden fist was rushing towards the hero. It was getting closer and closer. Hansu stopped it with his hand. The golem looked at him. Grinning widely, the guy said that he really liked this ability. He quickly moved his other palm, and threw the golem's hand away. Then he jumped, pushing off his shoulder. His knee moved to attack. Hansu snatched the sword from the monster's palm. He grabbed it with both hands. The huge blade plunged into the ground along with the monster's head. The sword broke the round stone in half. Hansu jumped down next to him. Turning around to look at the huge blade, he said that it was good. He put his palm to the sword, saying that he already had a holy sword. His arm bent at the elbow, not coming off. He looked away, hearing congratulations on having received the recognition of the holy sword. The hero's body was surrounded by a green glow. He heard the words of the elf that what he saw was the preserved soul of the sword. Henceforth it would help him in battle by influencing his consciousness. The girl smiled slightly, saying that this was how it was intended. A huge broken stone lay on the ground. Hansu stood, touching the sword with his palm. He asked the girl standing next to him, was this a trap from the very beginning? She came closer, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about. Smiling sweetly, the blonde congratulated him once again, saying that the forbidden power stolen from the hero of origins became his. She brought her palm to the hero's shoulder, saying that now. The second palm touched his chest. The elf clung to the guy, saying that he should forget everything and accept the fact that the holy sword will command him. Glancing sideways at the hero, she continued that she only wished him to become better as a hero, let him take care of her and love her as a colleague always. The girl was surprised when the guy put his palm on her face and thanked her congratulations. The nameless skill changed from level D to C. Pushing the elf away, Hansu ominously said that he would gladly accept the powers. In front of him was a system window with a description of the skill. A shadow fell on the hero's face, who said that he was so grateful to her that he could not help but repay. The girl winced, rubbing her neck. Then she opened one eye, noticing something. She was surprised when Hansu pressed his lips to hers. That same green haze remained in her mouth. In the end, it was her body that was surrounded by green flames. Smiling widely, the guy wiped his lips and asked what she thought about what happened now. The girl covered her lips with her palms, using mind protection. A crack appeared on her face. The system reported an unnamed C-level skill. Hansu stood with his arms crossed. Glancing at his fist, he thought that he didn't expect this to actually work. The system reported that his profession was a bishop. Parts of the girl's body began to disappear. He remembered how she herself said that the hero was able to escape into the crack between worlds. He imagined a person running away and thought that this meant that this was possible in principle. Looking at the glowing exit, he thought that he needed to find out how to do this. A beam of light illuminated a grinning guy who said that for the first time in a long time he had a spark of hope. He walked towards the exit and said that no matter what, he would get out of this damn world. With this, the events of the second season came to an end. A ray of sunlight illuminated the hills. A path was visible among the trees. The girl in heels took a step. The green monster did the same. The blonde ran forward quickly. The monster growled, opening its mouth. Heavy breathing could be heard among the trees. The girl in the rich dress ran, screaming for help. A huge monster spread its paws behind. A crystal flashed on the top of the staff. A spark appeared near the forehead of the monster. He leaned back. A bright beam pierced the monster's head. He fell to his knees. The figure held a smoking staff. Lenovo, clutching the staff, joyfully exclaimed, calling out to her brother, and said that she had taken care of the orc. The man in the brown boot took a step. Hansu pushed aside the branches, saying that he was dying at the hands of a girl pretending to be nice. Coming out from behind the bushes, he continued, let the poor orc blame his fate for being born weaker than her. The guy froze. Many more orcs appeared from the forest. He pointed his finger. The body of the sinister hero was surrounded by fire. He said that he did not plan to interfere, but it was necessary to restore order here. The guy snapped his fingers. Bright energy rushed forward. A blinding yellow movement. A bright spark among the trees. The girl looked out from behind the brunette. In front of them were many lying monsters' bodies. He said that this is where they were. A yellow glow rose from the orc's body. A bloody knight lay nearby. Looking at this, Hansu said that before his intervention there was a total mess here. Bright rays rose up. Two girls lay near the overturned carriage. Hansu looked at them, hearing a voice from the ball that she was very sorry, and answered Miss in turn that he too, from now on these women will live not only with scars on their bodies, but also on their hearts too. His eyes were engulfed in purple flames. The hero said that this was usually the case, and thought that they needed to completely erase their bad memories using the black box. The blonde helped the girl up. She opened her eyes. Purple fire emanated from Hansu's eyes. He said that the one who was scared by the bacon party let her look into his eyes. The system reported that he had consigned the targets to oblivion. The fire in the guy's eyes shone brightly. He thought that even having divinely healed their bodies, they should be overly happy that they met such a specialist. The three girls were surrounded by a purple glow. Then it disappeared, leaving them surprised. Hansu smiled sweetly, hearing the girl ask the princess where she went. There are corpses everywhere? The system reported that this is a level 15 person, a princess with charm, communication, magic skills, and she is scared. Hansu crossed his arms, thinking that it was the princess. A blonde guy was lying on the ground near the blood. A cry was heard that they were in trouble. The prince was dead. The girls leaned over the guy's body, asking how this could happen on the first hunt. What will happen to the kingdom now? The guy crossed his arms and looked away, thinking that he did not care at all that the heir to the throne had died. The black horse took a step. Hansu turned around. A warrior in black armor was calming the horse. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He saw a man on a black horse. The system reported that this man was level 285, a member of the royal family, and he was confused. Looking at the face of the man with a mustache, he thought that he knew him. This was the next king of the magical kingdom. He imagined a man in a glass coffin and thought that the current king, his older brother, would die after 3 years of fighting the disease. The people standing in front of the castle raised their hands. The king waved his palm to greet them. The hero thought that with the support of the citizens and nobles, he would easily take the throne. He imagined the man sitting at the table. He thought that he always acted masterfully, as is typical of a magician, was quick in calculations. The man with the crown looked away, pointing with his finger. The boy thought that he adhered to the rule of equal exchange. Smiling sweetly, Hansu thought that he was glad to see him after so long. However, the nobleman looked ahead ominously and ordered to kill them all. Hansu furrowed his brows furiously and asked what he said. The horseman rode along the forest path, telling the king that this man was a saint. Let him come to his senses. Hansu thought perplexedly. Killing the prince and princess of their own country was a matter of course for them. After all, he still interfered in a useless matter. The man frowned, saying that if he was left alive, he would definitely become a source of trouble. Hansu frowned at him, hearing the order to take his life without causing unnecessary suffering. The knights moved forward. The hero thought, isn't everyone vulnerable to divinity? The man frowned forward, while the hero thought, however, everyone who sees him feels divinity. He confidently chuckled, thinking that this would definitely be useful. The knights moved forward, hearing the order. They approached, holding swords, and asked for forgiveness from the holy man. The warriors charged, shouting for their beloved fatherland. Hansu's body was surrounded by a bright glow. He thought with a smile that there was no point in killing them. He raised his palm, surrounded by a yellow glow, and thought that he had divinity, confirming his righteousness. With a smirk, raising his hand, the hero thought that he had grace, which would bring peace to their body and mind. The body was surrounded by a purple glow. The hero, thinking that he had dark energy that affects demon worshippers. Green light with a clover surrounded his hand, and he thought that he had fortune, reducing the chance of unforeseen circumstances. Surrounded by the glow, Hansu closed his eyes, thinking that he also complemented all this with wit. The guy opened his mouth wide. The warriors rushed towards him with spears, hearing the order to stop. They froze, seeing this glow. The warriors looked discouraged. Hansu smiled widely, predatory, saying that killing the prince and princess is treason. Let them think about their wives and children who are waiting for them at home. Hansu giggled until the knights realized that this was true, and thought that 10 years of experience in this world were not in vain. A member of the royal family extended his hand and ordered not to listen to him. If they kill everyone, no one will know anything. Surrounded by power, Hansu closed his eyes and asked to make the right choice. The man frowned and ordered to come to his senses for the sake of the future of the kingdom. The boy who closed his eyes continued that if the prince and princess were incompetent, then they should just appoint a regent. There is no need to be obsessed with the position of king. The warriors stopped, and the hero thought, what a strong loyalty. He smiled, thinking that he also had a trump card. The man knitted his brows, angrily shouted, and then froze in shock. A knight surrounded by a purple glow appeared from behind. His eye flashed purple. He praised the greatest. This is a level 235 person, a noble in a state of recklessness. The blade pierced the man's back. He fell to the ground. Hansu grinned, thinking that they were connected to them by magic, which is much stronger than their loyalty. The princess sitting by the fallen carriage exclaimed in fear that the uncle wanted to kill them. His Majesty must know about it. Hansu scanned them with his purple eyes. There were knights standing behind him, and Hansu asked if he was saying such things in front of his community. The mentor asked if everything would be okay. Holding a red sword in his hand, the hero asked Miss in turn not to worry. A girl with wings appeared behind him when he called Saint X. Holding a sword in his hand, the guy ordered everyone to be resurrected. A bloodied man was lying on the ground, and the hero clarified, except for him. Yellow stars appeared. Hansu adjusted his sleeve, saying that now, in order to restore order, he needed to erase the memory and replace the memories. He turned around when he heard a voice from behind. Did he save him? The prince of Liwa City crossed his arms and told him not to dare look at him with such a look. This time he would visit him since he was a saint. The girl looked at him with admiration, hearing that she was called a cute sorceress. The prince blushed, rubbed his nose and said that she also played a role in saving him. So he invites her to the party tomorrow. Let her take it as an honor. The guy put his hand on his shoulder. Hansu, with shining purple eyes, asked to look at his face. In the end, the prince was welded to a tree, not remembering who he was, and the hero thought that he seemed to understand why people rebelled, since he resurrected him, let him start life from scratch. The princess looked at her brother with alarm. Now she has this simple fool, she dreamed, and honey, a princess who does not understand the state of affairs in the world at all. He imagined a man next to the queen, thinking that if he remembered the traditions of the magical kingdom, then the strongest magician would be appointed regent. Smiling, Hansu said that there was no problem. Lenovo behind said that it was strange. The boy turned to her and asked what exactly. She replied that it was not an adventure at all. The furious hero clenched his fist and shouted, "What kind of strange and useless talker is she? If she does not want to get it, she should be quieter." He got angry when he heard that the prince invited, and exclaimed that she will not go. The hero walked along the forest path, saying that they no longer have business in the magical kingdom. Hansu looked up. He remembered the blonde man who said that he gave her the sage's staff and helped her control her out-of-control power. As a thank you, she followed him. With a grin, the hero imagined the long-haired figure and thought, the sage's staff, would he like to try it out? The hero imagined the peaks of the snowy mountain M, a huge snow-capped mountain in the center of the northern continent. People were standing by a pond. Natural hot springs that appeared everywhere attracted a large number of travelers. At the foot of the mountain there were buildings. The hero thought it was logical that the villages that appeared there gradually turned into tourist centers. Hansu smirked slightly. He walked along the street in front of the mountain, thinking that if it were only that. The man with scars looked gloomy. On the horse sat a knight. Hansu smiled slightly as he walked in front of the girl, and thought that there would not be so many different people gathered here. He imagined the monsters coming out to the spring, and thought that they were attracted by the powerful magic that appeared along with the springs. Sinister people were peeking out from the bushes. Thanks to the abundance of these monsters, all sorts of villains settled here, using them as a natural line of defense. A knight and a sorceress jumped out of the bushes. Heroes came here to fight the villains, and many different people gathered in this place. The guy took a step, thinking that information was accumulating here. Together with Lenovo, he stopped at a tall building. He opened the door with his foot. The guy entered the tavern. The men frowned at him, asking what he was doing. Crossing his arms, he walked down confidently, shouted so that they would remember his face well. He is a divine hero who will conquer the ice princess living on a snowy mountain. Touching the blonde with his finger, telling the bartender to open the wine cellar, they will walk until the morning. The men laughed happily, saying that this was another divine hero. This friend would know where to start. They raised their mugs and shouted that the divine heroes would definitely succeed. The divine hero Hansu would conquer the ice princess. The boy grinned and looked away, thinking that he had attracted enough attention here. A figure could be seen from the room behind him. A hooded girl was peeking out from around the corner, and the hero thought that she had just appeared. Confidently glancing to the side, the hero turned to the bartender, who asked, he was called the one going to conquer the formidable ice princess, the divine hero. "Would you like to order an appetizer?" "To the side," he said, "very spicy for dinner." These words touched the ear of the man, who, smiling, promised to make it in the best possible way. Words of praise for the divine hero and good luck were heard from the tavern. When it got dark, light and laughter could be seen from the windows of the tavern. Customers were sitting at the tables. There were dirty dishes on the table. Lenovo happily spread her arms and said that she had eaten her fill. Hansu was dissatisfied and sent her to bed, thinking that her wallet was emptying. A plate of food was placed in front of him, and he was thanked for waiting. Hansu looked at the hooded figure. The girl took off her hood, asked the divine hero what he was interested in. The red-eyed girl smiled, and he thought of dark commerce. He imagined sinister figures in cloaks and thought that if there were customers in demand, they would sell anything. Looking at the brunette, he thought that, no matter what, they lived off of trust in themselves, so there was no doubt about the veracity of their information. Looking at her, Hansu thought that these people were the reason he came here, and said that he wanted to know about the hero of the origin. The girl sat down next to him and repeated. Touching his mouth, she clarified that he was referring to the hero who was the first to defeat the demon Lord Pedinar. The boy confirmed this by picking up a table knife. The girl turned around with a smile, and said that it had been 7 years since he had appeared on these lands until he defeated the demon lord. Some might think that this period was short, but his accomplishments were truly amazing. Hansu brought a piece of meat to his mouth, and said that he wanted to know everything. The black market girl, propping up her head with her hand, said that there was more information than he could imagine. A blue scroll appeared in Hansu's hand, and he said that if she could gather information that was different from what was generally known, and that it was enough to make a whole book, he would give it to her. The scroll unrolled on the table. A figure of a girl was drawn on it. While the girl was examining the drawing, the hero said that the first page was an advance payment. He put his fork down and continued that if she couldn't gather the amount of information he needed, that would be the end of it. All the information would be his for free. Wiping his mouth, he asked what the conditions were. The girl snapped her fingers, calling the bartender, and said that she was not an expert in this field. He watched them talk. Eventually, the bartender walked away. The hero sat silently at the table. Turning around, the girl offered dessert, and the guy agreed. There was dessert in a green glass in front of him. Hansu tried one spoon, glancing sideways at the girl. And then his eyes widened in shock. Someone in brown boots took a step. Next to the bartender was a red-haired dwarf of level 145, an engineer with the skills of magic, sorcery, magical power, intelligence, mastery, and in the status of anticipation. The red-haired man greeted the hero. The guy with a spoon in his mouth thought with displeasure, why him? Bright rays were spreading from the golden statue. Although the golden golem surprised the whole world with its appearance, it would never have managed to become famous. The shining figure stood at the edge of the cliff, if at that moment no one played the role of the villain. There were red creatures below. The dwarf touched one with his hand. He stood, touching the beard. It was created by this blood-red dwarf. The tip of the golden point flashed. It created a scarlet golem. In his right hand was a huge mace, designed to destroy the castle gate. On the other side was a metal rod, in the left a drill, designed to pierce enemies. A small man stood on the body of a huge monster, the creator of such a terrible golem. The dwarf examined the drawing. Hansu with a spoon in his mouth thought that now he was looking with awe at the lame golem D. The man folded the paper into a scroll and slapped his hand on the table. He also continued to look at it. Clenching his fist in admiration, the dwarf said that this was a drawing of a treasure. No, even better. The hero grinned sinisterly and clarified, "Really?" The man's eyes twinkled with stars because he could not look at it completely, but even one sheet was filled with the philosophy and passion of its author. Hansu folded his palms with a grin, hearing that he knew he should not say such a thing as a business partner, but he simply needed this drawing. He hoped she understood him. The girl turned to the hero and said that as she saw, he presented them with an amazing item. Looking sideways at her, the guy asked what the answer was. The red-eyed, looking at him, answered that everything concerning the hero of Origins, his companions, lovers, friends and enemies, they will write everything down, and even if she does not seem to have heard the slightest thing, they will pass it on to him. Looking at her, the guy said that it was wonderful. He stood up, and the girl turned to him. The heroine sitting on the couch asked if he could stay in this village until all the information he requested was collected. It would take about half a month, during which time they would provide him with housing. Looking down, the hero thought that she was speaking very friendly. Smiling a little, the girl thought that it was so that they could get everything before the Ice Princess killed him. Looking away, the brunette agreed. He walked to the stairs, thinking that he decided to take his time in the sixth playthrough. This was proven by the fact that he still had not killed Petinar. He smiled, putting his hands on his hips, and thought that he needed to prepare well. The guy looked sad, thinking that he said that. Looking at the sleeping blonde, he thought that he did not necessarily need to follow through on his words. Why was she sleeping hugging the sage's staff? Hansu snatched it away, and the girl asked where he went. Throwing a pillow to Lenovo, the guy shouted at her to sleep. The doors were closed. Clouds were floating near the sky and the mountain. Hansu crossed his arms and said that he would go to the girl who considered herself the most miserable person in the world. Asked if he was going to climb the mountain? Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he did not use such rough methods. He had a good means of transportation during his first playthrough. There was a dense forest near the city. Smoke was coming out of the chimney in the house. The axe hit the stump. The white-haired man wiped his forehead and decided that it was probably enough. Suddenly, his neck was quickly grabbed. The man slammed him against the tree, calling him a lizard. With a sly smile, Hansu demanded that he take his original form, to which he heard the question of what he had done to him. The guy's eyes narrowed ominously. He gloomily said that if he did not like it the good way, then he would do it the bad way. The guy gritted his teeth, covering himself with radiance. The light grew brighter. Eventually, a white dragon appeared next to the hero. Its eyes were glowing. The system reported that it was a level 505 dragon, a hunter. It was mimicking and sleeping. People pointed in shock, shouting that there was a dragon there. They ran quickly down the street, asking where the white dragon came from so they could wake up the heroes faster. A bright light appeared in the dragon's mouth. Hansu looked at the light. With a sly smile, he said that his repertoire was no different from the first playthrough. A bright beam hit the ground. Light burst out from the dragon's mouth and nose. He threw his head back. And then he fell to the ground, sticking out his tongue. Hansu stood nearby. A purple spotlight appeared from his eyes when he asked to look into his eyes and used animal husbandry and empathy, raising their levels. Clouds floated in the sky above the forest. A white wing appeared from behind the trees. Hansu sat on the dragon's back. With a wide smile, he named it Bekku, snow-capped mountain peaks. Behind one of them, an ice structure was visible. The guy was flying on a white dragon. Grinning, he said that so this is where she is, the Ice Princess. He looked at the big white castle. There was a path among the hills. The hills turned out to be warriors encased in ice. They froze while screaming. Flying on the dragon, the hero heard that, contrary to expectations, there were more females in the ice tomb. Hansu crossed his arms when he heard the teacher say that she thought that more men were going after the Ice Princess, and replied that it was not like that at all. He held up 2 fingers, saying that there were 2 categories of adventurer girls sleeping here. He imagined a girl standing next to a flame, and explained that the first category were girls who were envious and jealous of the Ice Princess. He imagined how the sorceress was pointed at, and continued that they were born on the northern continent as magicians, and therefore they were constantly compared to her. He closed his eyes, and continued about the second category. Then he opened them, hearing a scream for them to leave here if they did not want to die. The girl took a step. She was wearing a white dress and cloak. The system reported that she was a level 986 human, a princess with the skills of madness, cooling, captivity, survival, murder. She was sad and raging. Resolutely looking forward, the Ice Princess said that she would not repeat the second time. The guy recoiled, hearing the cry calling the great ice princess. He stuck his finger in his ear displeasedly, saying that this is the second category. The girls surrounded the warrior who asked to give birth to his child, and the guy explained that these are the girls who make up the harem of the party of men. The blonde's eyes sparkled. He said that if he, the orc killer, and she, the best woman of the northern continent unite, an incredible child will be born, capable of even a dragon. Hansu snapped his fingers in bewilderment, and called Beku. The dragon's shadow descended on the icy path. A glow appeared in the open mouth. A bright beam hit the place where these enthusiasts were standing. A figure was visible in the rising smoke. A warrior in red froze in an ice flow. The dragon waved its white wing. The ice princess looked at him in surprise and asked, how could he do that? Then she saw a guy flying down. Hansu landed nearby. The girl waved her hand and ordered him to stop. If he came to her, there would be a raging frost. Bright beams flew from the princess's figure. They spread far ahead. Hansu remained standing opposite. Looking down, the girl said that her power suddenly. A blue haze swirled around. Whirlwinds rushed towards the ball at the end of the staff. Hansu, with a sly smile, clutched the staff in his hand. He imagined the blonde showing him a thumbs up, thought that this guy's words were true. The brunette stood with a thoughtful look. The girl folded her arms across her chest, recognizing this staff. There was a purple ball on top. The guy confirmed that it was the sage's staff. He looked at the girl questioningly. Tears appeared in her eyes. She said that if she had this staff, she would be able to control this power. The guy holding it heard that it was a misfortune. She reached out with her fingers to the stone, and said that it seemed to have ended, this long misfortune. A bright flash appeared when she said that it would finally end. However, the guy pulled the staff away. The girl reached out in fear, saying that she would do anything, just ask him to give it to her. Hansu hit his head with the staff. The girl was taken aback. She fell to the ground in shock. Touching her head, she was surprised to hear herself called a princess, who considered herself the most unfortunate in the world. Hansu slapped his staff on his palm, saying that from now on, every time she would fail to control the power, Hansu looked at her ominously and promised to beat her until she spit blood. Behind her was the figure of a blissful angel, and said that she didn't have to worry about dying. The girl turned gray with fear when she heard that he could resurrect her 40 times. An ominous shadow hid the face of the guy who told her not to ask questions even if she had any. The guy stood next to the girl with his arms crossed. Life is short, but misfortune makes it longer, there is a saying. The ice princess frowned. For her today would be the longest day. The princess looked down gloomily. A shadow fell on the face of the hero who asked if she thought she had been alone all this time. Resolutely knitting her eyebrows, she said that she was not alone anymore. The guy standing in the same pose confirmed. It was snowing near the White Castle. The hero said that she was able to survive in the eternal snowfall, in a place where not a single tuft of grass grows. The girl looked ahead intently, hearing that it was only because of someone's love and support. She was surprised when he pointed at her, talking about the dress she was wearing. She imagined a plate of bread and fruit, hearing about food full of vitamins and nutrients. Hansu crossed his arms in displeasure, saying that even the toilet paper she used. He looked away. The guy imagined a box of letters standing in the corner, and thought of a room filled with love letters. The princess, surprised, clasped her hands, hearing that all this was proof that the people who loved her. She pursed her lips, hearing that they still believed in her. The girl opened her mouth. The guy squeezed his staff, saying that therefore, if she tried hard, she would succeed this time. Suddenly, Hansu demanded to defend herself from his attack. The princess trembled in fear as he continued, using the raging cold. She wrapped her fingers around her other hand. Then, closing her eyes, she agreed. Hansu swung his staff at her again. The stone approached her head. A blue glow emanated from the girl's hand. The staff froze without touching. The princess closed her eyes. Waves of power flew everywhere. The staff did not touch her head. Hansu stood next to her. He grinned and said that she had succeeded. The girl sitting on the ground said that she had done it. Touching her chest, the ice princess exclaimed that she had learned to control her powers thanks to the hero. The guy looked at her system characteristics. He imagined himself hitting her on the head with the staff and said that she had died dozens of times trying to do so. The girl looked at the blue glow with a smile, although it would have been easier for each other if he had used his dark energy and turned her into a demon worshipper. He remembered the awkward blonde and thought that there was no need to use cheats when even he could do it without them. The ball standing next to him asked if resurrecting the princess 10 times was not a cheat, and said that resurrection was a common thing for saints. The girl looked ahead when she heard her name being called. There were trees growing at the foot of the mountains, and words were heard that today they would go down to the settlement below. The princess sadly held her dress, hearing a request to wash herself well and change clothes, throw away old clothes. Hansu threw the staff into the inventory, saying that she would spend some time with him, and then she was free to go wherever she wanted. The girl was surprised, asking how to take her with him forever. Saying so, he winced and asked why. He imagined the body of a guy lying in blood, and thought that the sage had already signed up as his companion. He did not want to take on unnecessary responsibility. The girl looked down while the hero thought that there was only one reason why she would go with him. She did not see how he smiled wickedly, thinking that this was to strengthen his reputation. He imagined himself holding the girl in a Superman pose, and the people were happy that he had tamed the ice princess, and he thought that now that he would go down to the village. He had a satisfied smile on his face, and the people were happy, shouting that no one had succeeded and it was simply incredible. He thought that he could already see this beautiful completion. A white dragon wing was visible in the sky. Beku landed, words were heard that everything was ready. He stroked the dragon with a smile, saying how cute it was. The paws pushed off the snow. The dragon flew away from the mountains. Hansu crossed his arms, saying that maybe they would speed up a little. The dragon flew faster. It flew over the snowy peaks. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared below, opening its mouth. White wings were sticking out of his mouth. The heroes jumped. A gloomy Hansu held the surprised girl. They fell straight into the mouth of the Ice Titan, the Snow King with the skills of cooling, madness, divine protection, sleep, and evil spirits. Looking down with a frown, the boy asked the princess what kind of relationship they had with him. The Ice Princess looked forward in surprise. The white beast looked at her. She remembered standing in front of the big cat, saying that it was a snow-white cat that sometimes appeared in her dreams. She stroked its fur, saying that it was soft and warm. The girl looked up. The huge cat looked at her. She said that it just sat quietly and looked at her. Looking down in surprise, she said that it was not that huge. They were falling straight towards the huge monster. She continued that it did not walk on two legs. Hansu looked sullenly. Now he thought that he basically understood what was happening. The blue-eyed beast looked at them. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that it was an ice titan. The hero noticed that it was experiencing withering, irascibility, and anger, and thought that it was on the verge of death from old age. Looking at the profession and skills, he thought that he had the same skills as the Ice Princess. Looking down sullenly, the boy exclaimed that this was the one behind all this. He imagined an ice castle, saying that he thought that the princess was hiding not on private property, but on top of a snowy mountain. Rays of power emanating from the girl, and he thought that the Ice Princess had a power that she was unable to control. The monster's eyes glowed blue. The hero said that all this might not have happened. Holding a red sword, he continued, without the interference of this feeble-minded old monster. Hansu swung his sword. The beast opened its mouth and screamed. On its large paw were black claws. The monster swung its huge paw. Hansu flew past the claws. Rays spread from the base of the blade. The blade glowed, increasing the levels of chaos, harmony, and power of the sword. Hansu moved forward, leaving a colorful vortex behind him. He furrowed his brows and called for his experience points. The attack left bright traces. The boy looked ahead carefully. Moral suddenly appeared behind him. Turning to him, she said that if he was cornered, even he could get hurt if he was so careless. The boy hung upside down, saying that he was also glad to see her. Opening his mouth, he asked, however, what carelessness was. The masked girl? Hearing him say that he had 11 years of experience in this world, he roughly understood what was going on when he did not receive experience points for it. The boy hanging upside down said that he had seen too much to be careless. The masked professor replied that she had warned him. Hansu was hovering next to a bright spark. His foot touched the beast's body. The hero stretched out his arms and caught the screaming girl. The monster's body fell backwards. She fell, and there was no head on it. Smoke rose up. Hansu, who had closed his eyes, held the princess. They stood on the monster's body. Words of gratitude were heard. The guy replied, let him not die before his reputation increased. The snowball moved. The guy asked to step back for a while. Blue eyes appeared from the substance that appeared. The monster opened them wide and roared. Hansu held the sword, saying that nothing was over yet. He smiled wildly and said that the cat has 9 lives. The monster's body was restored. The hero said that one way or another he would die someday if he continued to kill it. Snow flew up again. The cries of the beast were heard in the snowy mountains. Then it became quiet. The guy's fist was glowing. He stood, illuminated by a bright beam, in a puddle of wool and snow and said that experience points had finally arrived. He grinned, clenching his fist. Then he noticed that his leg was covered in ice. Remembering the huge fish, the hero thought that when he killed the catfish, a terrible rainstorm began. He remembered the water that flooded the city. Looking at the face of the huge beast, he thought, since I killed that catfish, shouldn't it just snow? The ice was creeping up on the boy's head, who thought gloomily that he had certainly been warned. He was encased in ice with a terrified expression on his face, saying that he didn't think he would become the king of carelessness. Lightning appeared in the darkness. 2 red eyes were visible among the lightning. Hansu clenched his fist, and words were heard that if you kill the cat, you will be cursed. The boy with red eyes broke the ice. Frowning, he cursed. The girl behind him said that the hero had finally woken up. He replied that they were a little late, so they should go down quickly. Looking around discontentedly, the boy heard a request to get ready a little and replied that she had already gotten ready in the fortress. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. The girl's image changed. The system reported that she was an ice person, a snow queen with the status of jubilation. The shocked guy called her auntie, to which the mentor made a remark. The girl adjusted her jacket. Hearing the guy tell Miss and turned to look for herself, she was too old for a beautiful princess. The guy looked at her questioningly. A purple ball was hovering next to the Snow Queen. A question was heard: how long had it been frozen? The hero frowned, hearing that 6 years. The girl raised her finger. The hero thought that the Ice Princess said that while he was unconscious for 6 years. He imagined a fire raging and thought that a war had broken out in the world. He imagined a map, thinking that everything from the northern continent to the very tip of the southern one was now in the fire of war. While imagining the burning continent, he thought that the north was still winning victory after victory thanks to the sage and the goddess. Touching his forehead, Hansu exhaled and asked, "What kind of goddess?" He imagined a silhouette surrounded by radiance, and heard that it was the sage's personal golem, the size of a human, but its power was astounding. The girl standing in front of him explained that an ancient hero had possessed it. She waved her hand and heard that they should go down the mountain, answering that the village was gone. Below, the hills were scorched earth. Hansu's face darkened, saying what else he expected. The girl suggested going to the sage's tower. The words pierced the boy with radiance when he heard that the sage said that he made the golem for the hero. The Ice Princess stood behind him, saying that, according to rumors, it was capable of destroying even the entire world. The purple ball reminded him in a disconcerted tone that he had promised to go kill the Demon King right now, and the 7th playthrough would begin. Hansu pointed angrily, shouting that only after he looked at the golem made for him. He pursed his lips when he heard that they would now set off on her golem. The sage he had been able to heal had made it out of gratitude especially for her. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it was at the behest of the mistress of the cold. The surprised boy's cheeks turned red. A creature with yellow eyes rose up as she called for Glaciora to awaken. Hansu, delighted, closed his eyes from the light and said that this sage, he had tried his best this time. Then he stared forward in shock. In front of him was a huge warrior girl. The Ice Princess asked if he wasn't cool, let him sit down quickly. The gloomy boy responded, thinking that this is what he is like. A huge golem jumped on the snowy peaks. The metal girl quickly moved forward. Hansu sat by the window, resting his head on his hand, and thought that now everyone below this level 200 is just trash. The continent is under threat of destruction. The princess sitting next to him said that starting from here, you need to be careful, enemies can appear here. The guy glanced at her, thinking that enemies under such circumstances can only be. The snow outside the window flew up. The girl exclaimed that here they are. Shining eyes appeared behind the snow. She exclaimed, a golem from an enemy state. The guy's cheeks turned red. He thought about the scarlet golem of dark commerce, if this was done by a bloody dwarf. He saw 3 female figures in red armor. A scream was heard that they cannot pass here. The gloomy guy cursed angrily. He thought, the 6th playthrough, who is to blame? The girl turned to the gloomy hero, who was thinking about this pathetic parody of the future. He remembered the face of the delighted dwarf. Then he bowed down in sorrow, thinking that it was he who showed him the drawing. The princess looked ahead with alarm, shouting at the hero to hold on tighter. The grey golem raised its spear. The weapons crossed. A bright flash appeared near the red golem. Glaciora pierced the red golem's body with her sword. She cut it in half. Cries for help were heard. A bright explosion appeared in the background of the golem. The girl looked ahead with alarm, saying that apparently someone told them that the hero had woken up. Glancing sideways at the guy, she said that they did not have time to ask for reinforcements, so, although it was dangerous, they would use the shortcut. The gloomy guy exhaled, hearing the question of whether he was listening to her, and thought that for the sake of his psychological health, he needed to quickly move on to the 7th playthrough. A bright beam appeared near the red golem's body. The grey golem girl obeyed the weapon. Looking ahead, the princess said that they were there. They were at a tall golden tower. She called it the Tower of the Sage. Several red golems were moving forward. Words were heard that this was the united army of the Northern Boutique. Approaching the tower, they heard that it seemed that they surrounded the tower before the hero arrived. Hansu glanced out the window. Lenovel and his comrades were waving at him. The sage who jumped to the ground happily said how good it was that he was okay. However, he was interrupted by someone grabbing his clothes. Hansu angrily approached and asked how the golems were. No, why was the world in such chaos? What had she been doing all this time? The sage raised her hands, saying that the golem was for him. There were swirls in her eyes, and she answered that the order was very complicated. From the extraction of raw materials to production, all stages were extremely labor-intensive. She pointed her hand at the old man and said that they had finally finished it. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, hearing the request to take a look. Rays were flying from the tower. A shadow covered the surprised guy's face. Several golems landed nearby. Blue eyes were visible in the smoke. Several colored robots appeared. One had sharp drills. Behind the back of the other were guns. The third one has a pink suit on his body. The next one looks like a gray girl. The robots were standing next to each other, still holding the cloth. Hansu called out to the sage. With a sinister grin, he asked, "Is this all they did?" The sage raised his hand, saying that this was not all. The golem's eyes lit up. The robots flew up, raising dust. They flew in the sky, leaving bright traces. The red one moved forward rapidly. The blue one, too, was like an outstretched hand. The green one seemed to have wings. The black one's knees had spikes. The golem's head was like a golden crown. Together, they combined into a giant robot. A multicolored flash rose up. Hansu looked at it in shock. He stood in front of a huge super robot. When he let go of the sage, he asked, "Does he like it?" But then his face darkened when he grabbed her shoulder. He closed his eyes in fear, hearing that he was his smart friend. Hansu gave a touching thumbs up and asked to leave the rest to the hero. A question was heard from the purple ball hovering nearby. "What about the 7th playthrough?" The guy jumped up. It hovered against the background of a shining crystal, saying that it could wait. The guy jumped into the pilot's seat. Words were heard that the powers of the 5 golems correspond to the powers of the 5 elements. When combined, they lose the weakness of each element and become immune to magic. In front of the hero was a panel with a multicolored circle, from which a voice was heard that, in addition, they can use any of the elements when circumstances require it, but even a hero should be wary of such an expenditure of mana. The sage was surprised to hear a request to remember. Hansu smiled widely, saying that the hero has mana, and he had a magical power of level E. With a sly smile, he continued infinite, he had the skill infinity. The part of the super robot glowed blue. The character raised his head up, exclaiming. The glow spread around. A question was heard. This huge magic tank suddenly turned on. Hansu resolutely knitted his eyebrows, thinking that he was not going to limit himself to just 5 elements. The magic power increased to a yellow glow engulfed the robot's body. Words were heard that from now on the real fight would begin. The blood golems looked to the side, asking what that sound was. There was a tall tower at the cliff. Words were heard that from the side of the sage's tower above. The golem's body shuddered. Words were heard: earth, fire, wind, water, mind. A huge robot towered over the Red Army. Words were heard: what is this? And a cry about the unification of all 5 elements into one. The blue element shone. The colorful robot screamed that it was Captain Fantasy. The system reported that it was a level 999 plus Ultra Golem, a divine guardian with the skills strength, endurance, divinity, immunity, defense, in the status of fusion and blessing. The satisfied hero resolutely exclaimed, "Destroy them all." Miss Trainee was discouraged, saying that she could still understand rice cake, but this was too much. The student has no taste in choosing names. The colorful robot rushed forward. It hovered above the mountain surrounded by radiance. The red golem looked up, and the hero called them bastards who were ruining his 6th playthrough. The fist with the spike moved forward. The guy inside the golem attacked, screaming that he would not forgive them for this. Rapid movement and screams. The huge robot struck with his hand. The red golems gathered around demanded to attack, because he was alone. The fused golem stood surrounded by a red haze. Words were heard ordering not to be afraid of it. The red golem clutched a golden weapon. The stone on Captain Fantasia's chest glowed. Copies rushed towards it from all sides. The golem's eyes glowed blue. Looking at the bright glow, the enemy asked what kind of light it was. Hansu had a triumphant expression on his face. The glow around his golem grew brighter, and he shouted that it was useless. There was a bright beam next to the golem. Laughter was heard. The system reported the SS rank divinity skill. The cannons were raised up. 2 more were near the huge hand. Bright sparks flew forward. Hansu opened his mouth wide, triumphantly ordering to shoot. He swung his laser sword widely. A series of blue flashes passed through the crowd of red golems. A powerful explosion appeared. Looking at the colored sector on the screen, the hero said that the mana consumption, of course, greatly complicates everything. Hansu smiled widely, saying that he had enough for 1 more charge, and increased the level of magic power. A bright light surrounded the robot again. Powerful energy spread across the site. The man with a mustache closed one eye and ordered not to retreat. The group of red golems heard that they needed to calm down and drag out the fight. With a determined frown, the old man said that even his mana was not infinite. The energy ruffled the hair of the grinning guy, who asked, what if it was infinite? He hovered above the red wave. Then a blue beam rushed down. Hansu grinned contentedly. The golem's eyes glowed blue. A powerful beam struck the ground. A spark flashed in the sky above him. The light became brighter and brighter. The force of the wind knocked the man off his feet. With his eyes closed, he lay on the ground and coughed. Then he opened his eyes in fear. A black part fell onto the sand. In front of him lay the parts of the red golem. The huge combined golem towered over the man. He looked at the huge shadow with fear. With a look of horror on his face, the old man heard that he had missed his chance. Smoke rose from the colored parts. The metal hand was clutching a weapon. Captain Fantasy held a long sword in his hand. The hero said that he had missed his chance to stop the war. The man opened his mouth in horror. The mechanical wing moved. The golem's huge leg left the ground. Leaving a bright light behind it, Captain Fantasy moved forward. The huge shadow approached the small figure of the enemy. The golem jumped, swinging its sword. A bright light from the movement. A blinding line cut the ground in half. A blue flash rose behind the robot. Then a powerful explosion was heard. The huge golem turned around. Also looking back, Hansu said contentedly that the war was over. His skills of carnage, magic power, and submission had increased in level. The hand of the defeated golem was visible in the red smoke, and the worthless war, which could hardly be called a war, was over. There was a fire flame on the map, although the other continents were still in chaos. The fire surrounded one of the parts of the northern continent, but everything was now coming to order. The man held one of the scrolls, saying that everyone had sent letters asking for a peace treaty. With a wild smile, tearing up the paper, Hansu said that he did not think of accepting them. Miss Intern's voice was heard nearby, asking why. Introducing the burning map, the hero replied that he would never forgive the conspirators who had ruined his 6th playthrough and done this to the continent. With an ominous smile, the guy promised to execute everyone. He again imagined the king and prince, blue in fear, saying the royal family. The man and woman were also scared, because he promised to execute the aristocracy. The hooded man was tied up and winced quite a bit, as well as everyone connected with dark commerce. He introduced a huge golem holding a sword and announced a public execution. Below, the hero Hansu was being praised. The guy was sitting in a chair in the golem's cabin. With a smile, he exhaled and said that it felt like he had become the king of beggars. A golden tower rushed into the sky, the guy called the sage. Throwing his hands behind his head, Hansu said, the restoration of the fastest cities, villages, everything else, let them start from tomorrow. Squinting from the green flash, he heard a request not to worry. Someone's leg appeared in the green light. Next to the sage stood a green-haired girl, whom he called a goddess like the sky and a wonderful leader. They stood next to each other sweetly. The girl said that he was like the sky. Hansu looked dissatisfied. The voice of the mentor said that they were surprisingly suited to each other, and he replied that since the Holy Sword 3 proposed to unite with the sage, strange things began. A golem stood behind. The hero continued that, no matter what, maybe he and the rest should be put in order. Behind were colored golems, Hansu said, even the dark commerce that controls the war this time. With a wicked smile, he commanded the golems to merge into Captain Fantasy. The robot's eyes began to shine. The golems rose into the air, raising dust. They began to transform, surrounded by a colorful glow. The red golem moved forward. The blue one turned into a huge hand. The green one looked like wings. The black one was legs. Suddenly the golem's parts were surrounded by pink lightning. The hero turned around, blue from shock. The broken parts fell to the ground. The golem's head looked crumpled. With tears falling to his knees, Hansu screamed in grief. Tears rolled down his face. He pointed at the pink lightning, shouting that he was merging, and he was attacking, did not understand romance and was a coward in general. Someone's figure appeared in the pink flash. Surrounded by a bright glow, Hansu attacked her with a yellow flash. The guy laughed with a crazy look. The figure covered itself with its hand, saying that it was transforming, and he was attacking, coward. The guy had a predatory smile on his face, he said about the heart. Then he frowned. The hand was surrounded by a purple glow. The dissatisfied girl with horns touched her head. The equally dissatisfied Hansu stood surrounded by bright light. Looking forward carefully, the guy mentally asked, was there such a monster in dark commerce? Looking at the stranger touching her hair, he thought, her power is enough to grind even Petinar into dust. The system reported that this is the second demon of level 999, a queen with the skills dark energy, ardor, immortality, charm and steadfastness, in a demonic state of anger. Hansu held a red sword. In the girl's hand was a sharp stake. She asked, is it the same power as the hero of the origin? In the demon's hand was a sword. She hovered in the air above the hero. Hansu opened his mouth in shock, exclaiming that it was a fantasy lightsaber. The demoness blushed, indignantly asking, did he have something against it? She pushed off with her foot, leaving a mark, and said that she did not want to hear anything from a person who was preoccupied with playing stupid robots. Jumping up to meet her, the guy told her not to judge male romance. Reincarnation and fusion of a super robot are the same thing. Gritting their teeth furiously, the opponents crossed swords. The bewildered Miss in turn said that they were surprisingly suitable for each other. The earth shook. The sage with the golem ran out of the tower, asking what happened. He froze and widened his eyes, not understanding what it was. Two powerful forces collided ahead. The blades of the rivals crossed. They met in the air, and no one gave in. The girl frowned in displeasure. She made a swing and threw the hero back. He turned and pushed off the surface. His blows split the rock, but the guy immediately pushed off and went on the attack. His body was engulfed in two energies. The rival narrowed her eyes and shouted that she guessed that he was not a hero at all back when he cruelly dealt with representatives of his race. Hansu grinned while they were asking him where such a fake angel crawled out into the light. The brunette bared his teeth and demanded not to compare him with those fools. He threw his opponent back. The girl gritted her teeth, flying to the side. Suddenly her eyes widened. The main character was right in front of her. His blade was approaching the victim. Suddenly the rival hid the blade of her weapon, allowing her hand to be wounded. The young man's eyes widened, guessing that this was done intentionally. The opponent narrowed her eyes angrily. Then she intercepted the handle in her hand and restored the light blade. She sharply slashed the guy's body. Hansu winced, realizing it was a fake. The cuts on his side began to heal, thanks to instant regeneration. The girl hovered in front of him, surrounded by a ring of blood. The liquid took the form of blades. The protagonist managed to cover himself with his hands from the attack. The rival smirked and said that it was over. The brunette caught another arrow and asked indignantly. He clenched his teeth and knocked away several blades. The interlocutor smirked and exclaimed that he was now going to die from his own blood. The guy suddenly appeared right in front of her, piercing her with the sword. He bared his teeth, deciding that it was over. His pupils narrowed in surprise. The blade of his sword got stuck between her breasts. The blade was pushed back. The hero looked at her irritably and called her a coward. The interlocutor blushed and exclaimed that it was not her fault. The young man pressed his hand to her throat and declared that he would spare her no more. In response, she grabbed him by the chest. They both flew over the water, leaving a trail of magic. A bright beam cut across the surface. Its speed was gaining momentum. Finally, they crashed into the ground. There was an explosion, raising dust. The opponents clasped their hands, tensing up. Their blades crossed. The opponents exchanged displeased glances, and the girl called the hero a cowardly bastard. She smirked and declared that he could not defeat her. The brunette kicked him between the legs, demanding that he surrender. The interlocutor grimaced in irritation and exclaimed that this is usually what those who are desperate usually say. He abruptly threw the sword away, knocking out his opponent's blade as well. Hansu bared his teeth and decided that this method would be the best option. The girl shuddered and frowned. The guy approached her face, about to kiss her, and she blushed indignantly, thinking that the rival had gone crazy. His eyes widened when a voice rang out, the hero who had made a choice. The ground shook beneath them, while someone commented on Hansu getting into a relationship with the demon lord's daughter. But was it morally okay? The rivals suddenly crashed into a stone wall. Above them towered a castle engulfed in lightning. Petinar stood on the balcony, arms crossed. He smirked and asked if this was just following trends. The girl stared at the protagonist, dumbfounded. The brunette raised an eyebrow and asked what the demon lord was doing on the northern continent, and the instructor explained that Hansu was so carried away by the fight that he did not notice how he had crossed over to the central continent. The villain extended his hand. His eyes flashed and he introduced himself as the embodiment of evil, Petinar. The man remembered the captive and said that as a tribute to the hero's courage for such an attack, he would release the Elven King's wife without delay. The young man grinned and replied that he did not need it, just let the enemy wait. A purple glow suddenly appeared next to him. A powerful pillar of magic burst out of the ground. The brunette fell on his back. The girl flew up and, grimacing, called him a pervert. The hero frowned and answered her in kind, adding that she was flying around here with torn clothes everywhere. The brunette's skirt became extremely short, and she indignantly replied that the guy himself had torn it. Hansu narrowed his eyes and exclaimed that the immortal should have heard about the rules of decency. The demon lord brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Dark energy was spreading from the top of the castle. The protagonist frowned warily. He stood up, and the man said that he knew he was in love with Sophia. Petinar smirked and noted that it would be a problem if the enemy of demons thought about such things. The brunette clenched his teeth in irritation. He sat down and thought that the only time he was higher than his current level was during his very first playthrough. Dark power swirled around the interlocutor. The man smiled, and the young man guessed that the demon lord's penalty was no longer active. Petinar grinned and said that he wanted to thank the hero for two things. The daughter flew to him, and the man said that he was glad the brunette spent time with her. In response to this, Hansu narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The overlord smiled and added that the young man had become stronger than he thought. The guy suddenly pushed off the ground. He was quickly approaching the enemy. The hero narrowed his eyes and told the man to swallow the dust and roll to hell. A powerful attack blew off the top of the castle. The boy looked ahead in surprise. The overlord caught his fist. He smirked and admitted that it was quite a powerful blow. The opponents were floating in the air, and Petinar said that he almost lost hope when he learned that the boy had disappeared on the northern continent, but he came back even stronger. The brunette began to sweat, not believing that the dark energy of SSS was resisting his divinity Z. His eyes widened. The overlord smirked and said that he was grateful to the boy while he was looking at his stat window. The protagonist recoiled, not understanding where the opponent got all these skills from. He quickly jumped back. Petinar released mana and noted that the opponent had divinity without the holy sword, but he was very bad at handling dark energy, and the overlord would teach him how to use it. The brunette gritted his teeth, realizing that he would be torn apart if he delayed even a little. Darkness swirled around the demon's hand. The man clenched his fist and asked him to watch carefully. Hansa's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the pressure. The opponent swung, concentrating his power. Then he lunged forward, and the young man barely managed to cover himself. Dark energy touched his body. Then a powerful beam pierced the hero through and through. He rushed through space. A pillar of light flew over the ocean. Then it rushed over the land. A powerful flash appeared far behind the young man. Hansa's eyes widened, and blood gushed from his mouth. The brunette turned pale and thought that now was very dangerous. The guy hurried to jump back even further. The lord raised his hand and admitted that the opponent was fast. He swung, sending darkness to attack. The protagonist tried to block the rain of projectiles. Hansu squinted, realizing that this was not the dark energy he was used to, and that he could die like this. The brunette shuddered when the lord apologized for wasting his time. A powerful aura was concentrating around the opponent. Armor began to appear on his body. It gathered around the red stone on his chest. The man's face was hidden by a thick mask. Now the lord was dressed in armor with horns. He flashed his eyes and suggested that they start playing seriously. Hansu grinned and replied that he was afraid he would not live to see this. A glow appeared on the demon's back. He spread his wings of light. The protagonist squinted, realizing that he was about to attack. At that very second, the enemy appeared in front of him, striking. The Lord's fist crashed into the boy's stomach. A powerful beam blew the boy back. Dust rose from his impact with the ground. The brunette gritted his teeth and wheezed. There was a hole in his chest and blood was pouring out of his mouth, and Hansu thought that he might die like this. The enemy was getting closer, and the hero noted that he had never thought that it would be so strong. The Lord's eyes sparkled while the youth thought about how he was supposed to be a pathetic loser who was defeated by the power of love and friendship. The demon narrowed his eyes. Hansu looked up when the interlocutor spoke. The mask temporarily revealed Pedinar's face, and he said that until now he had only fought the hero as a demon lord. The man banged his fists and added that now the brunette would have to fight the father of his tomboy girlfriend. The interlocutor grimaced in irritation and asked again. The youth jumped up and indignantly asked which other girl they were talking about. Pedinar grinned, releasing his power. He suddenly attacked the enemy with a dark beam. The protagonist extended his hand to take the blow. A light flashed between them. The demon looked forward with a smile. The boy gritted his teeth from the tension. Hansu swung his other hand. A golden beam burst through the dark energy. It flew straight into the enemy's face. The man opened his mouth and absorbed the mana. The Lord chuckled and noted that it was impressive. The hero frowned and cursed. A powerful explosion was heard. A young man flew out of the purple cloud. He hit the ground several times as he fell. Dust swirled around his leg. The brunette stretched out, lying with a hole in his chest, and wondered if he would really lose to the demon lord. Pedinar approached, noting that his opponent was in some kind of trouble. He put his hand to the shining stone on his chest. A dark blade immediately appeared. There was a scary skeleton on the handle, and the protagonist thought it was a demonic sword that was weak when the demon lord was penalized, and for the first time in his memory, it emitted such a dangerous aura. The man smirked, and the boy mentally noted that he seemed to have raised too many levels. He grimaced, listening to the opponent say that his daughter finally found a worthy man. Sophia flinched in midair when Hansu asked to just finish him off and stop with these humiliations. The demon stretched his lips into a smile. He raised his sword and offered to receive his unofficial patch. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The young man looked at the approaching opponent. He ripped open his stomach with a blade. A stream of blood gushed out. The red liquid spread around. The brunette squinted, drowning in it, and wondered if the lord was committing suicide. The boy covered himself with his hand and muttered that he needed to fly. A wave washed over him, not allowing him to do anything. Only Hansu's eye was visible through the dark liquid. In a small gap, he could only see his enemy. The overlord smirked, looking at the boy. The protagonist pointed an irritated finger at him, and shouted that he and his daughter were both crazy. Then another wave washed over him. A purple flash appeared in the darkness. The light gradually filled the space, and then a voice asked if the hero enjoyed his adventure. A sign with his name appeared in the air. Then the grades floated up, with a note that this hero could not be so righteous. The boy looked at the list on the table several times, not believing his eyes. He stood in front of the note, studying it. Then he joyfully spread his arms and shouted that finally, all his hard work was starting to bear fruit. However, a notification immediately appeared in the darkness that he had failed the test. The brunette crossed his arms and decided to take it easy this time. Hansu frowned, realizing that he had lost to the demon lord. The boy remembered how his strike had been blocked. The lord had chuckled, and the hero thought about how his skills were better and their levels were equal. The brunette closed his eyes, acknowledging that his opponent had still managed to surpass him. He stood in front of the notification window, studying what was written. The boy grimaced and muttered that he really was a noble hero, and the examiner was already tired of copying and pasting. The message asked him to become stronger and save the world this time, and the boy was indignant, shouting that the world had already been saved. He remembered how Pedinar had ripped open his stomach and realized that this time it was the demon lord who had saved him. A light appeared under the boy's feet. He crossed his arms and humbly went on the 7th playthrough, and the system notified him of the start of the recertification. The boy flew into the void, reading the messages that the faculty was amazed by his results, and was looking for a special instructor. A flash of light flashed in the darkness. The light grew larger and larger. The boy raised his fist, hearing himself being hailed as a hero again. A bust of a girl appeared in front of him. Lenovo smiled and asked what he was doing. The brunette furrowed his brows and replied that he was warming up. He looked at his hand and realized that everything was back to the beginning. The boy smiled and decided that it wasn't so bad, because the 6th playthrough was a nightmare. The hero looked at the grades and noted that the results were good, and the combat power was rated in FF because he was destroyed by the demon lord. He imagined the face of the lord and thought that he knew how to deal with this. Hansu grinned, confident that now graduating would be a piece of cake. The blonde looked at him and asked if he had come to his senses, to which the hero replied that he had not gone anywhere. The brunette looked around while his interlocutor was telling him what kind of place it was once again. There were armed mages standing by the walls, which surprised the young man. Another couple were standing near the doors. The guy looked up, immediately guessing. Above the entrance hung the banner of the Kingdom of Magic, in which he found himself this time. Hansu smiled, deciding that it was not so bad to start the 7th playthrough in the Northern Kingdom. He leaned on his hand, thinking that he would simply do what she did last time. The brunette closed his eyes and shed tears, remembering the huge robot that he intended to resurrect soon. The hero opened the system window, while the girl hurried to introduce herself. The guy studied his skills and status. His attention was drawn to the maximum level of dark energy, because last time it was not like that. And on the bottom line it was written that the boy was cursed, which reduced his ability level by 1/10 of the total, although this is usually what happens when you are defeated by a demon. The blonde looked at the glow emanating from the boy in surprise while trying to tell what her name meant. Hansu smirked, knowing that he had no reason to worry, because everything could be removed with his divinity and blessing. The inscription with the curse began to evaporate. Everyone present stared at the brunette in shock, while he thought that he would not hide his power on the 7th playthrough. He bared his teeth, intending to force the two to submit to him with his divinity. The mages backed away in shock. They immediately fell to their knees, worshipping the new saint. However, one of them clutched his spear, tensing his entire body. The man clenched his teeth, and the boy noted that this one could resist his holiness. Hansu smiled smugly, and released dark energy. The mage immediately bowed, greeting the saint. The brunette grinned, listening to how he was being praised. Lenova looked at the hero in surprise and muttered that it was strange, to which the interlocutor objected that she was the only strange one here. The girl winked and exclaimed that she was what she was, to which the guy immediately asked her to shut up. Golden light was seeping from the doors. The protagonist walked along the corridor, and everyone around bowed. Hansu grinned, deciding that it was time to greet His Majesty. The companion stopped, looking ahead. The doors to the throne room were guarded by 2 guards. They opened the gates, from which light poured. Then the brunette entered, approaching the ruling family. The young man bowed. He opened his eye when the weak voice of the king addressed him. The man sat on the throne, coughing. The ruler looked up at the guest and greeted him, while the brunette noted that his status included illness and curse. Hansu closed his eyes, mentally comparing his interlocutor to a sick dog. The young man read his abilities, concluding that with such people one can live a long and healthy life. However, the last line attracted him, and the hero thought that if everything continued like this, just like in the previous playthrough, he would soon die. The prince looked at his father with concern and said that he had had enough greetings, and the princess burst into tears. The brunette raised his eyebrows, remembering the unpleasant face of the blonde. On the other side of the ruler sat a man who noted that it was quite cold today. He turned his head and said that his brother would take care of this hero. His eyes narrowed when he asked the king to go and rest. Hansu chuckled, mentally noting that he seemed to have forgotten to say the word forever. The ruler stood up with the help of his subordinates, and muttered that he left it to the duke. His brother frowned, and the brunette thought that since he could afford to order like that, the king must trust him. The hero smirked. He smiled ominously, deciding that the future in which this man became king did not coincide with his graduation. The boy took a step and addressed the ruler. The guards tensed, exclaiming that it was impermissible to address the monarch so impudently. Suddenly, their face was illuminated by light. The protagonist spread his arms, activating divine energy, and forcing the others to recognize him as a saint. The king looked at the guest in surprise, who asked to accept his light. Hansu smiled broadly, declaring that then all problems would be solved. The interlocutor widened his eyes, asking again. A golden glow filled the hall. After a while, the brunette released the energy and grinned. The silhouette of the king was visible in front of him. The man leaned on his hand, tensing his muscles. The hero looked at him, and asked how he felt. The interlocutor smiled and took a deep breath. He clenched his fist and joyfully exclaimed that he felt like he was reborn, while the curse in his status disappeared, replaced by a blessing. The ruler laughed, shouting that he did not know that the body could be so light. The duke turned pale, looking at him in shock, and asked how this happened. The young man grinned, thinking that he had been on his list since the 6th playthrough. The prince and princess began to hug their father, rejoicing at the healing. The king looked at the hero, calling him a saint. Hansu bowed modestly when the interlocutor asked how he could repay him. The brunette stretched his lips into a smile, hearing that the monarch was ready to do anything to ease the boy's burden. The guy took a scroll from his inventory while the man bragged about his beautiful daughter. The king looked up when the young man said that there was something he wished for. He unfolded the outstretched piece of paper. The ruler raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked what it was when the guest asked to make it for him. Hansu grinned and replied that it was what half of humanity desired. On the scroll was a drawing of a robot. The brunette resolutely looked at the interlocutor, and declared that this was the embodiment of his dream. The guy immediately found himself in darkness. The instructor stood behind him, greeting him. The boy narrowed his eyes in irritation when she said that she had warned him that she would not wait long. She smiled, saying that it was expected that this day would come, but she was still deeply touched. The brunette frowned in displeasure and asked again, while the interlocutor muttered that the boy had grown so much thanks to the determination and hard work of the teachers. Hansu turned away and asked not to try to offend him and just call the homeroom teacher here, which caused confusion in the woman. The hero clenched his teeth and assumed that the instructor missed the grade of 3F. She immediately disappeared into the portal, saying that she would go and check. The boy closed his eyes and thought that the teachers did nothing, but constantly pestered him. He frowned, realizing that due to their terrible training methods, he had wasted 17 years of his life, even though in the real world it had only been a year and 7 months. But then there was the emotional stress and suffering he had endured. The king looked at the diagram, puzzled. The man looked away when the boy addressed him. The boy smiled and stated that if this golem was improved, the world would be in their hands. There was a banner hanging on the wall of the hall. The ruler stood in front of the hero, muttering that this was a completely different level than he imagined. The man sweated and asked for some time to think. The other man smiled and immediately agreed, thinking that he was incredibly generous, since his rating as a hero was AAA. The brunette frowned, reminding himself that carelessness could be fatal, and there was no guarantee that he would be able to get such a rating again. The monarch studied the scroll carefully, while the guest thought about how he needed to maintain a good relationship with the king for a while and obtain a position worthy of the highest praise. Dark energy and divinity separated from the youth's body. They reached out towards the king. The boy's lips stretched into a smile, while he thought that perhaps he was losing something in this. But he could do nothing but calm his heart and help him. Hansu grinned ominously and asked the interlocutor to think about it slowly and carefully. The ruler turned pale in fear and then called the magicians to him. The brunette watched with satisfaction as he frantically discussed the scheme, noting that nothing else was expected from his SSS rank smile. The magicians bowed their heads, standing behind the king, who after a while said that he had approved the project with the best engineers. He smiled and declared that they would immediately begin production of this golem. The youth bowed and replied that this was a truly wise decision. The man showed his fingers and announced that Captain Fantasia would be completed in 3 years. The other man looked at him questioningly. He turned pale and said nothing, and the king decided that the guy was simply surprised at how quickly it would be made. The brunette froze, digesting this figure. Hansu imagined the demon lord and thought that he could kill him more than 1,000 times in that time, so he couldn't wait that long. The king looked at the guest when he spoke. The hero handed over another package and asked what about this golem. The man unrolled the scroll with interest. His eyes immediately widened. There was an image of a woman on the paper, and the monarch muttered that the designer of this golem must be a genius from heaven. He began discussing the idea with the engineers again, noting that the materials were indeed rare. The king frowned and said that this one was not that big, and the plan was also easy to follow. The young man sighed contentedly when the other man said that collecting the materials would take about 5 days, the same with production, so in total it would take 10 days. The hero opened his eye when the other man added that there was one thing. The diagram showed that there should be a stone on the robot's chest, and the ruler noted that the place for the golem's core was empty. Hansu smiled and assured that he would take care of it, since he had done this before. The young man remembered the crystal on the sacred sword. He imagined Golem D next to the sage, who would be quite useful in battle. She had the same stone on her chest, but the hero had a completely different goal. The guy imagined the exchange of energy between the mage and his creation, and remembered that all high-level golems have a built-in summoning function, with which they can be called when needed, since the core and the soul of the user are connected. The brunette visualized the blade and the robot, because Golem D was built into the holy sword in a similar way, so he could use it. Then the boy imagined himself in this scheme, thinking about what would happen if he used a golem. He imagined himself with blades, thinking about how one hero can officially use one awakened holy sword, but with this method, it would be possible to bypass this rule. Hansu closed his eyes and decided that he would need to test it further, and he did not want to use such a method. The boy frowned, remembering the daughter of the demon lord, and thought that it was not the time to be picky if he wanted to defeat that nasty girl. The king smiled and agreed when the guest asked that they start producing this golem first. The brunette smiled and thanked him, adding that he would pray for the ruler, who had regained his health and was able to unite the northern continent with the help of Captain Fantasia. The interlocutor grinned, flattered by such words. The sphere above the protagonist's head froze, and the instructor sighed heavily. The boy smiled and greeted the intern once again. He looked at the sphere that said it had arrived, as he sensed something fishy was going on. Hansu grinned and said he was glad to see her. The sphere shuddered in surprise and responded in kind. Banners hung on the castle walls, and the hero's voice said there were 10 days left until creation. He crossed his arms and said there was not a second to lose. The brunette remembered the snow cat and thought that 6 years had passed since becoming a frozen man, and now he would rather die than waste time like this. Lenovo looked at the boy happily and asked where he was going, receiving the answer that as long as he was away from her. The blonde grinned calmly and said that she and the hero were friends, which angered the latter. The girl's eyes flashed, and she exclaimed that it would be more advantageous for him to be with her, because she could take on all the household chores. The main character glanced at her with displeasure, because she had meanly listed all the necessary qualities. Hansu turned to the window and muttered that she could do whatever she wanted, after which the interlocutor asked where they were going. They looked through the glass, and the guy said that their goal was there. A high mountain was visible ahead, and the blonde asked why exactly there. She stared questioningly at the hero, who said that it was not enough yet. The brunette grinned and said that he did not have enough skills to destroy them personally. Smoke was rising from the chimney of a small house. The long-haired guy wiped his sweat, leaning on an axe, and muttered that the weather was great today. The next second, someone grabbed him by the throat. A fight ensued, from which bewildered cries were heard. Finally, the protagonist saddled the bewildered white dragon Beku, pumping up his training, breeding, and strength skills. The brunette grinned and ordered him to move. The young man pointed at the blonde and declared that she could be disposed of. The dragon took off. It quickly headed for the top of the snow mountain, while the girl screamed to be taken along. The protagonist grinned, muttering that there was just a little bit left. Hansu grinned, saying that he had forgotten the fight, but not the enemy, and the trainee asked him to have mercy. An ice castle was visible in front of them. A girl was sitting at the table. She was calmly sipping tea from a golden cup. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a shadow loomed over her. The dragon unceremoniously grabbed the princess. She turned pale, asking who he was and demanding that he let her go. Beku obediently unclenched his teeth, throwing the girl into the snow. The protagonist looked down and declared that here they are. The surface of the rock split. A huge monster jumped out of it, trying to grab the intruder. Hansu pushed off with his foot, and exclaimed that this time everything would be different. He shot a golden beam into the enemy's eyes. The cat bared its teeth and hissed, having lost one organ. However, it immediately restored the loss and rushed to attack. The guy tensed his hand. The hero took out his sword and declared that he would kill him so that he would suffer before his death. His pupils narrowed madly. The young man sharply pierced the enemy's chest. Then he appeared behind him and cut him with the blade. A bright light poured out of the cat's eye sockets and mouth. Hansu immediately attacked the enemy with divinity. A powerful explosion was heard. A bright beam pinned the monster to the ground. He collapsed, continuing to receive cuts. Then another explosion was heard. The protagonist frowned, activating the energy. A bright light emanated from him. Incredible energy fell on the monster. The brunette grinned, thinking that now he would definitely not leave. His leg was covered in ice. Hansu bared his teeth, using the frost skill, and said that not this time. The trap cracked. The youth spread his arms contentedly, getting rid of the bonds. The hero grinned. He turned around and muttered that now he needed the ice princess. The girl's cloak was peeking out of the white dragon's mouth, and the brunette said that he would pretend that he had not seen anything. They moved on, while the guy said that there were small problems left to solve, because there was still a lot of work to do. Beku spread his wings. The companions flew over the forest, and the hero decided that the next destination would be the Cave of Water Lilies, so there was no time to waste. The surprised ogres raised their heads. The dragon's eyes flashed when the owner gave a short order. He brought down an icy wave on the monsters. Hansu smiled, noticing how his characteristics were increasing. Blue flashes from their attacks were visible around the mountain. Finally, the guy landed on the ground. The young man pointed at the lizard and demanded to sit and wait for him. The protagonist stopped at the entrance to the cave, ready to enter it. Before that, the brunette opened the characteristics window to evaluate. A holy shield appeared in his equipment, elusiveness reached the SSS rank, and magic power became maximum. The brunette grinned contentedly, and resolutely moved forward. The young man punched another golem. He defeated the next one with his foot. Another opponent became a victim of a wooden sword. The hero cut it in half. He grinned, saying that they were so weak, despite their skills. The guy looked at the characteristics and thought that, having entered the training cave, he ceased to be a hero in armor, and with a combination of divine and sacred skill, they turn into night hunters, while the blessing skill increases with each minute, so you will have to sweat a little. The brunette rushed forward, grimacing, and asked the old geezer to wait a little longer. There was light ahead, and the guy realized that there was just a little more left, because his body could not withstand this. A field appeared in front of him, a transcendental night. Hansu looked out of the spatial window and muttered that he got rid of those annoying bugs. His eyes widened in surprise. A man stood in front of him. There were horns on his head. The stranger was dressed in a formal suit. In his hand he held a red staff. The main character narrowed his eyes and asked who he was. The interlocutor put his hand on his chest and greeted the new generation warrior. The gray-haired man smiled and introduced himself as the demon who controlled this place. He stood in front of the young man, saying that he was harmless, and expressed the hope that he would not fight. The stranger grinned and added that this could end sadly for the guy. Hansu frowned and thought that he didn't know that he was the first warrior in this universe. The man introduced the knight and said that a long time ago, the first warrior was summoned to Fantasia, who was the same as other people. The companions walked along the path, and the demon said that the man had amazing talent and was very friendly, and later led the entire human race. He introduced the lord and added that after a fierce battle, the man eventually defeated the demon lord. The brunette closed his eyes and replied that everyone already knew that. The young man glanced sideways at his interlocutor with displeasure, who asked if he had heard the backstory. The sun was shining on the field, and the demon said that the hero who defeated Petinar lived in poverty, among fairies, mermaids and beautiful saints. The guy frowned and asked to get closer to the point. The gray-haired man smiled and said that the truth was completely different. He visualized a man and said that the hero who defeated the Demon King was not happy because his enemy had disappeared. Hansu narrowed his eyes and said that everyone knew that he had run away, tired of the constant restrictions around him. The interlocutor smirked and noted that the hero was very perceptive. He turned to the irritated youth, who asked him to stop flattering him. The guy looked up with interest. The companions were standing in front of an Eastern temple. Its roof was full of holes in places, and the hero thought that this place was very different from the previous one. The demon headed towards the entrance, and the brunette assumed that it was because of the change of the manager. He frowned, looking ahead. An elf was standing by the window. Her gaze was emotionless, and the guy immediately recognized her as a ghost from the past, the hero's wife. The demon passed by, saying that they could not understand her thoughts, so there was no need to worry about it. Hansu turned when he was addressed. They stopped before descending into the basement, and the man declared that the truth was waiting for him ahead. Light illuminated the beginning of the stairs. The guy stepped onto the stone floor. A golden statue of the hero towered before them. The brunette raised his eyebrows in displeasure and asked if this was the holy sword. He narrowed his eyes when the interlocutor asked to look more closely. The demon stepped forward. The silhouette unclenched his hands as he approached. The statue exhaled steam. The man looked up. His grinning face was covered by a shadow. The opponent swung his blade at him. The demon moved to the side with a smile. The blow missed. The gray-haired man only moved his hand with the staff to the side. The tip of his weapon touched the sword. This slight movement knocked the blade out of the hands of the statue. The same one easily caught it. The man turned around, holding the trophy. He made the sword smaller, and the statue simply returned to its previous state. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell open. The interlocutor came closer and asked to look at it. Green light emanated from his hand. He pointed it at the sword. The stone on the handle cracked. The man demonstrated with a smile how the blade shattered into pieces. The brunette looked at the fragments in surprise. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked what the hell that was. A fragment remained in the demon's hands, and the young man thought that it was impossible to destroy the holy sword so easily. And how could it be taken so easily? The hero narrowed his eyes when the interlocutor said that he must already understand everything. The man threw down the weapon and said that this holy sword was used by the first hero who destroyed the Demon King. The fragments lay on the floor, and the interlocutor added that even he was not eternal. The young man's face was reflected in the split blade, and the companion said that he was not the only warrior. The demon introduced the planets and said that this world was not a copy of the previous one. He visualized a delineated land and explained that it was a dimension where stability reigned. The blade was lying nearby, and the man muttered that this was a world where 100 were not more than one. That was why the holy sword broke so quickly. Hansu frowned and asked if it was the same with the Demon King. The man smiled and confirmed. He introduced one of the monarchs and said that on the continent they say that the Demon King has been resurrected, but he has never been resurrected. The man thought of the Lord behind bars and said that there are so many worlds separated from each other, but he is still sealed. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that this is truly additional information for the warriors. The demon smiled and said that the real enemy is not Petinar. He closed his eyes and muttered that he may not believe it now, but he must know. The youth raised an eyebrow and asked him to tell. The boy froze and cursed in his mind. The other man grinned calmly, and Hansu wondered if he could be bluffing, although there was no reason for it, but the feeling was strange. The brunette frowned and mentally noted that he should have immediately finished his training and stopped there. He winced when his companion asked if he was not interested. The man chuckled and apologized when the young man asked to get to the point. The gray-haired man introduced the Lord and said that there was no Demon King to defeat. Then why did warriors exist? Hansu frowned and demanded not to fool him and answer as it was. The other man stretched his lips into a smile, noting that he was attentive. He visualized the diadem. The image of the first hero appeared in his head, and the man said that he needed to be defeated. In the past, the warrior ran away and created his own family. The interlocutor remembered the person and added that this was very different from the previous one, and the family, on the contrary, maintained stability in relationships. In his thoughts, the hero's eyes flashed, and the narrator suggested that they had all become demons and should be feared. Hansu looked at him carefully, and noted that they had enough heroes who could defeat him. The man thrust his staff into the floor. The boy placed his hands on his waist, and he said that he wanted to convey that this reward had a high price. The demon bowed, and his body was covered in cracks when he said that he offered his support, and would give him power. He smiled and asked him to use it worthy. The protagonist stood patiently as his body was enveloped in energy. The boy moved his hand. Then he began to climb the stairs, thinking that he did not know if there was any change in his abilities, but he felt that his strength and skills had increased slightly. The boy raised his eyebrows when he heard a cry. The elf stared at him in shock and asked why he was here. The hero, instead of answering, hit her on the neck. The blonde collapsed on the floor, and Hansu muttered that it was a lucky meeting. His face was distorted by a creepy grin. He moved the girl onto the bed. She opened her eyes slightly when a hand reached out to her. The elf blushed and was indignant, however, she was immediately wrapped in a sheet. The girl turned pale when the hero hit her on the forehead. The brunette looked at the passed out elf and told her to sit quietly and not go out, and that he had to go now. Hansu grinned and said that she should be grateful for his leniency, because when she remembered her betrayal, she immediately started to tremble. Footsteps were heard from behind. The young man shuddered and turned around. A silhouette came out of the light. The guy thought about the man behind the wall and said that he did not have to meet him. The brunette stopped in the corridor. He stood in front of the gates to the newcomer's night, the final point, and the boy thought that his opponent had already noticed his appearance. Hansu smiled, taking the staff, and decided that victory would be his. The hero suddenly jumped, activating energy. The boy grinned and muttered that he now had information. On the ground beneath him lay the remains of golems and a man. The boy smiled and asked why the brunette was taking so long. The man sat down next to him in surprise. The interlocutor chuckled when the boy asked what he was doing here and clarified if he remembered his name. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was a long time ago, and the man was indignant that the boy forgot again. The boy imagined a figure of a warrior living in his fantasies. He visualized how he attacked the enemy, obsessed with the idea of defeating the demon king with the help of friendship and later returning home. There was a purple sphere shining nearby, and for the hero it was an unmistakable fact that everything could be done peacefully. The boy scratched his head when Hansu asked him what he was doing there. The interlocutor sat in front of the hero, telling him that he went hunting with his friends as a mercenary, and then was left alone due to unstable weather. He blushed and added that he only had one sleeping bag, and he and his girlfriend slept in it, hugging each other, because it was terribly cold, after which the brunette got angry and demanded to simply answer his question. The boy shrugged and asked to listen carefully. He smiled and said that in the morning, when he woke up, he saw a fairy tale city in front of him. The interlocutor squinted and assumed that he was simply overheated. The blonde closed his eyes and replied that he thought so too, but talked to its inhabitants. The protagonist crossed his arms, thinking that he already knew this guy who was recognized as a hero 3 years ago, but he was here again, in this wild fantasy world. The brunette turned pale, wondering if he had encountered an anomaly of this world. Hansu widened his eyes, thinking that now they were going to kidnap him again. He frowned in displeasure, as the interlocutor continued his story. The hero turned his gaze to the boy, who added that he went into the forest to get medicine and ended up here. The blonde smirked, and said that he had found a new holy sword. He glanced sideways at Hansu, and asked to be called by his name. The interlocutor looked at him calmly, and called him a friend. The boy was dressed in combat clothes, and the hero asked why he was hunting in them. He tilted his head and muttered that it was obvious. The brunette pursed his lips and decided that there would be no problems if he kept his mouth shut. He imagined the silhouette of a girl when the interlocutor told him about the android, the main weapon of the aliens who invaded the Earth 6 months ago. The hero stared at the young man, who muttered that, despite his appearance, he was very durable. The brunette did not react while he said that he was impossible to distinguish from an ordinary person until you saw his abilities. Hansu's eyes widened, not understanding what kind of aliens, android and earthly invasion were these. He imagined strange creatures in space. The guy remembered the golem and thought that, of course, he had met robots that were quite strong. Then he visualized the lightsaber in Sophia's hand. The hero froze, trying to understand if it should be like this in a fantasy world. The young man imagined the planet, and wondered why it touched the Earth, and not knowing the time of events was very annoying. He remembered the first hero and noted that 6 months ago it was the same, but now it was a different time. The guy silently turned around. The brunette winced when the other guy asked what he was doing there, and what he had been doing all this time. The hero stopped and paused. Hansu looked away, realizing that he could neither ignore nor pretend not to hear, nor even superficially tell, although he could close his eyes to that story about aliens. The boy smiled with interest, and the brunette decided that now it was better to approach each new piece of information wisely. The interlocutors winced when a shout was heard nearby, "Warrior!" The blushing elf in rags leaned against the wall and demanded that he take responsibility, and not run away like that. The guy covered his ears in irritation. He glanced sideways at the young man, who asked what it was. The boy glared at him and demanded an explanation. Hansu clenched his teeth while the other guy shouted that he couldn't leave such a beauty alone. The young man pressed his palms to his ears tighter when the elf added that he didn't dare run away now. The boy grimaced in irritation and thought that if they continued now, he would kill someone. The blonde looked at the hero in surprise, who said that he was leaving. He ran past them, saying that he would leave first, and they could follow him. The hero pushed off the floor, thinking that he was actually worried, because his goal was to return to the Earth and protect it, no matter what happened. The boy pressed his lips together. Hansu looked ahead resolutely and decided that now was not the time to relax. There was a golden tablet at the entrance to the cave. The blonde was lying on the ground, tired, saying that they barely got out. Hansu said that this was great. The boy sat up in shock, hearing that the most boring training was over, so they would go kill the Demon King. Hansu glanced at him indifferently and asked if there was a problem. His friend replied that of course, how can you fight the Demon King at this level? It was as if a stone of realization fell on the boy. The brunette opened one eye. Hansu stood next to the white dragon, hearing that they were going to meet the Ice Princess. The guy and the dragon exchanged glances. The white dragon was flying in the sky. The blonde was smiling, telling something, and the hero thought that he really wasn't resting and was chatting non-stop. The boy closed his eyes and said that there had been cataclysms on Earth, and Hansu thought that he could learn useful information from him. He imagined people running from the explosion and thought that while standing, several countries had suffered greatly. Black figures raised their swords. The heroes did not sit idly by. He imagined a man running towards a monster and thought that with love and friendship they had defeated the aliens, and now they were catching the remnants of the army that had suffered defeat. Looking forward, he responded indifferently and thought that despite all this, essential information was missing. He imagined the image of an alien hero and thought that the first heroes and aliens were different forces. This was too complicated. His thoughts were interrupted by the boy pointing forward. The hero asked, "What again?" They flew to the foot of a high mountain, and the boy asked, "What happened to it?" The protagonist remembered the battle with the huge beast and said that it really had. A white paw touched the ground. The dragon landed at the gate. Hansu crossed his arms and asked if they shouldn't have started by looking for the sage's staff. The blonde replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He presented the character figurines and the cross and said that if he gave the staff away right away, it wouldn't work. He presented the blushing girl and said that he needed to discuss this beginning with her, hoping that there was a way to control the power. The blonde smiled slyly, saying that then the princess herself would start to worry, and the guy thought he should have such a bad character to graduate. He was far from it. His friend gave him a thumbs up, saying that in any case, he understood what he meant. They would first find the ice princess. He walked around the white area and called for her. Hansu thought that maybe he should pretend to be looking for her too. He looked to the side. Among the snow blocks, he noticed a small cave. His eye widened in understanding. Crying could be heard from under the snow slabs. Hansu's eye turned red. There was darkness in the triangular opening, and words were heard that if she didn't want to be eaten by the dragon, she should quickly come out of there. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise when he heard her coming out. He ran to Hansu, saying that it seemed like there was something there. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He saw a girl in a shabby dress who introduced herself as an ice princess. The girl opened one eye. She looked at the guys near the big white dragon. Becky looked down at her. The girl remembered her last meeting with him. Hansu suddenly appeared with a smile, saying that he was glad to meet her. He pointed his finger at the blonde and said that he was Hero A, and that little guy was Hero B. His shadow was like a demon when he asked, "Is she that famous ice princess?" With a smile, he introduced a huge monster cat and said that it would be great if she was ready to release her claws like that white cat. The princess trembled in fear. Hansu smiled, saying that it was great, and the blonde called out to the princess. The system reported brainwashing, intimidation, and threats of level F. Opening her mouth, the girl heard a question about what happened to the castle, and said that not long ago someone attacked. Hansu stared ahead tensely. The girl standing in front of him trembled and hastily corrected herself that it was all because of her ability. The blonde exclaimed that he knew it. He put out his palm and asked her to be calm. He knew how to control her ability. The girl blushed, asking, "Really?" and heard that of course. Hansu glanced sideways at his friend, who asked him to wait a little. He would return as soon as he got the desired item, and called him. The dragon raised a wing. Beku spread his wings and roared. The girl looked at him in surprise, and then she got scared, releasing a blue smoke from her mouth. The boy watched as she closed her eyes and screamed for them to leave. A blue glow engulfed the body of his friend, who screamed for Hansu to be careful. Regardless of their level, this frost is dangerous. The boy extended his hand forward, touched the girl's head. She blushed embarrassedly. Hansu looked at her ominously and told her to freeze. The blue haze began to shrink. The ice princess sat on the floor in shock, and Hansu said that it seemed he had managed to convince her they did not need the sage's staff. The dragon looked at the boy's figure. A question was heard, "Are you okay?" The blonde was encased in ice. Raising his eyebrows, Hansu said that it looked like it, then he will go. A voice was heard from the purple ball, saying that if he made the same mistakes every time, he would achieve nothing, because on the 6th try he did not abandon the princess, right? He remembered how an hour ago the princess opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that he had to kill the demon king, so if she understood everything, let her go to the village. Hansu frowned in displeasure when he heard the question of what to do with the golem he ordered from the mages. Was he going to go and catch the demon king like this? The white dragon flew over the trees. The guy answered that yes, in order to get AAA, he had to repeat what he did in the last attempt. The dragon was flying towards the mountain when he heard the request to turn around. A destroyed snow castle. The man took a step. With a confident look, the brunette said that he remembered something. He was standing in front of his friend frozen in ice. The ball hovering nearby heard him say that he almost forgot it here. The teacher replied that it was great. You need to take care of your comrades. It's a plus for karma. Joyfully holding the sword, the guy said that now he will test it. He looked away from the ball and told Beku to look for the princess and get out of here. Snow-covered trees at the foot of the mountain. The girl walked, leaving footprints in the snow. Her face was covered in beads of sweat. She was surprised when a shadow covered her. The dragon hovered above the screaming ice princess. She looked at it in surprise. Hansu called out to the girl decisively. Tears appeared in her eyes. She called out to the hero. Her hands were clasped on the guy's stomach. The embarrassed princess sat behind. Without looking at her, the guy asked that when they arrived, the first thing he should do is go wash himself. The girl agreed and asked where they were going. Ahead was a castle with purple flags. The man touched his head, standing below. The paw fell to the ground. Hansu smiled, hearing him say that he was surprised every time. Did he tame the dragon? The king stepped forward, saying that he should be more modest. He was just in time. The ordered golem was ready. The man opened his mouth in surprise. He noticed the girl standing behind him. Tears appeared in her eyes when she recognized her father. The king was crying too. They rushed to embrace. The princess cried, embracing her father, and the hero thought that he imagined that she was a noble princess of some great country. The boy stood by the dragon with its tongue hanging out, thinking that, however, this country turned out to be the kingdom of magicians. He opened his eyes when he heard someone calling him. The crying king said that not only did he cure his incurable disease, but he also saved the girl who had lost hope. Hansu smiled and held out his palm when he heard the question of how he could repay his kindness, and told him not to worry. With a satisfied look, he suggested that they take a better look at the golem, and thought that there was no better reward for him than release. The doors to the bright room opened. The hooded people bowed, greeting the great holy hero. In front of them, a figure was visible in the flask. The people bowed, greeting the hero. He looked at the figure. In front of him was a holy golem in the form of a shaman. The hero said that it was perfect, and looked at the system window with the characteristics. Grinning, the guy said that if you add a pinch of divinity to it, no one will compare, to which he heard a request to wait. The king waved his hand in order to carry it. The guy saw how they handed him a box. Looking at the blue object, he thought that it was a familiar thing. The guy stood in front of the man, who said that this golem was made as a reward for saving a life. The eyes of the metal girl were closed. Words were heard that very unusual materials were required for its manufacture. From the heart of a dragon to the jasper of the elf king, everything was settled by order of the kingdom. The guy was surprised to see a purple glow. The man showed him a red crystal and said that for saving his precious daughter, a matter that was impossible to carry out by order of the kingdom. The boy looked at the red stone, hearing that they give a national treasure as a token of gratitude. Hansu remembered the dissatisfied dumpling king and thanked him, thinking that this was very generous of him. Let someone watch and learn. He suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Rays were spreading from the red crystal. Words were heard that the archmage who helped the first hero, their ancestor, saying that the ancestor who refused to become part of the hero's family received this stone as a professional gift. A voice was heard from the stone that he wanted to kill the depraved saint and princess. Let him look at it. Do not pay attention to the fools that surround them. Does he doubt his sincerity? The red crystal emitted a glow and the words that love is very similar to magic. The hero thought that this was the ancestor that the king spoke of. Judging by what he said, he was quirky. The red haze approached the guy. The hidden characteristic appeared as if a broken letter C. There was a satisfied grin on the hero's face. He looked at the characteristics of the skill without a name, and thought that as long as his skill level was growing, the rest did not matter. The man put the red crystal into the golem girl's mouth. The green stone on her chest glowed. The green light became brighter. The golem moved her fingers. Then she blushed, looking at her palm, and exclaimed that finally, the system reported that this is a level 930 chaos golem, a hero profession with the skills of divinity, destruction, chaos, physical strength and hardness in the status of submission and satisfaction. She exclaimed indignantly when she heard the boy call her a tin can. Hansu with purple eyes maliciously ordered her to look him in the eye and asked who he was. The hypnotized girl replied that he was her master. Hansu smirked, saying that it was decided. He imagined a sword, a girl, and a boy connected by a line, and thought that the hero could not have more than 2 holy swords. But what if he had a golem that had a holy sword? Smoke rose from the cancellation of the summoning on the platform behind him. Hansu glanced at the system window. It contained a long list of characteristics. The hero paid attention to the skills: Z-level divinity, Z-level blessing, SSS lie, SS training, status with a holy sword and a holy golem. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that he liked it. The teacher thought that the hero should own the hero. Hansu stepped forward, pulling up his sleeve, and said that it was an experiment from the beginning. Now it was time to move out. Lightning struck the mountain below. Petinar sat on the throne, leaning on his hand. His eyes were shining. He said that it was a feeling. Looking at the door, the demon lord noticed that he had arrived. A guy surrounded by a glow appeared on the carpet, whom he called the chosen hero. Hansu looked at him resolutely. The demon lord exclaimed indignantly. He was not taught to pump. It was impossible to enter through the door. The guy surrounded by purple light asked, "Is it so important?" He stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by a purple aura. Petinar smiled, saying that to challenge him, he is the pinnacle of all evil. He stood up and walked forward. Hansu looked away indifferently, hearing that he would show the chosen hero how foolish it was to renounce the power of love and friendship, choosing and not worth giving dark energy. The red-eyed man looked down, hearing how he was addressed. Looking at him with displeasure, the boy asked, "Where is Sophia?" Surrounded by a purple haze, the demon asked, how does he know her name? And then opened his mouth, shocked, asking, is there something between them? The force of his scream made the hero lean away. He heard that without his knowledge, what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. The demon touched his chin, shouting that he does not think they managed to make a child. Who are they waiting for, a girl or a boy? And Hansu thought that, judging by his reaction, Sophia is not here. If she was, he would have called her and asked her directly. Putting out his palm, the hero summoned a tin can. A golem girl appeared in front of him. Touching his chin, Pedinar chuckled. He was standing in front of the boy who asked, come to think of it, would the penalty for the demon lord apply if there were two heroes in front of him? The demon crouched down, asking, was the golem the hero? Hansu, with a malicious smile, offered to finish him off before he came to his senses. Together they charged. The red-eyed demon opened his mouth wide and screamed. The scream shook his stone castle. Then the tower was blown away by an explosion. The stone bounced off the floor. The girl picked up the demon's cloak, while the hero said that was it. Like last time, he lost. Metal fingers squeezed the fabric. Hansu glanced at the system window, which asked if he enjoyed his adventure. The system window was the usual story about how the path of a true hero is full of hardships. But after gaining countless bonds that inspired him, he did not lose hope, that he continued to believe in love and friendship, and after spiritual maturation, he finally defeated the evil demon lord. Clenching his fist, Hansu said that he still did not try. The system asked if he wanted to check his grades. A bright glow appeared in front of the hero. The hero thought that finally. The system offered to look at the grades. In front of him was a system window that Hansu with SS combat power, B achievement, B reputation, B personality. The note said, he received a B grade. Well, something was clearly wrong here. The guy read the last line of the note again. Covering one eye, Hansu said that he was not alone. The grades prove his honesty and success. A notification appeared that he successfully passed the test. In the system window, there were words of congratulations on the completion of training, the beginning of the graduation ceremony. The teaching staff is happy about the graduation. The disciplinary action of the instructor is cancelled. The specialization of the hero is cancelled. The weapon of the holy sword will be confiscated. The state of the student will be deleted. The words of the teacher were heard that she felt relieved, but at the same time sad. Glancing sideways at the purple ball, Hansu said that she worked hard, and heard words of congratulations. The purple ball heard that if it weren't for him, she would have become an excellent teacher, and the answer was heard that indeed, she is usually perceived as a student. Hansu smiled and wished all the best. The system reported the end of the graduation ceremony. The guy's eyes were closed. He opened them slightly. Behind Hansu was the night sky. He was standing on the path under the full moon. Below him were the glowing houses of the city. The guy smiled, inhaling air. Looking at the burning windows, he thought that even a breath of this air seemed to shorten his lifespan. And then he fell straight to the ground. With tears in his eyes, he opened his mouth wide and shouted that he really came back. The system window said that he was a level 999 Chaos Man, unemployed, 110% experience, a list of skills, and the status of Holy Sword, Holy Golem. Touching the system window, Hansu said that everything was a dream. Now he can only talk such nonsense. He looked closely at the profession and thought that there was no specialization. This is because he stopped being a hero. He imagined himself as a thief and thought that it meant that he could now choose the strongest specialization, and he could choose a thief. Throwing his hands behind his head, he closed his eyes, thinking that first of all he should make getting the thief specialization his priority, and said that there were no more worries. This was the beginning of a happy life. Then he glanced sideways with displeasure, asking, where is he? The hero sat on the ground. The tall buildings had lights. People were walking on the street. The cars stopped at the traffic lights. Hansu touched his forehead and asked, is it an English-speaking country? Looking at the sky, he thought that judging by the stars, he was definitely on the ground. Suddenly, a red spark appeared in the sky. The hero thought, is it a shooting star? Several red sparks fell to the ground. The man with glasses looked at it. The cars stopped at the traffic lights. The impact hit the ground, causing an explosion. Looking down, Hansu asked, why all of a sudden? Another beam hit the ground. The guy turned around, noticing something behind him. There was a figure against the background of the flames. He looked at the girl in the red cloak and asked, is this a Valkyrie? The girl's eyes glowed yellow. The system reported that this is a level 700 Chaos Golem, Valkyrie, magic sword, in the activation status. A bright beam flew down. The girl swung it, attacking the hero. Hansu dodged, thinking that despite the fact that she is a golem, he remembered the skills of a warrior, charm, combat, divinity, self-destruction, and thought that there were only 4 of them. The girl looked ahead carefully, continuing to attack with a beam. The hero thought that it was natural that endurance was needed to handle a sword, and magical power for magic. A colored sword appeared in the hands of a guy smiling widely. He said that chaos, she is not like everyone else. The colored beam of attack cut her body in half. The parts flew apart nearby. Looking at the upper part of the golem's body, Hansu thought that it was different from those machines that were made in the magical kingdom. The shape was held by plaster applied to a metal mesh. The spark glowed red. The hero thought that whatever this thing was, it was not just a machine. He remembered the line in the system window about self-destruction. A powerful explosion was heard nearby. Smoke rose high into the sky. Disgruntled Hansu shook off the soot and said that he had just returned from a fantasy world and immediately ended up in science fiction. He looked to the side. Bright flashes appeared among the houses. The hero thought that the graduates must work hard to protect the city. Fires raged in the street. The guy remembered that he was told so. Looking down, he thought, did this happen often on the ground? Looking at the smoke-covered buildings, the hero thought that he was a little worried. He needed the latest information about the ground. Crossing his arms, he looked to the side. A helicopter was approaching from above. The wheels touched the ground. The door opened. Several people got out of the helicopter. Hansu looked at them indifferently, thinking that their average level was 600, their skill sets were even more pitiful. But suddenly he noticed something ahead. One of the girls had a sorceress specialty. The hero thought it was rare. The girl pointed her finger, shouting that they met again. She told him, didn't she, that she would find him no matter where he was hiding on Earth. Who would have thought that he could hide from her intelligence network for 6 months? But what made him appear so suddenly? Hansu asked with a puzzled look. Did they know each other? The full moon was shining in the dark sky. The light was reflected on the water. Suddenly, a shadow appeared there. It was a helicopter flying. A crumpled can flew forward. Hansu drank soda. Then he clenched his teeth. The brunette squeezed another bottle in his fist and said that it was very tasty. A red-haired girl sat opposite, saying that now that she had finally met him. The sorceress held a drink, saying that she didn't know what to talk about first. She even swiped the manual off the table. Raising a finger, Hansu said that he would start first then. With her level, what rank did she occupy among the inhabitants of the land? The girl put the bottle down and asked what rank. Like in a game, victory or defeat could depend on the current state, as well as the opponent's. She wiped her mouth, continuing, a meeting especially for sorcerers like her, it all depends on how well they prepare. Crossing her legs, she said that if you put it into perspective, she ranks 8th in the official rank of the land. In the system window, there was a description of her race as a level 999 archhuman, a sorceress with the skills of willpower, witchcraft, swordsmanship, immunity, survival, doubt status, expectation, magic sword. The guy looked at the smiling girl in surprise. Then he asked gloomily in what area, and heard that in all. He gave a thumbs up, happily saying that it was amazing, but heard that enough heartless compliments. The red-haired girl sat with her eyes closed, and the guy thought that with such characteristics, it would be difficult for her to kill even the demon lord's pet. The fighting ability of Earthlings was half of what he expected. The helicopter flew in the night sky. Words were heard that this time it was her turn to ask his name. Under the full moon, the answer was heard, Hansu. The girl with glasses replied that she was Victoria. Now she works as a technician and is engaged in business, and not a hero, currently runs a large ammunition factory and is engaged in retail. He looked away completely indifferently, saying that it was nice to meet you, and heard the question, what is her name? Looking at her with displeasure, the guy replied, Victoria does not believe in him at all, to which he heard that she is Victoria, let her not treat a person like a factory. Opening one eye, the guy looked out the window. But then his eyes widened. A bright light appeared, and the guy ordered to lie down. The hand was clutching a red sword. A bright beam crossed the helicopter. It split in half. An angry Hansu looked out from behind the wreckage. Waves rose up. The guy hung in the air. He looked at the falling plane. Then he gloomily turned his gaze to the side. A bright glowing beam appeared. The tip of the sword moved forward. A wave rose from the movement in a circle. Frowning, Hansu called rice cake. 2 wings appeared. There were feathers near the leg. 2 wings appeared at the base of the sword. Looking at the shining spark, the guy said that it was here. A bright light was visible in the smoke. The beam struck down. Hansu looked at it in shock. A man who looked like an old prince appeared in front of him, holding a laser sword. Frowning, he recognized him. Looking at him, the brunette said that he was the old prince who ran away back then. The blonde looked down, saying, him a scoundrel he met in the training cave. Looking at the guy with the sword, he said, why did he call him old? Hansu raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, what kind of question is that? The ancient man became furious, shouting that he would not make a mistake this time. Hansu remembered standing in the training ground, thinking that he let him get away in the 6th playthrough. He smirked confidently, thinking that it was a pity that he missed him back then. He didn't think that they would meet again. Looking at the man hovering above, the hero said that he was surprised that he found him. How did he know that he was here? Was he a stalker? The prince angrily shouted at him to hold that horrible thought. He was only attracted by his chaotic hero power. The boy remembered the hidden skill and thought, but the gray hero, did he mean him? Clutching the laser sword, the man shouted that everything would be different now, calling him an arrogant hero. A smile appeared on the boy's lips. He smiled while holding a multicolored sword and said that he was quite talkative. Then they would start the second round. Lightning struck in the sky. A wave rose. Energy struck the sea. The same was on the other side. The opponent's weapons crossed. Waves of energy flew everywhere. The blonde gritted his teeth. He had 2 transcendental domain skills, and the hero had 3. Gritting his teeth with tension, he recalled his skills, and then thought that he had quite a few skills of the maximum rank and SSS rank. However, they were all ordinary. No one can compare to the power of the Transcendental Domain's skills. A bright flash appeared. The hero thought that he could not lose. Hansu chuckled, thinking that it was cool. Then he looked at his cut shirt and thought, or not. The old prince smiled. The blades crossed again. The space was cut by beams of attacks. The blonde said that the new generation hero was very clumsy. To which the guy told him to shut up. He knew that this would be so just by looking at his face. The blonde's appearance became discouraged. A bright flash appeared from the sword from the use of the blessing skill. The brunette quickly moved forward. A glow shone near his face. The guy said that even his cool skills are useless if he is slow. He attacked the man from below upwards. A yellow flash ripped through the space. The blonde gripped the laser sword, saying what about him? Blue traces of attacks were left around. He continued that he was not worthy of the skills he received. The boy looked forward with determination. Then he kicked the man in the torso. The force of the attack spread everywhere. Frowning, Hansu thought he understood now. He looked at the man, thinking that he understood the reason why he was pushed back. Pointing his finger, he indignantly called him a vile prince. His level is as insane as his age. The enraged blonde raised his hand, shouting that this is a product of effort, not age. The boy waved his hand and asked the tin can for a knife. The golem replied that it was a holy sword. Clutching the hilt, he told her to shut up. A blue flash flashed near his face. The blonde was stunned when Hansu attacked him. He looked down tensely. The hero smirked, saying that he got it. The shockwave sent the enemy flying back. The sword spread its wings. The brunette shouted that he would not let him escape this time. He frowned, hearing that he acknowledged him. Lightning flashed in the sky. The man extended his hand, saying that from now on, he would not fight him as a warrior. The muscular man's eyes glowed. He continued that he would fight as a prince. Hansu smirked, asking what the hell was this, and then was surprised when the enemy was next to him in a second. He blocked the fist with his sword. But the force of the blows sent him flying back. Clenching his fist, the prince told the hero to be proud. The number of times he used the peak of his specialty could be counted on the fingers of one hand. His leg hovered over the sea. Frowning, Hansu mentally asked how amazing his kingdom was. The blonde looked down sternly. Hansu thought that if he lost, he would lose everything. He released the sword from his hand and said that if he was using cheats, then he also had an ace up his sleeve. The guy's hands were surrounded by a golden glow. It spread around his figure with the sword. Red rays surrounded the base of the blade. The bright light became blinding from the use of the infinity skill. At the base of the blade was a red heart. Looking at the glow, the blonde asked if this was his home planet. With a wild smile, still holding the sword, he said that he did not care about the earth without him. The glow engulfed the red blade. Suddenly, a small fragment broke off. Hansu swung, attacking the enemy. Waves rose on the sea. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then lightning struck. Against the backdrop of the lightning, Hansu swung his sword at the enemy. Gritting his teeth, he wished him to go to hell. Looking at him indifferently, the prince replied that he had told him that he was clumsy. The blade was approaching his head. It was close to his face. Hansu touched the sword to the enemy's head. The waves raged below. Lightning struck down. Hansu froze, frowning, realizing that time had stopped. Looking down, he realized that it had simply slowed down, and asked what he had done. The man opened his mouth. His eye was glowing, and he said that this was the power of a hero, brought to superiority. The brunette remembered the stone statue in surprise. He held the sword. Hearing the question, he never had any doubts. He had not thought about where this power came from. Imagining the system window, the prince continued that excessive generosity, precisely the favor shown by the transcendental being, who provided a system called status, capable of trampling the enemy without much effort. A glow appeared behind the pink window. The hero frowned tensely. Hadn't he irrevocably ignored everything, enjoying the moment? The sword was in the man's face, who told him to listen carefully. These trivial abilities did not belong to him. Imagining a bright glow in the sky, he said that even if he had the power to destroy the galaxy in one breath, it would disappear like a mirage if the original owner took it back. A shadow hid the figure of the hero, who heard that this was just a fantasy. Opening his mouth, he asked, "So this is a deception, and heard that it is true?" There was lightning around the blade. He heard that it was a false power. The opponents were floating above the sea. The prince heard that he himself was not embarrassed to use them, and replied that this power was very convenient. There was a blue stone on his chest. The man said that he could easily become strong or transfer powers to others. That's why he regularly uses it. Isn't it the same for him? Gripping the handle with both hands, the hero replied that he was not. The opponent with the glowing eye said that he was really strange. Looking into his eyes, Hansu replied that he was too. The man smirked, saying that instead of letting him die, he would like someone to realize that he was betrayed by the very abilities he believed in until now. The veins bulged on the forehead of the smiling guy, who asked, "Is he a pervert?" With his glowing eyes wide open, the blonde opened his mouth, shouting that this was the only time he could hold his head up so high, relying on someone else's power. The boy smiled wildly. Words were heard. Hadn't he heard that verbosity leads to death? The eye was shining brightly. An order was heard to wake up from his hopes and dreams. The boy's pupil was very narrow when he heard himself being called a stupid hero. A blinding flash disappeared from the figure. The boy closed his eyes. Then he opened one eye. He was surprised, realizing that he was falling into the sea. In front of him was a system window, which said that his level, profession were disappearing. The hero stretched out his hand to the system window, which said his first level, and said that his hopes were truly dead. He paid attention to the line with the profession and asked why the black box turned into a profession. Staring intently at the system window, Hansu thought that it was illogical, as if it should have been like this from the beginning. He stretched out his hand, calling out to the saint. A blonde with 6 wings caught him. She smiled sweetly, and he wondered where the holy sword too had gone. This is how a person who had 4 limbs cut off felt. Looking forward, the brunette said that he felt like he was missing something. Then he looked to the side with a frown. A flash appeared in the sky. The prince was clutching a glowing weapon. The system reported that he was an ancient human of the first level. Dodging the attack, Hansu thought that his status had also changed, and said that he did not know what kind of trick he had pulled. He clenched his fist tightly. A bright blue spark appeared and an order was heard not to look down on him. The prince angrily clenched his teeth. Hansu furrowed his brows resolutely. The man looked discouraged when he lost his sword. A hand grabbed his throat. Clenching his fists, the blonde said something. Hansu bit his hand, saying that because of him, his automatic translation ability disappeared, so he could not understand him. The 2 men grappled and fell into the sea. The figure sank deep into the water. Hansu clenched his teeth on his opponent's hand. The prince clenched his teeth, releasing air bubbles. He punched the hero in the shoulder. Then he swung his fist again. The fist trembled. The man turned blue when his neck was grabbed. The boy exhaled. A sly smile appeared on Hansu's face. Air bubbles gathered around the wrestlers. A vein appeared on the cheek of the brunette, who suggested that his opponent give up so that he could feel better. The old prince, gritting his teeth, asked what was wrong with his strength. There were 2 cuts on the hero's side. He replied that he probably would not understand even if he told him. The blonde's eyes rolled back. He said that he could not accept such a death and defeat. Hansu smiled widely, asking what of it. Suddenly his gaze became surprised. The man surrounded by a glow swung his fist, and the boy thought that his abilities were returning. He turned his frowning gaze to his opponent. He grabbed the blonde by the hair. Then he hit him hard in the forehead with his knee. Bright sparks appeared above. The hero stepped on the man's back. Pushing off from him, he soared upward. The surface of the water rose. A powerful whirlpool appeared. The hero emerged and saw several figures ahead. The red-haired girl frowned and said about the prince. The blonde with the blue ball added that she would also help him. The red-haired girl held a sword, saying that it also belonged to him. Blue rays flew forward. The guy wondered who it was. Cunningly approaching the girl, he said that they were in his way. The swordswoman swung to strike. Hansu held a sword in his hands. He threw her away with a kick, saying that he was giving it to her. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth, holding her friend, and asked what was going on. She turned around, hearing from behind that she was going crazy, seeing the body of her comrade. This was too much. The brunette pulled out her sword, saying that this was due for punishment, and 2 more were hovering opposite. The blonde swore angrily. The second called out to her. The man extended his hand to them, and asked them not to come closer. He opened his mouth and told them to go away. The prince lay on the water, stretching out his hand, and said that this guy was real. The mermaid with purple hair turned around and asked again. The hero hovering above greeted her. His ominous figure blocked the sun. He said that whoever gets in his way will pay a high price. The red eye narrowed ominously when he told the ladies that he was glad to see them. A red beam rose up. A scream was heard asking them to run away. The purple-haired girl looked at her friend in fear. The man extended his hand to them, hearing a scream. Lying on the water, he screamed, ordering them to retreat. The girl hovered in front of the guy with the sword, hearing the cry to hurry. He is dangerous. The red blade was lowered down. The man said that he is not a hero at all, drunk with fantasies. Opening one eye, he heard the guy repeat. The shadow hid the face of the crazy guy, who asked again, not a hero. The blonde's eyes opened wide when he heard that he was a hero, and he even has a rank certificate. The trembling mermaid exhaled in bewilderment, hearing how she was addressed. She turned blue with fear, hearing the question of what he looked like, and answered that he was a demon lord. Hansu winced in displeasure, saying that he would hit her if she lied. However, 6 demonic wings appeared on his one-armed body. The guy turned around in surprise, asking who stuffed them there? The hero opened a leathery demonic wing. There was a sharp spike at its base. The same one was pointed downwards. Hansu looked at them in surprise. The girl with the sword suddenly appeared behind. Frowning, she screamed death wishes. Something quickly flew past her. Smiling slyly, the guy turned around and said that it looked more like a weapon than wings. The purple-haired girl was falling down, trying to reach her sister. The claw on the tip of the wing was stained with blood. Extending it, Hansu finished off the girl. The sharp claw ripped the fabric. Both bodies fell into the water, and the hero said that he did not think it would be possible to repeat it, and if he hit incorrectly. The prince was quickly approaching him, shouting for him to stop. Looking at the purple glow, the winged one said that this was where it was necessary to start. His lips stretched into a sly smile. Stretching out his hand, the man tried to stop it. Hansu bent his wings with a sly look. A bright beam crossed the girl's neck. The second one's body was crossed out. A sharp claw pierced the body through. The wing was approaching someone's palm. Hansu flew with a confident look. 2 girls were hovering opposite, saying that they surrendered. Drops of blood appeared from the redhead's mouth when she said that she surrendered. The blonde looked at her in fear, asking why. The guy was approaching. She continued that she surrendered. So why? The hero smiled sweetly and said that she left painlessly, didn't she? The guy with 6 wings apologized for not being able to end everything with one blow. Blood dripped from a sharp claw. He sent it into the arms of his lover. The blonde, surrounded by radiance, was approaching. Hansu smiled wickedly. The blonde with the staff trembled in fear. The guy's upside-down head appeared behind. The girl threw a blue ball in order to move away from her immediately. She stared in shock at the drops of blood. Sharp thorns appeared around her. A voice from behind asked, "Cut, pierce and break. How does she want to die?" The shining figure of the prince approached, while the girl screamed that she did not want to die. There was an expression of horror on the man's face. He himself asked to leave her. The hero hovered upside down nearby. The frightened girl clutched the staff. The system reported that she was the crown princess of level 999, a princess with the skills of charm, coquetry, captivity, magic, eternal youth. The guy read again that she was the crown princess. A shadow fell on his face. A bright beam crossed the body behind. The man looked at her in shock. Drops of blood fell. He caught the girl's body. Then he screamed with tears on his face. Hansu floated upside down indifferently, hearing what he learned in the fantasy dimension. Blood dripped from his lowered fingers. The man continued, "What were they thinking, raising and releasing a monster like him into the world?" The blonde's eyes were closed. The prince said that to think that they created an even more disgusting monster to defeat them. The crushed man cried, asking if they really were crazy. The brunette smiled, saying that he agreed with him on this. He flew down towards his opponent. He swung his sharp claw. The blonde lay in the man's arms with her eyes closed. The sharp claw pierced his hand. With tears in his eyes, the prince cursed furiously. The winged boy hovering next to him told him to wake up from his love and friendship, calling him a fool. The veins on the man's face bulged. He asked what he was. Instead of an answer, a quick attack cut through his body. The sky above the sea was painted with the colors of the sunset. Light waves washed the shore. The girl extended her hand to the owner, who thanked her. Concentrated, Hansu attached his hand in place of the torn one. Then he looked to the side and chuckled. The bases of his wings were sticking out of his back, and he thought that they were growing straight from his ribs. Then he abruptly tore off 2 wings. Looking at the crumbling bases, he thought that, as he assumed, they were easy to tear out. Now he would not have to think about how to hide them. Hansu sat on the sand, hearing his name called. The girl in black shoes took a step. Victoria said with a smile as she approached. She knew he was alive. Hansu said ominously that she had died in a plane crash. Lightning struck the sea, and words were heard that the coastal cities that were their destination were currently in a state of emergency due to natural disasters. The hero looked at the figure surrounded by energy. Fortunately, a great success was avoided thanks to the heroes stationed in the cities. With an awkward look, he said that it was a relief that people were not hurt, to which he heard that there were still casualties. Victoria closed her eyes hearing him repeat, and said that it did not matter. In front of them was the white bow of a ship. The girl said that in any case, they needed to leave quickly. They had a long journey ahead. The guy stood up. Spreading his arms, he released 6 of his wings. The girl screamed in horror. What kind of creepy wings are these? Then, standing opposite, she corrected herself that she was not talking about that. Where was he going? The guy answered that he was going home. Victoria raised her finger and asked if she could ask for one favor before he left. Arching her eyebrows, Hansu answered that she did not. The girl standing opposite gloomily said that she would reward him well, to which the hero replied that there was no need. He spread his wing, hearing that then nothing could be done, and said that this time she quickly gave up. Turning back, the heroine said that she herself was studying, and he would know. She roughly understood his personality. She approached the man who called her the director, and said that she did not want to try in vain, knowing that he would not listen no matter how much she asked. Hansu listened to the words that the alien woman they fished out of the ocean came to her senses. They would go to the captain's cabin. He touched the shoulder of the girl, who agreed. She got furious when he called her by the wrong name again. The red-haired girl turned around angrily when she heard that it made no difference. Hansu winked, giving a thumbs up, and told her to entrust a piece of the world to this hero. The girl winced in regret and called him to follow her. There was a glowing green cross above the entrance. The man in front pointed with his hand, saying that she was currently resting, but was too weak to speak. The heroine walked in, looking to the side, and said that she would take care of the rest. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He saw a level 857 mermaid with a black mage job, resurrected, anxious, heroic soul, exhausted, and golem status lying in bed. Looking at the characteristics in the system window, he thought that she was able to survive after falling into the sea. The girl opened one eye slightly, hearing how she was greeted. She saw a red-haired girl with glasses who said that she was Victoria. She was the one in charge here. Could they talk? Hansu, who was standing behind her, smiled ominously and said hello. The girl's eyes widened in horror. A wave of her screams swept through the room. Holding the red sword, the hero thought that he didn't expect her to cause such a commotion just by opening her mouth. He could only thank her for that. He swung the sword grimly. The frightened Victoria screamed that everything was fine. Let her calm down. The hero's eye glowed purple. He thought that it was getting too noisy when others started to interfere. But it couldn't be helped. Approaching Victoria, he ordered her to look into his eyes. She told him to look into her eyes too, and tell her where he got this unusual holy sword from. Then the girl opened her mouth in surprise. Hansu looked at her carefully and asked if she knew who he was. Opening her mouth, the girl began to speak. Victoria raised her eyebrows, confused, saying that he was Hansu. The system reported that she was a level 1 archhuman, a sorceress who was flustered, confused, and prone to oblivion. The girl blushed, shouting that he was too close. She knew him, so he should stay away. Hansu looked at his palm. Looking at the hand surrounded by a dark aura, he said that he had never seen such a crazy status. A system information window appeared. Victoria looked at her hand in surprise, exclaiming about her level. Remembering the man who attacked, the hero thought that although his skills were not sealed, how when the old prince used the eye beam, the level dropped to 1 and the status changed to playboy. How did this happen? A frightened girl peeked out from under the blanket. Hansu's eye glowed when he heard the question, what is this hero's power? The ship was sailing on the sea. People were running down the hallway. The hero turned to the mermaid, telling her to listen carefully if she answered the question quickly and clearly. Looking down ominously, Hansu continued that he would kill her quickly and painlessly then. The girl hid under the blanket. Victoria was indignant, telling the guy that no one would answer if he threatened her like that, and asked again if she was okay with it when she heard her agree. The purple-haired mermaid looked sad, hearing that she should not give up her precious life so easily. A palm covered her hand. The sorceress looked at her decisively, and told her not to worry. They were not going to do that. The mermaid blushed and asked again, is that true? Hansu listened in confusion as she assured him, saying that he would talk while she was completely disarmed, and thought that she was going to deal with her after extracting all the information. Scary woman. The system window appeared. The girl asked to call her golem, and move it to the corner. The palm appeared to glow after the order to get up. A green-haired girl in a black suit appeared in the room. She headed to the corner. Hansu looked at her carefully. Looking at the girl's back, he learned the information that this is an ancient golem of the first level, profession prince, skills, willpower, implementation, charm, washing, massage, status and possession, exhaustion, oblivion, despair. His gaze became surprised. He peered at the lines of profession and skills. Opening her mouth, the green-haired girl answered that she. Then she stood in the corner and brazenly answered that she is a home golem. Hansu ominously approached from behind and repeated. Victoria grabbed her head in horror, saying that she has 2 Z-rank skills. She is about to faint. The girl with glasses screamed indignantly when the guy told her to calm down, and replied that she did not look like someone who could relax. This was not a simple skill, but a transcendental one. She grabbed her head, saying that he might not know what it was, and Hansu said that he would see what had changed the first time. The green-haired golem turned its head in displeasure. The mermaid looked in surprise when she was called. His palm lay on the green crown. Putting his hand on the girl's head, Hansu said that he liked this golem, and offered to swap. He pointed at his stunned golem, and said that it was created by a sage, and inside was hidden the soul of an ancient hero. Delighted, Victoria reached for the golem, who was indignant that this was too much. How could he hand her over to an incomprehensible evil alien? The mermaid pursed her lips in alarm, hearing how she was asked again. The green-haired girl opened her mouth and shouted to wait. Hansu glanced at her slyly and said that the owners would come to an agreement, and ordered the golem to step aside. Frowning, the girl ordered to ensure safety and then she would follow him without a fight. The hero smiled very slyly. Victoria reached for the golem while the guy sarcastically said that he was scared. The domestic golem could threaten. With a serious look, the green-haired girl asked, what is the solution? There were blue panels on the ceiling. Words of agreement were heard. The mermaid was surprised when she heard him promise not to touch her. Looking with a red eye, the golem told him to keep his promise. Closing his eyes, Hansu exhaled, hearing the request not to make mistakes and not to look for shameless excuses for why others touched her, and said that there was deception all around. Pursing his lips, the golem said that she did not believe him. Pointing his hand at the girl, the hero promised that he would do everything to protect her. A small drop flowed down the golem's cheek. The mermaid looked at her in surprise, turning to the golem. Raising her palm, the green-haired girl objected that she did everything she could. A tear appeared in the violet-haired girl's eye. She heard that she was quite satisfied with it. The blue stone on her chest began to shine. The guy said that the contract was concluded. The golem, called a tin can, saluted, hearing the order to give her life, but to protect this mermaid, as the contract required. The mermaid opened her mouth in surprise, hearing how they greeted her, and asked what was with her name. Tears of admiration appeared on the golem's face. The mermaid sitting on the bed asked in surprise, did she say something wrong? The brunette's ears heard the words that she finally met the owner who would call her by her name. No matter how much he taught this guy, he always called her a tin can. The green-haired golem exchanged tense glances with the hero. Then she indignantly shouted that her name was Boris. The heroes were arguing angrily. Hansu called him a tin can again. The girl said that she would not cooperate if he did not call her by name. It was basic politeness, and heard that there was no such thing in the contract. Hansu closed his eyes, listening indifferently, that a name is an indestructible force that makes existence obvious. It is a higher concept than strength, the strength of a hero. It cannot give in so much. The man ran up to them, calling the director. The hero pricked up his ears, listening to the words that they had received many requests for the extradition of captured aliens. He thought they would have to hurry. Victoria turned her head and called Hansu, saying that she knew that he wanted to go home, but now that he was not an outsider, he could go with her. Smiling sweetly, the guy replied that he did not want to and asked when he would get home. The ship was sailing on the sea. Stepping onto the shore, the girl said that they had finally reached the original, but did not finish. In front of her were glass buildings at the dirty site, and she said the goal. With a displeased look, the girl sympathized with her factories and asked why this tsunami happened. The hero asked in which direction the hotel was. Hansu sat on the bed and heard that she had a lot of things to do, so let her rest. A mermaid peered out of the bathtub full of foam. The man held the phone, saying that the number most likely had not changed. The guy raised the phone to his ear. He stood holding it. He darkened, thinking that it seemed that she decided that this was some kind of deception. On the screen there was a message that this was his son who had left home. Let him answer the call, and he thought that would be enough. The guy blushed when he was called an A-rank hero. The mermaid peering out of the foam said that there were a lot of people outside. The hero turned his attention to the door. The military gathered in the hallway outside the room, and Hansu thought that he had found himself in such a situation for the first time in a long time. Taking a step, he promised that he would figure it out. She could go back. Words were heard from behind the door with an order to hand over the prisoner to them. The guy was surrounded by a bright glow. He asked not to threaten the holy hero. Words were heard from behind the dark door that this was the last warning. Let him hand over the prisoner. Hansu grinned. With a predatory smile, he said if they wanted to see their family members, let them leave. An explosion was heard. The door shattered into pieces. Pieces and parts flew in different directions. A blinding glow appeared in the doorway. The military held weapons. They began to shoot. Bullets flew towards the hero who covered his eyes. The system reported the use of the divinity skill. The bullets froze in a bright glow. And then, turning around, they flew back. Bright rays scattered from the hero's figure. The soldier pulled the pin, threw smoke grenades down. Everything was covered in green smoke. Behind him, the figures of soldiers were visible outside the window. They kicked out the windows. Surrounded by green smoke, the guy turned to them. Poisonous gas was flying out of the window. Red fire was visible behind his goggles. The man looked at the thermal imager screen, saying that he had disappeared. When suddenly Hansu with wings greeted him ominously from behind. The man turned around. He started shooting, shouting that the enemy was on the ceiling. The winged hero dodged. Two more appeared in the passage. A blow from a wing pierced one of them. A sharp spike clung to the body of the second. With a powerful blow, the hero threw them out the window. Hiding around the corner, the man said about the auxiliary detachment. A sharp hook from a wing caught on the corner. The ominous figure of Hansu with red eyes appeared. The monster was reflected in the screaming man's protective glasses. The hero scattered his opponents to the sides with a flick of his wings. The broken glasses fell to the floor. His hand was covered in blood. One of the warriors was sitting on the floor. The sinister guy with red eyes was looking at him. He bowed his head and asked why he wasn't shooting. It seemed like he had been given an order. The man lowered his hand to his gun and said that he was the commander. His eyes narrowed and he asked how much he knew. The commander pointed his gun at him and screamed. The guy with wings attacked him. Green smoke was coming out of the window of a high-rise building. A scream was heard from the broken window. Bodies lay surrounded by smoke. Blood was spreading across the floor. The hero took a step forward. There was a phone on the floor with an incoming call from his mother. He took the phone in his hand. Raising it to his ear, Hansu accepted the call. His eye widened when he heard himself called a fool. The brunette pushed the phone away from himself, hearing a scream that he didn't think about his mother, didn't like her tone, ran out of money, immediately remembered his parents. The hero glanced sideways at the screen, hearing that, if you listen to his friend's story, he walks with some girls whom he treats like slaves. Is he even in his right mind? Does he know that she started taking heart medicine? Hansu put the phone aside, and his mother continued to scream that there is chaos in the world, he should follow his father's example. From the phone came that in order to gain her favor, he ran to the university with an armful of holy flowers. The son thinks that she made him. Let him listen to his father. She asked where he was, and then she herself answered that it does not matter. Let him decide. Not date just anyone until he finds a decent girl. Let him not even come close to home. The phone with an incoming call from his mother said that she did not know where the man was and wanted to talk to him about the past. A figure appeared behind the boy who said that he was tired. The man with horns surrounded by a glow put his hand on his chest, calling him his lord, and asked him if there was a problem. The system information announced that he was a level 1 archdemon, an aristocrat with a dark energy skill in the status of jubilation and loyalty. Hansu glanced at him and asked, "What kind of lord?" Hansu sat down on the floor indifferently, saying that he was just an alien. The system reported that he was a level 999 Chaos alien, a demon lord, and listed his skills and status. The boy looked closely at the level value and asked how to apply for customer service. Remembering the battle with the military, the hero thought that because the characteristics changed quickly, he made the commander a demonic follower. The man lay on the floor, clutching his head and screaming. His fingers dug into the floor. A horn appeared on his head. The demon, surrounded by radiance, knelt down on one knee and swore allegiance to the Lord. Next to him was a system window, which said that he was an archdemon, and the hero thought that it was very curious for Earthlings to become pure-blooded demons. Looking at his characteristics, he asked why everything had changed. Looking very displeasedly at the system window, Hansu said that this was definitely some kind of conspiracy. He waved his hands indignantly, shouting that if this were not so, his specialization as an A-rank hero would not have changed so dramatically. Looking at the system window, he decided that he needed to calm down. Then he touched the line with his finger. The information announced that the Demon Lord, an absolute being who stands above all other demons, rules over the demons below him, has a complete understanding of the dark energy skill, but is vulnerable to divinity. Moreover, one must be careful. Even when fighting a relatively weak hero, the level will be significantly reduced due to a penalty. The boy read the system information again. His hand was surrounded by a golden glow, and he said that divinity is actually not a problem for him. The commander standing behind him turned his head. Hansu touched his chin, thinking, and heard that his former comrades were heading here. The hero stood up, saying that he was the lord. The demon smiled when he heard that there was no point in being a lord and only having one subordinate. The grinning Hansu's body was surrounded by purple dark energy when he decided to spread it. The soldiers were climbing the stairs. A purple aura was visible from behind the door, and words were heard that the enemy was on this floor. The archdemon jumped out, knocking down the door. The soldiers looked at his sharp teeth again and asked what happened to him. The commander exhaled purple smoke. He watched as a bright flash engulfed the bodies of his comrades. The demon stood tensely near them. Several purple flashes appeared. Smiling predatorily, the demon called for them to stand on the side of darkness with him. A red beam flew past him. The brown-haired man held his sword, shouting that it was good that they decided to send a special group of heroes. Let them heal everyone who was affected by the dark energy. The soldiers screamed, transformed. It was heard that it was too late. They had already become the demon's followers. The guy with glasses frowned in displeasure, saying that it was necessary to eliminate the source of dark energy. His eyes widened in shock. He saw sharp spikes. A demonic wing was visible. The hero entered the room. The man took a step. Hansu with 6 huge wings stood against the background of the full moon. Beads of sweat ran down the guy's face. He asked, "Is this the demon lord?" Hansu grinned. With purple eyes, he said with a smile that he was a fair A-rank hero. The girl slammed her hand on the table, saying that she did not know how many times she had already said this. Victoria frowned and shouted that they were exceeding their authority. She promised to guarantee the prisoner's safety. There were men in suits sitting at the table. She was saying that if they were going to request extradition, they would have to go through all the formal procedures if they were to send troops in recklessly. The man took a step. One of the men gritted his teeth and said, "Abuse of power." They were big investors. There were men in uniform walking next to the guy. The man with the beard crossed his arms and said that they would ensure the safety of the aliens for them. They just had some rights and powers. The girl with glasses frowned. She was surprised when the door behind her flew out. The men were surprised. They looked at the wreckage. The red-haired girl glanced to the side. A purple haze appeared near her leg. Smiling Hansu held the employee by the head. With a wide smile, he said that he came to clean up the place. One of the men frowned, asking who, to which the second said that they were having a meeting. They were immediately surrounded by purple smoke. They bowed and greeted him, saying they didn't know it was him. The man raised his fist, asking Dark Energy, "Is there a demon lord on Earth too?" Looking at the bearded man who was shouting, "Where are all the guild members?" Hansu thought that his Z-rank Dark Energy didn't work on him. Is he a former hero? The bodies were lying on the floor. The answer was heard that they were begging for death, so he granted their wish. The soldiers who became demons bowed. The hero said that some of them became valuable experience points for him. The man took out his sword, addressing the demon lord on the ground, and promised that it was his personally. He was interrupted by a purple beam flying by. The sword approached Hansu's face, who said that his sword was out of control. Victoria, who was standing behind him, opened her mouth and asked, "What's going on?" Looking sideways at her with a smile, the hero replied that he was cleaning up. The men were surrounded by a purple demonic force, and he continued that they would soon turn their assistants into his subordinates. Waving his hand, he continued that he had removed the obstacle and gained strength. What could be better? A bright lightning rushed towards him. It was approaching the red sword. A blinding flash occurred. Everything was in thick smoke. The red blade touched the floor. Hansu looked in surprise at the broken sword in his hand. Its blade lay on the floor, spreading an ominous aura. The guy turned his gaze and said that even for 1,000,000 you won't find one like that. His foot left the ground. In front of the hero stood an ancient elf of level 100, a hero with the skills, fencing, endurance, martial skill, sword energy, and internal strength. The blond man opened his mouth, addressing the hero. He looked at the guy surrounded by purple light and said that he was not Petinar. The hero jumped up and asked who he was. There was a flash of attack from behind, and the elf said there was no need to introduce himself, he was going to die soon. The boy somersaulted and thought that this was a penalty for becoming a demon lord. With a wicked smile, Hansu said that as he said, he was not the demon lord Petinar. Was he still trying to kill him? The blond hero said that it didn't matter, his duty was to stop the evil that came to the earth. Bright rays rose up, he continued that he had increased his level and skills for this. Hansu covered his face with his hand, hearing what he had always wondered. The elf with red eyes extended his hand towards him, asking if this was enough to defeat the demon lord. A huge explosion was heard. Debris flew in all directions. Hansu wiped his face. In his hand was the hilt of a sword. He was holding the blue sword with a serious expression. The elf standing opposite recognized that it was a magic sword of the latest model. He did not know what nobleman he killed to get it. The blonde held a golden glowing sword and said that for him, who wielded the holy sword Nucleon, it was no problem. Smoke rose up. Two colorful swords crossed. The guy held the weapon with both hands. The elf parried his attack. Tensed Hansu swung the sword again. Bright blades crossed. Hansu smiled widely and called the opponent a coward. The elf looked at him indifferently, saying that he had prepared well to fulfill his duty. Blood splashed. The furious elf threw off his brown cloak. Smoke was coming out of his body. He said it was amazing. He thought he would be cut in half with one blow. The guy's shirt was cut crosswise on his body. He said that he stole his phrase. Hansu smiled widely. The opponent lowered his sword. The hero extended his hand and called Boris. The blonde elf asked again in surprise. And then someone else's fist flew into his face. He flew back from the force of the blow. Dust rose from the clenched fist. Putting his hands on his hips, Hansu asked why he was not a one-hit killer. The golem replied that he would have killed the Royal High School fencing instructor. If not for the contract, he would have let him die. The hero stared forward, thinking, is this his teacher? He imagined the stone golem and thought that this is not a fantasy god, but a hired killer sent by the hero of Origins. A palm appeared from under the rubble. An elf with two swords appeared, summoned by the enemy. There was an angular mask on his face. The system reported that this is an ancient golem of level 999, an exorcist with dual sword skills, resistance to dark energy at the maximum level, as well as divinity and fortitude and purification. The girl standing in front asked to return her sword. The green arrow hid her face. She promised that she would buy him time. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero asked she does not want to buy time, but to kill him, to which he heard that this is not so. On the face of the ancient golem was a thin golden mask. Words were heard that his opponent was the beloved of this elf. She was a historical figure until she was killed by the daughter of the Lord of Demons Petinar. The girl caught the hilt of her sword, saying that this is a difficult opponent. The guy came up and continued that this is a difficult opponent for a home golem. Surrounded by demonic energy, the hero snapped his fingers and asked Boris to just take on this golem. A bright beam broke stones. The enemy quickly approached, shouting wishes for death. Hansu clutched his weapon with a smile. The blades crossed. The pink sword broke. In the guy's hand was a blade in the shape of a cross. He parried the elf's blow. Frowning, he asked, does he think such a trick will work? Continuing to smile, the hero answered that no. An axe and a mace appeared in his hands. Not in the sense, he arched his eyebrows. He said that he knew this very well. He understood that he could not defeat someone with swords who possessed ZZ rank fencing. Pink fragments flew everywhere. The fragments scratched, but the guy continued to smile. The blonde looked at him with alarm, wondering what he was up to. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in shock. The fragments of the blades were held by purple smoke. Surrounded by demonic power, the hero grinned slightly. He confidently looked forward, and looking at him, the elf said that he skillfully controlled dark energy. This is the whole Lord of Demons. A huge battle golem attacked the green-haired girl. The enemy said that he was just stalling for time. He was hopeless. She would soon defeat his golem and help her. Hansu pointed his finger at the arrows and thanked them for their comment with a smile. The elf blocked the attack with a flick of his sword and told him to fight until the very end. The brunette smiled slyly and said that he was curious. Raising his eyebrows, he cheekily asked if his girlfriend also fought until the end before she died. The stunned elf's eyes widened. Two flashes appeared next to them. The green-haired girl was lying on the floor. The upper part of her body was broken off, and Boris said that if only she wasn't a pet golem. The blade was lowered. The golem with the red cloak held swords in his hands. The eyes behind the mask sparkled, hearing the order to kill the demon lord. Both opponents moved towards the hero. He was clutching a piece of a red sword in his hand. Then he stabbed it into his chest. The elf saw this in shock and asked, suicide, why? The guy was smiling. Despite the blood, he grinned wickedly and said that he also did not understand the first time. Petinar and Hansu stood opposite each other. The fantasy dimension. Everything revolves around the main scenario, the hero against the demon lord. Hansu thought, what if the fantasy world ceased to exist? There was a thin mask on the golem's face. The system reported that the first level, unknown profession, race ancient elf, skills not specified, oblivion status. The elf frowned. The system reported that his level was the first, hidden profession, swordsmanship skills, tenacity, oblivion state. Behind the insidious Hansu wings appeared. He said that the reality patch, a good system, reported that he was a first-level chaos man, a demon lord, a hero with the skills of dark energy, divinity, the blessing of the capture fabrication. He thought that then all these characteristics would disappear. The elf standing opposite asked why he did not die. With a smile, remembering Petinar, the hero answered that it was all thanks to one technique that one kind demon lord suggested to him. There were sharp spikes on the wings. Hansu thought that of course, that demon lord was already dead, but the dimension was deceived, and the dark energy reached rank Z, deceived by committing suicide, but did not die. A sharp spike pierced the ground. The guy flew up, thinking that the only question was how long the characteristics would be sealed, and asked if they should have a fair fight. The golem said, "Kill the demon lord." The elf returned and you all shouted no. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He thought that a golem deprived of all skills was like a fragile girl in 100 kilograms armor. The guy pierced the golem's body with sharp claws. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Holding the golem's head, Hansu said that he needed to take it as a souvenir. The blonde clenched his teeth in anger. Beams of attacks flashed past his face. He stood at a distance from the hero. Hansu turned towards him with a grin, thinking that even ZZ rank fencing would not help here. Sweat was pouring down the angry elf's face. Hansu seemed to be on all sides at once. He looked at the trace of movement, thinking that it was strange. Sharp spikes were approaching the elf's face. The hero thought that although he had lost his abilities and his beloved, he looked discouraged. The blonde's eyes widened. The hero wondered how his gaze remained so calm. The fair-haired man jumped up with a sword in his hand. The guy thought that this is usually how those who are ready to make sacrifices look. The blade pierced the wing. The hero thought that he respected such determination. He cut it into pieces. Part of the skin on the wing was torn. The sharp base bent. Hansu jumped, raising it behind him. The sharp end scratched the elf's face. With a quick movement, he cut off one of the wings. It flew to the side. The guy grabbed it and threw it at the blonde, forcing him to lean back. Blood splashed. One of the wounds crossed the eye. Suddenly, a large golem head appeared in front of the blonde. It crashed into his head. Hansu had thrown it earlier. A hand held the elf's head. The opponent fell to the ground. He barely managed to block the wing's blow. Hansu swung the golem's head again with a smile. The bloody elf cursed angrily. He kicked his hand. The spikes on the wings moved down. A powerful swing of the sword cut off the demon's wings. The heel hit the palm. The golem's head fell. The elf took a step and swung his sword. He attacked, shouting that he was a hero. He looked furious, shouting that he would never lose to the demon lord. Suddenly, two sharp pincers pierced his body. The hero pulled them out, drawing blood. Hansu said with a smile that he was not a demon lord. Hansu looked down. Looking at the system window, he said that this was strange. He read that level 100, and thought, why hasn't he recovered? The guy turned his head. The body of the elf was lying on the ground, and Hansu wondered if he was still alive. The pincer pierced his chest, then many more times. Standing next to the lying body, the hero said that it did not look like it. Then he took a step aside and said that he would just wait. Now it was more important to deal with another problem. Opposite stood a saint with a halo. In her hand was a fragment of a red sword. On the ground lay a broken golem, and the hero thought that he should help them as soon as possible. She told the owner that from now on she would be with him day and night. Hansu pushed her away with his hand and asked if she wanted to see how Mother would hit him on the head when she saw them together. And to himself he thought that everything was fine with the saint, but she was closely connected with the broken holy sword too. The situation was not easy. Looking at the lying green-haired girl, he thought how he should. Then the corner of his lips turned up. He threw the fragment of the sword at the girl and said that it was hers now. Then with a smile he put out a shining palm. From a bright flash came a question about what he was doing and a scream. Smiling, the guy glanced at the system window, saying that if you activate the black box. In front of him was a description of a skill without a name. He said that it was great, they were perfect for each other. With her mouth wide open, surrounded by a glow, Boris screamed. Smiling, the guy folded his fingers into a fist. There was black and green liquid on the ground. The guy sat down next to her, saying that if you do it like this. He raised a black peg up and said that it was a little boring. But then he noticed the old golem's head lying there. He impaled it on this peg and raised it up, saying that now his magic wand was ready. The golem opened its eyes. The system said that it was a level 999 chaos golem, a maid, then listed her skills and said that she had the status of a saint. The golem's head with the maid who had moved into it screamed that she would kill the demon lord, and the guy said that there was even a voice assistant. He looked at the list of skills in the system window, and said that he would remove the useless skills and add some useful ones. The golem opened his mouth in shock when he saw the remaining skills and heard that the master would take care of it. He threw the stake with the saint's head and told her to handle it carefully. It belonged to her now. She said that she would treasure it. She hit the head on the cheek just as she was shouting that she would kill the demon lord. The stern blonde put out her palm. Hansu glanced at her with a smirk, saying that they would soon become friends. Then he looked down. In his hand was a gray object that he called the Holy Sword Nucleon. Unlike the Holy Sword II, whose true power is divided between many worlds, this sword was a single copy. He pointed his shining palm at it, thinking that this was really very strange. The body of the defeated elf was lying on the floor nearby, and Hansu thought that two heroes could not wield one sword. Suddenly, the elf's eyes widened, reaching out for him, just when the hero thought that since the sword had passed into his possession, it meant that its former owner was dead. The ancient hero grabbed the guy by the belt. He pressed his bloody face. Words about the demon Lord Petinar were heard. The elimination program was launched. Hansu's eyes narrowed in surprise. He recognized this mechanical voice and thought that it was sinister. The guy hit the elf with his knee, and then pierced him repeatedly with sharp claws. His face lit up with a glow. Instead of the elf's body, there was a cloud of flame, calling him crazy. Dark eyes were visible in it, the voice said, and the playback of a recorded message. An explosion was heard. The voice laughingly said that Petinar, his worthy opponent, how is he? The saint opened her mouth and called out to the owner in fear, and the voice continued that if he was listening to this, it meant he had broken the agreement. A spark appeared in the darkness of the eyes, a fiery eye. Every time he received this message, it meant he was forced to take extreme measures. His foot pushed off the ground. Words were heard that it was a pity that he had fallen into the real world, because there was no place for him there. A bright beam flew up, scattering everywhere. The voice ordered him to return and become the prey of the students, as it had been before. The fire in the place of the elf burned brightly. He explained that in the name of humanity. Hansu stared at this light in shock. He clenched his teeth, calling out to the first hero. Opening his mouth, he angrily shouted that he was crazy. Let him not involve an innocent person in his agreements. A blinding explosion was heard. Eyes and a mouth were visible in the glow. A bright ball hovered in the air. The hero thought, what happened? The eye opened slightly. The guy realized that, judging by what he could think, he was still alive. There was nothing around the glow. He wondered where he was. Being in the red space, he decided that it was warm and cozy here. Hansu was floating in the darkness, assuming that he was in the water. Green fabric. This is a dress on the body of a girl who was holding her pregnant belly. The man put his hand on the girl's cheek and asked for forgiveness, regretting that it was not in her power to save her, and if they were in a better situation. The shining ball thought that instincts whispered to him. The girl smiled a little, saying that she was happy to be with them. The glow grew brighter. He thought it was time to resurrect. Bright rays were spreading in different directions. The eyes were closed, and then they opened slightly. There were 2 moons in the sky. The saint took off her hood, calling out to the owner. She put her hands on his cheeks, saying that thank God he was safe, but what to do? The guy's eyes widened when he heard that she could not breastfeed him, and he wondered why he could not speak. The black cloth rose. Hansu's eyes were wide open. The smiling saint held a baby wrapped in a swaddling cloth in her arms. He was stunned, screaming indignantly. The girl held him with a smile, saying that he was cute, and the guy wondered why even swearing was filtered. A blush appeared on the baby's cheeks. He heard what she was thinking. He needed to leave. She would explain everything to him. A woman lay on the ground covered with a cloth. Her eyes were closed. The saint apologized and said that this girl was very exhausted after giving birth to the master. Her level was so low that she could not resurrect her. The baby's cheeks were pink. He heard that he was glad that she was at least able to give birth to him. He remembered the glow in the complete darkness. The baby's body was surrounded by a purple glow. The demonic force rushed to the lying woman. It covered her body. It began to look healthy. Now the girl was just sleeping, and then she opened her eyes. Getting up, she called Hippolyta in surprise and asked what happened. The system reported that this is a level 4 demon, a slave, with the skills of dark energy, survival, physical strength and endurance, the status of recovery after childbirth. The rosy baby made a sound in response, thinking that this is how he returned his debt. The system reported that this person was a level 1 chaos, a demon lord with the skills of dark energy, divinity, blessing, immortality and survival, in the status of a saint and a magic sword. The girl rushed to the baby in the arms of the saint, screaming in her baby. He closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that he would have to endure this. Suddenly, words were heard behind the trees, that someone heard voices. Hippolyta said that she would have to tell everything right now. This girl was the princess of a fallen country. The hero's new mother cried, looking away. The enemies that attacked the state killed all the members of the royal family. Knights with torches walked through the forest. The saint continued that wherever they went, knights and magicians from the enemy country would always follow them. The princess survived thanks to her help. She certainly dealt with them once or twice. The diaper with the child rose. The girls looked at the floating baby, who thought that this was a poor explanation. He looked at the glow near the forest, hearing a voice that in the name of His Highness, he was ordered. The knight on horseback raised his sword and continued to kneel down and surrender. The girls stood among the trees. Words were heard that they were completely surrounded. The frightened heroine folded her hands in a prayer gesture. The knight said that the princess of the fallen state would refuse the child of dirty blood, and his face was hidden. He continued that then they would treat her with generosity. His body shook while he said that one way or another this child will be. The baby hovering above him pierced him with a sword right in the head. With a cute look, Hansu made a baby sound. The knights looked around, saying that this is a child. The warrior stretched out his hand and ordered not to panic, but to grab him. The sword pierced another warrior. Arrows flew towards the baby's body. However, the newborn Hansu turned them around with demonic power and sent them back. He floated in a blinding light and heard the screams of the knights. The warrior rider saw his comrade shot and said that one can go crazy, this is a demon child. A sword flew into his chest when he ordered to retreat and inform his majesty. The demonic power around the baby was like the hand with which he threw the blade. The hero thought that he would be in serious trouble if rumors spread that he was a demon. This would significantly complicate everything due to the fact that he was again in a fantasy world. He imagined the silhouettes of the characters and the dragon and thought that he would have to take the hated exam again. The purple power gathered in vortices. The hero thought that for the sake of maintaining reputation. The energy around the baby formed an axe and a mace. The baby's eyes flashed red. He ominously thought that they should become experience points for the cute lord hero. The bright sky hangs over the green branches of the trees. The knight in armor gets seriously wounded. The saint stands next to the girl who is holding a glowing child. Little Hansu puts his lips together. It is said that his current state is characterized as ugly weak. The cute girl smiles at him. It is explained that the reason is that he was reborn as a resident of fantasy, stretching over countless dimensions. The character looks at the creature. It is said that his strong earthly body turned up for the second time to the first hero. The system says about the doomed to death. It is explained that he used the black box 100%. The message says about the impossibility of destruction, while his soul was not harmed also due to the power of the black box. The soldier with a dagger watches the girls. It is said that he died because of it, and with its help he survived, which is ironic. A bright beam of light pierces the fighter on the tree. The baby stares ahead. It is said that it was a misunderstanding or a mistake. They do not let this happen. A cape is visible on the child. The girls are standing on the ground. He realizes that he needs to eat. The worried heroine looks to the side. It is explained that because he became a demon with the Z rank of dark energy, nutrients will not make themselves. The little boy emits light energy. It is said that a growing organism must receive them in abundance, otherwise complications will arise. The eyes sparkle brightly. He will need a little help. The energy arrow points to the side. The surprised girl asks if they really need to go there now. A large castle rises above the green forest. The sun's rays fall through the wide windows. Water is collected in a bowl. The maid sits next to him and holds the baby in her arms. He shines, while the heroine asks if it is really refreshing. Another worker nods. Hearing that it is necessary to prepare a salad of fresh green vegetables with cheese, she answers that it will be done. The girl turns around with a smile. A mustachioed man standing in the doorway bows, clarifying what he can serve. He smiles while being called Lord. The system window says that he is level 582 with the profession of a landowner, with the skills of politics, dark energy, fencing. He bows, while wanting to treat him as a simple servant, because it will be easier. She answers how so, because they are just guests. Hansu in a towel radiates energy. The question sounds if something bothers them. He at this time thinks that there are demon worshippers everywhere, and it has never been seen that they are so poor. The blonde man with a mustache radiates dark energy. The child realizes this. The surprised heroine hears that the people will soon be announced. But it seems that the greed of the newborn empire has finally reached the threshold of a neutral country. The man sadly closes his eyes, declaring that he will tirelessly serve the master until the very end. But if a war begins. A castle with many towers stands in the forest. It is said that there is unlikely to be anything left of this place, because they are on the very border, and he just wanted to warn her about it in advance. The child's cheeks turn pink, thinking at this time about the newborn empire. A warrior in golden armor looks up. It is said that 100% the country in which the god of war was engaged in the golden golem. The war occurs 7 years after the hero was summoned. A bright glow illuminates the darkness, until recently even without his participation, if this castle has not yet been destroyed. The silhouette of the hero is visible. It is said that the warrior summoned before him did nothing. The girl holds the baby. He thinks that if the war begins soon, it is already too late, while wondering what that idiot is doing. The amazed worker looks at him. The baby smiles sincerely, mentally asking to just believe in this sweet and righteous hero. She smiles back with tears in her eyes, calling him sir. A joyful mustachioed man stands near them. The child understands that he can handle this at least for the sake of his development and revenge. He turns around excitedly, hearing sounds. A request to excuse is heard behind the red doors. The gentleman frowns and asks if he didn't warn him that he would talk about this later. Information is heard outside the room that this is an urgent matter. The kid makes a serious face. The question sounds, how dare the knight behave so recklessly, while the gentleman declares that this is the last warning and the soldier should leave. There are golden handles on the door. Behind them, a warrior is heard asking to forgive his insolence. Several blows cut the doors. The heroine with a sword smashes the doors into splinters. The indignant gentleman asks what kind of shamelessness this is. The girl in turn recognizes the character. The kid with flushed cheeks recognizes that voice. A blade shines in the warrior's hand. An enthusiastic girl in armor calls the princess. The system says that she is level 999, a knight with the skills of sword aura, fortitude, charm, and mastery. The amazed heroine, on the contrary, shouts about the swordswoman girl. The child in the towel wonders who it is. The girl goes inside, hearing from her interlocutor the question whether she really came for her. She answers the princess that everything is correct and you can be calm. They look at the baby, while one of them declares that the sir will also be better when she is near them. The child's cheeks turn pink. The soldier asks if this is true. The indignant baby purrs sadly, while thinking that she should get lost. The warrior is shown in the frame. She is called the swordswoman girl. The protagonist remembers moments with her, realizing that after the first playthrough, she thoughtlessly appeared naked in front of him, and she is just a psychopath waving a sword. Dark energy emanates from her. The child looks at her with a displeased face. The warrior sits down opposite the princess with the protagonist, who thinks that she is the number one threat. The ruler, smiling, says that the sir is also glad to see her. She shyly replies that the joy of His Majesty is an honor for her. The angry baby begins to scream, thinking that this is not so. Bright light from the sun falls on the windows. The caring hands of the princess hold the child. The servant stands in front of them and asks the princess to return to her homeland. She looks away. Little MC's eyes sparkle. This irritates him greatly. The character standing behind them says that the ignorant swordswoman mindlessly waving her weapon left and right should listen. The amazed girl asks again. The man, radiating dark energy, exclaims that they should not resort to such baseness, run away and abandon innocent residents, and besides, the brilliant plan of the baby sir will help them bring the empire to its knees. The castle stands in the middle of the forest. A cry is heard that this will happen right there. The interlocutor excitedly declares that this is absurd because they do not even have an army. The man asks again with an angry look. High mountains stretch above the earth. They say that they will be able to create it. Darkness is hidden in the bushes. The question sounds that this is a forbidden forest. The warrior with a serious face assures that the cave is dangerous, and it is not too late to go back. The princess smilingly declares that everything is fine because the swordswoman girl is probably with them. They are standing in the middle of the trees. She answers that if she is asked. The saint with the child flies through the sky. Hansu, radiating dark streams, thinks that this should be enough. Bright rays pierce the earth. They are directed straight into the caves. Nothing breaks out of them anymore. A roar is heard. The monster's leg goes forward. An army of evil creatures is eager to fight. They quickly run to the attack. Mutants are heading towards them shouting about the Great Lord. The baby radiating purple mana thinks that they should serve the hero. Evil monsters raise their paws. He offers to have fun in the empire. The heroines are standing in the middle of the forest. A cry is heard, is it really an earthquake? While the warrior promises to protect the princess. The army of mutants goes on the attack. A rumble is heard near the big castle. There are mountains nearby. An earthquake is everywhere. The saint holds a baby, who thinks that a one-sided defense is not his style. Frowning, he realizes that it is even more so to wait for the enemies to come themselves. Yellow flags are fluttering over the tents. The knight in the helmet asks in amazement what is happening. The army of the undead rolls over the wall. It is said that this is why. Monsters attack the soldiers. The lord orders to attack. Hordes of zombies sweep away the tents. The eyes of the mutants sparkle purple. The baby calls them to attack every second. The warrior shouts to others about a large-scale ambush. The magician stands near the red golem, hearing the order to summon. Guards in armor surround him, hearing that it is necessary to protect the magicians. The sword hits a wooden club. They bravely fight the army of the dead. The kid with pink cheeks thinks that there is one, but the mutants move towards the tents. He wonders if there are too many villains and monsters and what the hero has been doing for the past 7 years. The golem fights the dead. They say that thanks to him. The kid with a serious look understands that he will not have to dirty his hands. The system says about increasing the skills of conquest, inspiration, genius, leadership, greatness. A saint with wings flies holding a child. Shouts of hooray are heard. Soldiers in armor declare that they are saved and victory is theirs. The warrior's big foot steps on the ground, shouting about the very embodiment of victory. The protagonist frowns and thinks if he really has finally come. The god of war in armor appears before the joyful army. His eyes sparkle brightly. Hordes of monsters are heading forward. A ferocious mutant rushes at a soldier. He asks again in surprise when he hears that the magician will die first, and then the golems will become useless. A huge silhouette stands in front of them. The god of war swings his giant sword. The mutant with purple eyes talks about that idiot. After the giant's blow, a strong explosion occurs. The eyes of the god of war are serious. He swings his weapon again while there are explosions below. The soldiers shout that they need to quickly follow the master. An angel flying from above sees the battle. A rapt child thinks that this is always the case. The golden god of war sparkles with his eyes. Suddenly, the saint hears a scream below. On the ground, a horde of mutants moves forward. A bright blue beam pierces them. The warrior holds a sword glowing blue, talking about fools from the Holy Empire. The swordswoman girl with an enraged look declares that what they were going to do to the princess is a great sin. She breaks away. The god of war, raising his head, sees the attacking enemy. She is furious and wishes them to die. She deals a powerful blow to the giant. Other monsters fly apart. MC realizes that the battlefield is still noisy and there is nothing useful. The golden enemy has a cut on his armor. It gradually heals. The warrior in shock asks if it is true that there is a golem with regeneration in front of her. She flies rapidly while a sword is aimed at her. There is a strong blow. She flies into the ground. The heroine's sword is broken. She lies on the ground and barely breathes. Blood flows from her mouth. The girl opens one eye. The god of war reaches out to her and demands that she not pretend. He puts his huge palm on her. Holding it in his hand, he declares that she did it on purpose. The kid enthusiastically thinks that this is just great, and it's time to end it. The character in the cloak approaches them. The hero in the hood with a smile declares that even this famous swordswoman cannot resist his golem. A beaten warrior hears about a beautiful swordswoman. A stranger stands in front of her and says that she is so lonely. With a crazy look, he offers to join his harem. The wounded girl asks if everything is okay with his head. The saint flies through the clear sky. A scream is heard that it is not only about her appearance. The child in the arms of an angel hears that the more unavailable a woman is, the more he likes her. The angry protagonist listens to how wonderful it is. The saint drops the little gentleman, who begins to fly down. The baby falls. An object appears in front of him. A bright sword emits light next to MC. The golden god holds the warrior, while the stranger offers to quickly end everything and have a great time together. Suddenly, strong blows are struck against the golem. The astonished giant asks what happened. The hero in a cloak stands on the god of war split in half. In horror, he screams why the automatic repair function does not work. The saint, smiling, swings until he understands what happened. Hits him from behind. He starts to fly down. The saint holds the child smiling and says that it was a good job. The surprised knights see this and ask how this happened to the legendary guardian of the empire. The legs of the golden god lie on the ground. It is said that this is just an unconditional knockout. The baby with pink cheeks thinks that this is enough to destroy the sacred empire. The golem lies cut into 2 parts. It is said that the news of the death of the god of war became widely known throughout the northern continent. The warrior with the sword frowns and looks forward. It is explained that the descendants of the destroyed sacred empire rebelled. The magician fights with a grin. It is said that the followers of the god did not stand aside either. Everything around is engulfed in fire. As a result, the empire turned to dust in a matter of days. The guy goes forward. The amazed men look forward, exclaiming that this is the last heir of noble blood. They bow to the character in the cloak, shouting about his highness and asking them to trust their humble servants. He sits on the throne, hearing that they will faithfully serve the royal family. They are shocked to hear the demand to leave immediately. The little protagonist, with an important look, orders them to get lost. He enthusiastically declares that they need to get lost, while realizing that he is slowly learning to speak. The warrior in armor runs forward shouting about his highness. The tired soldier shouts about the army of demons that has captured the central continent. Hansu looks at him with displeasure. Fire is blazing everywhere. Monsters are attacking people. They scream in horror. The protagonist looks at the fire. The frightened warrior looked at the ruler, who thinks that he finally found out the location of the new hero. His views coincided with the princess of the elves. He abandoned his duty and deserted to Elfheim. An army of mutants rolls over the wall. It is said that while the hero did not perform his duties, the number of subordinates of the demon lord grew exponentially. The monster with a grin rushes at the man. It is explained that this is the result. The protagonist flying next to the saint addresses her. The head of the blonde is shown in the frame. The girl is divided in half, while saying that you need to cry. The eyes of the sacred golem of level 999 glow. His profession is an exorcist, with the skills of energy, penetration, fencing, translation. The brightest light envelopes the surprised mutants who ask what the noise is. In shock, they open their mouths and scream from what they saw. They are swept away. A man lying on the ground enthusiastically screams that this is the end and they are saved. The monsters are frightened to hear the order that those who have demonic energy need to listen. The protagonist in a red cloak tells them that this hero will protect people. The boy with a surprised look notices that only people. Frightened enemies look at him. One of the mutants suddenly loses his partner. They run, hearing that they need to move into the forest where there are no people. With sparkling eyes, the monsters head forward, while he orders to attack the kingdom of the elves. Hansu flies above them. With a smile, he understands that for a hero with 20 years of experience, this will not cause problems. With a sly look, he realizes that there is one but in the form of a silly girl who interferes with his graduation. He heads forward towards the green bushes, thinking that therefore he must revive himself. The elf looks out in shock. He gets a spear in the body, not having time to say about the army of demons. The mutants go on the attack, while a cry is heard that they are advancing. Elves with bows stand on the trees and shoot at the enemies. The monsters fall from these attacks. With an ominous look, the monsters go forward. The rivals in the bushes see them, and wonder why there are so many of them. The elf screams in fear that they can't handle it, and that they need to call the hero quickly. Suddenly she flies up. They hold her by the throat. The protagonist holds her in front of him, and asks why the elves have so much hope for a human hero. The delighted boy asks what happened to Nasu's. The opponent answers with difficulty that the hero was punished by that traitor. The protagonist remembers him and thinks that the local also knew the future, he was a good friend. The protagonist looks at her and hears a question about Hansu controlling the army and being the Lord of Demons. He answers with a smile that this is nonsense because he is a fair hero. The elf, grinning with difficulty, declares that he is just a fake. Enraged, she shouts at him that Sylvia and Sieg will come to save them very soon. Her eyes roll back. The protagonist lets go of the dead body and it falls down. Hansu asks with a sly smile that this time he won't be able to release. Sieg furiously swings his sword while he remembers him. The forests are on fire. Everything is in smoke. Tongues of flame engulf the area. A dead elf lies on the ground. Laughter is heard near the burnt forests. A blue beam pierces the space. Sieg is fighting monsters. The system says that he is a sacred person of level 999 plus with skills in energy, battle, spirituality, vision and much more. The guy in glasses is desperately fighting. Swinging his sword, he wishes them all to die. Blood splashes are visible around the warrior. The monsters are mercilessly advancing forward. The shocked guy says that there is simply no end to them. Behind him, a ferocious monster swings its paw. The girl hits him, screaming that Sieg needs to be careful. He, amazed, says that she is fine. The warrior with a shield turns to her partner. The guy, looking at her, asks that since she came here, it follows that all the inhabitants are safe. The interlocutor lowers her eyes and apologizes. Sieg hears this in shock. Bandit flies past him and demands that he come to his senses. The girl fights the monster and says that if he falls now, then who will protect the survivors? The warrior in the hood bravely fights the monster. A bright flash occurs. Angel hangs in the air and says that it is hard to admit, but the hot-tempered fool is right. Archer, kneeling, says that you cannot give up until the very end, because you can still fight. Smiling, he says that he is not going to sit idly by there. Sieg, gritting his teeth, apologizes for giving in. Priest, with tears in his eyes, hears this. Raising a golden sword, the guy shouts that he is a hero. Taking it with both hands, he swings, declaring that even at the cost of his life, he will definitely protect Elfheim. The purple-eyed monsters growl back. The warrior hits, saying there's no need to talk. The hero's eyes are wide open, saying that with force. A bright glow envelopes everything around, shouting about love and friendship. The monsters make sounds in amazement. A bright blue explosion destroys everything around. Smoke is visible. Sieg stands with a sword next to his comrades. Suddenly sees something in front of him, saying that this should be. A strong purple explosion occurs near them. The hero hits his head on the ground and screams. A giant monster with a mace stands opposite. The guy lies on the ground, shouting at him that he needs to wake up. The warrior holds a dagger in his hand, saying that there is no other option until Sieg wakes up. Priest stands next to Bandit and says that they need to stall for time. They rush to attack the huge monster. Sieg lies unconscious. Suddenly wakes up after a knockout. He gets up from the ground and asks where the guys are, because he passed out a little. A horde of evil dead people stands in front of him. His comrades are hanging tied up. It is said that the weakling has finally woken up. The elf is tied up. They call him an incompetent hero. Sieg hears their laughter in horror. Sitting on the ground, they ask him if this is really shocking, offering to run away. Sylvia hangs on sharp stakes. An offer to save the elven princess is heard. With trembling hands, the hero reaches for the sword, while they ask him if he still has strength, noting that then first they need to fry her, and then deal with him. The mutants with a sly smile blaze with fire. They ask him what he is saying, because it is hard to hear. Sieg raises his hands in fear and declares that he surrenders. Several magical sharp chains pierce his body. They start stretching him. The guy screams in pain. They say that he is quite loud because he squeals like a pig, but his screams are a delight for the ears. The main character's cloak flutters in the air. They say that this is the end for Elfheim and the kingdom is now theirs. Hansu asks with annoyance what he should do now and whether he really deserved to see such an ending after 9 years. The forests burn with a bright flame. The monster's leg flies towards the hero's head. They stretch him with chains, shouting that he needs to get up and crawl to their feet. MC, hovering in the air, watches what is happening. His face is unperturbed. The guy notices something in amazement. Professor Morrill is standing in front of him and asks what he is doing there. The woman addresses the student with a stern look. The main character asks with a smile if it is too insensitive. She flies behind him and hears that over the past 3 years he has become the emperor of the Northern Kingdom, and they did not even know that he was here. Morrill in a mask exclaims that this is true, the appearance of an uninvited hero. Hansu stands with his back to her, while she wonders how they got in there. Sieg is stretched with chains. The professor claims that this is not a mistake in their training. The student gave up halfway. The protagonist calmly says that he understands. In the memories, the guy in glasses desperately fights, while she explains that in order to support the student who failed in the last playthrough, they told him about the benefits he will receive after graduation. The protagonist, smiling slightly, hears that everything did not go as it should. The warrior killed Sieg. The protagonist claims that she is talking about separation from the allies with whom he must share the power of love and friendship, because this was a plus, but there is one but. The protagonist says with interest that there are also people like this who do not want this. Tears fall from the guy's eyes. The hero in glasses holds a sword standing next to the princess. It is explained that fools who value the bonds they created in the world of fantasy. The planet is located in space. It is said that this is not all, because after graduation the heroes return back where they have to say goodbye to the times when they were supported like the main characters of the novel. The professor silently hears about the great hero before the high-class security guard. The protagonist in the cloak says that she does not listen, while Moral said that all students must graduate from school, and the desire to stay in it forever is nothing more than childishness. He claims that graduation, who knows, is not like that. The hidden faces of the characters are shown. It is explained that the connection disappears every time you fail or graduate. The guy sits sadly on the bed. It is said that because of her, the number of heroes with mental disorders is greater than you can imagine, and even after returning home, they continue to dream of fantasy. The fighters' hands are burning. They cannot get used to life on Earth, eventually becoming criminals. The silhouette of a man is crying. It is said that they are as if expelled from paradise. Hansu in a cloak asks if the teacher really did not see the students after graduation. Vitalia in the air hears the answer that the pain and sadness of farewell are also part of the training. There are no eternal connections in the world. Sooner or later everyone will face separation. The protagonist is turned away from the woman, who explains that there is no reason to take responsibility for the students who could not cope with it, because the student is to blame for not being able to correctly apply the knowledge given to him. Moral, looking at the student, says that the teacher is the one who guides on the right path and only the student decides whether to follow the instructions or not. With a serious look, he says that they themselves choose their own lives and no one will live in his place. Hansu tells her that this is a long monologue. With a frightening look, he says that he is tired of it. The professor in the mask tells him that she honestly answered his question. The guy with wide eyes hears the question of how they return to this dimension. The protagonist in the cloak turns to her. While she says that his body is strange both in the world of fantasy and on Earth, he is like an alien creature. An excited woman hears a proposal to speak frankly. Raising a finger, MC asks if he can also clarify something. Points at the interlocutor. With an evil look, he says that the entire teaching staff, who is at odds with the first heroes, he clarifies who they really are. The woman next to the purple energy replies that the chatter unrelated to education has dragged on too long, and they need to talk when the person in charge makes a decision. The guy sees her evaporate and says goodbye to him. Hansu hangs in the night sky. The prisoner's hand hangs in chains. The long-haired hero with injuries is chained to the wall. Tears flow from his eyes. The main character with a smirk stands in front of the cage and says that he and Sieg have not seen each other for a long time. He with the same expression on his face begs to kill him. His hands are bruised. He asks why this is because it is unbearable. It is impossible to breathe. MC with a smile asks what it means everything is fine if the others are suffering. The chained guy states that while he has been living happily for the past 9 years, the inhabitants of fantasy have been suffering hellish torment. Golems attack the monsters. There is talk of an endless war and constantly advancing monsters. The big dragon opens its mouth. The guy talks about 5 disasters. Sieg is chained to the wall. They tell him that he should have a personal life. The law does not say that the hero must protect humanity. But what if he does not? The protagonist with an empty look states that this is a world begging for help, and the only way out for fantasy is to disappear. Through tears, the former partner says that he just wanted to live happily. The protagonist calmly hears about the desire of the interlocutor to spend his life with Sylvia. Hansu, raising his finger, suggests waking up from illusions. A bright flash occurs. Light smoke spreads across the green plants. In the middle of the night sky there is a mighty tree. The creature lies on the ground and crumbles into pieces. The hero goes forward. The protagonist, sitting on the stove, wonders why he is like this. Through tears, he declares to the respected Moral that it is impossible for this stupid student to go back 10 minutes. The events take place 10 minutes ago. Hansu snapped his fingers and called for him to wake up from his fantasies. The golem's eyes lit up with a bright light. Everything around him is filled with a glow. The monsters close themselves in horror from him, wondering what is happening. The light fills more and more space. They scream in horror. Smoke spreads near the tree. The protagonist calls it cool with a grin. The system window says about the skills of mass murder and justice, which have been pumped up. With interest, he asks what it is. The message says that the talent has increased to level Z. The guy sighs seeing the information about the levels of this skill. In shock, he reads about recreating from scratch. With a sarcastic grin, he begins to speak. Enthusiastically shouts that he must overcome the limit of this skill. Sadly looks at the system window. The purple sphere hovers in space. The question is heard why he has such a sad expression on his face. Hansu slams his hands on the floor and shouts that this is a scam. The message says about talent. He shouts that it says that it is now easier to overcome the limit, but only by a couple of %. Foaming at the mouth, he declares how many skills he has already spent. The sphere answers that he knew that the higher the rank of the transcendent skill, the more difficult it is to overcome the limit. Hansu smiles and hears the question that he has about 7 such skills. He answers if only. The purple sphere emits energy. He replies that there are only 4, divinity, dark energy, blessing, talent. She says that there are also energy, penetration, recruitment. The guy is perplexed, asking to wait. A golem looking like a stick is shown. The sphere talks about it. Shocked MC hears that since skills are tied to the owner's soul, when overcoming the limit, they should also be taken into account. The enraged guy claims that nothing is clear anyway. The interlocutor claims that this is all because this is a high school program. He begins to laugh sadly. Lowering his head, he says that as soon as you find out about the problem, it becomes impossible to ignore. With a mad look, he claims that it is time to start reorganizing skills. The assistant replies that he is scaring. The system window says about penetration. He shouts that he will donate transcendental skills to improve his Z rank. The notification says about the Z talent with 6%. The guy says that this is a great way to reduce the number of other skills. Enthusiastically declares that he will gladly give them up. The bright moon glows in the night sky. The system window says talent with 99%. The protagonist lies on the floor and is silent. He beats his fist on the ground and screams that he has no more skills that he could spend. Through tears, smiling, he wonders if it is possible to sacrifice Z's dark energy, and then kill the Demon King over and over again to restore the skill. He answers that the Demon Lord is not a factory for the production of demonic energy. Getting up from the floor, he says that this is not so. Blazing with dark energy, he claims that now he has no other choice. Suddenly, everything begins to collapse under him. He does not understand what is happening. He falls down, screaming that this time something happened, lands on the slabs. With a dissatisfied face, he asks what is happening. Seeing a tunnel in front of him, he declares that this is an ordinary sewer. Hansu frowns and turns away, saying that he is actually busy and does not have time to sniff this. Suddenly he understands something. The elf stands surrounded by multicolored lights. It is said that the slime does not use toilets, and the elves rely on spirits in everything. It is quite dark in the tunnel. The question is heard whether these guys really need a sewer. The protagonist goes forward. The main character moves next to the water, thinking that besides looking at the walls, he realizes that he does not see any slime and anyone will notice that this is a bluff. Standing in the middle of a huge dungeon, he realizes that the scale is large and does not look like it was built recently. Hansu asks with a grin what the elf king hid. A dark vortex is visible. The guy says that earrings soaked in bizarre memories, given for his 351st birthday. If something like this is hidden there, then you need to be ready for anything, even in another world. A bright light is visible in the night. Air hovers through the tunnel. Streams of air walk along concrete structures. The protagonist goes inside. Hansu looks around, wondering what that stench is. The protagonist looks away in surprise. There is a gate in front of him. He realizes that this is it. He stands opposite and declares that this is a strange door that he can't do without. He looks at it thoughtfully. The door is slightly green. The assistant claims that an ancient demon is sealed there and it is better for the curious not to approach. The purple sphere says that this is exactly what is written there. The guy looks at it and hears that if he still wants to enter, he needs to solve a riddle or get the blood of the elf king. He wonders if he can tell him about this. Near the door, the sphere claims that it simply read the inscription. Hansu, closing his eyes, answers the question of whether he will keep it a secret by saying that there is no need to worry about it. A purple cloud of energy hovers in the air. The protagonist holds a sword with a grin, asking if there were warnings that the door should not be broken down. The weapon glows brightly in his hands. Raising his sword above himself, he declares that in that case it's okay if she changes her shape a little, hoping that they don't know about the anti-burglary protection. The assistant hovers next to him, asking what about the demon that's sealed there. Hansu is serious. The green doors are shining. The guy understands that if the monster were there, he would have felt its presence with his demonic energy a long time ago. There is a bright light in the darkness. The protagonist thinks about the only thing he feels. With a mad look, he exclaims about someone's heartbeat. He strikes hard, declaring that he will first open the door and then think about it. Ancient doors stand in front of him. A bright cut is visible. Hansu grins and claims that he's not bad. The gates fall apart in front of him. The guy wonders if he really does have a talent for destruction. Clouds of dust rise from the ruins. MC, standing with the sphere, says that he simply took the meaning of what was written too literally, while she claims that it was possible not to read the warning. Taking a step, he wonders why it is so dark. Stepping on the floor, he declares that he can't see anything. Suddenly sees grass in front of him. Surprised, he looks up in front of him. Closing his eyes from the glow, he asks what it is. Multicolored spirits are flying near the protagonist. They are glowing brightly. Different spheres are visible near the ancient walls. They are hovering above the guy. Hansu opens his eyes in surprise. There are hundreds of spirits far from him. Grass is growing on the stone floor. The multicolored spheres have eyes. The stranger approaches him, asking him to stop. The protagonist stands opposite her. The greatest elf of level 999 plus addresses him as a hero. The system window says that she is a keeper with the skills of spirit control, blessing, hypnosis, rest, dexterity. Hansu, with a displeased look, asks what will happen if he goes further. The elf calmly replies that she will use force. A pendant with a blue stone hangs from her hands. MC watches with a serious face, hearing that he is fair. The girl standing opposite calls him wise. The guy stands still and hears that he should go back to where he came from and forget about everything he saw. The elf, shining with bright energy, demands to leave this place. Holding out her hand, the girl declares that upon returning, she needs to hold hands with her beloved and live a long and happy life. She looks forward with a smile. There is a bright glow behind her. The protagonist holds her hand in surprise. She does not understand what is happening. The embarrassed girl exclaims that she needs to hold not her hand, but her beloved. The protagonist kisses her on the lips. There are bright spheres around them. Without stopping doing this, he apologizes. Suddenly breaks her neck. With a surprised look, he claims that if he could go back, he would have done it a long time ago. Looking away, he thinks about the sound of the heart that he is looking for. Light spills from a crack nearby. He realizes that it was not coming from this place. A warrior stands in boots and calls for help to a survivor. An elf stands near his comrades and exclaims that he is bleeding heavily and needs more soldiers. A mage generates a sphere near the wounded man's face, asking him to wake up. Sorcerers carry the wounded through the air. The chief orders them to do it carefully and slowly. Frightened elves hear a scream that she will not forgive. An elf clutching her head speaks of damned demons and worthless people, whom she will definitely wipe off the face of the earth. Sieg in tears asks Sylvia to calm down. A girl with crazy eyes calls his name. The amazed guy hears that he is the same useless one. The princess screams in rage that he always talks nonsense, and just gave up when he was really needed. Clenching her fists, she declares that because of him her father and mother died. With a mad look, she demands that he commit suicide if he has a conscience. The guy says her name in surprise. Fiery spirits are flying nearby. Sylvia transforms the spirit near her and orders Sieg to turn into ashes. He begs her to wait through tears. The princess hears his heartrending screams with a mad grin. She opens her eyes in surprise. The fiery spirit flies on. The surprised girl with bandages on her face looks away. The spirit of fire hovers over the guy. The hero stands far from them, holding him near himself. The protagonist turns around with a serious look. Light is visible through the gorge. Hansu goes inside. The girl with a chain around her neck addresses him. MC looks at him in surprise. She asks in amazement if the hero was really looking for her. The shocked guy looks at her. The green-eyed girl wonders why he looks at her like a tasty chicken. The protagonist stands next to the core and declares that he was just wondering where it was and that she should introduce herself before it was cut. The heroine flies surrounded by multicolored spheres, explaining that she was born in the distant antiquity of the world of fantasy. She is the first spirit, and she can be called the mother of all spirits, and the kings who rule them. The protagonist calmly notes that she is more like a grandmother. She furiously asks if she can finish before she becomes a cut. The chain hangs nearby. He wonders why it is imprisoned. The girl sadly states that the elf they recently defeated was the wife of the third king. In the memories, the protagonist wrung her neck. The protagonist introduces the third king, assuming that he is the crazy one who adores people. The core glows near Hansu. They ask him where he knows him from. He replies that he has many connections. The blonde, smiling, says that the hero has also become his friend. She stands near the tree, declaring that she was like that too. The bandit attacks the elf. It is said that they have nothing but a long life and seemed very pathetic. The girl happily points her finger. It is explained that not everyone was like that. There were elves with a truly pure heart. A fairy with wings lies on a tree. It is said that although it was love only for a certain area, they were not liars. She smiles sincerely, explaining that ironically, fate made friends with them. In her hand are several multicolored spheres. She says that she lent the power of spirits to her friends. Then the life of the elves became better. The king stands smiling in front of the people. Over time they learn to resist the external forces that suppress them. The ruler made a great achievement by founding Elfheim. He looks at two subjects. It is explained that purity was not part of his principles. The girl's cleavage is visible. Elves are peeping at the king in the tent. A disgruntled warrior watches. It is said that there were also those who were dissatisfied with the proposal for an alliance marriage with humans. The crown falls down. It is said that they rebelled and made the third king disappear. Light is seen in the gorge. The girl explains that she was imprisoned there. There are multicolored lights near her fingers. It is said that after all this, the relationship between the elves and the spirits changed, turning from friendly to slavish. The spirit of fire looks forward. It is explained that the next generations do not know this, so they simply take this relationship for granted. The core glows in the dark. Hansu stands next to him, while the elf declares that if the master removes her chain, the girl, smiling, claims that in this case she will exterminate all the elves. The surprised guy asks what he said that he would let her go. The imprisoned elf asks again in amazement. The protagonist holds an energy sword. She shouts that having lost the terrible shackles she will help him in the battle against the demon king, because in the past she was already an assistant to the first hero. Amazed Hansu wonders if this is true. The frightened elf hears that in this case she should say hello to her friend. A bright light is visible in the cave. Multicolored clouds are hovering in space. The protagonist stands near the bright spheres with a serious look. The question arises, what will happen if you make a contract with the original spirit? Elves use magic. It is said that transcendental skills will increase by 2 values. Suddenly the spirits fly away from them. The question is, what if you kill the original spirit? Elves look away in shock, shouting something about spirits. Hansu stands in the middle of spheres of different colors, thinking that most likely they will go crazy. The guy goes forward. Everyone objects that he is not even an elf. An elf nearby calls the spirits. The princess in a rage demands that they be returned to her. The guy stands near the glow, asking if she will tell them herself. In the protagonist's hair sits a fairy, who talks about the children of Elfheim. Squinting her eyes, she declares that she lent her power for a while, because the spirits were never theirs. Seed crawls away, hearing that if they want to borrow them again. The girl with wings with a grin offers them to dance like idiots. The princess opens her mouth in surprise and looks at her, falls to her knees. The protagonist disappears from his place, lands nearby. The guy sits on a tree and realizes that he cheated a little, because they do not have a contract and not a relationship tied to abilities. The system window says about the skill of falsification of the maximum rank. The glow on Hansu's head says that the master hero is such a coward. The tired girl lies in his hair and declares that she will have to love him since there is no one else. The guy with a grin offers her to leave if she doesn't like something. She refuses. The embarrassed fairy says that she also has pride, but she will love him like a blind person. Bright spheres fly near the tree. He says that she should try. He reaches out to the system window with information about increasing the rank of spirit abilities and blessings. The inscription falls apart. It says that the preparation is complete. The message says about increasing talent to ZZ rank. The system window says about talent. The protagonist looks at it with a serious face. The message says that he is special from birth, was able to overcome the limit of his race, and even God cannot predict the outcome of such a situation, while asking whether to recreate everything from scratch. The window shows a choice, yes or no. Hansu with a grin says that he is still being asked. He points his finger at the yes button. Suddenly, the protagonist flies in the middle of a purple space. Surprised, he looks in front of himself. He sees a question in the window about what he likes the most: girls, robots, mass murder, trophies, family. This question is asked in the window. Frowning, the guy thinks shouldn't everything have been recreated from scratch, and what kind of sudden psychological test is this? A line about trophies is visible. He realizes that he hates charity, so this will do. Crossing his arms, he flies in front of the window and says what he hates the most. In the window, there is a question about what he dislikes the most: attacks, colleagues, charity, school staff. Starting from the beginning, he states that it even notes what he hates the most. The heroes are shown with hidden faces. He thinks about pumping up his skills, communicating with people. Everything is pointless, starting from the beginning. The fifth line lights up in the window with the inscription about starting from the beginning. Hansu discontentedly asks what kind of question is this about what he does best. The line about the embodiment of justice lights up in the message. The guy claims that he is the fairest hero. The system is interested in what he is most afraid of. The protagonist seriously wonders if all this is not in the universe, and it turns out that he is most afraid of the huge universe. The fifth question is shown, namely, what is the most impressive thing, and the names of the heroes are listed. Hansu frowns and thinks. The girls look at him happily. He understands that he seems to have made a mistake. The furious dragon opens its mouth. It is said about a flying lizard. The green substance smiles. The guy realizes that he does not even want to become slime. The protagonist presses the button with the inscription Alex. MC flies in front of the window with information that the recreation from scratch cannot be cancelled even with the help of regression or past lives. No one is responsible for the consequences. There is a choice whether to agree with the content. Hansu grinningly declares that they are keeping you in suspense until the end, then exclaims that he agrees. He points his finger at the window. The amazed protagonist looks opposite. A bright sphere flies near him, asking what's wrong with the gentleman. MC closes his eyes, realizing that he is already falling asleep. He sees a fairy and colorful spheres in front of him, asking him to wake up. The guy is lying on a tree, while the assistant calls him. The protagonist opens his eyes. He lies on the leaves with a naked torso. The fairy, smiling, exclaims that the hero has finally woken up. She asks him sheepishly if he slept well. Hansu is dissatisfied and silent. He sees her in front of him and asks why she is lying on him. She hugs him and explains that about a year ago a very tasty smell began to emanate from his body. He demands that she get off him. The enthusiastic assistant shouts that his breath smelled especially sweet. The protagonist gets up, hearing that she has taken the most comfortable place. The dissatisfied guy sits surrounded by spirits. He waves his hands furiously to drive them away. With a serious face, he points his finger at the system window. It says there about a man of nature of the first level of the Demon King profession with the skills of talent, divinity, dark energy, and so on. He brings his finger to the race and declares that it has changed. The message talks about absorbing experience points, storing points, using them, and the specifics of receiving love from spirits, protecting the forces of nature, and the energy of the universe. The protagonist thinks with displeasure that this is probably the love of spirits. He turns around in surprise. Multicolored spheres are flying in the middle of the forest, and he wonders what has happened in the last 5 years. The fairy explains with a serious expression that when he suddenly fell asleep, she decided to stay by his side. Lying on his stomach, she says that she also gathered her children to protect him. The spirits are holding objects on themselves, and it is said that they, in turn, are doing this to celebrate her release. Everything around them is in spheres of different colors, and it is explained that they brought many gifts. The amazed protagonist declares that it is a paradise for spirits. The fairy grins and replies that this is no longer the kingdom of the elves. The surprised Hansu hears that he woke up in time. The joyful partner declares that Sieg has gathered warriors from every country and is planning to invade, and wants to enslave all the elves who betrayed people. The dissatisfied guy asks again in amazement. He sits on a tree and hears someone calling him. Someone is walking barefoot on the grass. An elf girl begs him to save them. Sitting on a huge branch, he asks what's wrong with her appearance. She covers herself with her hands, explaining that this is so that they can live with the noble spirits together. The ancient elf of level 647 looks away. MC realizes that they have worked hard these years. The system says that she has the skills of charm, spirit control, gathering, dancing. The protagonist looks at her and asks what she wants. In the memories, the princess formed a fireball, saying that without a doubt Sieg is angry with her, so he must be stopped. Through tears, the elf declares that the hero's job is to protect and therefore, if he wishes, let him have her body. The protagonist lands in front of her. With a serious face, he examines the girl. She looks at him in amazement. Hansu frowns and claims that she has too many shortcomings. The discouraged elf loudly asks what he is saying. Suddenly, the guy kisses her on the lips. He continues to do this while she is embarrassed. With a serious look, the protagonist thinks that being a man of nature is much better than being an ancient elf. She closes her eyes. Her hands reach out to him. Suddenly he fights back, realizing that she is very wrong. The frightened elf looks ahead, while he realizes that his goal is not the body. The protagonist kisses her using the skill to absorb experience points. He lets her go. The system says about storing experience points. The protagonist wipes his mouth. His level has increased from 7 to 647. The surprised elf sits on the grass. The system says that her level is now 1. Hansu goes further. With a grin, he declares that he received an advance payment. With a sly smile, he claims that now he can go for Sieg. The notification indicates the use of experience points. He wants to check it out. A bright glow is visible in the middle of the forest. Soldiers are standing on the ground. The red and yellow flag is fluttering. The warriors walk forward with a smile. The warrior looks on with a displeased face. A burning torch flies through the air. The knights burn the forest after the order. Buckets of waste and poison are poured into the river. Sieg, riding a horse, declares that it is harder to protect than to destroy and that it is necessary to take advantage of the spirits' confusion. In rage, he shouts about suppressing the spirits. The fairy, holding his hair, declares that the guy has definitely gone crazy. Hansu, lost in thought, says that he does not understand why he needs this because now this is the kingdom of spirits. The forest is engulfed in flames. The guy wonders if he really has gone crazy. The elves shoot from bows, shouting that humans should not enter the sacred forest. Multicolored spirits go on the attack. The knight covers himself with a shield, declaring that the elves and spirits have separated. The soldiers cut down the elves, shouting that without the help of the spirits they are useless and no one should be left alive. The forest burns with a bright flame. The fairy looks at this in fear. Hansu asks her not to worry. He smirks and declares that now this first-class hero will fairly solve the problem. The system window says about using experience points. The guy talks about an eye for an eye, violence for violence. Blazing with green fire, he says that it feels very good. The message says about lowering the level to 644. He takes the handle of the weapon. The energy sword is activated. The core is on the protagonist's head, saying that they will also help. He calls on the children to gather. Different spheres fly through the air. Raising the sword, Hansu calls them to him. He looks at the message with a grin about increasing the level to 646 and asks what is the reason for the level to start growing. The sword sparkles with green lightning. The guy calls to protect the environment. A bright light appears in front of the enemy army. Gritting his teeth, the guy says the name of the opponent. Holding the sword, the protagonist calls Sieg to come to him. MC with a sly smile says that it's time to shorten his tongue. The enemy on horseback orders the army to attack. With a mad look, he shouts that it is necessary to put an end to the kingdom of the elves. Knights with shields and swords run to attack. In the middle of the green forest, smoke is visible. The sword glows. It says condolences to his ex-wife. In the center of the sphere, a bright light burns. The protagonist thinks that this is no longer his problem. Hansu holds it in front of him. The system says about the level decreased to 48. A green glow envelopes everything around. A strong explosion occurs. A column of glow rises above the forest. Blast waves spread through the trees. The protagonist thinks about what is important now. With a frantic look, he realizes that they attacked this place knowing that he is here. An energetic green beam fills the sky above the battlefield. Sieg screams in shock. He holds his sword. He puts it in front of a bright beam of enemy fire. Gritting his teeth, he tries to restrain himself. He glances to the side, hearing words of support. The girls are standing nearby and shouting that they will impose a reinforcement on the master. Enthusiastically declare that he must definitely win because they trust him with victory. The handle of the weapon glows with blue lights. Sieg, gritting his teeth, tells Hansu to look closely because it's the one. Blue light opposes green. A guy with cute eyes screams about the power of love. The protagonist quietly pronounces the enemy's name. Smiling, he declares that this is the power of his ex-wife. Bright stones are visible in the golden hilt of the sword. Sieg asks again in surprise. A bright flash occurs that destroys everything around. Green light fills the space. A powerful explosion scatters the earth and trees. An empty space remains in the middle of the battlefield. Things are lying. A man lies not far from them. The wounded enemy in shock asks if he really lost again. With difficulty raising his head, he says that he is a hero who defeated 3 out of the 5 disasters. An opponent approaches him. Sieg looks up in amazement, declaring that he is crazy. The protagonist smiles. The system says level 1052 with ZZ rank. He screams that this is a scam. The guy falls face down on the ground. MC asks if he has lived well all this time. Sieg rises on trembling legs and speaks. He claims with a mad look that he is the king of energy. The system states that he is level 999 plus of the ancient human race. He shouts in anger that he cannot look weak in front of the girls. Hansu, holding up a finger, exclaims that he understood, while noticing that there seem to be no more girls. The opponent opens his eyes in shock. He falls in front of the protagonist. The protagonist, thinking, asks to wait, clarifying that it is not the control of the Z spirits, but energy. Apparently he read it wrong. The sun rose over the forests and mountains. The guy lies unconscious on the ground. A fairy with wings asks if he should be buried like this. The sword pierces Sieg's body. He shouts out the protagonist's name. The protagonist stands next to him with a serious face, having just let go of the handle of the weapon. He looks at him and declares that now it is time to finish. The system states that the level has increased to 1778. The fighter's hand sticks out of the ground. The assistant sitting on Hansu's hair says that she wanted to bury him alive so that he would pay for all his sins. The protagonist looks at the light and says that if she is unhappy, then let her leave his head. A purple sphere hovers near them and states that they have not seen the student for a long time. A dissatisfied fairy sits on the head of a guy who notes that he thought that Miss Trainee was hiding, but now she finally came out. The surprised protagonist hears a request to be silent, because the elder asked her to watch Sieg. The guy is lying in bed with a girl. It is said that after escaping from the kingdom of elves, he found solace in a dissolute life, which led to the awakening of the 5 disasters. A huge monster attacks the fighter. It is explained that the self-confident image was very different from reality. A giant catfish sweeps him away. Sieg was worse than a novice knight who neglects training. Alex, Aqua attack and rage. It is said that in the end, the monster falls to the ground. It is explained that although he defeated the 5 disasters, the heroes lie dead. All his partners died. Shocked Sieg stands with a sword. Because of his slowness, the entire continent turned into chaos. With a nervous smile looks at this. It is said that even after all this, Hansu looks at Miss Trainee and hears about a new girl, then another, because in the guy's head there is only debauchery. The purple sphere assures that apparently he can no longer be called a teacher. The guy urges to be more confident in himself. Sieg lies in bed and fights the monster. It is said that does not the fact that he, blinded by lust, defeated the 5 disasters speak of her qualifications. The protagonist, smiling, declares that in his opinion she did a great job. The purple clot of energy replies that he consoled her a little. Vidya near MC says that she was not looking for him for this. He clarifies why then she came. Miss Trainee flying in the air assures that since the hero called to fight demons died, the world will soon disappear. Hansu points at himself questioningly and asks. A picture of a flash appears. It is said that since he was redirected not along the usual route, it seems the system does not recognize him as a hero. The guy sighs with annoyance. The space around them changes. The teacher says that of course the system also cannot constantly reboot. A hand sticks out of the ground. It is explained that it will give an additional 10 seconds, and Sieg apparently will not be resurrected. The main character looking at the sphere asks if he can be helped like that. Surprised to hear that of course it is impossible. But there is one but. The intern hovering in the air claims that they are secret friends, and this is a small gift for consolation. The protagonist thanks her smiling, assuring that he will look after him in the next playthrough. Stands in front of the system window asking if he liked the adventure. Crossing his arms, he assures that this is the first time he sees this, suggesting that this message appears if you die during the playthrough. The system offers to look at his grades. The window says about S's combat power, achievements, S's reputation, A's character. The question is asked why he is here again. Frowning, the protagonist says that he wanted to ask. The message says that he did not graduate. The protagonist does not care about this and asks to return it quickly. The angry guy begins to swear. Hansu stands in front of the window with information that the reason is his noble spirit, because he is ready to come to the rescue in difficult times. But the world is not so simple. He realizes that he understood something else. MC stands opposite Pedinar. It is said that if at least one of them is missing, the world will restart. The fairy on the guy's head says that she finally decided to go out into the world, and it just collapsed, asking if he will save her again. Turning around, Hansu asks why he needs it, because she won't remember anyway. The girl, smiling, asks if he is sure about this. The surprised protagonist asks again. The fairy, with a sweet smile, assures that she will wait for the hero. The guy, in a rage, shouts that the old woman should not just throw words around. The light goes out. A slight glow is visible. The protagonist closed his eyes. They are calling him. He opens them tiredly, hearing screams about the hero. Lenovo happily greets him, asking if he was too scared because he was suddenly summoned. The protagonist sits in the middle of a magic circle. He is told that this is the world of fantasy. He cuts the girl with one movement. The chains fly out of him. He sits with a sad face. Splashes of blood fly around him. The heroine's hand lies on the floor in a pool of blood. Someone says that this is simply impossible. The protagonist with wings looks at this, shouting about Mrs. Lenovo. The protagonist's eyes sparkle brightly, asking if this is really the hero. Knights with weapons stand in front of him, shouting that we need to hold the line and prepare for battle. MC slightly opens his mouth. With sparkling eyes, he orders everyone to kneel. The system window says level 1860, the Demon King, with ZZ and Z level skills. Spears are pointed downwards, sighs are heard. The soldiers fall to their knees and exclaim about the great master. The protagonist counts on his fingers. He clenches his fist. Speaking of the number 9, the system speaks of the race of a man of nature with translation skills and the status of a demonic sword, a holy maiden. He stands surrounded by his subjects, smirks slightly. With a sly smile, he declares that he expected this. The system states the profession of the Demon King. He understands that when he activated the black box, the profession changed. The world and the memories changed. He thinks that if the hero dies and does not return within 10 preferential seconds, then everything restarts. The hero's profession is shown with experience points at 500%. He wonders what if at this time he himself becomes a hero. With a joyful look, he realizes that nothing will happen. In the 8th playthrough he lost because he did not know this. Hands are visible from the ground. He thinks that he does not want to retake the exam again because of such stupidity. The purple sphere hovers nearby and says that he cleverly pulled it off. The enthusiastic guy agrees with her. The corpse lies on the ground. The question sounds whether he reacted too sharply to her. In the memories, Lenovo said that if he defeats the Demon King, he will be able to return home. The girl happily calls her brother to get up quickly. With a serious face, MC thinks that she is the only one who told about the possibility of returning and, unlike the others, did not change her attitude. The hand lies in a pool of blood. He realizes that he thought that she was unusual. But he was wrong and was not even upset after finishing her off. The protagonist turns to the sphere and hears that he is the first hero who immediately kills Q partners. He asks not to worry. A saint appears behind him. The angel, closing his eyes, responds to the appeal to himself. The hand in the pool of blood begins to glow. The fingers begin to move. Lenovo rises in fear and sighs. The protagonist, crossing his arms, listens to her cough. The girl turns around displeased. Surprised, MC thinks about her true essence, which has finally shown itself. She says through tears that she understands that he is confused, but this is too much. Hansu displeasedly thinks about her true essence. Lenovo happily shakes the saint's hand. The guy frowns and watches as she thanks him for saving him, introducing herself by name. Puts out his hand realizing that it is what it is. Closing his eyes, he realizes that he was really too harsh. The question sounds like how the gentleman did it. The partner is delighted and asks if it is a holy maiden, a spirit. The guy lightly hits her on the forehead, while she asks how he made a contract with her. In anger, he demands to shut up, otherwise he will get it. He points his finger at the knight, and calls him. The warrior in armor hears that it is necessary to bring the most luxurious noble clothes that are in the castle. The protagonist with a grin suggests not to make him repeat it twice. Red flags flutter over the castle. An old man with a gray beard looks forward. The king sits on the throne surrounded by knights and servants. The hero goes forward, realizing that he will conduct the meeting in the same way as in the second playthrough. In his memories, Hansu smiled, realizing that this time he is the only hero and only if they try to kill him, he will not speak. The guy approaches the guard thinking about simplicity and naturalness. A warrior in a helmet looks at him. The gates swing open, a bright light fills everything around. The nobles look displeased at who enters. Their faces are excited. The red cloak flutters. Hansu realizes that he needs to show himself as he is. The king sits on the throne, realizing that he has not changed at all. The ruler looks at him, while the protagonist considers him a child who was lucky since childhood, and then simply inherited the throne. The protagonist walks forward. In a chic black and gold robe, he thinks about being the emperor of the northern kingdom. With a grin, he greets his majesty. Banners hang on the towers of the castle. Lenovo hurries after the hero. MC stuck out his tongue. It is said that during the second playthrough he was very immature. It is even embarrassing to remember. An excited partner asks where he is going, while he realizes that in the same situation, 10 and 25 years of experience are very different. With a grin, he holds a bag and replies that it's for the black market, thinking that this is why he will correct the mistakes of the second one in the 9th playthrough. The blue sky stretches over the green trees. The castle wall is visible. The heroes sit silently in the bushes. The girl cautiously assures that there is only one forest here. He asks why she tagged along. Lenovo follows him, saying that she is his partner. He replies that if he wants to follow him, then he should keep quiet. Suddenly, the guy notices something. Multicolored spheres are flying through the air. They hang over them. MC thinks that the spirits came to his scent. With a serious look, he thinks that their number is growing rapidly, and this means only one thing. With a sly smile, he realizes that he is right in front of him. The forest is visible. The elf touches the ground and tells the other that she found it. The market is below. The other replies that finally. Another warrior stands nearby and listens that a passage needs to be made. The elf watches with a displeased face. Raising his hand, the magician calls upon the spirits of the earth to transform this place. The shocked elves see orange balls above them. They fly away. A cry is heard where the spirits are heading. The character watches with a serious face. Hansu, blazing with green fire, goes forward, asking if he is a human. He smiles, while the system says about increasing the skill of controlling spirits from D to S. The archers pull the bowstring, declaring that he stole them. The protagonist looks forward with interest, and says that he will say only once, so you need to listen carefully. The elf frowns and watches. Hansu, smiling, assures that he is a kind aristocrat. With a grin, he declares that he lives in the capital of the kingdom, and here he breathes fresh air. However, the warriors hear the question of why they are walking around the land of people, because it is suspicious. The elf watches warily. He looks at the protagonist and offers to look at his clothes. A black suit is seen. He asks what kind of ugly silk it is, assuming that it is a nobleman who came to the black market. In rage, he declares that he probably deceived them into taking their spirits. Raising his sword and standing next to the other soldiers, he calls on them to defeat him and return them back. Hansu closes his eyes with a smile and says okay. Weapons fly forward. He realizes that he knew that they would do exactly that. The elf is handcuffed. He understands that, like in the second playthrough, they want to save the teacher Sylvia. The protagonist sees enemies flying at him. He realizes that there is something more important. With a mad look, he claims that talking to evil elves is absolutely useless. A strong green explosion occurs. The purple lamp lights up. The guards see this in fear and ask what is happening. Suddenly, the ceiling above them begins to crumble. The protagonist calmly asks for forgiveness because he would like to sell a couple of elves. He joyfully holds several enemies on himself. The guard in rage asks who he is. One of the workers, smiling, asks if he can examine them. Hansu, with a sly grin, assures that of course he can. The man puts his hand in his pocket. He puts a green monocle on his eye. The bodies of the Tide Elves are illuminated. He examines them. He watches carefully and thinks about the expensive armor and excellent health. Considering their number, it is probably better to agree, wondering why their level is so low. Raising his head, he tells the gentleman that these are elves. Suddenly, the monocle cracks. The protagonist, radiating green energy, asks if he really doesn't like it. The man falls to his knees and assures that they take everyone, and he should not be angry. Hansu smiles hearing the address as a great lord. The system says about increasing the levels of blackmail, intimidation, trade, understands that this time it will be especially fun. A magic sign glows on the ceiling. The man smilingly declares that the respected gentleman arrived on time, because now, standing on the stage, the host exclaims about the beginning of the auction. Putting on a mask, Hansu thinks that although this passage is similar to the second, but a lot has improved. Sylvia fights. It is said that this time the hero is smart because he dealt with her and her team without killing. Lenovel sits behind and exclaims that she is disappointed because the hero is engaged in buying slaves. He understands that it remains to wait for the porter. MC looks at her and assures that if you do not like it you can go home. She replies that she does not want this. She holds her head while the host announces the beginning of the auction. Partners are sitting at the table. They talk about the first lot that survived in the territory of demons. The protagonist smiles, noticing that everything is as before, even the skills are identical. The guard leads the thug out on a chain. The protagonist thinks the porter hasn't changed either. He has big feet. The man stands chained to the chain. The system says level 286 and the profession of a mercenary. Hansu in a mask understands that it is him. The prisoner looks forward with displeasure. The protagonist notices his ugly appearance, because of which no one is interested in him. The participant starts ringing the bell. The protagonist sits next to the mercenary. He is congratulated on the goods he bought profitably. The worker in the mask looks at the gentleman and hears a request to bring the mercenary something to eat so that he can eat. There is hot soup, bread, and a spoon on the table. The mercenary begins to speak in a quiet voice. The man with long hair claims that he is not a slave. MC in a wolf mask replies that he knows that he was deceived. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist says that now he has two options. There is a dish on the table. It is said that with the first one he will follow him, and with the second he will go wherever his heart desires. There are chains on his legs, saying that there is no need to worry because there will be no revenge. The guy, smiling, says that he is giving a choice because in his opinion the mercenary was a good man in his past life. The surprised prisoner asks if he really says that. There is a hammer and a bell on the table. The protagonist wonders what will happen to him from a lie. The soup is cooling on the table. He takes a spoon. The protagonist watches the mercenary with a smile. Lenovo got too close to the master. He asks to move away. She removes it with her hand and hears that he is a magnanimous hero who saved the poor slave. He asks to shut up because there is no information about the lots. The protagonist in a wolf mask hears about an elf found in the famous southern forest. Her consciousness is clouded, but the princess's teacher is in shackles. The host exclaims that her appearance and pedigree are impeccable and, of course, innocent. The elf looks down hopelessly. The system window says that she is level 851, the profession of an archer. The participant hits the bell, realizing that in the second playthrough at about this time, chaos began due to Sylvia's invasion. The girl lies tied up. He thinks that it's good that he dealt with her in advance. The protagonist with a grin understands that since there are no obstacles, it will be elementary to predict the result. She is led to his table. The host congratulates the guest in the wolf mask because he is very surprising. The surprised porter hears that they have to go. He asks again. The girl smiles behind the embarrassed man. The gentleman says that he planned to disperse, but Lenovo liked him too much. The mercenary takes the elf in his arms after the protagonist's order. Hansu goes forward and talks about the fact that they have not seen each other for a long time. He asks again. He imagines slime and realizes that Master Malong is next in line. Suddenly hears an appeal to the guests. The joyful host declares that they need to see a unique lot, right away, without preliminary preparation. Bandit is tied up. They call her a thief cat. There is a gag in her mouth. The host shouts that they usually prepare the goods in advance and put a slave brand on the forehead, but they felt sorry to spoil such beauty. The protagonist with a serious face recognizes the hidden root. In the memories, the elf was sitting next to another. He understands that she took advantage of Sylvia's rampage and hid on the black market. The joyful guy thinks that the plans were confused since he suppressed her, wondering why he feels guilty. The worker pulls the rope and declares that catching her was far from easy, but there is no need to worry because the value is confirmed. He takes her by the cloak and shouts that if the guest manages to tame the thief, she will steal anything. The cloak was pulled off the elf. The host says that maybe even a heart. The participants open their mouths in shock and exclaim that this is an elf. They ring the bells with a hammer. The protagonist in the wolf mask thinks about what is happening. The Chaos Elf has his mouth closed. The system says level 137 and the profession of a thief with the skills of cruelty, stealth, spirit control, divinity. The notification highlights the race. The male elf is standing next to the girl. It says that the same race was in that family. The protagonist, lost in thought, realizes that there are more and more new ones in the hidden route. Furious participants raise their hands and shout that they can't miss her, offering their prices. The frightened elf hears a bet of 25. The guys next to MC say that they can't miss her, they will definitely get it. Suddenly a bag falls on the table. Hansu holds his hand near the gold, betting 50. The whole hall turns around in shock. The host raises his hand and asks if this is the final bet, then counts and declares that it is sold. The protagonist, smiling, hears that the guest in the wolf mask is simply irresistible today. He is handed a chain and a contract. Everyone is discussing that he cannot compete. The host, closing his eyes, declares that if he wishes, they will provide free security. Opening his eyes, he hears that it is not necessary, because it will only interfere, and it is better. Hansu points to his purchases and asks to prepare the carriage. The carriage rushes forward. Red flags are installed on the lock. Doors are visible. They say that they have arrived. The gates swing open. Light floods the space. Lenovo falls on the bed and says that they have finally returned because she is so tired. Hansu points his finger at her and orders the porter to be well fed. She is indignant that they have only just arrived. The protagonist, with a mad look, asks if she really dares to be impudent to him. The girl runs out with the mercenary and shouts that she will be there soon. There are sounds behind the door. The guy goes forward and says that silence has finally come. Captive elves are sitting on the bench. Hansu looks at them with a sly look. Raising a finger, he calls upon the saint. The elves begin to glow yellow. The protagonist, smiling, declares that they can now move, asking if they will run away. Teacher Sylvia, sitting next to another, replies that if they decide to, they will be killed and therefore they will be obedient. Suddenly, the shackles break. She, smiling, declares that she cannot leave without repaying for the healing. Such are her principles. The other heroine, silently looking away, is asked what about her. The surprised girl hears the question of how she is related to the third king of the elves, who loves women's breasts. Gritting her teeth, she replies that this is her pathetic ancestor. With annoyance, she hears that from him she only has these long ears. The system speaks of the race of the Chaos Elf. The guy assures that he wants to know about it, specifying where chaos came from. Hansu, grinning, replies that he found out because he is a hero. She looks at him in anger and exclaims that in that case he cheated. The protagonist asks again, confused. Sylvia fought. It is said that that stupid princess should have swallowed the bait. The joyful guy hears the question that it was because of him that she missed the auction. He is interested in what she wanted to steal something with her. The thief angrily claims that she asked the question first. With sparkling eyes, MC replies that he is the master here. The frightened girl says that she is not a slave. Standing in front of them, the master says that she is not going to tell, and then there is one good way out of this situation. The shocked elf asks what it is. The protagonist with a crazy smile assures that they will strip her naked and hang her in front of the gates of the royal palace. She is frightened and silent. The terrifying silhouette scares her. He says that everyone becomes so obedient when they are left like this. The guy takes hold of her clothes while she screams that he should not approach her. The strap breaks, the girl asks to stop. The rope falls to the floor. The breastplate of the armor flies down. The protagonist stands in front of him and does not understand what it is. The thief screams through tears that he is a barbarian, but calls himself a hero. MC, clenching his fist, assures that these are actually his words. The breastplate lies. He assures that he left all his money, and there are these recesses. The protagonist kicks her armor, declaring that it will do. He looks at her and asks if she was going to steal there, because if she needed money, she could have chosen a better place. The elf turns away displeased. Surprised, Hansu hears about the relic. The hostage with a serious look assures that she was going to steal the relic of chaos. The protagonist looks at her with displeasure. She asks what's wrong with his face and whether he really didn't like the answer. With the same face, he assures that the girl is a notorious thief and there are so many relics in the world. Through tears, the elf screams that she is not a thief, because her profession is because of the relics left by her ancestors. Hansu scratches his ear asking what kind of relic it is. She asks if he is even listening. He is amazed to hear that it is a thing with the power of chaos. In the middle of the dark space, they talk about a fragment of power that broke away from the rules established by God, the power of chaos. The hero looks forward. The question sounds again whether this is the first. The protagonist, smiling, holds the cloak and asks if this thing is really at auction, because if he answers, he will receive a blanket. The girl clenches it with her teeth and answers that it is true because she senses the energy of chaos, and the relic is on the black market. The guy frowns and thinks. The elf with a blanket in her teeth declares that she swears by the name Lu. The protagonist holds the blanket with displeasure. With the same expression on his face, he asks who it is, and she exclaims that this is actually her name. Hansu asks with a questioning look why she swears by it. The blanket hits the girl's head and demands that the barbarian watch his language. The protagonist frowns and hears someone apologizing. Another hostage asks if Princess Sylvia is nearby or not. The protagonist looks away. He looks away and declares that he saw her in the forest. The thief hears with a grin that she should not run into people from the black market. She notes that she saw her run away like a coward. The princess's teacher frantically asks who she is to insult the royal family. The thief is angry when she hears that judging by her ears she is from the same dynasty. But maybe they are fake like her breasts. The blonde assures that they are real. The elf, her eyes sparkling, asks if she really thinks that she will believe a liar. The excited girl hiccups. A spark appears between them. The thief lowers her head in annoyance. Her level is 137, and her rival's is 851. She screams through tears how a knight of the royal family can be so dangerous, because now it is clear why the demon took the queen. The long-haired interlocutor asks how she found out about this. Standing opposite, he asks who she is to him, while she tells him that while she was looking for the relic, she saw everything with her own eyes. Closing her eyes, she explains that she only knows that he did not kill the queen immediately after the kidnapping. Further details are unknown. The protagonist introduces Petinar and the elf, realizing that they are simply inseparable. The girls turn around in surprise, hearing that they are too noisy. One of them closes her eyes and nods as she is given the name Archery. The other one angrily screams that it is unfair, because she was called Thiefy. Hansu turns around in displeasure, hearing the question what kind of stupid nickname this is. The heroine furiously asks why he is not happy with her name Lu. He calls her by her nickname again. The protagonist, with flashing purple eyes, calls her Thiefy again. The girl falls silent in annoyance. She lies on the seat, while he realizes that now he needs to keep an eye on them. The girl is sadly silent. The protagonist thinks that in this hidden route he needs to check the mentioned relic. Hansu crosses his arms and thinks the same. There are breastplates with notches on the ground. He wants to return the money he lost because of her. In his memories, the thief is tied up. He thinks that he should have realized this when he saw her ears. Thinking, the guy realizes that this is only his mistake, because he is a fair hero. Archery hears an appeal to himself. The protagonist with a grin demands to contact the Elf King, the location of Sylvia, the disappearance of the queen and the hero. In the middle of the dark sky, an order sounds to tell him everything. Red banners are visible above the dark castle. Dawn is coming. The horse gallops forward. The carriage rolls along the ground. Guards stand near the open gates through which the carriage passed. The carriage stops. The character in white boots goes down. The archelf of level 999 plus looks away. The system says about the profession of a fencer with the skills of fencing, sword art, rebirth. Nasu smiles. The stars shone above the castle, and laughter was heard. The aristocrat raised his glass and offered to drink to the elves and humans living in peace and harmony. Nasu's came out onto the balcony to the hero. The brunette looked at him and asked if he wanted to find the missing Sylvia. The prince smiled and answered in the affirmative. He narrowed his eyes and added that he wouldn't be able to stand it if something happened to his younger sister, who was dearly loved by her mother and father. The other man just waved his hand. Hansu grinned and said that he would help him. A heavy bag slammed onto the table. Gold coins spilled out. Lenovo stared at them in shock and exclaimed that it was too suspicious that the hero had received so much money, but he only asked her not to mislead the others. He remembered the unconscious elf and explained that Nasuz had given the money for valuable information. The blonde turned around and noted that it was too dangerous to reveal the princess's location to someone who wanted to take the throne, to which the guy clarified whether she really wanted to prevent the family reunion, or whether she was going to take responsibility if something happened to Sylvia. The other woman grinned and wanted to say that the hero should be held responsible for this, but she immediately received a fist to the head. The young man looked at her with displeasure and said that it was very stupid of her to say such a thing. Ileana peeked out from behind him and said that she didn't care what the prince did to the princess. She glared and added that if Nasuz continued to chase his sister, she would definitely have a chance to change her plan. The protagonist turned away and grinned and offered to let her go since he had nothing more to teach the girl. He turned around and said that the elf prince had offered a good price for her. The interlocutor turned pale while he was saying that they still had to find the artifact of chaos. Hansu looked at her menacingly and said that she would be of no use if she continued to chat about nothing. The blonde grabbed his sleeve and promised to do whatever he ordered, just so he wouldn't sell her. The girl burst into tears, screaming that Nasuz would have killed her on the spot if he had known about her royal blood and his sinister gaze. The hero pushed her away from him and said that the prince seemed to know who she was, but they had to see what would happen tomorrow. Hansu pointed to Lenovel and ordered him and Porter to prepare for the journey, and the archaeologist was indignant that she was forced to work all the time. The brunette crossed his arms and said that he was also going to work in a very dangerous place. The sun sank behind the mountains. The next day was sunny. A cart with guards was moving through the forest. They were covered from above by a dense crown. Silhouette watched the cart from the top of a tree. He turned and gave a signal to the elves. The man stepped forward. Nasuz looked ahead decisively. The elf opened his mouth and ordered to open fire. Explosions were heard among the trees. The guards came under fire. The man in the mask turned around and reported an ambush. Ares killed him in cold blood while her master stood nearby. The protagonist watched them from the bushes. He smirked, sitting next to Ileana, and said that they needed to wait until these guys went down to the black auction. The brunette exchanged glances with his companion and asked if she felt the artifact, and she replied that it was right below. Fire spirits flashed in the air. The prince stood next to the stairs down, having blown up the entrance. His subordinates lined up behind, and the blonde ordered that from that moment on they should start freeing their fellow countrymen. He pulled the blade from its sheath. Ares nodded when the master added that if they were taken hostage, they should boldly throw it down and commit an act of vengeance, and this also applies to Sylvia. Nasuz turned around and said that if the warriors themselves, trying to save their enslaved compatriots, become slaves, then it would be better for them not to bring it to that. The prince turned around and glared menacingly. Then the elves disappeared underground. The protagonist smiled and said that it was time for them to move on too. The spirits turned when the young man asked them not to stick to him and to go to work. The blonde looked at him and muttered that spirits are not slaves, and you can pay if you disdain them. Han-Su, surrounded by lights, frowned and exclaimed that they were mocking him. The interlocutor goggled and asked again. An explosion was heard on the stairs. The companions looked into the pit, and the guy suggested going down. The brunette looked at the elf and asked why she needed a chaos artifact. The girl looked down and said that she had to go through dimensions and save her ancestor, but she shouldn't laugh if she thought it was just a stupid dream. The interlocutor stared at her, and she was scared, seeing his face so close. Han-Su looked closely at the elf, and demanded to explain in more detail. The young man remembered the priestess in the cave, from whom he had heard something similar during the 6th playthrough. He imagined the first hero, who after defeating the demon lord escaped, arranging a new life for himself. The protagonist visualized the man and realized that he had not graduated, but found a way to escape from the Fantasia dimension. Ileana turned to her companion and said that she did not know the details. She imagined the lights and added that if you collect 3 chaos artifacts for each of the 3 attributes, which in total is equal to 9 items, then you can move between dimensions. The brunette looked closely at the elf, who said that her mother told her so, and in total their family collected 4 artifacts, and if you steal another one at the black auction, it will be 5. The hero narrowed his eyes and wondered if the ability to move between dimensions was hidden in the black box, or if this power was not a part of it at all. There was a sphere hanging next to him, and the young man asked if the intern knew anything about it. She froze and muttered that, as far as she knew, it was impossible, but she knew little about the affairs of the past. Hansu rubbed his chin when the interlocutor said that among the teaching staff there were several generations, and they were very different from each other. The instructor lit up, asking him to ask the girl quickly, because she was also interested. The guy noticed a light from above. It came closer to his ear. Then the spirits soared into the sky again. The brunette grinned and said that he expected this. The light was burning in the dungeon. A bloody mask lay on the stone floor. The man sweated and shouted at the enemies not to come closer. He put a knife to the girl's throat and threatened to kill these elves. The blonde immediately turned pale, having received an arrow to the forehead. The archers calmly took aim. The man looked at the dead woman in shock and asked if they really did not want to save their own. Instead of an answer, several shells flew at him. The other people saw that the hostages were dead and decided to leave everything and run. Nasu stood behind his subordinates until someone exclaimed that he thought elves loved their fellow tribesmen. There were 2 dead bodies on the floor. The prince squinted coldly. Several men stopped in a narrow corridor. The workers looked at the manager and reported that the spatial transfer magic circle was not working, and the secret escape route was blocked, and even the hostages were not stopping the enemies. The interlocutor was holding a girl on his shoulder. The man frowned and said that he was using a teleportation magic circle, and the elf on his shoulder fidgeted. A guy was watching them from around the corner. The main character and his companion hid around the corner, and the blonde exclaimed that the artifact was with the manager, and the brunette asked again, hoping that she was not mistaken. Sylvia on his shoulder frowned with displeasure. The young man frowned, noting with annoyance that he had met her again. He was about to step out of hiding. However, someone got ahead of him. The fugitives turned around in fear. They were immediately cut off. The prince swung his sword, eliminating the barrier. The man holding the captive was also wounded. He fell to the floor, and the girl slipped out. She turned pale when her brother said that many of her fellow tribesmen died, believing her and following her. Sylvia turned around in fear, listening to him not knowing how to tell the families of the dead about such a tragedy. Nasus looked menacingly at the princess, and asked how she would atone for her sins. The interlocutor trembled, muttering something. The man raised his blade and interrupted her. He pointed around the corner, and addressed the main character. The prince smiled and said that he knew the boy was here. The brunette smirked and said he hadn't expected to give himself away, and the other man noted that there was no point in erasing one's presence with skills. The man smirked and added that he hadn't been talking about him, but about the thief and her scent. Ileana flinched in fear and exclaimed that it was unfair. The girl began to sweat when the elf said that she smelled of betrayal. A lamp flickered on the wall, and Nasu said that he knew how Sylvia had ended up here, and that the girl had leaked information and lured her. He stepped forward and said that she had done well, but had miscalculated in one thing. The prince raised his blade and said that, thanks to her, he had established contact with the hero, strengthening the relationship between humans and elves. The reflection of the blade flashed the blonde's frightened face, and he added that, as a future king, he could not ignore an attempt to harm members of the royal family. Sylvia glanced sideways at the tip of the sword, and her brother said that in the future he would be tied hand and foot, because they saw it. The protagonist arched his eyebrows and said that he did not care whether she died or not. The interlocutor smiled and replied that he did not care either. The elf sweated, and the prince asked whether the young man would tell about what he saw here or not. The man swung the blade and added that he did not intend to leave witnesses. Blood splashed on the wall. The man stepped forward. At that moment, the walls of the dungeon shook. The elf silently pushed off the floor. The protagonist pushed his companion to the side, demanding that she move. He immediately jumped back, dodging the opponent's blade. Nasus looked intently at the young man. The guy only smirked in response. The blonde shifted on his foot and noted that their perfume was useless. In front of him, a cut from the blow was smoking in the wall. The clothes on the hero's shoulder were torn. The elf's eyes flashed, and he said that the time it took him to cut them with his sword was faster than the speed of spirits. Hansu shook off the dust and thanked him for the advice. The other man smiled silently. The brunette rushed forward. His opponent also pushed off the ground. However, the main character put the elf between them. The prince's eyes widened. The girl stared at him, unable to hold back her tears. The man immediately remembered her as a child, when she was weaving a wreath for him. The blonde squinted and asked if the hero had forgotten who he was going to kill. At that moment, Hansu pierced their bodies with a lightsaber. The elves looked at each other in shock, and the brunette only said that he did not care whether she died or not. The green blade disappeared again. The brother and sister collapsed to the floor. Their blood seeped through the stone. The young man raised his hand, engulfed in purple energy, and noted that it would be difficult not to notice this mess. A lamp was burning on the wall, and the warriors were discussing how no one should be left alive, and were also wondering where the prince had gone. Ares looked out and noticed a light around the corner. She and the others ran to the place, calling for their master. The elf's eyes widened. Sylvia was holding her brother's body on her lap. Nasus himself was lying with his eyes closed. Ares turned pale, not understanding what had happened here. The blonde began to cry and said that her brother had died protecting her. The princess lowered her gaze. She squeezed the body of the deceased and said that from now on she would continue her elder brother's work and dedicate this body to creating a world in which humans and elves could coexist together. The red-haired girl began to cry while the girl was saying that she would simply eliminate whoever tried to interfere with her, even if it was her beloved father. Sylvia raised her head and asked if they would help. Ares and the squad knelt down. The warrior closed her eyes and swore allegiance to the girl. The interlocutor smiled. Her eyes sparkled with purple fire, and she thanked them, because they did not see that from now on the elf became a demonic shaman. The light flickered in the corridor. The protagonist and Ileana walked through the dungeon, and the guy asked what was going on with the artifact of chaos, because the prince took up a lot of their time. He looked at the outstretched hand. In front of him sparkled a pendant on a cord, and the elf explained that this was the artifact of chaos. The brunette narrowed his eyes and muttered that, even looking at it, he did not understand anything. The interlocutor held the trophy, explaining that it was simply still sealed. She pricked her finger on the blade of a knife. Then she dripped blood onto the pendant. The liquid began to dissolve inside the blue stone. The protagonist opened his eyes, noting that something had changed. Blue sparks emanated from the crystal. Flashes appeared in the darkness, and the young man exclaimed that nothing had happened. The boy narrowed his eyes, about to say that the thief was a real liar. Suddenly, the face of the first hero appeared, and Hansu realized that he could not hear his own voice. The man did not express any emotions. He sat with his arms folded, and did not understand anything. A dim light was pouring from the window. The warrior froze, and the young man assumed that these were the memories of the first hero. He lowered his gaze. In his hand lay a blue pendant. The man turned around. On the other side of the bed, a girl was sleeping. He reached out to touch her, but held back. Then he quietly left the room, and the hero thought he felt nothing but loneliness. The man stepped onto the ground. He had already left the house dressed. The warrior moved forward, and Hansu wondered where he was going. Suddenly, the man pushed off and soared upward. The sun was already shining in the sky. The man landed on the ground. He stood looking at the embankment and the sea. Then he walked along the sand past children playing. There was an umbrella on the beach. An elf was lying under it with his eyes closed. The man smiled and asked what the hero, busy with official matters, was doing on this beautiful beach. The man stood next to him. The blonde made a gesture with his hand and reminded him that the 7th summit on the reunification of elves and humans would not begin until 2 days later. The interlocutor crossed his arms and asked to postpone it for a day. There was an empty glass of ice on the table, and the elf objected, saying that this summit should finally help put an end to all the grievances between the two races, so it was extremely important. The cubes in the glass slowly melted, and the man continued, explaining that important people representing great nations and races would gather there, and he would also ask them to wait not an hour, but 1 day. The hero apologized without turning around. The water sparkled in the sun, and the interlocutor asked if there were problems in the family again, adding that his problems did not end even after he defeated the demon lord. The elf closed his eyes and said that nothing could be done, because if there was peace in the hero's family, then it would come everywhere. The ocean sparkled, and the warrior thanked the interlocutor for understanding. The stars shone above the forest. The companions were sitting at the bar. The man looked at the pendant in his hand. The blue stone glittered, and the elf asked what it was. The blonde turned to the hero, who told him that when he was a novice mercenary, he spent all his money to buy this for his wife, because at that time he wanted to match the one who was already an experienced fighter. The man looked down, and his companion noted that it was romantic. The pendant was shining, and the hero admitted that he found it in the trash today, and the interlocutor asked if she really threw it away. The warrior clenched his fist and replied that he did not know, but kept it a secret from his proud wife, although this brooch protects the one who wears it. The elf looked at him dumbfounded and clarified whether he really sacrificed part of his power to do this. The man grinned and said that he was going to ask for it for his daughter, and it turned out to be a treasure. The blonde looked questioningly at the hero, who allowed him to take it if he wanted to. The warrior released part of his power and said that he had configured the decoration so that the effect would only work on a representative of his bloodline. The man held out the pendant and asked to accept it as an apology for postponing such an important summit because of him. The interlocutor smiled and agreed. He reached out for the pendant. Then he took it from the hero's hands. This memory began to fade and disappear. Hansu froze, his eyes wide. The companion looked at him and asked what was wrong. She tilted her head questioningly when the young man noted that she seemed not to have seen anything. The brunette frowned and asked where the rest of the collected artifacts of chaos were. The interlocutor smiled and answered that they were on the southern continent. Ileana closed her eyes and said that she could not tell him more. Since the well-being of her beloved family was at stake, she would not give it up even under torture. The guy crossed his arms, and the girl added that this was until she was sure that she could trust him. The elf shuddered when the hero easily agreed to slowly learn to trust each other. She turned pale, and the young man asked why she was so surprised since she had suggested it herself, and she had clarified what he was going to do. Hansu's eyes flashed, and he said that he would start first and tell her about his home, but his companion exclaimed that she did not need it. The guys came to the surface, and the brunette said that his family lived in another world, so even if he told her the address, it would not prove anything. The hero showed a thumbs up and decided that instead of his family, as a sign of trust, he would introduce his respected teacher. The girl stared at him in surprise. She turned pale, wondering what kind of mentor such a person could have. The elf grabbed her head, imagining a dark silhouette, and asked how scary he was then. Hansu crossed his arms and said that the teacher was very gentle. Clouds floated across the sky, and the sun illuminated the mountains. At the foot of the mountains there was a small village. A jelly-like substance glittered in the sun. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what he should do now. He sprawled on the grass. Malon was on his stomach. The slime opened its mouth and made a strange sound. The guy remembered the lock skill and thought that the black box remained at the A rank level. He imagined the monsters and realized that up to this level, the skill developed on its own, but then it got stuck, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. But the young man found a solution to the problem. Some time ago, the hero and his team came to meet the master of Malong. They were met by a surprised girl. Then the slime appeared in front of them, or rather the mentor, whom the brunette admires most in this fantasy world. Now the teacher was sitting in the sun, and Hansu noted that they had been here for 5 days. The young man frowned and asked if there were any clues on how to cross this insurmountable wall. The slime moved. The teacher turned away, and the hero muttered that now that he was older, he hoped to learn more. The boy's comrades were watching them from the window, and he realized that they were starting to look at him strangely. The brunette raised his head and asked how these guys even knew about the teachings, which were comparable to the universe. Malong looked at him silently. The slime substance reflected the surprised face of the hero. The boy again remembered the closed letters, the black box. He imagined the list and thought that on one hand, these were all normal skills, but one still stood out from the rest. The youth visualized the first hero and the Lord, and realized that the problem was with the creator. Then the skill conditions cracked when the brunette realized that the first hero, in order to resist the gods of Fantasia, invented his own skill, which allowed him to ignore the current rules, because it was all a matter of perspective. The slime moved, and Hansu thought about how he vaguely assumed that the black box was created by the first hero. He opened his eyes in surprise and noted that he had been so frivolous. The young man stood up and realized that everything had now fallen into place. The letter A dissolved as S rank appeared in its place, and the protagonist thought that he did not need experience points or achieving balance, only an understanding of the basics. Hansu smiled and exclaimed that he had succeeded. Looking at the description of the skill, he paid attention to the teaching of record. The guy introduced the first hero and assumed that the artifact of chaos was created using this effect. Malong looked at the young man, who was thinking that all that was needed for the skill to grow was pumping up mental abilities. The brunette looked down and noted that it was like when he fought the old prince. Then the guy had demonic wings on his back. He remembered the water surface and thought that in the middle of the Pacific Ocean he had to fight an unfavorable air battle. The hero grinned then, realizing that he needed the wings very urgently. The young man imagined the inscription of the skill and guessed that it was the black box that heard his soul cry and responded to the call. Hansu placed the slime on the ground and muttered that it was all about strong desire and awareness. The guy grinned, hitting his fists, and said that if you need to recreate a crisis situation, you need a strong opponent. The brunette glanced sideways. He remembered the winged lizard and noted that there was a strong friend living in the area. The protagonist crossed his arms and wondered if the dragon would be able to provide a favor after so much time, because now he must be sleeping. Hansu remembered how the two of them rushed over the continent, and said that this attempt, like the last one, was not too worried about it. He smiled and decided that they needed to deal with him right away, while he was in a state of half-sleep. The young man turned to the village and said that if someone died, their grades would be lowered, so they needed to take care of it in advance. His comrades ran out of the house, frightened, calling him. The boy smiled and said that on the occasion of completing his training, he had a gift for them. The hero turned around when someone shouted at him that something was behind him. A wind swept across the sunset sky. The lizard spread its membranous wings. A huge dragon was flying straight towards them. Hansu stared at it in shock. He exchanged glances with Noibius. The monster's eyes flashed, concentrating energy for an attack. Light oozed from its mouth. Then a powerful beam of mana fell upon the village. Violet smoke obscured his view. The protagonist flew out of it. He turned around displeased. Golden flashes were visible below. The angel had erected a protective dome over the villagers. Thus, the entire village was under a shield. Malong settled down on the girl's arms. The brunette gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't do anything, so he needed to take the dragon as far away from here as possible. The guy caught up with the monster and caught its attention with a scream. The monster's pupils narrowed. It opened its mouth and growled. Hansu frowned and noted that it was very different from the small supreme dragon of oblivion that was at the Festival of Heroes, and the boy would rather fight the Lord of Demons now. The lizard flashed its eyes and growled threateningly, while the hero studied its characteristics. The boy paid attention to one line that said that the opponent did not have a single transcendent skill, but then he would have an advantage. The monster quickly approached the brunette. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. A sharp blow fell on him. Hansu turned over and screamed. The hero spun, and he realized that he needed to quickly regain his balance. The brunette gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. The dragon hovered right above him, but did not attack. The lizard shook its head. The guy remembered the pupils of his opponent and thought that due to poor eyesight, he could only track his energy. But for some reason, he abruptly dodged his original target. Spirits flew to the hero, but he only muttered that he would last without treatment. Fireflies stuck to his hand, while the guy asked them not to interfere and stay away. At that moment, the dragon turned around. It opened its mouth and prepared to attack. Hansu hurried to take out his sword, exclaiming that the opponent was crazy. The lizard released a pillar of mana. The brunette swung his blade in response. Their forces clashed in the sky. Purple and green energies competed with each other. However, the dragon's mana began to win. At that moment, a dark wave pinned the guy to the ground. A crater was smoking on the mountain. The main character frowned and clenched his teeth. He lay on the rocks, wondering if it was just a poison and if he would just be crushed. The spirits flickered around, and the boy repeated that he was fine and really didn't need help. Hansu looked at the system window and thought that in terms of skills, he clearly had an advantage. The brunette froze. He stood up and realized that he was doing some kind of crap, like a fool, fixating on only skills. The guy opened his stats and remembered that this was not his power. The hero remembered the tree and that these abilities were given to him by the god of Fantasia. The boy stopped, realizing that someday he would completely lose these skills. He visualized the silhouette and thought that in such unfavorable conditions he would fight the slaves of the fantasy god who abused skills. The brunette froze, wondering if he could win then. He pushed off the ground, deciding that it was high time to find out. The young man rushed towards the dragon, remembering that he could only believe in himself. The lizard narrowed his eyes and growled. The protagonist bared his teeth in response. Hansu pushed off the enemy's head. He was flipped in the air again. The young man hurried to grit his teeth and concentrate. A green light flashed on the surface of the scales. The guy crouched, clutching his sharp wings. He grinned and decided that the opponent would not reach him here. The dragon looked back and howled. The hilt of the sword flashed in the hero's hands. Hansu raised the bright blade above himself and asked the lizard to become his experience points. The monster's eyes widened. The guy brought down his attack on him. A powerful beam hit the sky. The protagonist looked down intently. The blade disappeared, and the young man hung in the air. The old man with a beard raised his head. He squinted and said that he had not seen this image for a long time. The man continued to look at the hero, and he guessed that Noibius was in front of him. The interlocutor's eyes flashed, and the young man saw in the description that he was now a dragonid, the supreme ruler. The guy paid attention to the taekwondo skill and thought that this was not a funny joke. The brunette shuddered when the opponent said that he came because he felt a familiar power, but it was not him. They were hovering in the sky, and the dragon advised not to use this power. The old man narrowed his eyes and added that being in someone's subordination was not very pleasant. Hansu grinned and clarified whether he was talking about when the angels grabbed him. The dragonid's eyes widened and asked if he was really that one. The hero hovered opposite, and the interlocutor muttered that this was the man who saw him in his younger years a long time ago. The old man leaned over and said that he also had many questions, but there was no time. His silhouette disappeared. Suddenly Noibius appeared behind the brunette. The guy barely had time to turn around and put out his hand. A strong blow threw him down. There was a powerful explosion. A silhouette was visible through the cloud of dust. The hero stretched out in the crater and muttered that the enemy was buying time to get used to the human form. Something flashed in the sky. Then an attack fell down. The old man landed and admitted that his opponent moved well. Hansu frowned and asked if it was necessary to fight just before death. He only flashed his eyes and declared that this was exactly why it was necessary to fight. He swung his leg and hit. The brunette put his hands in front of him, activating mana. The guy turned around, and the old man immediately crouched to the ground. The dragon had narrowed his eyes, and the hero noted that he had become smaller and faster, thanks to which he had access to attacks that could not be used in the dragon's body. The enemy's silhouette dissipated again. He raised a clawed paw. Then he unleashed a series of kicks on the young man, and he thought that the weight and strength of his opponent had decreased. But now he was even more annoying. Hansu frowned and used his blade. The enemy managed to dodge to the side. The old man took a breath and concentrated his energy. Then he exhaled purple fire. Everything around was covered in smoke. A green beam burst out of it. The dragonid was standing on the jagged ground. He raised his head and said that the guy was fighting well. The brunette grinned, and the old man added that he looked like the first hero. The young man frowned and shouted that this was not true. Hansu swung and struck with his sword, and the opponent noticed that he was not giving it his all. Noibius intercepted the handle of the blade. Then he frowned and kicked. His attack left a crater on the ground. The brunette glanced at him with displeasure, and the interlocutor asked if the guy really did not rely on his skills. The old man loomed over him. He glared menacingly and was indignant that he was hiding his strength. Hansu smiled and admitted that he was. A green light flashed between them. The explosion lifted them both up. The dragonid fell down, saying that heroes always like to seem mysterious and look cool. The brunette clutched his weapon, while the other added that the main thing is that he knows how to fight. Their powers crossed. The opponents jumped in different directions and landed. Hansu frowned and noticed that the advantage was not on his side. He clenched his teeth and thought that he did not even have time to regenerate. The guy recalled the sacred sword. The old man looked at him and muttered that he said so. Energy began to appear around the young man, and he said that the only person you can rely on is yourself. Purple mana emanated from him. Hansu raised his eyebrows and added that there was no point in that unless you were on the verge of death, and asked if the dragonkin wanted to see him use dirty tricks and survive. Noibius narrowed his eyes and asked if that was his hidden power. The hero was engulfed in a powerful energy. Mana was reaching for his cuts. In an instant, the wounds healed. The brunette waved his hand and replied that it was. He quickly pushed off and flew to attack. The old man raised his head and muttered that he already missed the time when he flew like a daredevil. The dragonkin glared and added that it was time to die. The opponent made a quick lunge with his foot. The protagonist grinned and thought that he was a fool, because the young man was protected by divinity. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and someone's voice whispered that he needed to leave, otherwise he would die. The dragonkin struck. The guy dodged a bit, but didn't avoid the damage completely. He kicked off his opponent's shoulder. Then the shockwave threw him into the wall. The old man stood in the dust that had risen. Hansu wiped the blood and asked how he was breaking through divinity. The interlocutor glanced at him, and replied that it was just a sharp blow. The young man stared at him in shock. The old man grinned, hearing the guy's indignation. The enemy stood in front of him, and asked if the hero was enjoying this world. The brunette frowned and answered negatively. The interlocutor straightened up and noted that, as expected, he was very similar to that guy. The dragonette sat down opposite. Hansu arched an eyebrow and asked not to look down on him. Noibius drooped his shoulders, and the brunette asked why he hid his strength, and did not use his skills. The opponent narrowed his eyes and asked if the boy would understand if he said he didn't want to use them even if he died. The protagonist looked at him, and said that he would. He made a gesture with his hand and decided that he had fought dirty to survive. The enemy moved his finger and muttered that he wanted to fight some more. His body began to melt, and the dragonette concluded that his time had come. Hansu frowned and asked if he would really die that easily. The old man smirked when the boy asked to leave something for the last time. He smiled and offered to look at his skills. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked why he should do that. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The system window displayed the race and level of the dragonette. Then, a huge list of his skills with maximum ranks scrolled. Noibius's body was quickly disintegrating, but his status reflected peace and transformation. He closed his eyes. Then he finally spread out on the stones. The protagonist froze, his mouth open. The young man stood in place, thinking that he seemed to have misunderstood him. The guy relaxed his hand, thinking that if you want something badly, then it will be so. He remembered himself as a boy and thought that this was not true, because as a child, he became the emperor of an entire continent. Hansu clenched his fist. The purple liquid spread across the floor, and the hero wondered what would have happened if his opponent had not died a natural death. The guy imagined glowing eyes and thought that the dragon could activate the black box, just like him. The brunette froze, realizing that he could use all his experience points and lose. The young man stood alone, realizing that there was no point in thinking about different ifs. But what if it wasn't just about today? Hansu raised his hand. He adjusted his hair and decided that he needed to relay the foundation. The guy squinted and thought that this time it wasn't for the sandy beach, but for himself. Light was pouring from above, and the hero noted that as soon as he thought about getting rid of his fantasy world skills, things that needed to be done immediately popped up in his head. The brunette put his hand in his pocket. He took out a pendant, and said that he had no choice but to follow in the footsteps of his older colleague. The young man clenched his fist. The protagonist stood in a cave, deciding that it was time to go back. The brunette spread his wings. Then he raised his head and said that now he could move where he was heading earlier. He pushed off the ground. Suddenly, the stones beneath him fell through. Hansu hurried to fly out of the rubble. The guy looked down and noted that it was fun, apparently. The young man shuddered and squinted. A gate opened before his eyes. The hero flew up to the large doors. He opened his mouth, surprised that there was a dungeon here that he knew nothing about. The brunette grinned and thanked Noibius. There were rubble left in place of the gate. Hansu went down the stairs, realizing that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion had come all this way for a reason. Isn't that amazing? The young man walked surrounded by spirits, and remembered that he had a premonition that his dreams and hopes would come true here. Purple eyes lit up in the darkness. Many ghouls jumped out screaming. The guy put his hands on his belt and muttered that this was something new, because he was seeing even these mobs for the first time. The monsters sparkled with their eyes, opening their mouths. The hero spread his wings and declared that he was too busy. He quickly broke through the crowd of enemies. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed something. There were suspiciously many monsters in that direction, and the guy noticed another door. The brunette rushed there, concluding that something important was hidden there. The ghouls tried to stand between him and the passage. Hansu smashed the doors with a crash and flew out. He looked down with interest. Fangs were sticking out of the crevice. A rainbow light was visible ahead, and the young man could not believe that it was just a trap. The hero rose higher. Then he looked at the bright passage in front of him. The warrior landed on a stone. A long descent, illuminated by spirits, opened in front of him. The guy grinned, hoping that whatever was hidden here would not disappoint him. The door opened, letting in the light. The main character appeared in the opening. He found himself in an abandoned laboratory. There was strange equipment in the hall. There were wires and tools scattered on the floor. The brunette approached and muttered that this place smelled more like science. He stopped, wondering where something like this could come from in a fantasy world. The young man noticed a piece of paper covered in writing. Hansu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the Korean characters. The guy took the notes and read that the author, having learned that this world was an artificial garden for his cultivation, began to look for a way to return to Earth. A man in a cloak stood at the table, who was a SOSO student in school, and his grades left much to be desired. He had already lowered his hands, realizing that this was a difficult task for him. Someone came down to the floor behind him, and the author wrote that he met a beautiful demon. Sophia adjusted her hair, looking at him. The girl narrowed her eyes, and the stranger wrote that she attracted him to herself, like a dark hole. The protagonist threw the pages away with displeasure, demanding to get down to business. The devil turned around, rejecting the stranger's feelings, but passed on her knowledge. The man was working at the table, saying that when he was still a schoolboy, it was difficult to implement, but having become smarter with the help of the skills of the fantasy world, it was within his power. The man slumped his shoulders and said that he was done. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. There was a diagram drawn on the paper. In the hall, against the wall, there was equipment for returning to Earth. Hansu looked up in shock. On the last page, a half-erased inscription flashed. It said that Sophia had deceived him. The man in the cloak found himself in the city, returning to Earth. But it was only for a short time. His body began to dissolve. He reached out to the planet, using only his avatar, created from experience points, and controlled it remotely. The picture in the hero's head cracked, and the author wrote that the fee for moving between dimensions is simply terrible. The man in the cloak was burning, having used up the power he had been saving for 7 years in just a week. He had moved again, since he was able to stay on Earth as long as he had enough energy. The man found himself back in the lab, feeling that his soul and body were forever tied to the fantasy world. The protagonist held a page in his hands, where it was written that the scientist had weakened and was stuck in this secret place, dying of hunger. He crumpled the sheet in anger. Hansu frowned, surprised that it was only 7 days. The guy squeezed the paper, realizing that it had taken a long time to accumulate energy. There were other sheets of paper pinned to the wall. Some had sketches of buildings, others had faces of people and cars. The hero froze. He stood in front of the wall decorated with drawings, wondering if the avatar would have the same power as he did now. The guy threw something off the table, thinking that if it were possible, the time spent on Earth could be extended. The equipment panel lit up. Hansu blocked the door, wondering if they would give him 25 days for his 25 years of experience. He stepped forward. The brunette frowned and thought that he did not need that much time. The young man narrowed his eyes and decided that he did not intend to spend so many experience points. The indicator lit up. A glow appeared under the hero's feet. Hansu resolutely looked forward, intending to simply visit his parents. He closed his eyes, thinking that this would be enough to live peacefully until graduation. A flash appeared in the darkness. The young man squinted from the light. Then he finally opened his eyes. The hero was standing in the middle of the street. His pupils narrowed. Cars were driving along the roads. A passerby was talking on the phone. The brunette smiled, thinking that he had finally returned to modern civilization. A man passing by looked worried. And the neighboring building was smoking. An explosion was heard in the sky. A shock wave blew away the main character. Stones and cars mixed in the air. The young man was crushed by a slab. He squinted. A red flash was shining above him. Valkyrie was looking at him. The brunette's eyes widened and he frowned. The girl flew up to him and swung. Claws flashed before his eyes. The hero stared at her, dumbfounded. The indicator was glowing again. There was an explosion inside the capsule. The guy quickly flew out of the lab. He crashed into a rock. Then he broke through it. Ghouls were looking at him from below. Hansu's face distorted with rage when he ordered them to get out of the way. One monster was immediately cut in half. The young man moved forward, instantly destroying the monsters. He rushed through the dungeon, thinking that there was no time to play with small fry. The warrior frowned, deciding that he should return to the ground now. A dim light appeared in the dark sky. The sky above the demon castle was lit up with lightning. The overlord sat in the throne room, looking at the door. He grinned, leaning on his hand. Another bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. The protagonist landed on the floor in front of Pedinar, breaking through the ceiling. The guy stared at the demon, frowning. The enemy narrowed his eyes in interest and asked if he was a hero. The young man stood up and answered in the affirmative, asking to get straight to the point. The blonde closed his eyes and concluded that the interlocutor was going through regression, although it seemed like half a month had passed since his summoning. The brunette banged his fists and muttered that he was quite outstanding. Pedinar grinned and said that he was sorry. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that if he had leveled up for another 500 years, he would have become a good opponent. Dark energy appeared around the demon's paw. He straightened up, and the hero looked at his stats window. The lord's eyes flashed, and he asked if he was right. The man instantly appeared in front of the boy. The boy frowned, thinking that after defeating Noibius, his level had increased. The opponent clenched his fist, concentrating his energy. Several powerful blows fell on the hero. The clothes on his body were torn. The brunette raised his head and exclaimed that this was the second time he was hit in the stomach like that. He immediately rushed to attack. The young man approached his opponent. The demon put out his hand to block his blow. Powerful energy emanated from them. Pedinar grinned and said that he had a suggestion. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked again. The man dodged and said that he had gone through regression, so he thought he knew this world well. He grinned and added that his knowledge was actually superficial. The young man looked at the interlocutor in surprise, who offered to become stronger and then challenge him again. Hansu smiled. The guy struck, saying that if the Lord decided that he returned because he lost in the last adventure, he miscalculated. The demon's eyes flashed. A green beam cut through the stones. The young man chuckled and said that he had somehow even managed to defeat Sophia. The enemy appeared behind him, answering that he knew it. The hero quickly swung his blade, while the enemy said that he was an excellent vessel that could become a demon lord. The man blocked another attack. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure. The Lord looked at him and said that this was all for the sake of escaping from this world. Hansu turned around and shouted furiously that he also needed to get out of here quickly. The stone on the sword's hilt began to glow. Clouds were gathering over the castle. The next moment, a powerful explosion destroyed part of the building. Debris fell down, and the opponents continued to fight. The brunette frowned, demanding that his opponent die quickly. Petinar grinned and replied that it was not too late to change his mind. The hero's eyes widened and he shouted at him to shut up. Powerful energy emanated from him, and the level from 2829 became 900. The opponent narrowed his eyes in surprise. A green blade appeared from the hilt. A powerful beam fell on the enemy. The blow cut the ground. A silhouette flashed in the bright light. Hansu frowned tensely. A flash appeared in the darkness. It became dimmer and dimmer. Then everything around him became dark, and the youth muttered that it was a trick. A system window appeared in front of him, asking him to look at the grades. Darkness. A light was visible below. It became brighter and brighter. Hansu sat naked on the magic seal. He looked surprised. He said that this couldn't be. Looking at the system window with his name, then at his combat power and achievements, which became F level. And then at his reputation and personality, which became F level. And finally at the note that he was killed, he repeated that this couldn't be. A system window appeared informing him that he had failed the test, he had killed a cute companion. Such an offense was unforgivable, and the grades obtained by manipulating forbidden skills were annulled. He must try not to commit such rash acts during the next recertification. The next system window informed him that the recertification had begun. After that, Lenovel appeared with a cute smile and greeted the hero. She stood next to the confused boy, who wondered if this was all because of her. Then Hansu turned around in displeasure when he heard the question of whether he was listening to her, and repeated it angrily. The hero's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that she was being listened to attentively. The boy looked at the blonde boy in surprise. The fair-haired boy smiled slightly. Then, opening his mouth, he asked to look at what he had done. The brunette's eyes widened even more. Taking a step out of the magic circle, he called Lenovel, saying that the king was already waiting. The girl walked ahead, smiling sweetly, promising to tell them everything, let them follow her. The blonde looked pleased, and the brunette, on the contrary. Their faces did not change when they heard the words that these were the chosen heroes. What was with their facial expressions? The girl exclaimed that Alex refrained from inappropriate words and actions towards the heroes. Closing his eyes, he said that he was glad to meet the captain of the palace knights Alex. In order to defeat the demon lord, he needed his strength. He hoped he would make something sensible out of him. The surprised man passed by and said of course. The heroes bowed, hearing the request to defeat the demon lord Petinar. Putting his hand to his chest, the blonde said of course, as a hero from the future who had already killed the demon lord, he would once again defend the kingdom. The boy took a step, hearing that this is what it means to be chosen. Let them not skimp on their support. Later, the boys were in a room shining with wealth. The brunette stared ahead in surprise. The blonde smiled, asking, events are moving too fast. On Earth this stage has already passed. Hansu looked at him in surprise and asked again. Shifting his gaze, the blonde said that his name was Luke. Why didn't he also take a pseudonym? If he wanted to achieve fame, in fantasy he needed a name that was easy to remember. Frowning, the hero said that he was Hansu, and asked what a graduate was doing here. Looking in his direction, the blonde replied that he had fought the Valkyries some time ago. He remembered standing there looking at the flashes in the forest, and continued that there were quite a lot. He stood looking at the sky and repeated that, however, there were too many. Hansu looked ahead, hearing that after death he ended up here, and thought that if you die on Earth, you will end up here. The gods of fantasy have a bad sense of humor. Sitting on the red sofa, the guy asked how it was on Earth now, and heard that it was impossible to say that everything was fine. Looking at him, Luke said that a person like him represents only 30% of the power of the entire planet. Everyone leads a miserable existence. He imagined a swinging figure. The guy wrapped in cloth was silent, and the interlocutor said that he saw that he was worried about them. Taking a step, he promised that he would tell them how to get through the fastest way. Looking at him, Hansu asked what he was talking about. Opening his mouth, the blonde answered, and when he released, he needed strength, and Hansu needed a quick release. The brunette silently looked at him, hearing that they would help each other. He stood opposite the smiling guy. Their figures were visible through the window. The hero replied that his decision. The room had a small semicircular balcony. The wind swirled around the light castle. Suddenly, a white dragon appeared in the sky. He opened his mouth, creating a ball. The glow in his mouth became brighter and brighter. Hansu looked at him in shock. The dragon attacked the palace. There was a bright flash of an explosion. White glow. The guy closed his eyes. Then he opened them in surprise. He stood as if in the middle of a desert. The sun was shining in the sky. Clouds floated over the desert. Hansu walked along it, wrapped in cloth. Looking to the side, he asked where he was. And then he noticed that he was told that this was a gymnasium of a secondary school. A guy in a suit with a sword walked towards him and said that the premises of the institution could not withstand the onslaught of such strongmen as students. The blonde boy smiled slightly. The system reported that he was a unique person of level 999, a sword god, sword mastery equal to divinity, with sword mastery skills, armor penetration, sword energy, seal and tenacity, in the status of a sacred sword, blessing, enhancement, and sacred beast. The one standing opposite the hero said that this was somehow suspicious. Could it be that Miss in turn was a man? The blonde smiled, saying that no, he was a member of the student council, one could say, a senior colleague. Hansu silently looked at him, hearing that he would like to talk more, but uninvited guests would appear soon. A dragon shadow fell on the heroes. A huge white dragon appeared in the sky, and the blonde said that he would look at the skills of their junior. The monster opened its mouth and flew up. It struck down with a bright beam. On its head stood a girl with wings. Looking down, she said, "What a shame, how did he know?" The boy took out his sword and said that they were not the only ones watching the younger ones. Flying forward, he called her a descendant of traitors. The girl with the halo angrily replied that they were the traitors. The white dragon opened its mouth and screamed. A glow appeared next to the blonde man. He called on his friend, the goddess of battles, to appear before him. The sand rose up. A white beast jumped out next to the dragon. Grinning, they growled at each other. Waves of sand rose up. The man took a step. A figure of a girl appeared behind Hansu. She was wearing a red cloak. She said that instead of making beautiful speeches, let him draw his holy sword. Turning around, Hansu asked how cleverly she hid there. A blade appeared in his hand. Looking at him, the girl with purple eyes said that he sincerely wanted to recruit him. Turning around, the boy asked again, "Are we talking about the first hero?" The girl standing on the platform said that he was once called that, but now he is a king who rules the entire galaxy. The hero asked why such a great king would hire him. He must have many subordinates. The girl standing opposite said that it was the opposite. The land he rules is huge, but there are not many qualified people, and the prince and hero he killed. Hansu remembered the muscular blonde man, hearing that they were just like them. He also remembered the elf holding that same sword in his hand. The girl said that it seemed like only two, but the lands they ruled were not small. Looking at her, Hansu asked who the fantasy god was. The girl with bangs answered that no one knows. He is the creator of this institute, the purpose of which is to educate heroes. They just call him the rector. The brunette in the black cloak heard that he was raising hunting dogs that would deal with those who opposed him, like their master in the past or like him. The boy furrowed his brows when he heard the question. What would his answer be? The girl glared at him sternly and ordered him to hand over the holy sword and come to his side. With her mouth slightly open, she continued that the master promised that he would provide him with better treatment. A shadow hid the boy's eyes. He stood under the clear sky, hearing a shout that he should not believe in this. White monsters were fighting. The blonde turned his gaze to him, shouting that the first hero was afraid of his potential, so he was told such sweet promises. The angel girl angrily shouted at him to shut up. How dare he talk about the master like that? Hansu stood in the rising dust, hearing their curses. With his back turned, he said what it meant. The blonde looked at him. The angel did too. The sun was shining brightly over the desert. The hero continued, "So this is already middle school?" He did not turn around. Then a purple glow appeared around, and Hansu said that he was an elementary school student. The wind raised the sand. The desert shook. The dragon and the beast opened their mouths in surprise. The blonde closed his eyes from the glow. A purple light surrounded his bare foot. Hansu smiled wickedly, saying that no matter what he did here, it would not affect his report card, right? The guy put his hand on his shoulder. The system reported that he was a natural human level 2837, a demon lord. Then there was a list of his many high-ranking skills. Hansu smiled contentedly, saying that now it was time to act. The girl angrily knitted her brows, asking what he was up to. The dragon leaned towards the guy. The hero smiled slyly. Sand rose around his bare foot. A bright pink flash appeared. The dragon opened its mouth. A hand grabbed its muzzle. A colored eye was visible. It was a huge sand beast. The girl with wings stood on the dragon's head and heard a shout, "Forward, Captain Hansu." Green eyes glowed brightly. A huge sand paw held the dragon's neck. He threw it at the cat. Opening its mouth, the beast roared. Huge hands grabbed the necks of both. The eyes of the huge sand monster glowed. Hansu, standing on its head, began to speak. His level changed from 2837 to 3460. Smiling widely, the guy asked who's next. There was an empty land in front of him, and he asked where everyone went. Suddenly, an angel girl with a sword jumped out. Anna angrily opened her mouth, screaming that she would kill him. Shaking, she continued to scream from her dragon. The huge beast kicked her with its paw. Hansu smiled widely, saying that she was too small. It was hard to hear. A purple-haired girl with two blades appeared behind him. A purple ball appeared next to the guy. A bright spark rushed forward. It hit the girl's forehead. Her eyes widened in fear, and she asked to stop. The girl grabbed her head and screamed. Colored balls were floating around Hansu. He said that he saw that she had a lot of bad memories. With a sly smile, he asked if it was okay if he added another one. Bright beams rushed towards the girl. A black ball appeared. It was lying on the sand. The guy standing nearby said that this could not be. Dust rose around the blonde. He asked, how? Looking forward, the blonde continued, how can an elementary school student have such power? A huge sand golem approached him. Raising his head, the guy screamed to stop. He is not an enemy, but a member of the student council. Looking down, Hansu said that if he was a member of the student council, then he was the principal of the school. The beast stomped with its paw. Then he raised his leg. The hand was sticking out of the sand. He said that he was his senior. The beast stomped again. Then he raised his leg. The hero said that the senior he was. Kicking again, he continued, must respect. The guy had a wild smile on his face. He finished that he couldn't be such a weakling. The force of the kick sent sand flying everywhere. The sand foot was standing on the ground. The hero was standing on the beast's head. He looked at the level increased to 3,524 with a smile, saying how nice it was. Glancing at the system window, he said that the black box needed to be sealed before returning to the elementary school. He looked at the Z-level divinity and dark energy skills, and said that increasing divinity and dark energy to ZZ could be called insane, considering the amount of resources it required. Smiling happily, he said that then that. In front of him was the inscription Max. He looked at the golden inscription. It changed to Z. The system reported about the Spirit Z. The information about it said that it was a skill called Spirit, rank Z 8%, and listed its capabilities. The hero paid attention to the level Z, reincarnation into a spirit. The hero's eyes were closed. The guy stood with his eyes closed. Then he opened them. He was standing at the cliff. Looking to the side, Hansu asked, did he come back? In front of him was a system window with characteristics. The hero read that the race is a natural spirit, level 1, profession hero, experience 500%, skills unknown, interpretation, status holy sword. After reading this, the guy said that since he is a spirit, then there are no special changes, other than this. He saw the inscription, assigned spirits. Looking down, he asked again. A hand appeared from under the ground. The girl angrily clenched her teeth, hearing the question that she was alive, and answered that she would kill him. She stretched her hand out to the side. Then she looked at her in surprise. A guy standing nearby heard the question, how so, and noticed that it seemed like the wings did not appear. The girl with the halo looked confused, and the hero thought that it was all because she was no longer an angel, but a spirit. The system reported that this was an ancient spirit of level 999, a paladin, with the skills of divinity, blessings, swordsmanship, flight, taming, subordination status, embarrassment. The girl was indignant when the guy called her Miss Chicken, and told her to call him his master. She exclaimed that he was not talking, only her king could. She was stunned when she called him master herself. Standing in front of him, the hero told him to repeat, and she repeated, and then asked what was going on. The blonde grabbed her head, while the hero realized that this is what it meant to a point. He remembered the huge sand monster, thinking that it meant he could return the experience points he had gained from killing someone by reviving them as a spirit. A green glow appeared around his palm, and he said he would take a look. 3 figures of characters appeared in front of him. The prince frowned angrily, calling out to him. The system reported that it was an ancient spirit, a prince who was resisting. With a wide smile, Hansu said that he was also glad to see him, calling him Spirit A. The blonde opened his mouth in anger, shouting for him not to make fun of him, but he repeated that his name was Spirit A, and was surprised. The hero looked at the elf standing with his back turned, said that the next spirit was B. He hoped they would become friends, to which he heard that if this was not a forced order. Turning around, the elf said that he would never cooperate. The system reported that it was an ancient spirit of the 100th level, a hero, in the status of submission and despondency. Turning to the figure in the red cloak, he said that he could do whatever he wanted. The girl touched the hood, saying that he had given her this beautiful body. She was ready to give him her whole self. Taking off the hood, the elf asked if she could call him her beloved master. The system reported that it was an ancient spirit of level 999, an exorcist, in the status of submission and excitement. The guy remembered the golem's head in a mask. Smiling widely, he said that it goes without saying, and called her Spirit S, thinking that the soul that was previously confined to the head had now received a body. Trembling, she said that the holy hero was not visible. He clarified why he was asking, and she hesitated. The guy waved his hand and told them to rest until he called them again. The characters' bodies were surrounded by a green glow. The girl grabbed her head, hearing that she was also Spirit D. Spirit D, the guy stood surrounded by green smoke. Looking down, he thought that despite the fact that he still had experience points, not everyone could be appointed as a spirit. He imagined the images of characters he had met before and thought that fantasy dwellers, split souls, earth dwellers, apparently not everyone could be appointed as a spirit. Putting out his palm, he asked what condition needed to be met. The voice asked, maybe you need to be a hero with a whole soul? Hansu turned around, recognizing him. In front of him was a purple ball. The hero asked, Miss Intern, how are you? They haven't seen each other for a long time. A voice was heard from the evaporating ball, that since its disappearance. Hansu smiled when he heard that 7 years had passed. His look became frightened, and he asked again. A red demonic wing opened. The guy raised his fist up pompously, asking what kind of ridiculous joke. He looked puzzled. Then he turned back in surprise. The hero was flying over a destroyed building. It stood among dense trees. The boy glanced fearfully at the teacher and asked if this would deduct reputation points, and was told that he didn't have to worry about it. The responsibility wasn't on his shoulders alone. He glanced gloomily at the ball and clarified, meaning he admitted partial guilt. The purple ball hovered in the sky, saying that this wasn't an event that could greatly affect the situation. She hadn't received any messages about anything changing dramatically, but it seemed like the demon birth rate had increased. The hero looked away tensely, thinking that the teaching staff didn't know about this. He remembered how the demon had plunged a sword into his stomach and ordered him to accept the unofficial patch. Looking forward, he said that it was all for the sake of escaping this world. Hansa's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he was trying to raise the hero's level to influence this world. This was the demon lord's unofficial patch. He chuckled and said that it seemed like he had more work to do. That was great. The hero's body was covered in a green glow. He said that it was worth trying to clear out this work that had accumulated over 7 years in one go. The dilapidated building was overgrown with moss. 7 years had passed since the conquest of the human world. The villagers clenched their fists in anger. The people he expected to resist fiercely were more receptive to the change. The villagers smiled happily. The demon approached a vegetable stand. The hero wondered if this was because people were treated the same, regardless of who was in power, the king or the demon lord. The girl came out with a bucket in her hand. Many men were called up for military service to prevent the demon invasion. She looked ahead shyly, so there were many more women than men in the cities. The one-eyed monster blushed cutely. Soon their place was taken by demons. Smiling, he stood in front of the lady. At first everyone thought that it was impossible to get along with these dirty people. The demon and the girl held hands. Meeting her, he changed his mind. The confused demon held a basket of fruits and a bouquet. Unlike other demons, she understood him. The blushing girl smiled. He thought that now he had taken the place of her ex-husband, who was bad, only tormented her, and he had long been gone from this world. The one-eyed demon smiled happily, thinking that his life had become happier than ever. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. He told his beloved that today was very nice weather. She agreed, adding that the birds sang very beautifully. The couple hugged, looking up, saying that it was true. It was a beautiful song. A figure with wings appeared in the distance. The one-eyed demon asked again naively. The girl opened her mouth and sang. Hansu, who was holding her, said that it was great. He would cleanse this land. The demon stuck out his tongue and screamed from the blinding light. The girl stood next to the remaining smoke, screaming about her beloved. The demon was kneeling, asking what kind of guy they were. How could they come and do such a thing? Opening his mouth wide, he screamed. The prince flexed his fingers, saying that he was a strange hero who was practical. The elf standing behind him said that he was quite an interesting character. The barefoot man took a step. Smiling happily, Hansu said that he would have no problems with his reputation and identity now. Looking to the side, he said that he would take a look before going further first. In front of him were trees. Demons were climbing up. A huge tree was surrounded by flames. The elf sitting on the tree asked, "Was Elfheim really over?" Suddenly, the look became surprised. The elf opened her mouth and sang. The glow engulfed the huge tree. The spirits stood next to the screaming demons. Looking at the figure hovering in the sky, the elves shouted that the gods had helped them. A bare foot landed on the ground. Orders were heard to find the wounded and help them. They would deal with recovery later. Raising a finger, the hero ordered the boys to return. He stood on a stone slab, saying that it was somewhere here. He stamped his foot hard. This ground beneath him collapsed. With a wide smile, Hansu said that it was true. He flew down, breaking through the floors. His foot touched the ground. Someone was approaching behind him. A long-haired elf with a crown asked the hero to stop. Hansu quickly approached, not listening to the order to return from where he came. A glow appeared in the space hidden behind the boards and words were heard. What is he doing with his lips? Wiping his mouth, the satisfied hero said that everything went smoothly. The system reported that his level increased from 1 to 1545. The dissatisfied fairy with a collar noticed that he was in no hurry. Standing next to the pedestal, the hero asked, "Will he remind you who he is?" And heard that of course, he is Hansu. Now he has become a spirit, right? The guy was surprised, saying that she remembers despite the regression. The fairy put her hands on her hips, saying that even if the world was confused, there was only one first hero, like her, the first spirit. The hero objected that the demon lord seemed to not remember, and heard that he could remember, but did not want to. He simply did not want to keep the memories of losing to a certain hero. Colored balls floated in space. Words were heard that in any case, it would speed up their conversation. If she realized that he was a spirit, she understood what attribute he belonged to. The girl darkened and said that she would not say anything. The guy looked dissatisfied. He heard that this was until he released her, and said that 7 years had passed, even more. The chain was broken. The guy held a blade in his hand. Closing his eyes, the fairy said that he was a hero reincarnated as a spirit. His attribute was a human. Hansu frowned in discouragement and asked again. Standing at the pedestal, the boy wondered if his attribute was a human? A yellow ball was shining near the boy, and he thought that he was a human from the beginning. The boy grabbed his head in anger, shouting that nothing had changed after he was reborn as a spirit. Was he deceived with a transcendental skill? Sweat was dripping down the face of the screaming boy. He was shouting, cursing the fantasy world. The fairy flew closer, hearing that he should understand this. Looking at the boy with concern, she said that he didn't think that specializing in one attribute sounded too simple. She imagined a flame, saying that, for example, fire spirits specialize in fire and have absolute control over it. She imagined a flame surrounded by a glow and continued, especially about its properties. They are full of feelings and quickly ignite. Hansu froze with his hands raised and asked, "Don't people call this hot-tempered?" Pointing her finger, the girl said that he was a spirit with the characteristics of the human race, but more outstanding than ordinary people. She imagined the guy standing above the screaming crowd and continued, dominance, influence, and even unpredictability. He is not just a spirit that looks like a person. The fairy hovered next to the guy's head, who said that he was too dismissive of spirits. Looking away, the hero said that in any case, now that he knows that he is human by nature, it is okay. Sitting on the hero's hair, the fairy asked if he was going to go to the demon lord, and heard that he was, although she probably regrets it, because she had just been freed. Flying higher, she said that everything was okay and she knew a way. Turning around, the blonde promised that she would tell him how to find him. They will meet next time. Hansu stood below by the pedestal and apologized, saying that there will be no next time. He chuckled. While imagining the huge tree and the ancient characters, he thought that he had saved the continent that had been destroyed by an accident, and he had not even used any forbidden skills. These spirits were obtained legally with his skill. Taking a step, the hero thought that there was no reason for him to fail. He stretched his lips into a smile, thinking that Arya had come. Smiling, he thought that it was time to return to the ground. There was a light among the clouds. The creature ran forward. The running demon screamed in fear. Then he turned around. There was an explosion. The shockwave threw him back. Closing one eye, he called him a monster and called for everyone to escape. Above the spirits, Hansu with wings was hovering. With a sly smile, he told the spirits to continue advancing towards the demon lord in the same spirit. The lightning struck closer and closer. A cry was heard from the magic palace. "Do not let the hero in here." A cry was heard from the gray building, demanding to stop. "He is the demon lord's assistant." A door with a skull image appeared ahead. An order was heard to stop them. "This hero is worse than the devil himself." A bright flash knocked down the door. Hansu stood with his arms crossed. The demon rested his head on his hand. Smiling, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero looked at the blond man standing next to him, who called him the demon lord Petinar. The man looked forward. So did the remaining two spirits. The guy standing opposite the demon said that he wanted to talk to him again, but he was afraid that it would negatively affect his assessment of the personality. Smiling slyly, he said that he would have to leave. Petinar closed his eyes, saying that indeed, he came to destroy absolute evil, but let him take note, if he remained alive, then one day they would meet again. Hansu indignantly screamed, hearing that he could become his son-in-law. The demon kicked the floor and laughed. Hansu, who had closed his eyes, heard the order to attack. His three subordinate spirits rushed forward. Lightning struck the demon lord's palace. A bright flash appeared at the top. The castle was hidden behind a blinding light. The haze was dissipating. There were cracks on the floor. A piece of red cloth fell to the floor. Words about excellent skills were heard. Petinar was sitting by the broken wall, saying that he expected this. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, continuing, from his son-in-law. Hansu frowned in displeasure, saying that he was babbling about this until the last moment. Pink swirls spread around. The guy said that he sealed his memories. How can he remember it? But it does not matter, since it is no longer important. A system message appeared, asking if his adventure was fun? The guy glanced at him with a smile, saying that he hoped to never see this report card again. The system asked if he wanted to see the grades. A system information window appeared, stating that Hansu has SSS combat power, S achievements, B reputation, and a personality. Note that this is the result of their training. The hero looked at the results of combat power, achievements, and reputation, and then looked at the satisfactory personality evaluation. After that, he reread the notes. The system windows appeared, congratulating the completion of training. The hero's specialization is cancelled. The holy sword will be removed. The student status will be deleted. The boy's eyes were closed. He saw the notification of the end of the graduation ceremony. A glow appeared around the hero. He thought that he was really returning. A bright light was descending down. His eyes were closed. Then Hansu opened them wide in shock. In front of him was a round room with two sofas. The sun was shining through the window. Wincing, the hero said that this did not look like an ordinary graduation. Hansu looked away, hearing how he was greeted. A girl in a black dress took a step. She was wearing a maid uniform, the system reported that she was a great person of rank 999, a maid for housework. The status was in a good mood. She smiled sweetly. Glancing at her, the brunette asked, "Where is he?" Still smiling, the maid replied that she was in her bedroom. The guy winced and asked again. He was at the alumni festival, and was told that things were a little different now. He turned to the girl and asked again, to which he was told that starting from this festival, the alumni were ranked according to their abilities and academic performance. She imagined a figure climbing the stairs, saying that this was why there was obvious discrimination. She released a shining square from her hand. Suddenly, a luxuriously laid table appeared in front of the guy. Looking at it, the maid said that everything was different, from the clothes of the graduates to the quality of service. Hansu sniffed the delicious chicken and said that he deserved it. Holding a piece of meat in his hand, he asked why everything had changed. She imagined a crying man and said that it was due to the decline in the level of graduates. The chewing hero replied that he thought he understood. There were various dishes on the table. The girl continued based on the crime about the need to stimulate growth in the face of fierce competition and prevent the heroes from falling in level. Looking at her slyly, the guy asked that if he died here, then he could return to Earth. He darkened, hearing that, as she had already said, participation in the festival was mandatory, since it was designed to stimulate the growth of heroes. Smiling sweetly, the maid said that if he died, then his rank and level would drop, and everything would start over again. Leaning back tiredly, the guy asked, what if he continued to die? He imagined himself lying in a pool of blood and heard that the level would continue to drop, and if he died at rank FFF, then he would return to Earth. The guy with crumbs on his face stared at her in shock. Looking at the fork, he thought that this was too stupid, and the girl told him to be patient, because she had not finished speaking yet. The brunette looked at her gloomily, hearing that he would lose all his skills, and would also have to work off all the time he received privileges. Blue windows appeared around the maid. She said that in his case the term would be. The amazed guy screamed, hearing that 5 years, and exclaimed that by earthly standards it should be a maximum of 3 years. The brunette looked at him, saying that the festival takes place once every 4 years and, if she was not mistaken, this was his second time. Hansu opened his mouth, hearing that he spent about 2 years on Earth. He imagined an elf engulfed in flames, thinking that then he did not reincarnate immediately. The girl leaned towards the discouraged guy and said that this was not the only way to return to Earth. Shifting his gaze to the other side, he asked what else there was. She brought up a system window in front of him and said that there were 2 ways. The information said first place middle school student ID, student council member status, second place premium holy sword, middle school student ID, third place homecoming, premium holy sword, fourth place almighty angel protector, instant homecoming, and fifth place elf king's tears, instant homecoming. Score 0, rank 3895. She said that it was possible to fight other graduates and enter the top 5. Looking at the description of first place, the hero thought that first and second place. He looked at the description of second place and thought that both were tickets straight to hell. The man sitting in the chair turned to the girl and asked what other way. She ran her hand over it and replied that it would suit him better. An image of a hero with a sword appeared. She said that if you defeat the first hero during the peak of his powers, when he defeated the demon lord. Looking ahead indifferently, the boy asked how much weaker he was than the real one. Looking at him, the girl replied that he was the same. Hansu put his hands behind his head and told her not to lie. If one hero was reproduced the same as he was, this place would be destroyed in an instant. Smiling, the maid said that the full information was hidden, so she could not tell him everything, but his fighting power was similar to the student council president of the middle school year. Falling his head on the table, the boy asked how he knew how strong he was. He closed his eyes after hearing the words of apology, and said that it can't be helped. What now? He looked at the shining object handed to him. On the palm was a badge with the number 2300001, and a request was heard to hang this badge on his chest. The hero did so and heard that it served as an identification card for the festival. The maid smiled and pointed to the glowing entrance, and said that she would now show him the elementary school establishment. Walking behind her, the hero said that at his age he was a junior high school student. The heroes walked along the corridor. The maid said that those tents were inhabited by graduates, and graduates of rank F and below. There were tents in the clearing. The girl explained that, as said, there was complete discrimination here. The guy clenched his fist, shouting that he was gathering a party to hunt a mutated 2-headed eagle. They were leaving immediately. The second shouted that people were needed to deal with the demon that was stealing girls. Hansu paid attention to them, hearing that he was called an S-rank hero. Someone said that if he was free, let him join their squad. The hero looked away with a smile, hearing how they asked him to take him in. 2 white wings appeared. The hero apologized. The guys looked at him in admiration. A saint appeared behind Hansu, and he said that he already had a companion. The sun was shining in the sky. There was a smiling guy standing in front of the building. There were many people walking on the street. The blonde looked around and guessed that she had returned to her homeland. Her administrator powers had not changed. Hansu looked forward seriously, thinking about the festival reward. Recalling the description of the rewards, he thought that first and second place were a ticket straight to hell. He would not be able to go home, and he would have to work for the god of fantasy. Recalling the further description in the system window, he thought that he was not interested in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place secondary rewards. He remembered the line about instantly returning to his homeland, and thought that they would allow him to do so. Walking along the path next to the girl, he thought that maybe he should not rush forward and take 4th place. After all, he did not want to become a slave. Hansu smirked and said that this was great. He should adjust his ranking. The girl with wings turned around, hearing that she was asked to find 3 high-scoring seniors here. A yellow glow was spreading around her. The guy thought that instead of aiming for an unknown combat power and the president of the student council of the middle school course, it would be better to focus on an objective assessment. A yellow aura was spreading among the hills. The mace hit the ground. The pink-haired girl leaned on it, saying that she was curious why the fox crawled out of its hole, again trying to ingratiate itself by throwing equipment. The second girl approached her and shouted that she dragged her boyfriend into this. The girl adjusted her glasses, saying that she was a businesswoman. Waving her hand, she said with a smile that she does not throw things around, but pays for what she gets. Then her expression became questioning, and she asked what her boyfriend looked like. She was pestered by many people. The green-haired girl got angry, promising that she would end up dead today, to which she heard that she was only telling the truth. The girl with glasses pointed her finger, saying that if they didn't know, she already had a boyfriend. They turned around, looking at the hero's figure. He looked at them in bewilderment. The mace moved quickly, screaming for taking other people's boyfriends. The warrior jumped up, attacking and screaming death wishes. Dust flew everywhere. The man in the slipper took a step. He held Victoria and asked who her boyfriend was. She asked him to help, because they were trying to kill her. Looking at the girl, the hero asked why him, and thought that in any case he was thinking about leaving her alive to adjust the rating. Looking at him, the girl said that she had the information he needed. The boy closed his eyes and answered indifferently that if it was about the ways to return home, then he knew about them, but she said that his parents were in danger. Hansa's eyes widened in shock. The red-haired girl looked at him, saying that she found them before the Valkyries attacked. Of course, she did not do this to find out more about him. Smiling slightly, she continued that she was also a hero who protects people. She placed them in the safest place. The crowd that had gathered asked what they were whispering about, that they should not flirt in front of them. A swift movement. It was Hansu who swung his sword. The crowd standing in the distance asked what was going on. The girl's feet fell to the ground. Without turning around, the brunette thanked her. Looking at him, Victoria said that it was nothing special. She could not believe that he knew how to think. Turning away, the boy said that he was serious. He didn't like to be indebted anyway. He held his fist, and heard people discussing that he was strong. Was he the S-rank hero from the rumors? He pursed his lips, hearing the question. Did he have any other skills besides these? If they all rushed into battle together, they would be able to deal with him. The angry crowd with weapons was approaching. Hansu thought that even if they looked like dust, they had gone through the same course as him. The boy was silent, thinking that before using the cowardly power of friendship, he opened his purple eyes. A system window appeared above the hero with the sword, saying that he was a level 50-85 natural spirit, and a huge list of his skills. The boy with a bandage on his forehead shouted for them to attack together. Suddenly, he was surprised to see a system window in front of him. The information windows said that the brave and energetic heroes were enjoying the festival. They really wouldn't spare any resources so that the heroes could develop love and friendship. The demon lord Pedinar, who lost to the first hero and was once sealed, feared the hero's power, so he decided to attack the dorm that was filled with the hero's dreams and hopes. How could he make such a terrible plan? Among the heroes who contributed to defeating the demon lord, the top 5 would be chosen and they would be reborn, so they shouldn't miss this chance. The girls looked at the system windows in confusion, which said they want to ask, where is the demon lord? The next one advised them to look at the sky. An arrow pointed to his location. The heroines looked ahead in confusion. They saw a red beam. It was an arrow pointing to Hansu. Hansu opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what was happening. The bald man grinned, asking if this wasn't Pedinar. The guy added, how could this happen? Anyway, the arrow was pointing. A huge red arrow was pointing at Hansu. Sticking out his tongue, the guy said so crazy that he knew it. The S rank was a fake created for this event. Hansu smiled widely, saying that he needed to think positively. The guys ran towards him, shouting that the winner of the event. A bright beam crossed the head of the bald man, who at that moment said that he would become him. The head flew to the side. Hansu smiled wildly, holding the sword, and called the next one. The two stood in front of each other. The first asked where the demon lord got the holy sword. The second replied that it was another fake. A shining ball appeared next to the bald man. He said that he would attack from a distance, and asked the spirits for help. The colored balls rose into the air. The red one was surrounded by flames. The rays were scattered from the balls that had gathered together, and people were screaming that the spirits had rebelled. Explosions were seen, and someone was warning them to be careful and asking what was going on. 2 blue rays crossed. The blonde swung his sword, screaming that he couldn't believe that he would hurt the spirits. A line of attack flashed in front of Hansu, and he said that they had killed him on purpose. A semicircular beam flew forward. The attack cut through the graduates' bodies. The wounded people were screaming. The guy looked down in fear. There was a look of horror on his face, and he was begging for mercy, because this was an event, a crisscross attack. Touching his chin, Hansu thought that this was strange. Experience points, he couldn't absorb their souls. His eye was purple. Looking at the blonde screaming in fear, he thought that he knew for sure if he cut a few more people. Cries for help were heard among the green hills. There was a full moon in the sky. Hansu opened his eyes, telling the Hansu graduate that she had both good news and bad news. Which one did he want to hear first? The boy took a sip from his cup and chose the bad one. Opening his eyes, the maid informed him that while the system was stabilizing, he could not leave the dorm. Looking at her, the hero asked how long it would take. He was in a room with a round table and heard that they did not know, but the event lasted for 5 days. Showing a palm with 5 fingers, she said that therefore, he would be released in 5 days. Raising a finger, the maid said with a smile that now is the good news. There was still a red arrow above the boy. She said that he must have known everything, but he was confused with the demon lord due to an error in the educational system. This happened because the system recognized the graduate as a demon lord. Looking at the red arrow, she said that all responsibility lies with the festival organizers. A question was heard, will they give him a reward? Pouring tea into a cup, the maid replied that he could consider it a bribe. He should sit quietly while everything is tidied up. Looking at the steaming drink, Hansu asked what they would give him. The girl winked and said that for these 5 days, the 5th floor would be temporarily open for him for the maximum rank. The surprised guy turned his gaze to her. He looked ahead, discouraged. The hero stood on the balcony in front of a huge area with a swimming pool and said that it was amazing. Mermaids were swimming in a deep pool. A unicorn and another animal were standing nearby. The area was quite large. Looking at it in surprise, the hero said that it was very spacious. The maid asked what he wanted to eat. If nothing came to mind, then she would give him the chef's recommended menu. Standing at the fence, the hero chose the recommended one. The room opened and the words that the dining room was here were heard. In the room with the round table was a huge aquarium. The guy walked up to it and asked him to wait a bit. One of the mermaids turned around. Then she swam closer. She hit her forehead on the glass. Looking at her, Hansu heard a voice that asked him if he liked the interior and replied that everything was fine until now. Then he turned around abruptly. A demon was sitting at the round table. The demon lord smiled when he heard the question of what he was doing here. Smiling widely, the demon replied that because he was mistaken for a lord, he was left unemployed. The figures in the room were silent, and then the hero replied that he was sorry. In a bright building, 5 weeks later, the man raised his hand, shouting, finally. Smiling happily, the guy said that he was now also in S rank. He was so close to the top of the rankings. The other two also raised their fists, saying that they would watch. A shadow fell on them. The boy spoke. He knew that he would become the only S rank hero. Hansu landed, throwing people aside. He furrowed his brows in determination. Looking to the side, the boy heard a question. Where did he come from? The other participants angrily shouted that it didn't matter. The blonde said that he defeated him last time. They charged, shouting that they would kill him. Hansu looked forward. Earlier, he held a fork, saying that it meant that he was not real. But being unemployed was not much. Petinar, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said that if he was a real demon lord, it would be like that. But now he is more of an actor. The demon's words were heard in the round room, that there was no need to apologize. Anyway, this is better than the other room he was waiting in. Petinar clapped his hands, saying that in any case, since it came to that, they would split the bill together. There was a smile on the demon's lips. The plates were already empty, and the demon continued that he would like to say so, but as he knows, he is only one of many fragments of his divided soul. Touching his temple with his finger, he continued that therefore he can only offer information as payment. What did he want to know? Hansu frowned darkly and asked how one could cross dimensions. The demon lord raised his finger and said that it was simple. He needed permission from his sister. The hero became angry, pressing his forehead and asked how he knew who his sister was. Hansu was surprised to imagine a glowing figure and heard that she was also called the god of the fantasy world. Introducing the galaxy, the demon said that he was the first living being miraculously born in the middle of the dark matter of the universe. A bright flash appeared. The sister was the first surviving being after the Big Bang. There was a face on the glass. The demon continued that later they were called an angel and a demon. After all, history is written by the victors. Looking forward carefully, the hero realized that the god of the fantasy world was the first angel, and said that this was valuable information. Sitting at the round table, he continued that the one who called him here was not going to send him back just because he wanted to. Petinar nodded, closing his eyes. The guy looked at him, heard that fortunately, this is not the only way, there is a second way. In the present, the hero stood in front of the approaching opponents. He raised his hand. Then he bent his fingers. Something dark appeared in front of his palm. The figures of the opponents disappeared into the dark space. Their bodies became as if in the negative. With a movement of his hand, the hero threw them all away. Then he looked at his palm. Looking at the darkness in his hand, he asked, "Is this dark matter?" Petinar smiled and offered to marry his daughter. The hero sitting opposite him asked discouragedly, "Is this the second way?" The demon smiled widely and asked he does not like it, but in the other he wrote son-in-law on it. Will he agree? Hansu angrily clenched his teeth, hearing that he should not be embarrassed, because another part of him recognized him, and asked, who is interested? With a displeased look, the hero heard himself asked if he knew where the abilities came from, and replied that he would not listen to anything related to the second method. In a large aquarium, fish were visible. The demon said that he was impatient. He imagined two flashes joining into one, and said that the abilities were a synergy of light and darkness. Imagining a glowing silhouette, he said, the first angel. On his head were horns, the second demon. Two shining beams intertwined in the center. This power was truly amazing. A huge demon fought with an attacking man. Petinar said that they bestowed this power on a mortal who was able to single-handedly kill the one who ruled the universe. Hansu frowned forward, realizing that this was the first angel. In the glass was red wine. The demon asked, simply, isn't it? This is the origin of the skills, and what about that guy's abilities? With a wide smile, he said that only two creators can make adjustments to them. He introduced Sophia and said that it was therefore quicker and easier to convince his daughter than his sister. The demon raised his finger and said that if he did not like it, Hansu looked at the tip of his finger. The demon's eyes lit up red. He said that there was one last way, but he had to put his life on the line. Did he want to learn? The boys looked forward in surprise. The hero stood on a dais, addressing the demon lord. With a smile, he clenched his fist, covered in dark matter, and said that instead of chatting about the wedding, a dark crack appeared on Hansu's face. He said that he should have told about this method in the first place. Clouds floated in the sky above the building. A sound was heard from there. Then it became quiet again. Then the building was suddenly covered in dark matter. Cobblestones flew. With a movement of his hand, the hero scattered stones and people. There were already 2 cracks on his cheeks. Hansu had an earphone inserted into his ear. He asked Victoria, she didn't die there, did she? A girl's scream was heard from his ear, that thanks to someone not being able to control their power, she was alive. Behind them were 2 unconscious girls. She said that the top 3, including her, had evacuated safely. A huge column of dust rose below. She wished the hero good luck. The guy squeezed the object in his fingers. He smiled, throwing out the debris, and said that from now on he would only move forward. His eyebrows were furrowed decisively. He raised his finger and said that he would skip the complicated explanations. Hansu held the spoon in surprise. A strong darkness appeared around his hand. Somewhere there he was told that matter makes up 30% of the universe. Petinar clenched his dark fist, saying that they call it dark matter. Then he relaxed his fingers and continued that only gravity can affect it. He held out his palm, saying that he had minimal impact on her at the cost of his eternal life. A wave of darkness broke the glass. Hansu stared ahead in shock, heard that therefore he must be careful when using this power. Petinar held out his palm to the side, saying that nothing in this world is eternal. It is only a designation that the recovery speed is higher than the absorption speed. This power cannot be abused. There was a narrow icon in the red eye. The demon continued that the consequences for him are fatal. Hansu touched his cheek and chuckled. Guys with weapons attacked him, shouting that they would attack him all together and would not give him a chance. A sword hilt appeared at his palm. A bright line crossed the body of the guy who shouted that he could not defeat them all alone. An explosion appeared behind the armed hero. Looking with purple eyes, he said, only forward. Beads of sweat flowed down the guys' faces. The hero lifted his heel off the ground. Pushing off, he jumped up, insidiously saying, to move only forward. He swung his sword. Bright rays flew everywhere. Hansu glanced back. The explosives were glowing. Several explosions were heard behind the hero. Round balls were falling around his leg. An explosion was heard, raising dust. The guy fired a pistol, ordering an attack from all guns. Bullets flew towards a cloud of dust. One of them tore the shirt on the hero's shoulder, who said that the spirits could not answer them, because they used magic. Colored balls appeared among the dust. One of the guys standing nearby asked if it worked. Smoke rose up. A question was heard. What was with the ominous sound? Right in the middle of a cloud of dust, a dark square appeared. Dark matter crossed out the guy's body. There were several cracks on his outstretched palm. Hansu said that he would personally send them home. He came out of the cloud of dust. With a crazy smile, he ordered to say thank you. The frightened boy grabbed his head, asking why he was still alive. A bright beam crossed the opponent's bodies. They threw grenades at the hero and shouted for them not to stay and take advantageous positions. Hansu snapped his fingers. Dark matter spread around him. The opponents turned blue, drooling. Bright beams of attack crossed their bodies. Looking with wide eyes, the hero grinned. The beam crossed the back of the opponent. Hansu laughed. The boy sitting on the ground asked, was he resurrected? The approaching brunette extended his palm to him. The blonde screamed, his eyes wide in horror. His fingers touched the base of the sword. A man held back the attack of the shocked Hansu. He turned in his direction in surprise and asked who he was. The man in glasses greeted the Hansu graduate. He smiled sweetly and said that he was an education consultant. There was a bright flash as the hero asked again. His foot was pressed against the ground. Smiling widely, Hansu asked, so he is not expelled, does he not know why he is doing all this? Closing his eyes in a smile, The consultant replied that he knows, he can read minds. On the ground lay the body of a blonde. He continued that there is no need. Gritting his teeth, the brunette asked, since he knows, does he think he will stop? The guy with glasses said that he understands his desire to return, because he has been in this world for so long. He took a step. Red flames appeared around the smiling consultant. He said that he has such abilities and refuses to study. The lenses of his glasses flashed. He continued that this is tantamount to an act of betrayal of the earth and humanity. There was dark matter around his hand. Smug Hansu attacked, shouting that he is simply special. A rectangular fragment flew past the man. He dodged, continuing to smile. With a wild look smiling, Hansu said that of course he would come back. The consultant blocked his hands. Waves of energy flew everywhere. Looking ahead sullenly, the hero thought that since he dodged, it meant that the blow was fatal for him. The guy in glasses smiled, reminding that he said that he could read minds. The hero bent at the knee, shouting that until they try, he will not know. The enemy's body disappeared into a huge wave of rising sand. He pushed it aside with a smile, but there was no one in front. Hansu suddenly appeared from behind. He opened his palm. With a movement of his hand, the consultant moved his hand to the side. Dark matter appeared around the second palm. Its trace flew out of a bright flash. A gloved hand held his wrist. The consultant held his hand and said that such tricks do not work here, no matter how much he tried. Still smiling, he continued that he would look forward to developing this skill in middle school. Hansu smiled even more predatory. He said that he did not know what would happen in the end. Holding the cracked hand, the man replied that this was the end. Closing his eyes in a smile, he said that he understood. His condition was also a skill, and then he opened his eyes. Smiling widely, Hansu heard the question, is he thinking about death, and replied that he finally understood. They stood in the rising dust. The guy confirmed, saying that he was indeed thinking about death. He would lose his levels until then. He frowned and continued until they returned him to Earth. Looking at him, the consultant asked, he will return, and then what? There were long cracks on his hands. He continued that in this state, it would be extremely difficult to protect the planet from invasion. On the ground lay a guy foaming at the mouth. The man continued that even if he managed to recover after time passed, he would not be able to return like these graduates. Looking through the glasses, he asked why get involved in a war he would obviously lose? The hero looked at him carefully. The consultant looked at the brunette, who said that there were reasons for that, wasn't it obvious? Lowering his head, Hansu admitted that he wanted to see his parents. He smiled, continuing that he wanted to enjoy a cultural life. Frowning, he continued that he wanted to take his life back into his own hands. The man looked at him, and heard that the god of fantasy or someone else, no matter, let him take his power and do whatever he wants. He held the wrist of the guy who said that as long as he had the skills, the result would always be the same. Then he let go of his hand. The consultant standing in front of him said that he understood the graduate Hansu very well. A purple cross appeared nearby. He continued that he would not lose personnel to protect his family. He was sure that this was the best way to protect them. Walking away, he said that he was leaving. Turning around, he finished that he was going to the secondary education course. The guy with a crack on his cheek heard that everything happened as the consultant said. He was cultivating alone in the sand. Hansu sat down on the ground and thought that returning to the ground was like tilting at windmills. His hand was shaking. The hero thought that this fight proved that he could not control his strength. Hansu clenched his fist. A magic seal appeared behind him. He thought that the storm had died down. He was given the opportunity and time to hone his technique. The guy with the cracked face smirked, thinking that they needed a talent like him. His lips stretched into a sly smile. Hansu thought that one day he would be given the FFF rank. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, he grimly said that this time would definitely be the last.